Land of Wano Onigashima. The newly reborn Kaido slowly opened his eyes. Yet at this very moment the 100 Beasts Kaido was no longer the same 100 Beasts Kaido of the past. The 100 Beasts Kaido muttered to himself that was far too dangerous just now. Fortunately, I managed to use the Purification Eye technique of my left eye in time, or the outcome would have been utterly disastrous. Originally, he had crossed from Earth into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. On the night of the clan's extermination, he successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and escaped the fate of being slaughtered. Perhaps because he was a transmigrator, he awakened a terrifying eye technique beyond measure. The other eye technique defied description, yet could shatter boundaries themselves. It is said that the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular powers are manifestations of the user's innermost heart. Thus he obtained the Purification Eye technique in his left eye and the Time Eye technique in his right. Once used, their cooldown periods were 50 years for the left and 1,000 years for the right, yet their effects were overwhelmingly frightening. The reason he was forced to activate the Time Eye technique in his right eye ahead of time was that he had been jointly schemed against by the two old foxes Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. On top of that, Black Zetsu struck from the shadows and seized control of him, making it impossible for him to even attempt to use his left eye. Yet the power of time within his right eye was not constrained by any external force. At any moment it could forcibly break through everything and send its wielder away. Carried along by the power of time, he was hurled all the way into the pirate world, into the land of Wano. Upon his descent, his physical body was scourged and torn apart by the temporal force, leaving behind only a soul form, one that was already on the verge of collapse. The cause lay in the overwhelming might of his ocular arts. His body's durability had been far from sufficient. Knowing full well that his disintegrating soul could not persist for long, he had no choice but to activate the Purification Eye technique of his left eye. The terror of the Purification Eye technique lay in this: it could refine and assimilate everything of any being whose life level and combat strength were below the Six Paths realm. Reduced to a soul, he was forced to choose in advance. In the land of Wano, the strongest existence was precisely the 100 Beasts Kaido. Thus, the 100 Beasts Kaido naturally became the target of purification. In the end, everything that belonged to the 100 Beasts Kaido became his. After the purification, most of Kaido's appearance was maintained, allowing him to act more conveniently under this identity, though his physique had shrunk by an entire size. The new Kaido closed his eyes, then opened them again. Both eyes turned into spinning 3-mo Sharingan, and in the next instant, they transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. He smiled and said, "My Mangekyo Sharingan has not gone blind. How truly miraculous. It may be that this body itself possesses an immense vitality. It is a pity that the cool down of the right eye's ocular technique is 1,000 years before it can be activated again. Still, even if that eye technique cannot be used, Susanoo can still be manifested." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of Susanoo armor manifested around Kaido's body. "Moreover, my appearance is still close to that of the 100 Beasts Kaido. That is also convenient, sparing me much unnecessary trouble. And my Mangekyo Sharingan faintly feels like something is stirring in the womb, as though about to break through its shell and evolve into eternal Mangekyo. Furthermore, it is not impossible that in the future, relying on this immense vitality, it could evolve into the Rinnegan. However, the life force required for the Rinnegan is vast beyond measure. This is, after all, the pirate world. I do not know whether the evolution will proceed smoothly." Kaido closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and stood up, feeling the haki within his body and the powers of his mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. As expected of the Purification Eye technique, even the side effects of the devil fruit had been completely erased, purified to utter perfection. At that moment, King the Wildfire, head of the 3 calamities of the Beast's pirates, rushed in from outside in a fluster and loudly asked Kaido-san, "That conqueror's haki you just unleashed, what was going on? And your appearance, Kaido-san, what in the world happened?" "It is you, King," Kaido responded slowly. Kaido understood well why King had come running. It was because the original 100 Beasts Kaido had, in his final moments before death, erupted with a desperate surge of conqueror's haki. When King saw Kaido-san, he noticed that his physique had changed. It was as though he had returned to his build from more than 20 years ago. No longer towering and burly, he had become somewhat lean with 8 distinct abdominal muscles, and his height had decreased somewhat as well. Was this really Kaido-san? If not for the fact that more than 90% of his facial features still resembled Kaido-san, and that his voice and aura were identical, King would have immediately suspected that someone was impersonating him. Unable to hold back, King pressed on Kaido-san. "How did you end up looking like this?" "I am still myself. There is no need for you to worry, King." Kaido lifted his weapon, the spiked kanabo that was now nearly the same height as his current body, and said, "Pass down the order. Have them forge a new kanabo suited to my present build." "Yes, Kaido-san." Although doubt lingered in his heart, King still answered respectfully. Kaido's entire body then began to swell, expanding rapidly until he transformed into his mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. The Azure Dragon, several hundred meters long, soared out of Onigashima. Seeing this, King could only smile wryly and shake his head. What was I even doubting just now? In this world, aside from Kaido-san, no one else can transform into an Azure Dragon like that. Since it truly was Kaido-san, King's heart eased. He then headed to the factory to order the forging of the brand new Kanabo weapon that Kaido-san now required. Having flown out of the land of Wano, the Azure Dragon Kaido plunged headfirst into the sea, then rose back into the air, and said, the so-called side effects of a devil fruit's powers are utterly meaningless to me. After all, the entire being of the 100 Beasts Kaido has been purified and made mine, including his devil fruit ability. As long as the Mangekyo Sharingan remains usable, there is no problem. The fact that there is no longer any risk of blindness, that is what truly empowers me. Kaido could guarantee that once he fully adapted to this body and unleashed the might of Azure Dragon armament combined with Susanoo, his combat strength would increase by at least half, at the very minimum. Half a day later, Kaido returned once more to Onigashima in Wano. He had also figured out the current point in time, the end of the year 1519, just 2 months away from the sea calendar year 1520, the very year when the story was meant to begin. Kaido knew that although Wano seemed calm and peaceful on the surface, the hidden dangers festering within were lethally serious, and now was the perfect time to eradicate all those risks. Otherwise, just like in the original course of events, those latent threats would all erupt together 2 years later. At present, the core fighting force of the Beast's pirates consisted of the 3 calamities, the Flying Six, the Numbers, the Shinichi, and the Gifters. At this moment, Bao Huang appeared at Kaido's side and asked curiously, "Governor Kaido, you feel so different now." Kaido replied, "Go inform the 3 calamities and the Flying Six to come for a meeting." Kaido could not be bothered to answer Bao Huang's questions and simply issued his orders. As the governor's secretary, Bao Huang immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Governor Kaido." Before long, the 3 calamities, King, the Wildfire Queen, and Jack, and the Flying Six, Who's Who X Drake's counterpart, Toby Rappo members, Fusafu Sasaki, Black Maria Ultai, and Page 18 people in all, arrived in the conference room on Onigashima. They had no idea why Governor Kaido had suddenly summoned them for an emergency meeting, but when they saw his completely new appearance, they all revealed expressions of shock. Black Maria in particular could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Lord Kaido, what happened to you?" Being very familiar with Lord Kaido's body, Black Maria was the most astonished of all, who just a few days ago, he had not looked anything like this. The others likewise turned their curious gazes toward their governor. King the Wildfire stepped forward and roughly explained the general reason on Kaido's behalf. Queen burst into loud laughter and said, "Haha, what does any of that matter? As long as he's still Lord Kaido, that's all that counts. And frankly, I'm a bit jealous. Lord Kaido has regained his youth." At the mention of regaining youth, Black Maria and Ultai's eyes immediately lit up. As women, they too feared the day when they would begin to age and lose the allure they possessed now. However, they did not continue to pry into why Lord Kaido's body had become smaller and younger. What concerned them more was the reason he had called this emergency meeting. Kaido glanced at the 8 strongest subordinates currently under his command and said, "Our Beast's pirates have been stationed in Wano for many years, yet the hidden dangers within this country still have not been eradicated. I plan to use half a month to completely sweep away every last hidden thread in Wano. This, Lord Kaido, Wano's warriors are like slippery loaches." Queen had just begun to speak of the difficulties when Kaido raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Kaido continued, "Bao Huang, distribute the information I had you prepare to each of them." "Yes, Lord Kaido," Bao Huang replied, then handed out the documents she had just finished compiling to everyone present. The information in that dossier was largely based on the impressions in Kaido's mind from the original storyline, describing the remnants of Wano's samurai still lurking in the shadows. Behind his mask, King's expression grew as dark as ink as he said, "They are truly bold to have hidden under our very noses for so many years." "Lord Kaido, this is a failure on our part," King admitted directly. It should never have required Lord Kaido to personally step in. The fact that Lord Kaido had to act personally now was in itself a sign that they had not done their jobs. The others likewise felt deeply ashamed because it had been Lord Kaido who ultimately uncovered this matter, which in a way was equivalent to labeling his subordinates as useless. Kaido went on, "Once these hidden threats are dealt with, we will move against Kurizumi Orochi. Letting that worthless fool rule has plunged all of Wano into filth and chaos. Lord Kaido, if we act on such a large scale this time, won't it provoke backlash from Wano itself?" Who's Who voiced the concern in his heart. Jack the Drought said loudly, "Who's Who, are you questioning Lord Kaido's decision? As long as it's Lord Kaido's order, we only need to carry it out unconditionally. Jack, are you looking for a fight?" Who's Who's eyes instantly turned cold. The fact that he feared Lord Kaido did not mean he feared Jack the Drought. King warned enough. Do you want Lord Kaido to watch you make a spectacle of yourselves? Oh, I. At his admonition, both Jack and Who forced down the anger in their hearts. After all, King was right. Lord Kaido was still present. If they provoked his ire now, they would truly be in for more than they could handle. Black Maria muttered softly. I feel that our Lord Kaido's emotional control is much more stable than before. He's very calm now. Her assessment was not wrong, for the Kaido of the Beast's pirates now was no longer the Kaido he had once been. Kaido turned to King and said, King, you will lead the team for this operation. Settle this matter in the shortest time possible. Yes, Sir Kaido. I guarantee the mission will be completed, King replied respectfully. After King, Queen, Jack, Husu, Sasaki, Ultai, and Page 1 had all left, Black Maria chose to remain behind. Familiar as ever, Black Maria walked behind Lord Kaido and embraced him from behind, saying happily, Lord Kaido, with your body, now only around 2 meters tall, it feels a bit strange when I hug you, but you are still the Lord Kaido I admire most. And Lord Kaido, could you tell this little woman how you managed to become young again? What she wanted most to know now was how he had restored his youth. That will depend on your performance, Maria, Kaido said with a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Black Maria immediately understood what Lord Kaido meant. In the land of Wano, a Jiuli Yin Jaijin arrived here with the drought disaster Jack and a group of followers. Little Yu, who was playing alone, was suddenly bumped into by Yin Jaijin and Jack. It was clear that Little Yu recognized these two, and her expression of fear became increasingly evident. Drought disaster Jack looked at the little girl and said, this little girl must be the one Lord Kaido is looking for, right, Brother Jean? That's her, Yin Jaijin replied calmly, arms crossed. Little Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Why was that monstrous Lord Kaido specifically looking for her? Little Yu couldn't remember anything that would make that monstrous Lord Kaido interested in her. Yin Jaijin walked over and picked up the little girl, saying, don't worry. Lord Kaido values you quite a bit, and he will help you fulfill some simple conditions. This is what Lord Kaido asked me to convey to you. Little Yu was taken aback, almost unable to react, doubting whether she had heard wrong. Lord Kaido valued her. What did that mean? She was just a little girl with no strength to even wring a chicken's neck. Yin Jaijin and Jack continued onward with Little Yu. As they entered a rather desolate view, they could still faintly see a small village with a few inhabitants. Jack said, this is Kabuto Village. Little Yu mustered her courage and asked, what are you doing in Kabuto Village? Little brat, you shouldn't ask what you shouldn't. Yin Jaijin coldly warned. Little Yu was so frightened by Jack's fierce appearance that she almost cried, her eyes turning red. Yin Jaijin looked at Kabuto Village and said, Lord Kaido said there are still remnants of the Kozuki clan here, and we will eradicate them all today. That's right, Brother Jean. Jack strongly agreed with what Jean said. All the remnants of the Kozuki clan should be completely eliminated to prevent them from affecting Lord Kaido's rule. At this moment, the residents of Kabuto Village began to come out, trembling in fear at the sight of the leaders, the infamous Yin Jaijin and Jack. Several men dressed as samurai stepped out from the crowd, led by a man wearing a Tengu mask. When Kozuki Yasui saw Little Yu in Yin Jaijin's hands, his heart leaped to his throat. Little Yu also noticed Tenguiyama Hitetsu and excitedly waved her arms, saying, Master. Little Yu, don't worry, I will rescue you. Tenguiyama Hitetsu, who was also Kozuki Yasui, had already made up his mind, no matter what he would find a way to rescue Little Yu from Yin Jaijin. Yin Jaijin fixed his gaze on Tenguiyama Hitetsu and said, found you remnants of the Kozuki clan, Kozuki Yasui. As soon as Yin Jaijin finished speaking, the surrounding samurai immediately looked at Tenguiyama Hitetsu with hatred. This former foolish lord had passed the title to Orochi, or else the land of Wano wouldn't have fallen into such a state. They were not retainers of the Kozuki clan, so they naturally didn't know the secrets behind those events, and thus their hearts were filled only with hatred for this former lord. Little Yu incredulously whispered, Master, you actually are. She had never known that her master Tenguiyama Hitetsu was actually the former Lord Kozuki Yasui. The surrounding samurai who hated Kozuki Yasui did not dare to take action because the two great figures of the beast pirates, Yin Jaijin and Jack, were present. Yin Jaijin approached Kozuki Yasui step by step and questioned Kozuki Yasui, you are a remnant of the Kozuki clan. You should understand your fate from here on out without me saying it. Kozuki Yasui slightly lowered his head, filled with deep unwillingness. He did not know why his identity had been exposed, but none of that mattered now. What was important was that if he fell, the chances of the Kozuki clan turning the tables in the future would decrease. Yin Jaijin also did not intend to waste too much time talking to Kozuki Yasui. Lord Kaido had already informed him about Kozuki Yasui's background. Thus Yin Jaijin continued to press Kozuki Yasui hand over the Enma, aim no Habakiri, and the Shusui you have, otherwise don't blame me for using extreme measures. Kozuki Yasui's pupils widened. He couldn't understand why they even knew about those 3 weapons. It was simply too absurd. Finally, Kozuki Yasui sighed helplessly and replied, I understand. I can hand over those 3 weapons, but I have a condition. Speak. What condition? Yin Jaijin did not care what condition Kozuki Yasui would propose, because the power to agree or disagree lay entirely with him. Kozuki Yasui directly stated his purpose: you let little you go, and you can't make things difficult for her in the future, then I will hand over those 3 weapons to you. We are taking little you not to make things difficult for her, but because Lord Kaido specifically wants her to join our beast pirates. Yin Jaijin did not shy away from the topic just because there were many people present. Kozuki Yasui was stunned upon hearing this. Lord Kaido specifically wanted Little Yu to join the beast pirates. What was going on? The surrounding villagers also looked at Little Yu in Yin Jaijin's hands with disbelief. Oh, after all, how could a little girl attract the attention of Lord Kaido? There must be something extraordinary about her that they did not know. Kozuki Yasui saw that Yin Jaijin did not seem to be lying. There was no need to lie about such things, especially since he was the second-in-command of the beast pirates. After a while, Kozuki Yasui handed over the Enma Aim no Habakiri and Shusui to Yin Jaijin. Yin Jaijin looked at the 3 weapons in his hands and could not help but praise as expected of 3 weapons of the great blade level. Jack, sensing Brother Jean's gaze, understood immediately and revealed a fierce expression as he walked towards Kozuki Yasui. Kozuki Yasui knew the fate that awaited him and quietly closed his eyes. After solving the problem with the Sho Shishao of the Kozuki clan, Yin Jaijin turned his gaze toward the head mountain. Drought Disaster Jack also pointed towards Head Mountain and said, Brother Jean, that is the stronghold of the bandit group. Their leader Jiu Tianwan is a formidable opponent. I have fought him several times without achieving a clear victory. Well, Jiu Tianwan is indeed the strongest under the command of Kozuki Oden, so it's understandable that you couldn't take him down. Yin Jaijin understood the reason why Jack couldn't defeat Jiu Tianwan. Not long after, a rugged-looking giant man with pink hair was lying on the back of a massive beast, staring in shock at the group of people before him, especially the 2 leading individuals. Jiu Tianwan incredulously said, Yin Jaijin, Drought Disaster Jack, what brings you 2 here today? However, I will not join your 100 beast pirates, so give up that thought. Normally, Jiu Tianwan would not be this easy to talk to. The reason being the 2 individuals before him. If it were just Drought Disaster Jack, Jiu Tianwan would not be overly concerned, but with the presence of the more powerful Yin Jaijin, he had to think carefully. Jack charged forward and roared, Brother Jean, leave this ungrateful Jiu Tianwan to me. At the same time, Drought Disaster Jack began to unleash his ancient beast form, the mammoth. Damn it, are you trying to force this? Jiu Tianwan leaped up from the bull's back and charged at Drought Disaster Jack. Boom. The clash between Drought Disaster Jack and Jiu Tianwan erupted in an instant. Jiu Tianwan faced the charging mammoth, continually swinging his katana to fend off Drought Disaster Jack's attacks, while searching for opportunities to counterattack. Seeing this, Jiu Tianwan's subordinates rushed forward, while the subordinates of the 100 Beast Pirates who came with Jean and Jack also charged at these warriors. The 2 sides instantly engaged in battle, leaving only Yin Jaijin, who was holding Xiaoyu, yet to make a move. Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the battle between Jack and Jiu Tianwan, saying, This is amazing. Is this what real combat looks like? Seeing such an intense battle for the first time, Xiaoyu was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Yin Jaijin pondered a question before they set off. Mr. Kaido did not specifically mention whether they should recruit Jiu Tianwan. He only informed them of the location of the remnants of Wano and the personnel, leaving the handling to them. Jiu Tianwan's strength was indeed commendable. If he were willing to submit, the overall power of the 100 Beast Pirates would certainly increase. However, it seemed that the chances of Jiu Tianwan wanting to join the 100 Beast Pirates were slim. Mr. Kaido had always been reluctant to part with talent, otherwise Jiu Tianwan would not have survived until now. Now with Mr. Kaido ordering them to conduct a thorough sweep within Wano, it likely meant they were to eliminate all these people. Queen and the Flying Six were also carrying out their respective cleanup operations. Since that's the case, Yin Jaijin tossed Xiaoyu aside and threw the 3 weapons he had taken from Sho Shishao to her. Xiaoyu was quite frustrated holding the 3 weapons, wondering why she had to carry them for so long, only to be told to drop them now. It was far too cruel. Yin Jaijin's actions caught Jiu Tianwan's attention. There was an even more formidable opponent beside him, and Jiu Tianwan could not ignore it. It seemed that even Yin Jaijin was about to make a move. Sure enough, the next moment, Yin Jaijin charged at him. Damn it, this is troublesome, facing 2 heavyweights. Jiu Tianwan retreated with all his might from Drought Disaster Jack, turning to flee. He was not foolish. Staying to fight meant certain death. Hiding might give him a glimmer of hope for the future. Seeing this, Yin Jaijin transformed into the ancient beast form of the pterosaur and soared into the air, quickly catching up to Jiu Tianwan. He said, Jiu Tianwan, you want to escape today? Prepare to die. Yin Jaijin reverted from pterosaur form and drew his katana, launching a relentless series of slashes at Jiu Tianwan. Clang, clang, clang. Facing Yin Jaijin's fierce onslaught, Jiu Tianwan had to retreat while defending. Jiao Tianwan gritted his teeth and murmured, just as expected of the first disaster of the 100 Beast Pirates, Yin Zaijian's strength is indeed formidable. Even after just engaging with Yin Zhaijin, Jiao Tianwan could tell that Yin Zaijian's strength was far beyond his own. Drought Disaster Jack withdrew from his mammoth form and drew his twin scythes, charging at Jiao Tianwan. He believed that with both him and Brother Jean attacking, Jiao Tianwan could not hold out for long. After Drought Disaster Jack joined the assault, Jiao Tianwan's back was slashed open by Jean, blood gushing out, instantly followed by Jean kicking Jiao Tianwan away. Yin Zhaijin mocked Jiao Tianwan, should I call you a sure boy? This is the end for you. Before Jiao Tianwan could catch his breath, Drought Disaster Jack's attack followed closely. Facing the combined assault of Yin Zhaijin and Drought Disaster Jack, Jiao Tianwan's injuries visibly increased at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the undercover Tanshiro beside Kaido was also confronted by Queen. The alias Tanshiro questioned in confusion, Queen, what do you want? Or have the 100 Beasts Pirates decided to take action against Lord Orochi? Heh, Lord Orochi. You should die. Korizumi Kanjuro, a retainer of Kozuki Oden. Queen, uninterested in wasting words, charged forward to attack. You've exposed your identity, what's going on? Korizumi Kanjuro had no time to think as he continually defended against Queen's attacks. On this day, battles erupted all over Wano. The Flying Six led the true fighters of the 100 Beasts Pirates and the gifters, sweeping through various locations in Wano. Meanwhile, the people of Wano were all in fear, worried that the 100 Beasts Pirates would extend their slaughter towards them. In the land of Wano, the flower capital, Black Maria appeared before Kozuki Kanjuro, mockingly smiling, as she said, the courtesan of Wano, Komurasaki. No, I should call you Kozuki Kanjuro instead. How did you find out? At this moment, Kozuki Kanjuro suddenly realized why he had just received news that the Beast Pirates were on a large-scale operation. If nothing went wrong, it seemed their entire group had been exposed. Kozuki Kanjuro couldn't understand why they were revealed when they had been hiding all over Wano. Black Maria continued to laugh, saying, how did we find out? Hehe. Of course it was our Lord Kaido who discovered it. You remnants of the Kozuki clan will all be exterminated. Black Maria then changed her tone, adding, however, Kozuki Kanjuro, you're a bit fortunate, because I plan to offer you to Lord Kaido. You. Upon hearing this, Kozuki Kanjuro's expression instantly darkened. To be offered to that monster Kaido of the beasts. She might as well choose to die. Just as Kozuki Kanjuro contemplated ending her life, Black Maria charged forward and struck her at the nape of her neck with a knife hand. Immediately, Kozuki Kanjuro fell unconscious. Black Maria picked her up and walked outside, believing that Lord Kaido would surely be pleased with her offering. As for feeling jealous, Black Maria had no such mentality, as she was only concerned with how to please Lord Kaido. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the Shogun, the 9 members of the Onawabanshu had gathered, sitting on either side of Korizumi Orochi. At this moment, Korizumi Orochi had a very grim expression laced with fear. Fukurokuju, the captain of the Onawabanshu, spoke up, saying, currently under Kaido's orders, the Beast Pirates are eliminating the remnants of the Kozuki clan, and the number of these remnants exceeds our expectations. But what I am wondering is how Kaido could accurately know the information about that foolish retainer of Kozuki Oden. Korizumi Orochi voiced his deepest fear. That Kaido dared to take such large-scale action meant he could strike against him at any time. Now the entire land of Wano was filled with panic. It was only natural for Korizumi Orochi to be scared as the general of Wano, accustomed to wielding power, and he feared being taken down by that guy Kaido of the beasts. Hanzo, a member of the Onawabanshu, spoke up, saying, Lord Orochi, Kaido has no reason to turn against you. After all, if he wants to control Wano, he cannot do without you, Lord Orochi. As Hanzo suggested this, the other members of the Onawabanshu also expressed their agreement with his statement. Fukurokuju stroked his beard and said, that's true, Lord Orochi, you need not worry too much. The rabbit bowl requires a large number of workers, and we need to provide personnel to Kaido as well. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Korizumi Orochi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and after hearing his subordinates, he somewhat felt it made sense. After all, Kaido had no reason to take action against him since they were in a cooperative relationship. Now that Kaido was eliminating the remnants of the Kozuki clan, Korizumi Orochi thought he should be pleased that someone else was doing his dirty work. After thinking it through, Korizumi Orochi felt a bit better, no longer as anxious as before. Fukurokuju suggested, Lord Orochi, we can observe the situation for now. It seems we can only do that. Korizumi Orochi nodded in agreement with Fukurokuju's suggestion. The next day, all remnants of the Kozuki clan in the land of Wano were completely eradicated, yet the people had not reacted, remaining in a state of fear. After all, the large-scale actions of the Beast Pirates were too terrifying. Over 95% of households were barred, fearing that if they showed themselves, they would be targeted by the Beast Pirates. Korizumi Orochi spent the day in fear, thinking it would be fine, but then someone arrived at his mansion. Kaido's secretary bounty. Koizumi Orochi widened his eyes and retorted, "You mean Kaido wants me to go to Onigashima for a meeting?" "Yes. However, General Orochi, you can refuse." Bounty replied with a smile, though the words carried a strong undertone of threat. Koizumi Orochi felt his scalp tingle and mustered up the courage to ask, "May I ask what the meeting is about that Kaido wants me to attend?" "General Orochi, you are being deliberately obtuse. It is of course a judgment regarding the daughter of Kozuki Oden," Bounty answered with a smile. "What? The daughter of Kozuki Oden?" Koizumi Orochi had never expected that Kozuki Oden had a daughter hidden in Wano. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He said, "I understand now. I will prepare," and set off immediately. After Bounty left, Koizumi Orochi could no longer contain himself and asked Fukurokuju beside him, "Fukurokuju, should I go to Onigashima? After all, that is Kaido's base." "I'm afraid." Koizumi Orochi did not continue, but the meaning he wanted to convey was already clear. Fukurokuju thought for a moment and said, "Lord Orochi, you must attend Kaido's invitation no matter what. Kaido's reason is to judge the daughter of Kozuki Oden. And the threat from the Kozuki clan has not been completely eliminated, so I understand. Everyone come with me." Koizumi Orochi, still feeling uneasy, decided to take all 9 members of the Onawabenshu with him, as this would at least give him some peace of mind. 10 days later, the entire system of the Land of Harmony was forcefully altered by Kaido. There were no so-called generals or daimyos. All systems were completely abolished by Kaido, leaving only Kaido as the sole ruler. Anyone daring to resist was directly suppressed or executed, turning the Land of Harmony into a true autocracy under Kaido's rule. The process was extremely bloody, yet the results were remarkably effective. Of course, Kaido also implemented many preferential policies, ensuring that everyone in the Land of Harmony could have enough to eat. He understood the art of coercion and inducement very well. After all, no matter how many wars might erupt in the future, it would be foolish to let the base camp catch fire. The people of the Land of Harmony were also influenced by these preferential policies. It was far better than when Kaido's rival Kaido was in power. As long as someone could ensure they had enough to eat and live happily, they would support that person. A very pragmatic truth. At the same time, the people of the Land of Harmony were allowed to join the Beast Pirates. Anyone who deemed themselves capable could choose whether or not to join, and those who were outstanding and powerful could obtain their rightful status. After all, the samurai in the Land of Harmony had some degree of strength, which Kaido valued. At this moment, Kaido arrived at the place where Yamato was imprisoned, accompanied by Enies and Black Maria. When Kaido appeared before Yamato, he saw that Yamato's hands were still shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. The moment Yamato saw Kaido, she immediately shouted angrily, "Kaido, what have you done to the Land of Harmony during this time? Why have so many people died?" "I am reforming the Land of Harmony. It was too decayed in the past," Kaido responded in a calm tone. Although Yamato was displeased, she had to admit that the new policies of the Land of Harmony were very friendly to all the people. However, what displeased Yamato was Kaido's excessive bloodlust. Many people died during this process. In Yamato's view, simply educating those people would suffice. Moreover, Kaido's methods towards the retainers of Kozuki Oden were also extremely cruel. Even though Kozuki Oden had been dead for many years, Kaido still did not spare even the slightest detail. Kaido read many meanings from Yamato's eyes. Black Maria behind him couldn't help but shake her head internally, judging why Yamato, daughter of Kaido, was so oblivious to the situation. As a ruler, one must eliminate all existing threats. Oh, why leave them to potentially rise up against you one day? Only someone like Yamato with such a naive heart would dare to think this way. With Yamato's personality, she is completely unsuitable to be a leader in the future. Just like that fool Kozuki Oden. Kaido asked slowly, "Yamato, tell me what your goals are and what your dreams are. What else is there to say? I want to become a great person like Kozuki Oden. That's why I changed my name to Kozuki Oden instead of Yamato, because I want to establish a new nation for the Land of Harmony in the future." Yamato proudly expressed her desire to become someone like Kozuki Oden. Enies and Black Maria both felt that Yamato, daughter of Kaido, was too unfilial upon hearing this. How could she say such things in front of Kaido? Clearly, she had the resources of the entire Beast Pirates at her disposal, but continued to create internal strife. Kaido raised his hand to signal Enies and Black Maria to be quiet. What they did not know was that this Yamato was actually the daughter of the past Kaido of the Beasts, not his biological daughter. Thus, Kaido would not take it too seriously. As for what would happen to Yamato in the end, Kaido was indifferent. Right now, Kaido was contemplating how to deal with Yamato, this ticking time bomb. If not handled properly, this time bomb would certainly explode one day. How to deal with it required careful consideration. With such a reckless personality, going out to sea would definitely bring danger. Casting her away would be the best option. Keeping her around would eventually lead to disaster. Yamato couldn't help but look fearfully at her father Kaido. The The current Kaido felt very unfamiliar to her. She could not see any concern or anger in his eyes, only an unsettling calm. Moreover, Kaido's appearance and height had changed, which puzzled Yamato. Kaido slowly said, Yamato, haven't you always wanted to go out to sea? They'll give you this opportunity. What? Really? You're not lying to me, are you, Kaido? Yamato almost doubted if she had heard wrong. Kaido had always kept her imprisoned, let alone the matter of going out to sea. Just taking a step outside on Onigashima was a blessing. Yet now Kaido told her he agreed to let her go out to sea. This was the most shocking part for Yamato, as she didn't understand why Kaido had changed so much. In fact, Enies and Black Maria were also quite shocked. The former Kaido would never have made this decision, and they didn't know why he had made it now. Yamato immediately pointed at Kaido and shouted, Kaido, you said this. You can't go back on your word, you said it yourself? I won't regret it. Kaido responded calmly, also tomorrow I will go out with Enies, and you can come with us. I will drop you off halfway, and the rest will be your own training. Alright. Yamato felt this was something to be very happy about, yet for some reason, she couldn't feel that joy in the moment. Black Maria, curious, asked from behind Kaido, are you going out? Can you take me with you? Kaido replied, this time is not for leisure. Alright. Black Maria responded helplessly. Early the next morning, Enies transformed into a toothless dragon, with Kaido and Yamato riding on its back, flying out of Wano country. Now Kaido had shrunk in size, so riding on the 6-meter-long toothless dragon, Enies did not take up much space. Originally, Kaido planned to casually find an island in the New World to drop Yamato off. However, Yamato said, Kaido, I want to go to the first half of the Grand Line where there is the Sky Island recorded by Kozuki Oden, and I want to see it. Do as you wish, Kaido responded indifferently. As long as he could drop Yamato off, whether she lived or died was up to her fate. By 5 in the afternoon, Enies had also reached the first half of the Grand Line, having flown directly over the Red Line. As they passed over the Red Line, the turmoil deep within Enies was immense, but it was concealed, though not from Kaido. Not long after, at a small village, Kaido threw Yamato onto the shore. He looked at Yamato and said, Yamato, you are free now, do whatever you want. Remember, you have no relation to me from now on. I know, Yamato replied with a pout. Kaido, too lazy to talk more, said, Jean, let's go. Yes, mister. Kaido, Enies replied, flapping its wings vigorously and soaring into the sky. Yamato watched as Kaido and Enies grew further away. Her heart felt a bit empty, yet she excitedly exclaimed, I'm finally free, this is great. As they flew away from the small island village, Enies asked, Mr. Kaido, are you really okay with leaving Yamato behind? If Yamato chooses this path herself, then even if she has to kneel, she must walk it to the end. Now that he had become Kaido, he certainly could not keep Yamato, a ticking time bomb, by his side. What if one day she backstabbed him? It was not impossible, and Kaido would not allow such foolishness to happen. After hearing this, Enies did not say anything more on the topic, instead shifting the conversation. So where are we headed now? Mr. Kaido. East Blue, Kaido stated directly. As they had entered this pirate world, he had to recruit Nami and Robin, leaving them for that straw hat idiot was pointless. As for the safety of Wano country, the internal issues had been cleaned up, so having Queen and the Flying Six manage it for now was sufficient, although they were rough. Switching to Nico Robin later would yield better results. Enies did not know what Mr. Kaido wanted to do in the weakest of the 4 seas, East Blue, but he understood that unnecessary questions were not required. Once they arrived at East Blue, they would naturally know what to do. As night gradually fell, Kaido sat on the back of the toothless dragon, closing his eyes to rest, constantly channeling his life force into his eyes. Kaido had a feeling that his sharingan was about to transform into the eternal Mangekyo sharingan. Once the transformation succeeded, he would reach a new level. According to his current feeling, it would take only a few days to complete the transformation, a situation benefiting from the powerful life energy brought by the mythical Zoan-type dragon form of the beast Kaido. As for whether to kill Monkey D. Luffy in advance, Kaido scoffed at that idea. If he were to eliminate Luffy, it had to be when he was at his strongest. That would be interesting. All the famous forces on the seas were unaware that one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, was leading his second-in-command, Enies, to the first half of the Grand Line. If they knew, especially the Marine headquarters, they would immediately become restless, as allowing a 4 emperor into the first half of the Grand Line would undoubtedly lead to destruction. However, due to the entire journey being a flight, no one from other forces received any news, not even within the Beast Pirates. They did not know that their Lord Kaido and Enies were heading to the first half of the Grand Line. Only Black Maria and the bodyguard knew. Of course, they wouldn't gossip, so the members of the Beast Pirates thought their Lord Kaido might just be going out for a suicide mission. After all, Kaido often did such things. Enies continued its full-speed flight overnight and finally arrived at East Blue. After a day and a night of non-stop full-speed flight, they were quite exhausted, but for Enies it was nothing. They were only slightly fatigued. Around 9 in the morning, Kaido and Jean landed on an uninhabited island for a brief rest. Jean, while eating roasted meat, said, "I can't even remember the last time I traveled so far." "Haha, Jean, with me the future world will be even more exciting," Kaido replied, also enjoying the roasted meat. Jean firmly stated, "Mr. Kaido, I have always believed in this." In Jean's eyes, the only man capable of becoming the Pirate King was Mr. Kaido, whom he recognized as a true man. He would surely stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. At that moment, Kaido's den mushi rang. Kaido answered, asking, "Moshi Moshi, this is Kaido." "Mr. Kaido, I've received news that a rebellion has broken out in the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and the 4th Division Captain Sachi has been killed." His secretary, the bodyguard, immediately reported this freshly received message to Kaido. Upon hearing this, Jean was shocked, saying, "There will be turmoil in the new world unless Whitebeard can hold back, otherwise it is certain to fall into chaos." Kaido replied to the den mushi, "I understand, a bodyguard. Continue with your duties and wait for my orders." "Yes, Mr. Kaido," the bodyguard respectfully responded. After hanging up, Jean hurriedly said, "Mr. Kaido, should we return to Wano country immediately?" "No need to rush, it won't affect us." Knowing the original story, Kaido was aware of what would happen next, so he did not care at all. On that day, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the village of Kexia welcomed 2 unexpected guests. They were Kaido and Jean. The villagers of Kexia, upon seeing the 2 strangers, whispered in confusion, "Those 2 look quite strange. One of them has flames burning on his back." As the village chief, Jian had no choice but to stand up and ask, "May I ask why you 2 have come to Kexia village?" After all, these 2 did not look like ordinary people, so Jian felt it was necessary to be cautious. Kaido crossed his arms and said, "Nami, is she in Kexia village? Rest assured, we are not here to cause her trouble." Jian hesitated to reveal that Nami had just returned because he was unsure if these 2 were bad people and needed to find a way to keep them calm. However, before Jian could think of a reasonable response, a fisherman walked over and arrogantly said, "Hey, you 2, since you've come to Kexia village, hand over the protection fee. After all, this is the territory of our Evil Dragon Fishman Pirate crew." Evil Dragon Fishman Pirate crew. Is that the pirate crew associated with the warlord Jinbei? Upon hearing the name of the Fishman Pirate crew, Jean immediately thought of the Sea Knight Jinbei. The fishman clearly did not expect that these 2 were acquainted with Jinbei, and mockingly said, "Ha, I didn't expect you guys to know Jinbei, but unfortunately our boss is Arlong, not Jinbei." However, in the next moment, the fishman was kicked away by Jean, flying hundreds of meters and crashing heavily into a rock. The sudden attack by Jean was enough to terrify the villagers of Kexia. They had never expected that this person would be so fast and destructive, sending the fishman flying so far. Nami and Nokigo, hiding in the shadows, were also stunned. Nokigo hurriedly whispered, "Nami, run. Those 2 are here for you. If you don't hurry, you'll be in danger." "Wait, I don't know those 2 at all." Nami completely did not understand why they were targeting her, as she had no memory of offending them. The commotion also attracted the attention of Arlong and his crew in Fishman Paradise. Arlong, along with his subordinates, arrived at the entrance of Kexia village. Fishman Kurobi pointed at Kaido and Jean, arrogantly saying, "You 2 are really looking for trouble. How dare you come to the territory of our Evil Dragon Fishman Pirate crew to stir up chaos?" At this moment, Arlong's expression was extremely grim, having been slapped in the face right at his doorstep. He had to teach these 2 a profound lesson. At that moment, Octopus Little 8 recognized the 2 and was instantly filled with fear, saying, "Is this for real? We're doomed, Arlong. Let's quickly kneel and beg for mercy." "What? Little 8, have you lost your mind? Kneel and beg for mercy?" Arlong almost died from anger at Little 8's words. What was he saying? How could he, the great fishman Arlong, kneel and beg for mercy from a human? This was nonsense. The other fishmen looked at Little 8 with the same anger. They hadn't even begun to fight, yet he was already begging for mercy. Little 8 was simply a disgrace to their Evil Dragon Fishman Pirate crew. The villagers of Kexia, along with Nami and Nokigo, were all dumbfounded. How could they be having internal strife in the Fishman Pirate crew before a fight even started? Little 8, not caring about his companion's fury, quickly explained, "Arlong, the other party is the 4 emperors of the New World Beast Kaido. They are beings who rule the New World like emperors." "What? The 4 emperors of the New World Beast Kaido?" Arlong was taken aback, slowly turning to look seriously at the 2 before him. Without time to think further, Little 8 hastily pulled out a stack of bounties to hand to Arlong. Kaido, however, was not in a hurry, but instead watched the fishmen as if enjoying a show, while Jean stood steadily beside Mr. Kaido. Arlong kept flipping through the bounties. When he reached the bounty related to the 4 emperors, he was stunned upon seeing the bounty amounts of the 2 in front of him, dropping the bounty on the ground. Kurobi picked up the bounty and compared it, also widening his eyes in disbelief, saying, "How can this be?" 4 Emperor's Beast Kaido bounty of 461.11 billion berries, and the other one of the 3 major commanders Enzai Jin bounty of 139 billion berries. What kind of monsters are these? Arlong's bounty was only 20 million. As Kurobi exclaimed in horror, everyone present was left dumbfounded. They had never heard of such astronomical bounty numbers. Normally hearing about bounties exceeding 10 million berries was already terrifying, let alone bounties over a billion. Not to mention one was over 4.6 billion berries. What kind of concept was that? Just the number alone was enough to scare someone to death. Nami held her head in despair and exclaimed, "Oh my God, why am I being targeted by such a figure? Help!" At that moment Nami felt she was going insane. Being targeted by someone with a 20 million bounty was already enough to make her despair. Now being targeted by a monster with a bounty of 4.6 billion. Nami felt that death had become a luxury. Nokigo was equally worried as she hugged Nami. All the members of the Fishman pirate crew were trembling and retreating. It was too terrifying. Even Arlong was shaking uncontrollably, but the unwilling Arlong roared, "Boys, don't be scared by their bounties. As long as we take down these two, our evil dragon pirate crew will achieve great fame." Fools. Upon hearing this, Enzai Jin felt that these fishmen, especially the one named Arlong, were beyond describing with mere idiocy. The foolish actions of Arlong led to a clear outcome. Within less than a minute he was completely slaughtered by Jin, leaving only Octopus Xiaoba spared from death. Kaido patted the terrified Xiaoba on the shoulder and said, "You are quite remarkable. A wise person knows when to yield. Kneeling to beg for mercy is not a shameful act. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord Kaido." Octopus Xiaoba bowed 3 times in gratitude. After Xiaoba fled for his life. The villagers of Kashao village were in a panic. The masked man who had just slaughtered the fishmen was utterly terrifying. The once formidable fishmen appeared as insignificant as ants before him. To protect the villagers of Kashao village, Nami stepped forward and spoke loudly, "I know that you are looking for me. I am here now. Oh, I am willing to go with you. Please spare the villagers. They are innocent." Nami, Nojiko, Jin, and the villagers shouted her name in unison. Kaido frowned and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who kills without hesitation?" On the side, Enzai Jin wanted to speak up. "Mr. Kaido, you are exactly that kind of person, but he certainly wouldn't undermine Mr. Kaido." Kaido pointed at Jin and commanded, "You go prepare us some good food and wine. Tomorrow morning I will take Nami away. Tonight you all can reminisce." "Yes, Lord Kaido." Jin dared not refuse. To do so would mean risking the lives of everyone in Kashao village. That night Kaido and Jin sat together drinking and feasting. Meanwhile Nami was still on edge, knowing she would have to leave with 2 monsters the next morning. Uncertain of what dangers the future held, everything felt completely unknown. The sight of Arlong being slaughtered without even lasting a round was too terrifying. Nojiko patted Nami's back, comforting her. "Nami, you have sacrificed so much for us, while I, as your sister, have offered you no help at all." In that moment Nojiko felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as everything was being borne by Nami, while she merely reaped the benefits. "Huh? What nonsense are you saying? Nojiko, isn't this quite good? Those monsters won't set their sights on you. I envy you." However, Kashao village would finally be safe from now on. Nami forced a smile in response. Nojiko shook her head with a wry smile and said, "You are. Nami, this is what makes people worry." The villagers of Kashao village, however, could not fall asleep at all, consumed by fear. As long as those 2 monsters remained, there was no safety to be found. Jin inquired of Mr. Kaido, "Mr. Kaido, what is your purpose in taking that woman with you?" "To be honest, I see nothing special about her. Her sailing talent is unparalleled in the world," Kaido replied after taking a sip of wine. Jin was taken aback and said, "Sailing talent unparalleled in the world. To receive such high praise from you, Mr. Kaido, she must indeed possess extraordinary qualities." Jin never doubted Mr. Kaido's judgment, for he was a man Jin respected, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Time slowly moved to the next morning. That night, not a single villager from Kashao village got any sleep, with all of them wide awake until dawn. As a result, by morning, everyone bore dark circles under their eyes. The ship of the evil dragon fishman pirate crew was directly commandeered by Kaido, and of course their flag was taken down. Nami carried a large load of luggage, while Kaido was quite speechless, wondering why women had so much stuff. He had no idea what was packed in there. Nami stood at the bow of the ship waving goodbye to Jin, Nojiko, and the villagers, knowing that once she left it could be a long time before they met again. At that moment Nojiko also unexpectedly ran up with a bag of luggage towards the ship. Jin looked at the running Nojiko stunned and said, "Nojiko, even you? Well, it's good to get out for a bit." After Nojiko jumped onto the ship, Nami exclaimed in shock, "Nojiko, didn't you say you wouldn't go to sea last night?" "Because I changed my mind at the last minute." Nojiko replied playfully, then turned to Kaido and asked, "Lord Kaido, you won't be angry, right?" "It doesn't matter." Kaido waved his hand. His only goal was Nami. Having one more Nojiko did not significantly impact his plans. In fact, Nojiko's sudden change of heart was also driven by her desire to see the wonderful world outside. Hearing that Kaido was one of the 4 emperors of the New World reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line, like an emperor, she certainly wanted to witness it. It was also a chance to accompany Nami. Meanwhile, after leaving Kocoyasi village, Kaido utilized the flame cloud to enable the ship to fly at an altitude of 500 meters. This scene once again opened the eyes of Nami and Nojiko as their understanding expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, 2 military ships gradually approached the surface of the sea below. Nami recognized the people on the military ship and anxiously said, "This is bad. That person is Colonel Mouse. He must be going to Kocoyasi village to find Eren. Now that Eren is dead, the villagers might be in danger." Kaido, who was meditating with his eyes closed, said, "Jean, go take care of it." "Understood, mister." Kaido Jean replied respectfully before leaping to the edge of the ship. Nami and Nojiko looked on in shock. Jean drew his katana and advanced towards the military ship below. At that moment, Colonel Mouse and his men noticed Jean's figure. Colonel Mouse questioned what's going on. "Why is there someone coming down from above?" "Colonel, there's a ship floating even higher up." A nearby Navy soldier pointed towards the sky to alert him. Colonel Mouse was taken aback. What kind of day was it today? Why were there so many strange occurrences? As Jean descended to about 100 meters, he declared Fire Dragon Emperor. He first enveloped his katana in flames, then unleashed a dragon-shaped fire from the sword. The scorching flames surged towards the 2 military ships like molten lava. "No way." Colonel Mouse and the group of Navy soldiers were all stunned and bewildered. Boom, boom. After Jean's Fire Dragon Emperor swept over the 2 military ships, Colonel Mouse and his soldiers had vanished from the sea. The sea surface that had been swept by Jean's Fire Dragon Emperor continued to emit white smoke. Nojiko covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide in disbelief, as she said, "Incredible. The 2 military ships were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Yes, where have we ever witnessed such a grand spectacle before?" Nami also expressed her astonishment, having thought that after so many years of struggling in the East Sea, she had seen a lot. Yet it turned out she was just a frog at the bottom of the well. At this moment, Nami approached Kaido cautiously and asked, "Mr. Kaido, where are we heading now?" However, Kaido did not respond to Nami, making her feel even more worried and fearful. Indeed, Beast Kaido was quite difficult to deal with. Nojiko pulled Nami aside, signaling her not to disturb Kaido, as she guessed that Kaido must be contemplating something and was in a completely vacant state. In fact, Jean, who was nearby, was also puzzled. The previous Mr. Kaido was either drinking or on his way to drink. Now he hardly touched alcohol and had become much more cautious. At this moment, Kaido opened his eyes and spoke, "We need to find an island to rest. I want some peace for a few days." Although Jean was confused, he said nothing. The reason Kaido wanted to find an island to rest for a few days was that he could clearly feel the increasing activity of his eyes, as if he were about to break through and evolve into the Eternal Eye. Thus they searched for a nearby small island. Nami and Nojiko stayed on the ship, which had sufficient food. Kaido reached the center of the island, sitting in an open area, and instructed Jean to guard around the island. Kaido did not want to be disturbed during the evolution of his Eternal Eye. Time passed slowly day by day as Kaido continuously channeled vitality from within his body into his eyes. After a large amount of vitality surged in 5 days later, Kaido's kaleidoscope Sharingan finally transformed into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At the moment of evolving into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the cold aura surrounding Kaido suddenly intensified. The image of the double scythe appeared in Kaido's eyes as he murmured, "Is this the power of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" His ocular power had increased several times, making it easy to unleash the complete body Susanoo. Moreover, the purification ocular technique of my left eye is also refreshed due to the Eternal Eye, but the ability of the right eye cannot be refreshed. In that case, I need to carefully plan the usage of the left eye's ability again. Kaido quietly analyzed as he continued to sense the ocular power emanating from his Eternal Eye, saying, "In this world, one can continuously evolve the Sharingan using vitality. Moreover, based on the current situation, relying on the vitality of Kaido's body alone is insufficient to support the evolution to the Rinnegan. Even if I gradually recover my vitality to invest, I have no idea when that will be. It seems I need to think of another way. The vitality required to evolve from the Eternal Eye to the Rinnegan is thousands of times greater. However, in my memory, that future Admiral Green Bull has a nature fruit called the forest fruit, which can absorb the vitality of others. Although using the purification ocular technique on a mere Green Bull seems a bit wasteful, to obtain the Rinnegan requires a large amount of vitality, so Kaido concluded quietly, having made up his mind that as long as he acquired the power of the Rinnegan, he would truly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Additionally, Green Bull's strength is not bad either. purifying him would at least enhance Kaido's strength significantly. No choice. Since evolving the Eternal Eye into the Rinnegan requires an immense amount of vitality, I have no choice but to set my sights on that future Admiral Green Bull. Kaido slowly walked out from the center of the island wielding his spiked club. When Yen Jaijin saw Mr. Kaido, he sensed something different and said, "Mr. Kaido, have you become even stronger?" "Your perception is quite accurate," Yen Kaido replied. Yen Jaijin shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's mainly because just now you released an extremely cold aura, so I guess you must have grown stronger." Kaido turned his gaze away and said, "Let's go." When Kaido and Yen Jaijin returned to the ship, Nami and Nojiko finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been ordered to stay on the ship, and it was indeed quite frightening for them. The ship continued to fly under Kaido's control of the flame clouds. After obtaining the Eternal Eye, it was clear that using its power was no longer burdensome like it was with the kaleidoscope. Kaido took out the Den Den Mushi and dialed for Bao Huang. "Moshi Moshi, Lord Kaido, when will you be back?" came the inquiry from Bao Huang on the other end. Kaido directly spoke into the Den Den Mushi, saying, "Bao Huang, activate our intelligence network to locate a natural-type Moku Moku fruit user named Huang Mu in this sea. Inform me of the location once found and feel free to contact the forces of the underground world if necessary. You can discuss the terms." "Understood, Lord Kaido," Bao Huang responded respectfully from the other end. Although unsure why Lord Kaido was looking for someone named Huang Mu, he would follow orders. Yen Jaijin asked Mr. Kaido, "Who exactly is this Huang Mu you mentioned?" "A natural-type Moku Moku fruit user. His strength might surpass yours." Yen Jaijin was a bit shocked upon hearing this. Mr. Kaido actually said that this Moku Moku fruit user might be stronger than him. This piqued his curiosity, and he said, "Mr. Kaido, after we find him, please let me have a spar with him." "No problem, I also want to see who is stronger between you two." Kaido responded with interest. After all, in the original story, the injured Yen and Queen were easily defeated by Green Bull, so Kaido was interested to see how well an unscathed Yen could fight against Green Bull. At this moment, Kaido recalled that around this time in the original story, the guy Mihawk had arrived in the East Sea. Kaido wanted to witness the strength of the so-called world's greatest swordsman. Now, with the combination of the Eternal Eye and the power of Beast Kaido, he was confident he could defeat even Roger and Whitebeard at their peak. Kaido commanded Nami lead the way to the floating restaurant Baratai. The floating restaurant Baratai. "I know the way." Nami felt that she was finally playing a role. Since joining, she had often wondered if she was just a decorative vase. Yen Jaijin remarked, "Mr. Kaido, you weren't this relaxed before." In fact, Yen Jaijin wanted to say that Mr. Kaido's style had completely changed, but he swallowed these words. He didn't want to make things awkward. Kaido looked at his capable assistant Yen Jaijin and said, "Jaijin, get ready. There's a formidable opponent ahead, just the thing to sharpen your skills." A formidable opponent. To make you say that, it seems quite extraordinary. Yen Jaijin realized that if Mr. Kaido said so, the opponent must be very powerful. At the same time, Yen Jaijin felt a surge of excitement. After all, he hadn't fought at full strength for quite a while. Kaido also wanted Yen Jaijin to continuously experience intense battles, as only through such experiences could one quickly enhance their strength. Otherwise, as the second-in-command of the Beast Pirates for so many years, Yen Jaijin had experienced fewer and fewer intense battles. While he was indeed strong, he had not yet reached his true peak. He might not yet be at the level of an emperor, but he should at least make further progress. Yen Jaijin understood Mr. Kaido's intention was to have him sharpen his skills. At the floating restaurant Barity, 2,000 meters in the air, a ship, wrapped in flame clouds, floated above. From below, one could only see a mass of flame clouds, but not the ship. Nami asked in confusion, "Lord Kaido, have we arrived at the floating restaurant Baratai? Aren't we going down?" Kaido smiled and said, wait. The show hasn't started yet. Once the show starts, it won't be too late for us to go down." This feeling was akin to entering a new village at max level to crush everything. Meanwhile, inside the floating restaurant Barity, Monkey D. Luffy kept inviting Sanji, saying, "Sanji, just join us." "I've already said I won't join you." Sanji loudly rejected him. Zoro and Usopp, who had also joined the Straw Hat Pirates, laughed along. Their new captain being forced to stay behind and work was already embarrassing enough. Luffy, feeling frustrated, clenched his fists and said, "Sanji, I won't give up. I will make you join us." At that moment, a scrawny man entered through the restaurant's door. Sanji, seeing the man in need, gave him a bowl of fried rice. This man was none other than Jin. Soon after, the plot unfolded similarly to the original story, with Jin bringing in his captain Kuro. In the end, after being hungry for several days, Kuro, having finally eaten, turned hostile and declared he would seize the floating restaurant Baratai. The situation became tense, and Zeph had to step in to stabilize things. Just as Klee clashed with the Baratai restaurant and the Straw Hat crew on the sea, an invisible slash cut the only remaining ship of the Klee Pirates in half. A terrified pirate questioned why. We have already been annihilated, yet you pursue us all the way from the Grand Line to the East Blue. I was just bored in passing the time. Hawkeye Mihawk casually replied from his small coffin ship. As soon as Mihawk spoke, the pirates of the Klee crew felt utterly devastated. Was it really just passing the time that led to their complete destruction? What does that make them? Zoro, upon recognizing the figure, widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "That guy is Hawkeye Mihawk." Klee's face darkened. All 50 of his pirate ships had been destroyed by the opponent, leaving him extremely unwilling to accept this fate. Akin hurriedly reminded Captain Klee, "Don't be impulsive. We are no match for him." "What did you say?" Hearing Akin's words, Klee felt as though he had lost face. Redfoot Zepp sighed to think the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, would come to the East Blue. "Hawkeye Mihawk. I remember, he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, right?" Sanji responded uncertainly. Zoro leaped up onto the shattered deck looking at Hawkeye Mihawk and shouted, "Hawkeye, a Mihawk, let's have a duel of swordsmen." Pitiful weaklings, unable to see the gap between them and their opponent, blindly jumping in. Hawkeye Mihawk's figure flickered and appeared on the deck, facing off against Zoro. In the high sky, Nami and Nokigao were both perplexed. Nami inquired Lord Kaido, "What is happening down there? Why are you both staring down?" At 2,000 meters in the air, Nami and Nokigao could no longer see what was happening below. Kaido smiled and asked Jean, "How's your opponent?" "The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Though we haven't fought, he is indeed a strong opponent." This was the first time Jean had seen Hawkeye Mihawk. But judging from the aura emanating from Mihawk, Jean concluded that Hawkeye Mihawk was formidable. Kaido said, "Let's go. Let's meet that Hawkeye Mihawk. Perhaps in an extreme battle, Jean, your strength may see a breakthrough." "It seems my current strength is inadequate for you, Mr. Kaido." Jean responded with a rare light laugh. Thus the ship under Kaido's control of the flame clouds slowly descended. A ship approached from the sky, quickly spotted by none other than Hawkeye Mihawk. At this moment, Zoro had already been knocked to the ground by Mihawk. A large gash opened on his chest. Usopp hurriedly provided emergency bandaging for Zoro. The Straw Hat crew, Klee, Redfoot, Zepp, and others all looked up at the approaching ship in confusion. Klee wondered, "What is that? Why is the ship flying in the sky?" "I'm not sure, but there should be someone on it." Akin responded with uncertainty. Luffy's eyes sparkled. "So amazing. The ship can actually fly in the sky." When the ship landed on the sea, they could see the people on it clearly, especially Redfoot Zepp, who widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Those 2 people are." "Old man, who are those 2? Although Sanji was also captivated by the 2 beauties on the ship, he knew the 2 men the old man referred to were surely extraordinary, otherwise the old man wouldn't be so shocked. Redfoot Zepp shook his head and said, "I never expected that so many big names would come here in one day." Kaido and Hawkeye Mihawk's gazes locked onto each other. Hawkeye Mihawk slowly said, "The Emperor of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts, you actually came to the East Blue. If the Navy finds out, they'll probably be unable to sit still." "Who knows?" Kaido raised an eyebrow and provocatively said, "Hawkeye, show me your skills." Hawkeye Mihawk instantly understood that Kaido of the Beasts was here for him. Hawkeye Mihawk placed his supreme great sword Black Blade Yoru across his chest and said, "I've long wanted to experience the strength of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts." "Hawkeye, the one who will fight you is me, Mr. Kaido will not intervene." Jean stepped forward. Upon hearing Jean's voice, Hawkeye Mihawk shifted his gaze from Kaido to Jean and said, "You are Jean, the first of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, so that's how it is." At this moment, Klee, unable to hold back any longer, pointed at Kaido and Mihawk, roaring, "You people completely disregard me, Klee." Redfoot Zepp whispered, "That idiot, barely escaping with his life, jumps out to seek death again." In an instant, Jean's figure vanished and reappeared right in front of Klee, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Akin rushed up anxiously. "Damn it, let go of Captain Klee." Bang! Before Akin could get close, Jean kicked him away, slamming heavily onto the deck. Akin coughed up a large mouthful of blood, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Sanji exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible, just 1 blow left Akin, unable to rise." "Sanji, soon you'll witness what top-tier battles on the sea are like," Redfoot Zepp reminded from the side. Flame Emperor. A ball of flame erupted from Jin's hand, completely engulfing Klee. "Oh!" Klee screamed as he was turned to ashes by the flames. The scene where Klee was reduced to ashes by the flames of Jin shocked everyone present except for Kaido and Mihawk. Mihawk's gaze shifted between Jin and Kaido, contemplating whether he could handle both at once. Kaido found a spot to sit and watch the battle. Jin slowly drew his katana, pointing it at Mihawk, saying, "The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. I wonder how your strength compares to that of Mr. Kaido." "Come on," Mihawk replied, also aiming his supreme black blade at Jin. He originally thought that his journey to the East Blue would only involve meeting an interesting young man. He never expected to engage in such an exhilarating battle. In truth, Mihawk truly wanted to spar with one of the four emperors Kaido, but since Kaido did not intervene, sparring with this second-in-command was also quite good. The flames on Jin's back instantly flared up. Gripping his katana tightly, he vanished from sight, and the next moment everyone heard the sounds of two weapons clashing. At this moment, the injured Zoro widened his eyes, fixated on the battle between Mihawk and Jin. Johnny and Joseph, Zoro's two subordinates, supported Zoro's body from both sides. Johnny exclaimed in disbelief, "That person is amazing, able to fight Mihawk without losing any ground." Joseph beside him dared not speak, fearing it would be too much of a blow to Zoro. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and exclaimed, "Incredible, that green-haired guy couldn't even deal with Mihawk, yet that masked person is actually suppressing him. What a terrifying sight. You fool, your perspective needs improvement." As of now, Mihawk hasn't even begun to counterattack Redfoot. Zepp observed the battle more clearly and thus reminded Sanji that he wasn't watching the battle with enough understanding. After being reminded by the old man, Sanji watched the battle more seriously as the speed of the duel between Mihawk and Jin was incredibly fast. It was truly dazzling. The chefs and the subordinates of Click could only catch glimpses of the two's afterimages, unable to see how they struck. As the clashes between Mihawk and Jin became more frequent, the ripples in the surrounding seawater grew more pronounced. This was the recoil generated by the intense battle. Nami beside Kaido asked in shock, "Lord Kaido, do you think Jin can defeat Mihawk?" "No," Kaido replied bluntly. "Jin might be able to fight Mihawk, but fighting doesn't mean he can defeat Mihawk." Noki laughed, saying, "It's okay, we still have Lord Kaido here. There's no problem." The battle between Mihawk and Jin completely opened the eyes of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Akin, realizing that this was the true combat of the strong. Especially Zoro, who now understood that when Mihawk fought him earlier, he hadn't even used a fraction of his true strength. This deepened Zoro's resolve to surpass Mihawk in the future. At that moment, a symphonic sound echoed. Clang! Jin swung his katana down hard onto Mihawk's black blade, yet Mihawk remained unmoved, standing firm against Jin's attack. Jin questioned Mihawk, "Have you been on the defense since the beginning?" "What does that mean?" "It means nothing else. I just want to see if you have the qualification to face me." "Now it seems you qualify," Mihawk replied calmly. This instantly enraged Jin, who retorted, "You really underestimated me, Mihawk." Jin leaped into the air, channeling the fiery power from his back into his katana. Fire Dragon Emperor. A massive dragon formed of flames spiraled in the air. The terrifying aura left everyone watching dumbfounded. As Jin aimed the Fire Dragon Emperor at Mihawk, Mihawk also unleashed a blue flying slash. Boom. The moment the two attacks collided, the entire sea surface shook violently. The Baratai restaurant almost capsized, while only Luffy felt no danger, laughing and saying, "Amazing, I didn't know battles could be this intense. It's truly eye-opening." "Idiot Luffy, what do you mean by eye-opening? We are watching from so close. Our situation is also very dangerous." Usopp was nearly at his breaking point. To him, watching from such a close distance felt like death could come at any moment. Akin stood frozen, staring at the battle between Mihawk and Jin, saying, "Captain Click was utterly wronged in his defeat. The opponent's strength is far above ours." To this day, Akin still felt a sharp pain in his stomach after being knocked away by that masked person. As the collision of attacks exploded, seawater was drawn into the air, falling like rain. The tourists at the Baratai restaurant had long hidden in the cabin, trembling with fear. After watching his attack easily dismantled by Mihawk, Jin muttered, "This Fire Dragon Emperor is my second strongest technique aside from my ultimate move." It actually had no effect at all. Indeed, a person who can become the world's greatest swordsman is truly deserving of the title. After swinging his supreme black blade, Mihawk sent all the surrounding raindrops flying. Enraged Flame, King of the Beasts Pirates Triumvirate, landed back onto the deck, standing before Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Enraged Flame, the foremost among the Beasts Pirates Triumvirate. "I acknowledge your strength," Mihawk said calmly. Enraged Flame sensed, vaguely yet unmistakably, that Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, likely surpassed him in power, though still fell short of Kaido. For Kaido stood atop the world itself. "As for that question, I have nothing to disclose. Let us continue fighting. Meeting an opponent like you has stirred a long-forgotten thrill." At that moment, the flames across Enraged Flame's back faded, only for him to surge forward anew, faster than before. Monkey D. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. His speed, it just accelerated. Thud, thud. Enraged Flame launched relentless assaults from every direction, front, rear, left, and right. His blinding velocity enabling such multi-angle encirclement. Mihawk watched with growing admiration as Enraged Flame unleashed his full speed. Even the black blade Yoru flashed with astonishing swiftness, a sensation so rare, so long absent it had lain dormant for years. How long had it been since Mihawk last felt such fierce, exhilarating combat? Not since his legendary duel with Shanks the Red, decades ago now. In an instant, Mihawk's gaze sharpened, piercing incisive, and he surged forward, launching aggressive counterattacks without pause. The intensity of their clash escalated instantly. Kin trembled uncontrollably, powerful, unimaginably powerful. Is this what true supremacy on the Grand Line truly looks like? In that moment, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Kin all felt their horizons expand. Witnessing genuine mastery, they realized for the first time how shallow their own understanding had been. At their current level, stepping into the Grand Line and encountering foes like these, they would perish without ever comprehending how or why. Clang, clang. Their blades collided in rapid, unceasing succession. Yet constrained by the narrow deck, both warriors deliberately curbed the scope of their strikes. Even so restrained, each blow carried staggering destructive force. Enraged Flame's assault evolved beyond swordplay alone. Fists and kicks now fused seamlessly with searing flame. No wonder you're the Beast's pirate's second-in-command, Enraged Flame. Your prowess is truly extraordinary, Mihawk remarked mid-parry. And you're no slouch either, Mihawk. You've blocked every single strike I've thrown. Enraged Flame himself held Mihawk in high regard. To withstand his full onslaught without faltering was proof enough of Mihawk's peerless skill. After all, only a man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman could possess such transcendent mastery. Zoro stared transfixed. My swordsmanship still falls immeasurably short. Luffy adjusted his straw hat with a grin. I believe in you. You'll surpass them one day, maybe even become greater. Zoro, rarely smiling, returned a quiet, resolute grin. It's inevitable, because my goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Among all present, only Kaido perceived the battle in its entirety. His power eclipsed both Enraged Flame and Mihawk. Thus their movements, however swift, remained fully exposed to his awareness. With his eternal eye-activated, Kaido's observation haki had ascended to unprecedented heights. His perception, now razor-sharp, omnidirectional. Suddenly Mihawk seized a fleeting opening in Enraged Flame's offense. Yoru slashed forward, piercing straight through Enraged Flame's chest. Oh! Enraged Flame cried out in agony, stumbling backwards several paces before barely regaining his footing. Usopp frowned. Did Mihawk win? No, he's unharmed, Sanji countered, pointing toward Enraged Flame's torso. On the deck, Mihawk slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Enraged Flame. So that's how it is. Just as my blade was about to strike you, your back flared with fire once more. A veteran of countless battles, Mihawk swiftly deduced Enraged Flame's ability. When the flames receded, his speed surged, clear evidence of a deliberate trade-off between defense and velocity. Now, with fire erupting again, though its mechanism remained unclear, it seemed intrinsically linked to the fact that Mihawk's strike had failed to wound him. Enraged Flame straightened, meeting Mihawk's gaze. Your analytical acumen, Mihawk, is truly formidable. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The flaming man got slashed and didn't bleed. What incredible resilience. Idiot, the nature of his body must be fundamentally unique, Zoro retorted sharply, wincing through the pain in his chest. Mihawk glanced down at the splintered, battered deck beneath his feet. If we continue fighting here, this ship will collapse beneath us. Though I'd gladly carry on, circumstance forbids it. Then let us settle this with a single decisive exchange. Agreed. Enraged Flame accepted without hesitation. Even with restraint, the deck groaned under imminent fracture. This final clash was inevitable and welcome. Thus they prepared for one ultimate strike, to end the duel in a single irrevocable moment. The flames of Yen Zaijin lingered in midair, continuously emanating terrifying fire, as if volcanic projectiles were crashing into the sea. This was Yen Zaijin's intention, to unleash his strongest move. With a swing of his great sword, the surrounding horrific flames converged together, forming an enormous fire dragon. Royal Flame Dragon. The enhanced version of the fire dragon shot forth a larger fire dragon from the sword, significantly increasing its power, while Zaijin continuously infused it with more flames, further amplifying the Royal Flame Dragon's might. Like a scene of natural disaster, it terrified the spectators who had never witnessed such a massive display of power. This time, Yen Zaijin unleashed his strongest ultimate move without reservation. Kaido, witnessing this scene, recalled that Zaijin used this move in the original story, but unfortunately, he ultimately fell to Zoro, who mastered the Conqueror's haki. However, this did not mean that Zaijin's move was weak. In Kaido's eyes, Zaijin's attack was still exceptionally powerful. The terrifying, giant fire dragon spiraled through the sky. Sanji's pupils contracted as he said, "If such an attack lands, everyone present will perish under this strike." "Don't worry. We should be able to dodge this disaster," said the calm Redfoot Zepp, who remained composed. Usopp was trembling in fear. The pirates of the Clique Pirates had become completely numb. The enemy's strength far exceeded their imagination. The deceased Captain Clique was like a child facing a giant compared to them. Zoro gazed at the fire dragon erupting with terrifying heat waves in the sky and said, Luffy, we still have a long way to go to truly become strong. I know, but we will not give up, right? Zoro. Luffy's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since deciding to become the Pirate King, Luffy knew this path would be extremely challenging. Redfoot Zepp sighed and said the opponent is Yen Jaijin, the second in command of the Beast's pirates, and the captain on that ship is undoubtedly even more powerful. The four emperors known in the New World as the four closest to the throne of the Pirate King, you little ones, are under immense pressure. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all turned their gaze to Kaido, wondering if he was one of the four emperors closest to the throne of the Pirate King. Mihawk had been looking up at Yen Jaijin, his clothes flapping in the wind, unfazed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Yen Jaijin. Silently gripping his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Knight, he continually infused haki into it. Faced with Yen Jaijin's strongest blow, even Mihawk dared not be careless and had to concentrate. Especially with this long-awaited battle, Mihawk felt an unusual excitement throughout. When Yen Jaijin maximized his power, the largest royal flame dragon was accompanied by several fire dragons. At this moment, Yen Jaijin also noticed that the fierce haki emanating from Mihawk was indeed not inferior in intensity. Take this, Mihawk. Yen Jaijin commanded the royal flame dragon to charge at Mihawk. Be careful, the enemy's attack is about to fall. Redfoot Zepp hurriedly shouted a warning. With such a terrifying attack, the sea restaurant Barity's existence was uncertain unless the enemy's attack avoided this place. In an instant, Mihawk sprinted several steps, leaped into the air, and disappeared, arriving before the massive fire dragon, head gripping the supreme great sword knight tightly and unleashing a terrifying flying slash. When the attacks of the two clashed, the flames in the entire sky seemed to explode. Boom. The entire sky was engulfed by several fire dragons, and after colliding with Mihawk's flying slash, it erupted continuously. The dispersing flames formed fireballs that fell into the sea. Meanwhile, the ships below were inevitably within the range of the waves. Those below were all dumbfounded as they were about to be struck by these fireballs. However, in the next moment, an invisible wave of air swept through, knocking the fireballs that would have landed on the ship away, avoiding the risk of the ship being destroyed. It was Kaido who had just swung his kanabo, producing a wave that cleared the falling fireballs, which ultimately fell onto the sea. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, Redfoot, Zepp, and others all breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Kaido had intervened. Otherwise, they would have really been in dire straits. Kaido ignored them, and after clearing the fireballs, kept his gaze firmly locked on the battle between Jaijin and Mihawk. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Kaido's face. In the sky, after their exchanges, Yen Jaijin and Mihawk had already swapped positions. Without turning around, Yen Jaijin directly questioned Mihawk, "Why did you suddenly hold back just now? Do you look down on me?" "No, I just don't want to attract trouble. Besides, your strength is formidable," Yen Jaijin, Mihawk replied in a calm tone. Moreover, Mihawk truly did not wish to attract trouble, mainly worried about whether Kaido would intervene if he seriously injured Yen Jaijin. Mihawk's style is not to stir up trouble. He would avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible. Thus, he held back his strength during their earlier clash, otherwise the outcome would not have been a draw. And directly defeating Yen Jaijin, after all, while Yen Jaijin's strength was impressive, it was not enough to earn Mihawk's full attention. The one he truly valued was Kaido. Yen Jaijin sheathed his great sword, saying, "World's #1 swordsman Mihawk, I recognize your strength. It is indeed powerful." However, aside from Kaido, the spectators only saw that the final clash resulted in a stalemate. After all, their perspective had not yet reached a sufficient height, so they could not discern that Mihawk had held back his strength. Finally, Hawkeye Mihawk cast a glance at the beast Kaido without any verbal exchange and left on his coffin ship. After Hawkeye Mihawk departed, the people at the Baratai restaurant realized that the danger had not been averted. Two powerful monsters still remained. Yen Jaijin returned to Kaido's side and said with embarrassment, "Sorry, mister. Kaido, my strength is not on par with Hawkeye Mihawk." "Hahaha," Kaido laughed heartily. "It's alright. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman. You need not blame yourself. Focus on enhancing your haki strength, and you will be able to advance further." Although Jin's haki is strong, it has yet to reach the pinnacle level. Once he breaks through to the top tier of haki, advancing to the level of a Marine Admiral will be a guaranteed result. "Yes, mister." Kaido, Jin replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Nami and Nojiko exchanged puzzled glances. Nami quietly murmured, "Weren't they evenly matched just now?" Yeah, clearly during the fight, they were evenly matched. Nojiko felt the same way, thinking that their battle was a tie with no indication of who was stronger or weaker. Kaido did not provide an explanation, and Yen Jaijin chose to remain silent. This left Nami and Nojiko bewildered, yet they dared not provoke Kaido's anger. At this moment, the courageous Akin crawled and rolled his way in front of Kaido, kneeling on both knees and pleading, "Captain Kaido, I'm Akin. Please take me in. I may be weak now, but I will strive to enhance my strength and will never bring shame to you. Aiken's actions startled everyone present. How could he dare approach a monster? However, Aiken's bravery also earned them their respect. At least he had the guts to approach the Emperor of Beasts Kaido. Looking at Akin, kneeling in supplication, Kaido thought that if he mastered the dual-color haki, he would indeed be a decent combat force. Thus Kaido said, "All right, Akin, you will become a true member of my Beast Pirates." Akin was overwhelmed with tears upon hearing Captain Kaido's willingness to take him in. Jean, standing nearby, watched Akin. Although his current strength was lacking, he had a solid foundation, and with time, he could become a formidable force. Kaido slowly stood up, flames rising from beneath his feet. Straw Hat Luffy looked intently at Kaido and said, "You look so young, but that makes it more interesting." Straw Hat Luffy's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he shouted, "Kaido, I know you want to become the Pirate King. Let me tell you, the one who will become the Pirate King is me, Monkey D. Luffy." As soon as Straw Hat Luffy finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Usopp and Sanji hurriedly grabbed Straw Hat Luffy and covered his mouth. If Zoro weren't injured, he would have joined in to keep Luffy quiet. Usopp exclaimed in despair, "Luffy, don't drag us down to death with you." Sanji also yelled at Straw Hat Luffy, feeling as if he wanted to say, "Do you have any idea how powerful the enemy is? Why would you recklessly say such things?" Redleg Zeph sighed, feeling both admiration and concern for Straw Hat Luffy's bravery. Straw Hat Luffy remained unyielding, staring intently at Kaido. Yenzai Jin had already stepped forward, ready to draw his katana and teach this reckless kid a lesson. However, Kaido raised his hand to stop Jin, looking at Straw Hat Luffy with a smile and saying, "Hehehe, you have quite the courage. Don't you know that acting so carelessly without strength can easily cost you your life? Or are you already prepared to die?" "I'm not afraid, I Monkey D. Luffy will definitely become the Pirate King." Straw Hat Luffy shouted back defiantly. Yenzai Jin requested again, "Mr. Kaido, let me take that kid out." "No need for that." Kaido waved his hand dismissively and said, "You are Monkey D. Luffy, right? If you want to challenge me, you at least need to stand on the same level as me. Do you understand, kid?" "I will." Straw Hat Luffy replied resolutely. 2 minutes later, the ship Kaido was on had already taken off under the control of flames. At Barity, Redleg, Zeph, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost scared to death by Luffy's actions just now. Sanji for the first time relaxed and lit a cigarette, saying, "Finally, the other side has left." "Yes, I thought I was going to die just now," Usopp exclaimed in response. Redleg Zeph stepped forward and said, "Kids, especially you, Monkey D. Luffy being able to survive this is a miracle. Do you understand what it means to face the 4 emperors in the New World? Their subordinates are highly skilled and their influence is vast. Even the Navy headquarters must exercise caution when dealing with the 4 emperors. You need to understand the kind of enemies you are facing." It's said that those who wish to challenge the 4 emperors often never even meet them, as they are eliminated by their subordinates first. After Redleg Zeph's explanation, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp finally understood how terrifying the 4 emperors really were. On Kaido's side, Yenzai Jin asked curiously, "Mr. Kaido, why did you just?" "Jin, do you think a group of kids can shake my position?" Kaido replied with a smile. There was one thing Kaido did not say: he was no longer the old Kaido, who knows what his limits will be in the future. A visitor at the Bartai floating restaurant trembled and fled the place. At this moment, he had a phone bug hidden in his arms. Earlier, he had secretly taken several photographs, and as he left the Bartai restaurant, he smiled and said, "If I sell the photos I took today, I can make a fortune." More than an hour later, inside the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Marine headquarters, Sengoku felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he looked at the documents passed to him. The document detailed the appearance of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World in the East Sea, and it included battle images of Enel and Hawkeye Mihawk. A trembling Navy soldier stood beside the Admiral, handing him the document. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "You idiots, what are you doing? Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and his disaster Enel appeared in the East Sea, and you still rely on others to provide us with intelligence about it. Have you been living too comfortably to forget the heavy burden on our Navy?" Admiral Sengoku, am just delivering the documents, not responsible for this." The Navy soldier cautiously responded to the shouting. Sengoku, upon hearing this, became even angrier. "Look at this work attitude. Is everything outside of your main duties not on your mind?" Sengoku slammed the table again and shouted, "Now summon all vice admirals and above in the headquarters to my office for a meeting." "Sir Admiral Sengoku." The Navy soldier hurriedly replied and retreated as he dared not face Sengoku's wrath. Sengoku tapped his fingers on the table, puzzled. Why did Kaido and Enel go to the East Sea? And why did they engage in battle with Hawkeye Mihawk? Or is there some hidden secret in the East Sea? Sengoku had to consider all aspects, feeling worried because he did not know Kaido's intentions. A four-emperor bringing his most capable subordinate to the East Sea, and our navy received not a single piece of intelligence, relying on information sold by others. The dignified marine headquarters had become a group of fools. After a while, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akiji, and several other vice admirals arrived at Sengoku's meeting room. Admiral Akainu was stationed at the G1 division in the New World. Garp entered, chattering, "Sengoku, what's going on? Why did you call us all here in such a hurry? Did the four emperors start fighting in the New World?" Kizaru, Akiji, and the others were also curious. There had to be a significant reason for Sengoku to summon them all so urgently. Unless something major occurred, Sengoku wouldn't be this anxious, but they were still unclear about the situation. Sengoku looked at the group, realizing none of them knew the reason, which only fueled his anger. Had the Navy's intelligence system become this pathetic? Enough with the small talk, Sengoku said, handing the documents to everyone to read themselves, saving him the trouble of explaining. Kizaru was the first to express shock. "This is terrifying. Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, has appeared in the East Sea, and Enel is battling Hawkeye Mihawk, seemingly evenly matched. Is this true? This is too strange. According to our data, Enel does not have the strength to contend with Hawkeye." Akiji also responded, puzzled. "These few photos raise too many questions. They depict the final moves exchanged between Enel and Hawkeye Mihawk. Thus, even as admirals, they could not definitively determine the actual outcome based solely on a few photos. Primarily, the person selling the information was incompetent, and since Enel and Hawkeye Mihawk indeed reached a stalemate, the misleading nature was strong." The cold voice of the ghost spider sounded, "Regardless, we cannot let Kaido of the Beasts roam in the four seas or the first half of the Grand Line. If something happens, we will be caught off guard. I'm just wondering, what could Kaido want in the East Sea? And what is the hidden truth behind the battle between Enel and Hawkeye?" Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at everyone and spoke. "Of course, there is another possibility, which is that Kaido and Enel specifically went to find Hawkeye. Otherwise, why would they engage in battle? Although this possibility is low, it is not entirely out of the question." Vice Admiral Tsuru presented her analysis, and some agreed, while others had different opinions. At this moment, Sengoku reminded, "Also, our Navy's intelligence system needs improvement. The four emperors have reached the East Sea, and we haven't received any information, relying instead on intel sold by others." "Huh." Garp laughed heartily, teasing, "Did you hear that, kids? Sengoku says you are all too lazy." Instantly, the faces of everyone present turned dark, including Sengoku. This rascal Garp just loves to speak without considering the situation. Sengoku, tired of wasting words, jumped straight to the point. "Now that we know Kaido has appeared in the East Sea, regardless of where he goes next, we cannot sit idly by. He'll take action." Akiji volunteered. "Such matters require an admiral's intervention. Vice admirals are insufficient to handle tasks involving the four emperors." Sengoku nodded. "All right. Also be careful. After all, the opponent is Kaido of the Beasts, and Enel's strength should not be underestimated. Avoid combat whenever possible. Safety comes first, and report any situation immediately. Additionally, regarding the bounty on Enel, it is set at 1.7 billion berries." Half a day later, the emerging supernovas, still navigating the four seas, or the first half of the Grand Line, gathered aboard their ships. On one pirate vessel, Drake scanned the latest newspaper and remarked, "The Beasts pirates. Who would have thought Kaido of the Beasts and King Ienin, the strongest of the three disasters, would act together? The Marines certainly won't stand idly by." Elsewhere, Capone Beach puffed on his cigar and said, "A clash between the four emperors and the seven warlords of the sea. Let's just enter the New World first." On another stretch of sea, Hawkins laid out his tarot cards, murmuring, "For some reason, fate refuses to reveal itself." Apu and his crew stood on a small island when he too glanced at the latest newspaper and asked, "Strange. Why does Kaido of the Beasts look so youthful?" Deep beneath the waves, a submarine glided silently forward. Beppo handed the latest newspaper to Law. After reading it, Trafalgar Law murmured, "Dracula Mihawk. Another warlord of the sea, like Don Quixote da Flamingo. TCH, what a nuisance." Meanwhile, the Kid pirates were just preparing to enter the Grand Line. Eustace, Kid, and Killer sat side by side as Kid asked, "Killer, what do you make of this?" "Neither the seven warlords nor the four emperors are within our reach. Not yet. Especially not the four emperors," Killer replied frankly. Kid did not grow angry. He knew full well their current strength remained too feeble to challenge such legendary figures. Kid hurled the newspaper onto the deck and snarled, "The seven warlords are nothing but the world government's lapdogs. Our true target is the four emperors." "Yes," Killer affirmed, their shared ambition long held and unwavering. News of this incident continued to spread across the world. Though the Marines wished to contain it, the intelligence had been sold to them, and the same seller might well have supplied others. Thus the story erupted globally, a stark indictment of the Marines' ineptitude. Kaido himself had entered the East Blue, yet they took no action, blind as statues. Alabasta. Nico Robin, standing beside Warlord Crocodile, asked, "Boss, Kaido of the Beasts has appeared in the East Blue. Should we take precautions?" Crocodile exhaled smoke from his cigar, eyes closed, and mused. Kaido, the Beast's pirate famed as the Whitebeard's equal. He dares set foot in the East Blue. The Marines truly are fools. Ignore it, and tell my subordinates to keep their eyes wide open. I'd rather avoid Kaido entirely. Understood, boss, Robin replied softly before withdrawing silently from Crocodile's chamber. Walking alone, she felt an unsettling premonition that Kaido of the Beasts might already have her in his sights. Amazon Lily. After reading the latest paper, Grandma Nyan set it down on the table and gazed up at the sky from her lounge chair. This affair will hardly touch Hancock. It's the Marines who should be losing sleep. In the royal palace of Dressrosa, New World Treble grinned and said, Doflamingo, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, has clashed with King Enies. How delightfully absurd, isn't it? It's not that simple. Kaido doesn't act without purpose. Why would he venture into the East Blue with Enies? There must be something deeper at play. As Kaido's longtime ally Doflamingo understood his temperament well, and now Kaido had entered the East Blue alongside Enies, while Enies himself had dueled Mihawk to a standstill. Yet the newspapers offered no explanation. Much remained speculation that could never substitute for truth. Treble frowned and asked, then Doflamingo, might the Marines deploy forces to capture Kaido? His presence in the East Blue could be their rarest opportunity. Fool, that is Kaido, the Beast's pirate, and King Enies. Both can fly. The Marines couldn't catch them if they tried. Doflamingo dismissed Treble's suggestion outright. If the Marines possessed the power to seize Kaido, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? At present, Doflamingo was merely intrigued. What possible motive could drive Kaido accompanied by Enies into the East Blue? Whatever secret lay behind it was surely profound. Doflamingo was no fool. He knew this was no trivial matter. He instructed, Treble, during our next trade with the Beast's pirates, probe discreetly. Do not press too far. Misinterpretation would prove disastrous. Understood, Doflamingo, Treble replied, fully aware of the gravity involved and utterly cautious in his tone. Doflamingo lifted his wineglass and murmured, for now steady progress remains our priority. In truth, Doflamingo had no desire to provoke Kaido, whose strength surpassed his own. Now reports claimed Enies had matched Mihawk blow for blow, meaning Doflamingo himself would stand no chance against him. The first half of the Grand Line, the terrifying three-sail ship, the territory of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. At this moment, Gecko Moria roared with bloodshot eyes. Kaido, that bastard Kaido, actually dared to run to the East Sea instead of staying in the New World. Absalom beside him said, Master Moria, do you really want to seek revenge on Kaido now? Gecko Moria was taken aback. He was uncertain whether he could succeed in avenging himself against Kaido. Gecko Moria recalled that Kaido had brought the fire calamity while his three subordinates, Absalom, the mad Dr. Hogback, and Perona, were not true combatants. Only Absalom had a bit of strength, but it was hardly sufficient. Thus at this moment Gecko Moria hesitated. If he went after Kaido, it would be a fight for life and death. Forget it, Gecko Moria thought. His strength wasn't gathered yet, and once his army of zombies was formed, he would launch an attack on Kaido. He would definitely be able to eliminate Kaido completely. Gecko Moria said, let Kaido go for now. We have more important things to do, such as creating enough zombie troops. Yes, Master Moria, Absalom respectfully replied. Perona floated in from outside and said, Master Moria, I want to go out and have some fun. Gecko Moria waved his hand, signaling Perona to leave quickly, saying, Go. Don't bother me. Okay, Master Moria. Perona flew out happily. In the New World at Cake Island, the territory of the Big MOM pirate crew, Big Mom Charlotte Lean was eating cake while listening to Perispero read the latest newspaper content. After finishing, Big Mom was taken aback and said, What? Kaido ran to the East Sea. What is Kaido doing in the East Sea, the weakest sea area? What could possibly interest him there? Big Mom was extremely puzzled. Kaido wouldn't just run to the East Sea for no reason. There must be some cause, as she wouldn't believe otherwise even if she were beaten. Kaido was a person who would never act without gain. Big Mom knew that well. Perispero curiously asked, Mom, what should we do about Kaido? Haha, Big Mom laughed heartily. It's fine, just ask Kaido directly when we meet. It's rare for him to be so active now. Then Big Mom finished a piece of cake and said, also pay more attention to the movements of the sea lately. I feel that something is about to happen. Yes, Mom, Perispero replied respectfully. On a small island, the red-haired pirate crew. Lucky Roo, while eating grilled meat, worriedly asked, Captain, if Kaido goes to the East Sea, will he hurt Luffy? After all, it seems like Luffy's figure can be seen in the newspaper. Even my son's figure is there. Yasop replied, shouldering his sniper rifle. Red-haired Shank sat on a log gazing at the sky and asked Beckman beside him, what do you think about this? First of all, Kaido shouldn't harm Luffy and the others who have just set sail, Beckman said while smoking. If Kaido really want to fight Luffy, then he doesn't deserve the title of Yonko. Red-haired Shanks laughed heartily, saying, if Kaido really did that, we would have to settle the score with him. Besides, we need to find out Kaido's purpose for going to the East Sea. After all the things Kaido has been doing are hardly good. Exactly, Captain. The crew members responded in agreement. At that moment, a pirate ran over in a panic, pointing behind him and reporting, Captain, it's not good that Mihawk is here. The cadres of the red-haired pirate crew looked up in unison. The pirate suddenly felt a figure appear behind him, and when he turned around and saw Mihawk, he was so frightened that he crawled and rolled to hide behind red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks laughed, saying, there's no need to be afraid, Mihawk is not here to fight. Come on. Mihawk sat down beside red-haired Shanks and said, you guys are really laid back coming here to vacation on a small island. Red-haired Shanks laughed heartily and poured a drink for Mihawk. Mihawk was not polite and drank it down in large gulps. At the same time, Mihawk knew what red-haired Shanks and the others wanted to know, so he didn't hold back and directly shared everything he knew. The cadres of the red-haired pirate crew breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as Luffy was okay, that was fine. They couldn't allow Luffy to meet his end just after setting sail. At this moment, Beckman became serious and asked, Mihawk, is the strength of the fire calamity really comparable to yours? This question piqued the curiosity of everyone in the red-haired pirate crew, including red-haired Shanks. If the fire calamity really had strength comparable to Mihawk's, then they would have to pay more attention to the beast pirates. Mihawk replied, the strength of the fire calamity is not as strong as mine. On the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, all the captains of the divisions gathered together. Whitebeard took big gulps of alcohol, and after finishing he let out a sigh, saying, that little brat Kaido has gone to the East Sea, so you don't need to worry too much. Old man, we are worried about Ace's safety. He is now in the first half of the Grand Line, Marco responded with concern. Diamond Joza chimed in, yes. Old man Ace is now chasing after Teach, and we don't know how things are going. With the appearance of Kaido in the East Sea, I'm afraid Ace might catch his attention, and that would be troublesome. Whitebeard laughed heartily and said, if that Kaido dares to lay a hand on my son, I wouldn't mind sending him to the bottom of the sea. Although Whitebeard laughed heartily, deep down, he was also very worried about Ace's safety, as they had completely lost contact with him. Aizu said, the beast pirates led by Kaido and the calamity of Enies have gone to the East Sea. The beast pirates should be at their weakest stage now. If Kaido really lays a hand on Ace, we can also strike against the beast pirates. We should quickly contact Ace now, suggested Bista, as they were most concerned about Ace's safety. At that moment, Marco looked at the bounty notice of Enies, which was 7 billion berries. Originally their bounty was about the same, but now it had completely surpassed his. Marco did not feel that his strength was inferior to Enies. If they truly fought, the outcome was still uncertain. Everyone was the second-in-command of their respective pirate crews, and Marco certainly would not accept defeat. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, although everyone still wore cheerful expressions, their concern for Ace had not diminished at all. In fact, it had only increased. In Wano country, within the beast pirates, Queen was furiously shouting, what the hell? That guy Enies goes out for a bit, and his bounty goes up. I refuse to accept this. Originally, he and Enies were starting from a bounty of 3 billion, and Enies only had an additional 70 million in bounty. Now the gap has suddenly widened to 380 million, which is the reason for Queen's dissatisfaction. Jack from the side advised, brother Queen, Enies' bounty increase should be a cause for celebration. Celebrate my ass. If there's cause for celebration, my bounty should also increase alongside it. Queen, who was once satisfied with his bounty of 32 billion, was now dissatisfied. Jack the Drought was also very helpless and didn't know how to advise, so he simply chose to remain silent. The wooden box said, the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk doesn't seem that powerful. His strength is on par with Enies, who I thought being called the world's #1 swordsman meant something. Fuss's finger tapped rhythmically, and he said in confusion, something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Generally, those with the title of the strongest shouldn't be so weak. As a former member of CP9 from the world government, he had a certain insight into this matter. If someone is given the title of the strongest, they shouldn't be on par with Enies. At that moment, Black Maria, who was smoking, glanced at everyone and said coldly, you idiots can't distinguish the priorities. What you should be discussing is how Governor Kaido's arrival in the East Sea will impact this world. As Kaido's woman, her perspective on all issues must be centered around Kaido's interests, unlike these people who failed to highlight the crucial points. Queen wanted to roar back, but when the words reached his lips, he chose to hold back. After all, offending Black Maria would bring him no benefits, and it was better to avoid the topic. To avoid getting entangled in this topic for too long. As a woman, Runty looked at the poster and said, Have you all noticed that there are 2 more women beside Governor Kaido? Once Runty said this, Black Maria immediately became restless and picked up the newspaper to read it carefully. She realized that it was indeed true. 2 people stood behind Lord Kaido, which means that during this trip Lord Kaido found 2 women. Black Maria opened her mouth and finally sighed helplessly. Oh, wasn't it normal for Lord Kaido to find women? Black Maria reminded herself not to feel jealous over such matters. After all, not long ago, she had willingly given Lord Kaido the captured Kozuki Oden, and Black Maria was merely afraid that Lord Kaido would not favor her anymore. In the next moment, Black Maria instantly adjusted her demeanor and mockingly said, "At least it's better than some women who can't even earn Lord Kaido's favor." What? Black Maria, are you looking for death? Runty immediately sensed that Black Maria was mocking her. Just as Runty was about to lose her temper, her brother Pejuan quickly pulled her back, saying, "Sister, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive." Runty snorted and couldn't be bothered to argue with Black Maria, as she also secretly wondered if she really had no charm at all. If it were the past when Kaido was all bulk, Runty wouldn't have looked at him at all, but now that Kaido had changed, he had become someone Runty could find attractive. Runty shook her head thinking about all these jumbled thoughts. Jack the Drought loudly declared, "Governor Kaido is the most dazzling presence wherever he goes, while those who have become the world government's lackeys, the 7 warlords of the sea, are simply not worth mentioning." Everyone agreed with Jack's statement. Above the kingdom of Alabasta, a ship surrounded by flames appeared. Nami hurriedly opened the nautical chart, constantly searching for their location. When she found it, she said, "This is the kingdom of Alabasta. Are we here to find the Wong family for a robbery?" "No, we are looking for Crocodile to retrieve someone," Kaido replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. Ajin incredulously said, "That Crocodile seems to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "The 7 warlords of the sea? Just like the Hawkeye Mihawk we encountered earlier?" Nojiko responded with confusion. The person who appeared at the Bartai restaurant and fought against Enies was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and now they were going to find another one. Curiously, Nojiko inquired, "Lord Kaido, are you planning to fight all the 7 warlords of the sea? Don't make wild guesses or assumptions, understand?" Kaido said coldly. With Kaido's stern reminder, both Nami and Nojiko quickly chose to remain silent. The ship descended into the Rain Base under the control of the flames. Rain Base is a city built on an oasis in the desert of the northwest part of Alabasta, located north of Yuba, and is known as the City of Dreams. Rain Base is a city filled with casinos and is the headquarters of the Baroque Works. Crocodile once opened a casino called Rain Feast here. Kaido ordered, "You 3 stay on the ship." "Yes, Lord Kaido," Ajin, Nami, and Nojiko respectfully replied. Kaido and Jean arrived at the casino Rain Feast. As they reached the location, news of their arrival spread to the ears of Baroque Works. Hearing the report, Nico Robin widened her eyes in disbelief and whispered, "Could it really be that they are coming for me? But that shouldn't be possible. Or is Beast Kaido looking for Crocodile? It doesn't seem impossible considering he fought with Hawkeye Mihawk before. Forget it, report to Crocodile and let him decide what to do." Robin knew she could only report to Crocodile for handling. This matter had long exceeded her ability to handle, especially since the opponent was the Yonko Beast Kaido. Soon after, in a room, Crocodile almost dropped his cigar and questioned, "You mean Beast Kaido and Enies really came to Rain Base? Damn it, could it really be that they are coming for me?" Yeah. To be honest, Crocodile didn't want to get into a conflict with Beast Kaido, being known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. He didn't think he could win against him. Let alone facing Enies as well. 1 against 2 would undoubtedly lead to his demise. As for the Baroque Works members, they were not worth considering, lacking any real power. Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and said, "Since they have come looking for me, I might as well meet with the guy who shares the same renown as Whitebeard to see if he lives up to it." Nico Robin didn't say anything, but started thinking about an escape route. After all, in her view, Crocodile was simply not a match for the Yonko Beast Kaido. Thus, Crocodile swaggered out, intending to personally meet the fearsome Beast Kaido. Robin, fearing her identity might be discovered, chose to hide. Her identity was too sensitive, and there were agreements in place for her to be near Crocodile. Otherwise, Robin could imagine a very tragic fate awaiting her. On the ship, Nami, Nojiko, and Ajin all widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of Lord Kaido transforming into a blue dragon. Nami covered her mouth with her hands and said, "Lord Kaido, is that really a dragon? It's such a gigantic blue dragon." "Indeed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Lord Kaido's sense of oppression is so overwhelming." Nojiko stared unblinking at the transformed Lord Kaido and responded. Ajin trembled with excitement and said, "Is this the Emperor of the Sea, the Yonko? So powerful, incredibly powerful. With such strength, there is nothing he can't accomplish." In Ajin's eyes, with such terrifying power, nothing was beyond Lord Kaido's capabilities. Transformed into a blue dragon, Kaido soared into the sky. Everyone below was stunned by the sight before them. Why is there a blue dragon? Help! Monster! The people began to flee in panic. Crocodile and Nico Robin also saw the blue dragon swirling above Rain Base. Confused, Nico Robin asked, "What is that blue dragon about? That guy should be Beast Kaido." Crocodile's expression darkened significantly. Was Beast Kaido trying to intimidate him? The blue dragon opened its mouth and a violent heat began to gather within. As the heat intensified, the energy in the dragon's mouth became increasingly terrifying. Heat breath. As Kaido in his dragon form unleashed the heat breath, the attack reached a distance of several kilometers with tremendous power. It could instantly evaporate a mountain and pierce through the entire Devil Island. Now as Kaido continued to unleash the heat breath, the Rain Base of Alabasta was thoroughly pierced by his attack. The terrifying destructive energy continued. This scene left everyone who witnessed it stunned as those caught in the blast turned to ashes. Nico Robin barely escaped unscathed. If it weren't for the natural sand fruits ability, Crocodile would also have risked injury. As Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching breath, the entire rain-soaked ground was pierced through. This terrifying scene not only left the onlookers dumbfounded, but also instilled a profound sense of fear within them. Nico Robin widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Such terrifying destructive power. Is this the 4 Emperor Kaido of the beasts? No, I cannot remain by Crocodile's side any longer. I must leave immediately." Thus, gathering her courage, Nico Robin began to secretly prepare for her escape. After all, if she were to attract the attention of Kaido, it would truly be the end. Crocodile's scattered form began to coalesce into a single entity, again his expression dark and sullen as he spoke. "Kaido, are you planning to declare war on me?" Crocodile, being a man of temperament, could not simply endure being attacked without retaliating. If he did not strike back, now how would he continue to survive in these waters? Kaido slowly withdrew from his dragon form and chuckled, saying, "What's this? Crocodile, are you suggesting that you intend to fight me?" Upon hearing Kaido's words, Crocodile felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Facing a single Kaido was daunting enough, but there was also the threat of Enti nearby. Crocodile felt immense pressure. However, he had not completely lost his composure, thus he said, "This may be a misunderstanding. So Kaido, what is your purpose in coming here?" Choosing not to engage in a conflict with Kaido, Crocodile decided to take a step back and see what Kaido truly intended. Kaido smiled and said, "Crocodile, I know your motive for establishing roots in the Alabasta Kingdom is to seek the ancient weapon Pluton. However, I regret to inform you that Pluton is not here, and I also intend to take Nico Robin with me." "What? You know that and you want to take Nico Robin?" Crocodile's expression darkened completely as it felt like Kaido had stripped him of his very foundation. Now with the intention of taking Nico Robin, the only woman capable of reading the poneglyphs, the situation had escalated to a point where Crocodile could no longer tolerate it. Kaido remarked, "Enti, I'll leave this crocodile to you to handle. After all, he is not worthy to engage in combat with me. Besides, the woman I want is about to escape, so I must bring her back." "Understood, Mr. Kaido," Enti replied respectfully. Kaido's observation haki had reached a new level due to the Eternal Eye. With the ability to release observation haki over a wide area, Kaido noticed Nico Robin attempting to flee. Crocodile, feeling belittled, became extremely enraged and charged at Kaido, but was intercepted midway by Enti. Crocodile looked at Enti, who was blocking his path, and said, "So it's you, the renowned right-hand man of Kaido, Enti. Crocodile, be smart and cooperate with Mr. Kaido. Otherwise your so-called title as a warlord of the sea may come to an end," Enti warned coldly. Crocodile gathered a storm of sand in his palm and hurled it at Enti. Facing the sudden attack of the sandstorm, Enti transformed into his dragon form and swiftly dodged Crocodile's assault. Meanwhile, Nico Robin was desperately fleeing, knowing that only by escaping the Alabasta Kingdom would she have a chance at safety. However, the next moment Nico Robin found herself face to face with none other than Kaido. Frightened, Nico Robin stepped back several times before falling to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she trembled and asked, "Lord Kaido, what do you want from me?" "What do I want? Coming to Alabasta, of course it is for you, Nico Robin. The survivor of O'Hara who can read the poneglyphs. What do you think I want with you?" Kaido crossed his arms and questioned with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin's face turned pale. It was indeed as she feared. Kaido was coming for her, and now it was truly the end. There was no escape. Nico Robin suddenly felt that her fate was a tragedy, always on the run or already in flight. Kaido said, "Nico Robin, I know what you're worried about and what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I won't exploit you, nor will I force you to do anything against your will. Besides, even if you want to escape, you cannot. You should understand that facing me, this is a fact you cannot deny." "It seems that way." Nico Robin, as if resigned to her fate, responded in a tone of surrender. Because Kaido was not wrong. Even if she thought of escaping, there would be no outcome. It was better to choose to comply with Kaido for now. As for what Kaido said, Nico Robin would not blindly trust him. After all, over the years, the number of deceptions Nico Robin had experienced was countless, so she would not easily choose to trust someone now. Kaido slung his kanabo over his shoulder and began to walk back with Nico Robin following behind him. Walking behind Kaido, Nico Robin's mind was still filled with the terrifying image of Kaido in his dragon form unleashing his scorching breath, as it was far too horrifying. Nico Robin had only seen such terrifying large-scale destructive power in the Marines. Now witnessing it again from the Four Emperor Kaido, it was clear why he was one of the pinnacle figures in the pirate world. She hoped that what Kaido had just said was true. Meanwhile, the rain base grew increasingly chaotic. Not only were members of the Baroque works arriving one after another, but soldiers of the kingdom flooded in as well. At that moment, an overwhelming conqueror's haki swept across the entire rain base. Everyone except those deliberately spared by Kaido collapsed unconscious. Even Crocodile, struck by Kaido's conqueror's haki, staggered momentarily, long enough for King Yen the Flame Disaster to launch a devastating blow that sent him flying. Already at a disadvantage, Crocodile now found himself even more overwhelmed. Yen pursued him relentlessly and mocked Crocodile. Have you grown too long without battle? Not only has your haki weakened, but your movements have grown sluggish. Having engaged Crocodile in combat thus far, Yen had already seen through his feints and true capabilities. Indeed, Crocodile had simply forgotten the very essence of battle. Among the royal soldiers' ranks, only two remained conscious: King Cobra and Princess Vivi. Had Kaido not deliberately excluded them when unleashing his conqueror's haki, Cobra and Vivi would have fallen unconscious like the rest. Now, gazing upon the sea of fallen figures surrounding them, Cobra and Vivi could not suppress their growing dread. At that instant, two figures approached from ahead, the imposing Kaido leading with Nico Robin following closely behind. Robin watched puzzled. What precisely was Kaido intending? Only when Kaido halted before the terrified Cobra and Vivi did Robin finally grasp the situation and recognize the faces before her, the king and princess of the kingdom. What purpose could Kaido possibly have in seeking them? Upon seeing Kaido's visage, Cobra and Vivi paled instantly. Trembling, Vivi whispered, "Father, this is Kaido of the beasts." "I know," replied Cobra. Summoning courage he did not know he possessed, he rose and stepped forward to face Kaido directly. "Mr. Kaido, may I ask what brings you to us?" Driven solely by concern for his daughter's safety, Cobra forced himself to stand resolute. Even if it cost him his life, he deemed it a price worth paying for Vivi's survival. Kaido spoke bluntly, "Cobra, take us to your royal tomb. My companion here must read the poneglyph." The poneglyph. Cobra had never imagined Kaido's objective would be the poneglyph. Behind him, Robin stared incredulously at Kaido's back. Though his actions appeared to be undertaken on her behalf, she could not dismiss her doubts. Could Kaido, like Crocodile, also seek the ancient weapon Pluton? She had no choice but to consider the gravest possibilities. Years of hardship had taught her caution above all else. Cobra studied Kaido's impassive expression, calm, unruffled. Yet he knew full well he dared not gamble. This man was no ordinary foe. Half an hour later, father and daughter led Kaido and Robin into the royal tomb. Robin's fingers traced the surface of the poneglyph, a relic once nearly impossible to access, yet now effortlessly within reach simply by standing beside Kaido of the beasts. Frankly, it surpassed all her expectations. As if reading her thoughts, Kaido remarked, "This is merely one poneglyph. In time I shall show you many more." "Thank you, Lord Kaido," Robin replied promptly, grateful and fully aware of the honor bestowed. Cobra and Vivi stood in silent stillness, too awestruck and too fearful to utter a word, paralyzed by the sheer suffocating aura radiating from the fearsome pirate before them. Robin began studying the inscriptions on the poneglyph with unwavering focus. After more than 10 minutes, having absorbed every glyph, she turned to Kaido and asked, "Lord Kaido, do you feel no curiosity about what this poneglyph reveals?" "I have no need," Kaido replied confidently, eyes still closed. "My strength stands atop the world." Robin, Cobra, and Vivi exchanged glances. Only then, fully recalling who stood before them, a legendary pirate, one of the four emperors of the New World, a sovereign of power unmatched. Robin now understood Kaido's words held truth. He required no ancient weapons like Pluton, unlike Crocodile, whose ambitions were bound to relics of the past. Amid her fear, Vivi recalled the devastation Alabasta had endured, and steeling herself, addressed Kaido, "Lord Kaido, might I beg a single favor?" Cobra instinctively grabbed Vivi's arm, terrified she might provoke the fearsome emperor and doom their kingdom forever. Vivi gently reassured him, "Father, I will not act recklessly. This may be Alabasta's only chance at salvation." Kaido slowly opened his eyes and said, "You wish me to eliminate Crocodile, for indeed the threat he poses to your kingdom is now undeniable." "Thank you, Lord Kaido." Vivi bowed deeply in gratitude. Then Kaido's terrifying aura surged forth as he declared, "Did I ever say I would deal with Crocodile for you? Remember, I am a pirate, not some benevolent fool. Make that clear in your mind." Vivi suddenly realized the truth. Kaido was far more dangerous than Crocodile, and she had been utterly misled by his earlier restraint. A faint sardonic smile curled at Kaido's lips. "You expect me to act without leverage. Is that truly realistic, Princess Vivi?" Vivi steeled her resolve anew and pleaded, "Lord Kaido, if there is anything I can do, anything at all, I beg you." Cobra felt despair surge within him, his beloved daughter sacrificing everything for Alabasta. Rain fell steadily upon the sodden earth. Crocodile lay motionless on the ground, utterly defeated by the flame disaster. Jinbe, his body paralyzed, his gaze vacant as it drifted upward into the overcast sky. Jinbe stood beside him, arms crossed, his voice calm and detached. "Crocodile, you have lost." "Yes, I have lost." Though reluctant to admit it, Crocodile could not deny the truth. He had been vanquished by Jinbe. Yet deep within he offered himself a quiet consolation, that his conqueror was none other than the second-in-command of the Beast's pirates, a fact that at least spared him total humiliation. At that moment Kaido approached with Nico, Robin, Vivi, and Mihawk. Jinbe bowed respectfully and addressed him, "Master Kaido." Kaido glanced down at Crocodile sprawled upon the rain-soaked ground and remarked, "Crocodile, a true warrior must never let his conviction waver. Once that belief shatters, he becomes no better than a worthless shell." "Huh." Cough. Crocodile spat a trickle of blood and replied, "Kaido, this defeat is no injustice." He had finally confronted reality. If he could not even overcome one of Kaido's subordinates, the four emperors' fearsome beast pirates, how could he ever hope to challenge Whitebeard? Kaido said, "Crocodile, leave this place now. No further words are needed. You understand well enough the consequences of a pirate's defeat." "I understand." At last Crocodile abandoned all stubborn pride. Defeat was defeat, and surviving with his life intact was already a rare mercy. Princess Vivi opened her mouth as if to speak, but paused, swallowing her words before they escaped. The vessel that had carried them here now lifted once more beneath the control of Jinbe's flame clouds, departing from the kingdom of Alabasta. Yet this time 3 new figures joined the crew aboard Nico, Robin, Mr. 2 Bon Curie, and Mr. 3. Mr. 2 was a devil fruit user, the model human fruit wielder, whose predecessor had served under Kurzumi Orochi. Mr. 3 possessed the candle fruit. In the original timeline, he played a pivotal role during the Summit War, and later rose to become Shichibukai Buggy's first mate. Though undeniably unremarkable in skill, fortune itself was part of his strength. Without hesitation, Kaido pressed both men into service aboard his ship. Kin, awestruck, murmured, "Truly worthy of admiration, brother Jinbe." Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, fell before him. Jinbe wiped his katana clean and admonished, "Focus on mastering haki, without delay. Your progress lags far behind. Master Kaido will not tolerate such slowness." "Understood, brother Jinbe," Kin replied, instantly bowing low. Over these past 2 days, Jinbe had patiently instructed him in the principles of haki, guidance so profound that Kin now considered joining the Beast's pirates the wisest decision he had ever made. Meanwhile, Nico Robin sat conversing warmly with Nami and Nojiko. Yet an inexplicable resonance stirred between her and Nami, subtle and uncanny as though drawn by some unseen thread. Jinbe's gaze swept over Mr. 2 and Mr. 3, a stern and unyielding. "Your combat prowess may be lacking, but you are devil fruit users. Since Master Kaido has chosen you, you possess value. Do not stand idle. Join the training immediately." "Yes, brother Jinbe," they answered in unison, bowing deeply. Jinbe spoke again, voice grave. "Upon returning to Wano country, all 3 of you will be assigned to the true fighters. Should your strength prove insufficient and you suffer humiliation, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Is that clear?" "Understood, brother Jinbe." Kin, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 responded together. Not far away, Robin, Nami, and Nojiko stood side by side. After hearing Nami and Nojiko praise Kaido, Robin asked, incredulous, "Is it truly possible that Kaido, the Beast Emperor, is not inherently cruel?" Frankly, Robin wondered whether she had misheard. How could one of the 4 emperors, feared across the seas, not be savage by nature? Nami countered, "Robin, do you assume all pirates are monstrous villains? I once believed the same, but my understanding has since transformed. Indeed, Lord Kaido is cold outwardly, but warm-hearted within," Nojiko added, nodding firmly. Robin nodded slowly. "It does seem so." Princess Vivi of Alabasta stood utterly defenseless before him, yet he did not raise a hand against her. At that very moment, Kaido sat alone on the upper deck, eyes closed in quiet repose. Meanwhile, word spread swiftly across the Grand Line. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been defeated by Jinbe. Ordinarily, a single loss would not warrant Crocodile's removal from the warlord's ranks, Yet Koribu reported every crime Crocodile had committed in Alabasta directly to the Marines and the world government. Under mounting pressure, the world government revoked Crocodile's warlord title without delay. Beyond the highest echelons of the Marines and world government, however, no one knew the true reason for his dismissal. Most assumed Crocodile had simply been stripped of his title after falling to Jinbe. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku summoned only Vice Admiral Seiryu to his office. No grand assembly unlike the previous emergency council. Sengoku asked, Seiryu, do you think Kaido's purpose in bringing Jinbe along is to dismantle the Seven Warlords one by one? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Seiryu replied, neither confirming nor denying Sengoku's grim speculation. Admiral Sengoku immediately said, if Kaido of the 100 Beasts truly has his sights set on all the 7 warlords of the sea, it would be tantamount to slapping the Navy and the world government in the face. We cannot allow Kaido to act so recklessly. Indeed, for now, we can only contact the other warlords of the sea members and inform them to avoid Kaido of the 100 Beasts as much as possible. Admiral Crane also responded. Sengoku continued, and then there's Crocodile who dares to attempt a coup in Alabasta. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. Sighed. Admiral Crane sighed helplessly and said, the global situation had already been stabilizing, but now Kaido shows up at this moment to break the stalemate. What a troublesome season. Kaido chooses this time to cause chaos. Sengoku broke the pen. He was holding his anger evident, as he hadn't felt such rage in a long time. Meanwhile, the news of Crocodile being removed from the warlords of the sea has spread throughout the entire world. Moria the Moonlight sat in his chair, his grotesque expression revealing, Kaido, that bastard, is he targeting the warlords of the sea? If that's the case, it won't be long before he finds me here. Despite his grotesque demeanor, deep down Moria felt very frightened, fearing that he might actually be targeted by Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Years ago, he was defeated by Kaido, and now if he were to face him again, Moria no longer had the courage he once possessed. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the first half of the Grand Line, Yamato looked at the content of the newspaper feeling frustrated and said, my father and the others are quite capable. In such a short time, they have created big news continuously, so I can't give up either. Now that Yamato has gained freedom, he has longed to embark on a grand endeavor, just like Kozuki Oden, to become a great figure. Then he would return to Wano and help the country open up, fulfilling Kozuki Oden's wish. Similarly, on another island in the first half of the Grand Line, Blackbeard and his crew of 5 were present. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily and said, Kaido has done me a great favor. I was still considering how to secure a position among the warlords of the sea, and now one position has opened up. Without Kaido's actions, the difficulty of obtaining a warlord position would have increased significantly. Ha ha ha. Basis raised his hands and cheerfully said, Captain Teach, if the Yonko Kaido brings an inferno calamity to the first half of the Grand Line, if we take them down, won't we leap to become one of the Yonko? You idiot, don't joke around. Blackbeard Teach exclaimed, barely recovering from the shock of Bias' words. What do you mean by taking down Kaido? Don't joke, that guy is a monster on the same level as Whitebeard, and Blackbeard Teach doesn't want to provoke such a creature. Regardless of the circumstances. Even if we have to face him, that is a matter for the future, not now. Basis, you idiot, just pushed me from the frying pan into the fire. Lafitte twirled his sword with a smile and said, Basis, you've really put Captain Teach in a difficult position. Van Augur, carrying a sniper rifle, said, the fate of the future. Poison Q, feeling weak and sickly, said, it seems Basis has a point. What if we succeed? We would be famous for sure. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's face, already dark, grew even darker. His 2 foolish subordinates only knew how to ridicule him, seeking attention for no reason. Blackbeard Teach immediately revealed a fierce gaze and said, Basis, Poison Q, you 2 better shut up right now. Do you hear me? In any case, our next actions must be more discreet. We cannot be targeted by Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He escaped from the Whitebeard pirates, and his situation was already precarious. As long as every step of the plan succeeds, the throne of the Pirate King will eventually be his. Lafitte asked, Captain Teach, how do we plan to become warlords of the sea? Without sufficient leverage, the Navy and the world government may not agree. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach laughed and said, of course I know. We will offer a bounty of over 100 million for pirates to the Navy and the world government. I see. Van Augur replied while patting his shoulder, carrying the sniper rifle. On Kaido's side, the ships under the control of Flame Calamity kept flying towards the Sky Island. As the ship ascended higher, everyone on board curiously looked down at the vast ocean. As they continued to rise, the sight of the Sky Island appeared before them. For Robin, it wasn't too surprising since she had some knowledge of it due to her origins from O'Hara, but for Nami, Nokijin, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3, they had never known that such an island as the Sky Island existed. Nami exclaimed in disbelief, It's truly peculiar that there are islands existing at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Indeed, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was real. Noki echoed in agreement. Flame Calamity stood beside Kaido and inquired curiously, Kaido, are you coming to the Sky Island to look for someone? Yes, I am looking for a person. His devil fruit ability is quite impressive. If properly cultivated, he could become a formidable force. Kaido responded. Flame Calamity was also very curious about what kind of ability could attract Kaido's attention and asked, devil fruit ability. What kind of ability is it that makes you value it so much? It's the ability of the natural type thunder fruit, Kaido replied directly. Flame Calamity's eyes widened in disbelief. The natural type thunder fruit. It is indeed a top-notch natural type ability comparable to the 3 Admirals of the Navy today. It seems to be a very impressive ability. If properly cultivated, he could indeed become an important asset to you, Kaido. Having a top-notch natural type user, not to mention reaching the top level guarantees, becoming a first-rate powerhouse. When Kaido and his group arrived at the Sky Island, Robin, Nami, and Noki were utterly stunned by the sight before them. At an altitude of over 10,000 meters, there were people living and buildings standing. It was hard to imagine this scene was real had they not seen it with their own eyes. Nico Robin exclaimed, I've only read about the legends of Sky Island in books. Experiencing it firsthand brings an entirely different feeling. Kaido replied, Robin, there's a piece of historical text here on Sky Island that I'll take you to later. For now, Jin and I have some matters to attend to so you all can explore the island freely. Understood, Lord Kaido. Robin, Nami, Noki akin Mr. 2. When Mr. 3 responded respectfully in unison. As for whether they would cause trouble, Kaido didn't care at all. He could handle anything with his absolute strength. Meanwhile, Robin, Nami, and the others knew that Lord Kaido was going to confront the Logia user of the Rumble fruit. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Just as the lightning was about to strike them, Kaido casually swung his spiked club, causing the lightning to explode and disperse in midair. 2 seconds later, a figure of lightning materialized on a tree. It was Enel. Enel looked at the people before him, especially the one standing in the center, feeling an intense danger that instinctively made him afraid. Jin looked at Enel and said, Mr. Kaido, that person must be the Logia user of the Rumble fruit. Indeed, I thought I would have to search for him myself. But here he is saving us the trouble, Kaido said with a smile, relieved that he didn't have to hunt down Enel. Enel, with a dead fish expression, sneered at Kaido's group, saying, you guys are monkeys from the East Blue, right? Being able to arrive at Sky Island is somewhat impressive, but this is where it ends. Robin, Nami, Noki akin, and the others looked at Enel as if he were an idiot. Didn't he realize who he was facing? Jin stepped forward saying, Mr. Kaido, let me teach him a lesson. To join the Beast Pirates, one must absolutely obey you. As Enel's body crackled with lightning ready to launch an attack, Jin had already appeared to his left and kicked out. However, Enel didn't even care about Jin's attack, which puzzled Jin. How could he not dodge against such an attack? The next moment, Enel was sent flying by Jin's kick. He soared over 100 meters, crashing into a building that instantly collapsed. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Sky Island citizens. Robin, Nami, and the others were not surprised, as they all knew Jin was a very powerful individual. The previous ruler of Sky Island, Ganfer, also rushed over, shocked to see Enel being sent flying. Enel crawled up from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth as he looked at the man surrounded by flames behind him, saying, how could you hit me? I am the god of lightning. Ignorant people who believe themselves invincible because they wield Logia powers often meet a tragic end. Jin retorted mockingly. Moreover, he had no intention of drawing his sword, having realized from their previous encounter that this Logia user of the Rumble fruit did not possess Haki. Since he lacked Haki, it meant that this battle was destined for the Logia user to lose. Enel's eyes turned red with fury as he pointed at Jin, roaring, damn, East Blue monkey, how dare you look down on me? Die. As soon as Enel finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished, reappearing above Jin, gathering a terrifying bolt of lightning in his palm. Jin clenched his left fist, enveloping it in Haki, and swung it upwards. Bang! Jin's fist collided with Enel's lightning fist, and with the explosion, both of them were sent flying apart. Ganfer exclaimed in disbelief, that person is incredible. Not only can he hit Enel, but he also holds his ground against lightning. Enel's face twisted with rage as he roared, I refuse to believe this. You can't keep dodging my attacks. 30 million volts Thunderbird. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel unleashed 2 consecutive attacks, wanting to see how this person would withstand his barrage, especially one of the most destructive forces in nature, lightning. Jin raised his hands to shield his head, covering his entire body with Haki. Boom, boom. Both of Enel's lightning attacks struck Jin simultaneously, and Enel laughed maniacally. Ha! Now you know my power. Dare to look down on me. I will use the power of lightning to erase you from this world. However, before Enel's laughter could even finish, As the smoke cleared, they saw Jin standing unharmed in place. Enel was nearly shocked into silence, shouting, "What kind of joke is this? My Rumble Rumble fruit attack could not hurt him." As expected of the Rumble Rumble fruit, its attack power is indeed formidable. At this moment, Jin was still emitting white smoke as he replied before leaping towards Enel. Enel was about to gather lightning to counterattack. However, Jin's fists were already flying out relentlessly. In an instant, Enel found himself on the receiving end of the beating, with Jin's fists repeatedly striking him. Jin also discovered Enel's flaw. This guy was overly confident in his Rumble Rumble fruit abilities. This led to him appearing so vulnerable against a Haki user. Otherwise, a Logia user would not be so passive. Enel was once again sent flying by NTI. This time he was thoroughly battered, his nose bleeding profusely. However, just as Enel lifted his head from the ground, his eyes widened in shock as Enies' foot was about to strike his head. Bang! The next moment, Enies' foot crashed onto Enel's head, sending him flying. Enel was completely suppressed by NEI, having no chance to fight back. He was either being beaten or on the receiving end of blows. Ajin proudly praised, as expected of brother NTI, his strength is incredible. With just one move, he renders the enemy powerless. Mr. 3 chimed in, "Not to mention we have the even stronger Kaido." Enel shouted in frustration, "Tell me, how can you hit a god who embodies the power of nature?" At that moment, Enel felt as if he was going insane. He was a powerful deity wielding the forces of thunder and lightning, yet he was now being beaten senseless. This was intolerable for Enel. There must have been some mistake, otherwise how could this happen? NTI admitted, "Your name is Enel, right? The power of a Logia-type devil fruit does not truly make you invincible. Mastering Haki is the true source of strength." "Haki? What does that mean?" Enel asked, raising his spirits to respond. He didn't recognize what Haki was, and had no idea what kind of power it wielded. If Mr. Kaido wants to take this person, then NEI had no intention of making things too difficult for Enel, so he said, "Regarding Haki, once you become one of Mr. Kaido's subordinates, I will naturally tell you all about it." "What did you just say?" "Make me one of that person's subordinates." Enel doubted if he was hearing correctly and pointed at Kaido in question. At this moment, Kaido's gaze shifted, and he said, "NEI, enough. Step back. I will show him how to respect the strong." "Understood, Mr. Kaido." NTI respectfully replied as he stepped back behind Mr. Kaido. Enel became completely on guard, his eyes fixed on Kaido. Kaido's eyes flashed with red light, his kanabo surrounded by red lightning, an oppressive aura instantly enveloping the entire Sky Island. The next moment, Kaido's figure vanished from his original spot, with a speed so fast that no one could see it. Only NTI caught a glimpse of his afterimage. Thunderclap. The kanabo struck Enel's head directly, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Enel instantly rolled his eyes back, fainting and lying motionless on the ground, completely losing consciousness. Kaido's kanabo was still surrounded by red lightning, and the overwhelming sense of pressure made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Mr. 3 gulped, saying, "That was too exaggerated. He knocked out a Logia-type Thunderfruit user with one hit." "Yes, this is our boss." Mr. 2 also excitedly began to dance. The terrifying power was truly astounding. Ganfor 2 stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene. It was too strong that Enel was knocked out by a single blow, and it seemed he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Kaido instructed, "NTI, put the sea stone handcuffs on him. We need to upgrade from flying 5 to flying 6. "Understood, Mr. Kaido." NTI pulled out a pair of sea stone handcuffs and approached the unconscious Enel. As a user of the Logia-type Thunderfruit with proper training, Enel could become a formidable combat force. Perhaps he could even grow to be as powerful as Kaido. NEI thought it was not impossible. Kaido's gaze swept over Ganfor, who, feeling the intensity of Kaido's stare, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. It was utterly terrifying. Kaido said, "Robin, regarding the information about the Sky Island, you can go ask that old man. He'll tell you everything, including the location of the historical texts." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaido." Robin, who was behind him, quickly expressed her gratitude to Mr. Kaido. After a while, Robin finally met the historical texts located on the Sky Island, including the writings left by the pirate King Roger. Additionally, after Nami arrived at the Golden Land, she immediately transported all the movable gold here, and along with Ajin, Mr. 2, when Mr. 3, they were all made to work as laborers. After a long time, Enel finally managed to wake up. Upon regaining consciousness, his head was still buzzing. Having been struck by Kaido's Haki-infused thunderclap, Enel, not dying on the spot, was already a sign that Kaido had deliberately held back. Otherwise, Enel would have been dead beyond measure by now. Upon waking up, Enel discovered that his hands were cuffed. Attempting to use the Thunderfruit's abilities to break free, he found he could not use them at all. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why can't I use my Thunderfruit powers?" "These are sea stone handcuffs, a material that can seal the powers of devil fruit users." NTI explained as he walked in front of Enel. Enel looked incredulously at the handcuffs on his wrists, saying, "Sea stone handcuffs." Nti, seeing Enel's confusion, coldly said, "Enel, join our beast pirates and become Mr. Kaido's subordinate. You will experience a broader world here, otherwise you will only be a frog at the bottom of a well, even with the Thunderfruit abilities." Ultimately, Enel, who had initially refused to yield, agreed to join the beast pirates under the torment of Yamato. Even with his stubbornness, Enel could not withstand the continuous torment from Yamato, which was too painful for him. At least by agreeing, he could avoid further torment and be completely free, no longer bound by the sea stone handcuffs. Having regained his freedom, Enel laughed arrogantly, saying, "Ha, I have regained my power of lightning. Those damned bastards have truly tormented me. It seems, Enel, that you still haven't learned your lesson." The cold voice of Yamato echoed. Upon hearing Yamato's voice, Enel instinctively held back his arrogant words, for Yamato's strength was not only above his, but also employed exceptionally cruel methods of torment. Now that they had left Sky Island and were en route to the Grand Line, Enel did not want to experience Kaido's Kanabo again. That feeling was simply too unbearable. Thus, he chose to keep quiet for the time being, waiting until he had fully mastered Haki before teaching Yamato a harsh lesson. As for Kaido, Enel dared not think about it. That man gave him a feeling that was far too terrifying. Robin approached Kaido and asked, "Lord Kaido, where are we heading now?" "Back to Wano, and we will stop by Punk Hazard Island to retrieve a special devil fruit." Kaido replied, as always sitting on the second-floor deck with his eyes closed. Robin smiled and said, "Lord Kaido, the special devil fruit you mentioned must be quite extraordinary if it has your attention." Kaido replied, "You will find out then." "I look forward to it, Lord Kaido," Robin said, curious about what kind of ability could intrigue Kaido so. Additionally, regarding the historical texts from Fishman Island, Kaido planned to let someone take Robin to see them later, as the trip to Fishman Island would take more time without necessity. There was still no result in the investigation of the Logia user who possessed the forest fruit, and Kaido intended to go back and oversee it personally. The most crucial requirement for evolving the reincarnation eye is a vast amount of life force as support, and the forest fruit user provides one such source, though other devil fruits can also supply life force. Suddenly, two devil fruits flashed through Kaido's mind from Enies Lobby, one a Paramecia-type bubble fruit, and the other a Zoan-type ordinary giraffe form. Since they would pass by that place, they had to acquire those two devil fruits. Thus Kaido smiled and said, "Robin, let's go take down the son of an enemy." "The son of an enemy? Lord Kaido, who do you mean?" Robin asked, momentarily taken aback, unsure of whom Kaido referred to. Kaido reminded Spandam. "So it's him. If possible, Lord Kaido, I want to personally take him down." Upon hearing Spandam's name, a surge of hatred instantly welled up in Robin's heart. Nami, comparing the navigation chart, saw the ship's flame cloud begin to change direction under Kaido's control. In a short time after explanations from Yamato and Akin, Enel had a clear understanding of this sea. Enel arrogantly twisted his neck and said, "As it stands now, we plan to assault Enies Lobby, which is the power of the world government." How interesting. Now, regarding the impending attack on Enies Lobby, Enel had begun to stir with excitement, and Akin felt the same way. This long-lost thrill of battle was exactly what they enjoyed. Enel now realized that this sea was so vast, and there were so many who were even stronger than him. This was completely unexpected for Enel, and he was very interested in these strong individuals, eagerly anticipating the day he could battle against them. 13 minutes later, the ship, under the control of the flame cloud, arrived above Enies Lobby and began to descend. The naval soldiers stationed at Enies Lobby were puzzled as to why a black shadow was becoming increasingly distinct in the sky. When they realized it was a ship, they panicked. They shouted in panic, "Not good. It's a ship. Someone is attacking Enies Lobby." As the alarm sounded, the entire Enies Lobby began to descend into chaos, as such an attack had never occurred before. No one had ever dared to attack Enies Lobby, so when the naval soldiers saw someone about to strike, they were thrown into confusion, unsure of what to do. Spandam was enjoying a glass of red wine in his office when the alarm suddenly rang out, interrupting his pleasure, and he cursed, "A bunch of useless fools, what are you doing? Why sound the alarm for no reason? Really looking for trouble?" After his enjoyment was interrupted, Spandam was extremely displeased, eager to teach those blind fools a lesson to remind them of their place. On the ship, Kaido commanded Yamato, "Go break that bridge." "Understood, Mr. Kaido." Yamato transformed into his dragon form and flew out. The bridge connecting the island to Enies Lobby was completely destroyed under Yamato's full-force charge, leaving the naval soldiers on the island dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Spandam, cursing in his office, also witnessed the scene of the bridge, breaking his eyes wide with terror. "No way. Don't joke around. This is Enies Lobby, one of the organizations under the world government. How could anyone dare to attack here? Help! CP9. Spandam yelled desperately for the members of CP9, as they were the only ones who could save him now. The 3 CP9 members on Judicial Island were intercepted by Enel Akin and Mr. 2. Mr. 3 and the others held down the 3 CP9 members with overwhelming superiority. Enel faced Gabra while Akin contended with Wei Qi. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 confronted the Owl. The other 4 CP9 members were still conducting undercover operations in Water 7. Gabra continuously attacked Enel in his hybrid beast form, but none of his attempts were successful. They were all effortlessly dodged by Enel. Enel mocked, saying, "I thought you were more formidable. Turns out this is all you can do. Even if I just stood here for you to attack, you wouldn't hit me, you worthless fool." Not to mention Kaido of the Beasts, but even the Inferno disaster had nearly made Enel feel like a fool himself. That feeling had been suppressed for so long, but now it could finally be released. The main reason was that his once-proud Thunderfruit ability had failed against the Inferno disaster, forcing him to change his battle style. He could no longer fight with the arrogance he had before. Now encountering Gabra, Enel realized that it wasn't that he was weak, but that the Inferno disaster was stronger. Upon understanding this, Enel once again felt superior from within. Gabra angrily shouted, "Damn it, I didn't expect you to be a Logia-type Thunderfruit user, just like the 3 Admirals of the Navy, a top-tier Logia Devil Fruit user. A mere werewolf. Zoan, don't judge me here." 6,000-volt Thunder Dragon. As Enel unleashed the Thunder Dragon, it struck Gabra, sending him into a cloud of smoke, nearly knocking him unconscious. If not for his Zoan-type ability protecting him, this Thunder Dragon would have been enough to end his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nico, Robin, Nami, and Nojiko surrounded Spandam. The Inferno disaster commented, "The CP9 commander of the world government is actually a fool. The strength of those CP9 members is pitiful. This world government can't stop Mr. Kaido's brilliance at all. It's only a matter of time." To this, Kaido did not deny it, for he believed that in the future his strength would surpass what it was now, making the world government seem insignificant. Spandam pointed at Nico Robin and warned loudly, "Nico Robin, do you know what you are doing? I am the CP9 commander, and if you surrender voluntarily, I can let it go this time. Do you understand? Is this person an idiot?" At this point, he still says such nonsensical things. Nami looked at Spandam as if he were a fool. Nojiko chimed in, saying he really is an idiot. With death looming, he still thinks who he is. Spandam's face alternated between pale and flush as he heard himself called an idiot. This was a great humiliation, and Spandam shouted loudly, "You wait. The Navy Admiral will be here soon to punish you." Kaido slowly approached and said, "Step aside." Nico, Robin, Nami, and Nojiko quickly moved aside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Spandam's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could it be you or the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts? No way. Why am I being targeted by you?" At that moment, Spandam truly felt utterly collapsed. If it were just Nico Robin and her companions, he wouldn't care at all, but this Kaido of the Beasts was a different story. Kaido raised his hand and grabbed Spandam by the neck, demanding, "Hand over those 2 devil fruits." "What? Devil fruits?" Spandam gasped in reply. Nearly having his neck twisted off, Spandam quickly begged, "Lord Kaido, I know where they are. I will bring them to you right away. Spare me." Kaido released his grip, and Spandam fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, he truly felt death. As Spandam slightly raised his head, he caught sight of Kaido's cold gaze, and his face turned pale as he pleaded, "Lord Kaido, spare me. I will get them for you right away." Kaido gestured to Jin. The Inferno disaster understood and walked over to Spandam, saying, "Hurry up. How long do you expect Lord Kaido to wait?" "Guys, I'll get them right away." Spandam scrambled to his feet, while Jin followed closely behind. Nami disdainfully remarked, "That guy named Spandam is truly worthless. A person like him can actually hold a position in the world government. Indeed, we've certainly been given an eye-opener." After emerging from the sea, Nojiko's horizons had expanded dramatically. Kaido spoke to Robin, saying, "Once Spandam brings the devil fruits, I'll leave it to you to handle. I trust you will do well, right, Robin?" "Rest assured, Lord Kaido, I will not let you down," Robin respectfully replied. For Spandam, she would not show any mercy. It was not just a matter of revenge, but she also wanted to show Lord Kaido that she could satisfy him. 3 minutes later, Spandam, carefully holding 2 devil fruits, walked up to Kaido and respectfully said, "Lord Kaido, I have brought these 2 devil fruits for you." Kaido took the 2 devil fruits. 8-legged flower. As Robin's words rang out, Spandam's neck was suddenly twisted off by several arms. Spandam lay on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. In the moment of killing Spandam, it felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from Robin's heart. Kaido tossed one of the fruits to Nojiko, saying, "This is the Paramecia bubble fruit." Nojiko looked at the devil fruit in her hand, incredulously asking, "Lord Kaido, is this for me?" "Yes," Kaido replied calmly. "And Nami, your devil fruit will be arranged separately." "Thank you, Lord Kaido." When Aokiji arrived at Enies Lobby, the buildings had already been destroyed by Kaido's heat wave. Aokiji scratched his head, sighed helplessly, and said, "Alas, this is really troublesome." Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Mariawa, The furious Sengoku smashed his office desk with a loud bang and roared, "Kaido, what does he want? It's one thing to cause trouble for the warlords of the sea, but now he's attacking Enies Lobby." Vice Admiral Seiryu also spoke with a very cold expression, saying, "Regardless of the reason, our official conflict with Beast Kaido has begun." Indeed, Kaido is so openly attacking Enies Lobby, if we continue to ignore it, not only will we lose face, but the Gorosei will also pressure us. Sengoku could already foresee a difficult future for their navy for a long time. Vice Admiral Seiryu continued, "The problem is we have no good means to counterbalance Beast Kaido unless we deploy a large force to attack Wano." Seiryu's statement was understood by Sengoku. After all, Beast Kaido has been flying high above, and they have no way to deal with him. Alternatively, they could mobilize a vast army to completely conquer Wano, but the consumption and losses would be incalculable. If they fail to conquer Wano, they might also be ambushed by the other Yonko, leaving the navy truly unable to respond. Sengoku stated, "The Gorosei have also issued orders to me regardless of the cost. We must drive Kaido back to the New World and not let him continue to cause chaos in the first half of the Grand Line." Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Seiryu suggested, "In that case, let's have Kizaru join the action as well. His light fruit ability could serve as a means of air superiority alongside Aokiji." "That's what I was planning too," Sengoku nodded in response. He initially intended to do this. After all, they couldn't send all 3 Marine Admirals into the fray, could they? Otherwise, the Navy would truly become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Sengoku continued, "Moreover, Beast Kaido's willingness to harbor Nico Robin shows his ambitions are becoming quite evident. We can take advantage of this and encourage more pirates to cause trouble for Kaido. Though the success rate is minimal, it could at least serve as a distraction." Vice Admiral Seiryu planned to use Nico Robin's situation to inconvenience Beast Kaido. After a while, news about the Yonko Beast Kaido spread across the world once again. It can be said that in recent times the frequency of Beast Kaido appearing in the news has reached its peak. Moreover, Beast Kaido's bounty has increased from 461.11 billion berries to 481.11 billion berries, nearing the terrifying 5 billion bounty. With the bounty reaching such heights, further significant increases will be impossible unless he accomplishes something that shocks the entire world. In addition, the bounties of Enel akin Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Robin, Nami, and Noki were also released. Enel was directly rewarded with a bounty of 500 million berries due to his Logia-type Thunder fruit ability, which already warrants such a bounty. Furthermore, he is currently under Kaido's command, making him even more deserving of this reward. Robin's bounty was raised to 200 million berries. Aiken's bounty is 50 million berries. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 each have a bounty of 20 million berries. Nami and Noki both have a bounty of 10 million berries. Meanwhile, in the New World in Wano, the high-ranking officers of the Beast Pirates sat together, and their recent chat topics revolved around their Governor Kaido. Black Maria puffed on a cigarette while looking at the newspaper about Master Kaido admiringly, saying, "As expected of Master Kaido, not only did he turn the Navy and the world government upside down during his excursion, but he also took in some impressive subordinates." "That's true, especially that Logia-type Thunder fruit user Enel. Given time, once he fully matures, his position among the 3 calamities will be secure." This is a response from one of the Flying Six. Fuser, who was also smoking, jokingly said, "Queen Jack, your positions among the 3 calamities might not be secure in the future." Who do you look down on? Or are you planning to challenge my position now?" Drought Jack directly fixed his gaze on Fuser. Fuser shot back. Fuser had always wanted to challenge the position of the 3 calamities, Jack, Queen, and even the calamity named Ashen knew this well. Fuser and Jack locked eyes and waved his hand, saying, "I wouldn't do something so foolish while Kaido is not around." Then Fuser looked away and said, "Master Kaido taking Nico Robin as a subordinate and Nico Robin being able to read the poneglyphs brings Master Kaido one step closer to the Pirate King's throne." "That's true, but there will definitely be others keeping an eye on Nico Robin." Black Maria expressed her opinion. Runty arrogantly said, "What are you afraid of? Whoever comes, just kill them." "Sister is right." Pegwan echoed in agreement. Queen lit another cigar for himself, taking a puff, while saying, "Ashen, that bastard is out there stealing the spotlight alongside Master Kaido, while I'm here stuck in Wano. It really annoys me." "I feel the same way." Drought Jack was also very keen on stealing the spotlight, but now he had no opportunity. Fuser laughed coldly, saying, "With Enies Lobby being destroyed by Master Kaido, the Navy and world government have completely lost face this time. They deserve it." In the New World at Cake Island of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin revealed a fierce gaze and said, "That bastard Kaido is quite capable, isn't he? The survivor of O'Hara Nico Robin." She continued, "It seems that with such significant movements recently, are they preparing to challenge for the Pirate King's throne?" Beside her, Bruley sat quietly in a chair, not daring to make a sound for fear of angering her mother. At this moment, a man wrapped in a scarf walked in, none other than Katakuri, the top of the stars, and the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Bruley spoke up, "Brother Katakuri." You're here too, Bruley," Katakuri replied coldly. But those who knew Katakuri understood that although he responded coldly, he was very caring and gentle toward his younger siblings. Charlotte Linlin asked loudly, "Katakuri, how is the investigation going?" "Mother, we have basically clarified the situation. The Beast Pirates are secretly investigating someone named Aramaki who is said to be a user of the nature type Sensen fruit." Katakuri responded truthfully. Charlotte Linlin fell into a slight contemplation and said with confusion, "The nature type Sensen fruit is indeed one of the top nature types. Now Kaido also has a user of the nature type Sound Thunder fruit among his subordinates. Could it be that Kaido is no longer completely obsessed with Zoan type fruit users?" "This point is currently unclear," Katakuri honestly replied. Charlotte Linlin put down the cake in her hand and thought, "That's strange. Lately Kaido's actions have been puzzling. Moreover, that bastard has seemed to have aged back quite a bit, which is also a concern." It was precisely because there were too many questions about Kaido recently that Charlotte Linlin had her son start investigating matters regarding Kaido and the Beast Pirates. To be honest, everyone usually walks a fine line. If Kaido were to pull too far ahead, Charlotte Linlin would also feel psychologically unbalanced. Charlotte Linlin grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth, saying, "Continue the investigation for me. If we find that person named Aramaki first, I will use this information to have a good chat with Kaido, and the Pirate King's throne will definitely be mine." "Mama, mama, mama." Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily at the end. On the red-haired pirate's ship, Beckman, smoking a cigarette, looked at Shanks beside him and asked, "With Kaido making constant moves, should we go to Wano and force Kaido to defend?" "What a troublesome autumn. Not long ago we just sent someone to deliver a letter to Whitebeard, and now Kaido is stirring things up again, completely disrupting our plans." Shanks also started to complain, and Beckman was right. Recently Kaido had indeed been causing a lot of trouble. After finishing, Shanks suddenly became serious and said, "However, if the situation really becomes uncontrollable, we should also get moving, right?" "Indeed." Beckman, still smoking, agreed. On the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, a subordinate of the red-haired pirates stood before Whitebeard questioning, "Whitebeard, how can you just tear up the letter without even looking at it?" "That's a letter from that guy Shanks to you." Still, Whitebeard. "Go back and tell that brat Shanks that if he wants to talk, he better bring some good wine, otherwise there's nothing to discuss." Whitebeard sat leisurely in his chair, drinking heartily, completely indifferent to the 4 drip attached to him. The subordinate of the red-haired pirates had no choice but to leave the Moby Dick in defeat. Marco, worried, said, "Dad, you shouldn't drink so heavily, you're still recovering." Hoo. Whitebeard laughed heartily, saying, "I know my own body. These are all minor issues. By the way, has that brat Kaido stirred up any trouble again?" "Oh, you guessed it right, Dad." Marco helplessly shook his head and handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Other division captains also gathered around, standing beside Whitebeard as he calmly read the newspaper from cover to cover before putting it down. At this moment, Diamond Jozu curiously inquired, "Dad, what do you think of this matter?" Whitebeard smiled as the corners of his mouth lifted, saying, "That brat Kaido has been causing quite a stir lately. However, if Kaido continues to cause trouble, it might force the Marines to use force against the Beast Pirates. Does that mean the Marines will send a large force into the New World?" The 7th Division Captain Lokyu immediately thought about the scenario of a significant Marine presence in the New World. If the Marines really send a large force into the New World, the situation there will become very delicate, said Fossa, the captain of the 15th Division, while smoking. "Wano country," muttered the 16th Division Captain Izong, quietly recalling his hometown. Marco analyzed, saying, "That seems unlikely. The Marines wouldn't dare to take such a big risk. They would likely find a way to drive Kaido out of the first half of the Grand Line." Bista, thinking of Ace, said worriedly, "Right now I'm afraid if Ace encounters Kaido, he might really be in danger." As soon as Bista brought up this issue, the other division captains also began to worry. Whitebeard laughed heartily, saying, Ho. Sons, don't worry too much. Ace as your brother, you should trust him. Although Ace is reckless, he wouldn't foolishly provoke Kaido." "Dad makes a good point." Marco nodded in agreement with what Whitebeard said. Whitebeard, with the 4 drip attached, slowly lifted his head to gaze at the blue sky. If that brat Kaido truly intended to start challenging for the title of Pirate King, then a battle between him and Kaido would be inevitable. Fighting that brat Kaido doesn't scare Whitebeard, he only worries about his sons. The ship that Kaido was on directly arrived at the high red Earth continent under the control of Flame Cloud. Robin, Nami, Noki, Gao, and the others had never witnessed such a spectacular scene, while Enel maintained a dead fish eye expression. Only Flame Disaster Jean's face darkened. Because the Red Earth continent was once the homeland of their clan, but now it had been taken away. Kaido said in a calm tone, Jean, don't worry. Those celestial dragons seized your homeland, and in the future, I will help you take it back intact. Mr. Kaido, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Flame disaster. Jean trusted what Mr. Kaido said and believed he would fulfill it. What Jean did not know was that even if Kaido were alone, he would eventually eliminate the celestial dragons. The conversation between Kaido and Flame Disaster Jean shocked everyone. In their perception, the Red Earth continent had always been the residence of the celestial dragons, but it turned out to be Jean's homeland. And now the reality they heard was that the celestial dragons were the villains invading and seizing others' homelands, which was consistent with the notorious reputation of the celestial dragons. Enel, with his dead fish-eye expression, gazed at the majestic buildings coming into view, and once his observation haki, combined with the powers of the rumble fruit, covered the area, Enel's entire expression changed dramatically. Then Enel reported the situation of the Holy Land Marineford he had observed with his observation haki, especially noting a large group of lifeless slaves. Upon hearing Enel's report, Robin Nami and Nokigao grew even more disgusted with the celestial dragons. As for Jean MR2 and MR3, they were relatively less shocked since they themselves were pirates and Jean had a notorious reputation in the East Sea. Enel remarked as if mocking himself, I thought my rule in Skypea was brutal enough, but I didn't expect the celestial dragons to be countless times more brutal than me. So should I give these people a warning? As Enel spoke, he began gathering the power of the rumble fruit in his palm. Wait, without Mr. Kaido's order, do not act recklessly. Flame Disaster Jean immediately stopped Enel's reckless behavior. After all, since Mr. Kaido had not spoken, they as subordinates should not act on their own to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to Mr. Kaido. TCH, I understand. Enel finally realized that he was no longer the once uncontested god, but rather a subordinate of Kaido. Indeed, if Kaido had not spoken, acting on his own would only anger Lord Kaido, and Enel did not wish to bear the brunt of Kaido's kanabo. With a single strike, he couldn't even fathom how many hours he would be unconscious before waking up. Kaido gazed towards the distant Holy Land Marineford, and slowly said, there will be opportunities to strike in the future, let those fools enjoy their time a bit longer. The guards of the Holy Land Marineford had no idea that Kaido and the others had passed over their heads. In the new world on Punk Hazard Island, it had not yet turned into a land of ice and fire, but was rather an abandoned naval research base. However, this abandoned naval research base had been secretly occupied by Caesar, becoming his secret research facility. At this moment, a patrol officer saw a group of people appear on the surveillance screen and wondered how anyone could have come to Punk Hazard Island. However, when he clearly saw the leading figure, he was instantly dumbfounded and stammered in terror that person, the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. This is bad. In a panic, the officer began to shout in horror, continuously calling out that the four emperors Kaido had arrived. Monet was leading a group of children in play, and at that moment her arm had not yet been modified and still belonged to a human. Suddenly hearing that Kaido had come, her expression changed instantly, realizing the situation was dire. Without caring about the children's shouts, she immediately dialed the phone of their young master Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was essential to report the situation here to the young master as soon as possible, as this was one of their important bases. Although the young master had a cooperative relationship with Kaido, it was a partnership, not a superior-subordinate relationship. As the call connected, beep, 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 beep. Far away in the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo picked up the phone and answered. This is Doflamingo. Young master, bad news. The beast Kaido has now appeared on Punk Hazard Island. Monet, with no time to think further, immediately conveyed the news about Kaido's presence here to the young master Doflamingo. I hope that young master Doflamingo can make a decision quickly. What? Kaido went to Punk Hazard Island. Clearly Doflamingo was also momentarily taken aback. That was a secret base. Why Kaido would know about that was particularly troubling. They couldn't stay in Dressrosa any longer and had to rush to Punk Hazard. Although he had a cooperative relationship with Kaido regarding the artificial devil fruits, Doflamingo dared not speculate on Kaido's thoughts, so he needed to hurry to Punk Hazard. Doflamingo spoke into the Den Mushi. I am heading to Punk Hazard right now. Understood, young master. Monet felt slightly relieved upon hearing that young master Doflamingo was coming. After hanging up the phone, Monet whispered, now I must find a way to buy time for the young master and stabilize Kaido of the beasts. Kaido was still enjoying his wine, and in the next moment Monet burst in. Kaido was about to reprimand Monet, but her next words left him dumbfounded. Monet immediately said, Kaido, the four emperors Kaido of the beasts has come. What? The four emperors Kaido of the beasts? Kaido's body instantly stiffened. Kaido instructed Nti to take the others to find Kaido, while he himself continued to break through layer after layer of the ground, advancing towards the abandoned factory below. This is where Kaido knew a synthetic fish fruit of the Zoan type in the form of a powder dragon was kept. It was a synthetic fruit created by Vegapunk using the bloodline factor of the former Beast Kaido. It can be said to be identical to the fish fruit of the Azure Dragon form, with the only drawback being that it cannot awaken. Even if it cannot awaken, it still possesses the power of a Zoan type, so the value of this synthetic fish fruit is quite high. When Kaido arrived at the bottom, he found the very fruit that Kozuki Momonosuke had eaten in the original work. Kaido smirked and said, "Kozuki Momonosuke, as long as you show up, if I catch you, I will make your life worse than death, kid." Kaido shattered the glass and took out the synthetic fish fruit. Meanwhile, above, Kaido's path was blocked by Enti with Inoru and others standing behind him. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning struck Kaido and Monet, instantly shattering their bodies. One transformed into a cloud of gas, the other into a pile of snow. Nami, witnessing this scene, exclaimed incredulously, "Both of them are Logia fruit users. How enviable. Nami, Lord Kaido will help you find a good devil fruit." No Kigo responded with a smile, as she had already consumed the Paramecia-type bubble fruit. Inoru, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "This is truly disappointing for this god." The slowly reconstituting figures of Kaido and Monet could not help but retreat several steps. Kaido was so frightened that he shook all over. Although he didn't see Kaido's figure, he was terrified. Monet, stealing her resolve, looked at the leading Enti and said, "Our young master Don Quixote Doflamingo has some business relations with your Captain Kaido." Before Monet could finish her words, she was hit by a fireball hurled by Eni. "Shut up, Doflamingo is not worthy of being compared to Lord Kaido." Flames erupted from Eni's palm. Kaido hastily knelt and begged for mercy, saying, "Please spare me. I know nothing and am completely clueless." At this moment, Kaido only wished to survive and did not care to know what these people wanted from him. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed. Inoru, Jin, and others all stepped aside to make way for Kaido. Kaido slowly walked to the kneeling Kaido, and the moment Kaido looked up and saw him, he felt as if he had been frozen in place. His speech became stammering. "Kaido, Lord Kaido, spare me. I will do anything you ask." In this moment, Kaido disregarded everything for the sake of survival. As for betraying Doflamingo, was there anything more important than his life? Kaido crossed his arms and said lightly, "Kaido, did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Regardless, you are considered a talent." Kaido was taken aback. The Beast Kaido wasn't here to kill him. Could it be that he was here to recruit him? It must be so. Immediately, he revealed a smile like that of a blooming flower, saying, "Ha, my dearest Lord Kaido, I will certainly be loyal to you." Although Doflamingo treated him well, having a stronger backing, Kaido was certainly more than willing. After all, he stood before one of the pinnacle figures of the pirates, the Emperor Kaido of the Beasts. What could be a more stable backing than this? Kaido's need for Kaido was not that great either, for the current Kaido was no longer the same as before and was not so obsessed with synthetic Zoan fruits. However, collaborating with Queen for some research was quite suitable, so Kaido said at that time, "You and Queen should collaborate well on the research." Queen. Kaido immediately thought of a face he despised, but in front of the Beast Kaido he dared not show it, smiling and saying, "Of course, Lord Kaido, it is an honor to serve you." Monet behind him was already furious, her face flushed. Kaido, this traitorous bastard, had immediately betrayed their young master. Monet could do nothing but wait for their young master to come and save the situation. Since Kaido had decided to join forces with Kaido, he naturally intended to take all the research results from Punk Hazard with him. Doflamingo hurriedly sped up his journey and finally arrived at Punk Hazard Island, where he saw Kaido and his group waiting for him. Doflamingo immediately put away his gloomy expression and greeted with a smile, "Lord Kaido, long time no see, you still shine brightly." "Doflamingo, I know what you want to say." Kaido knew without thinking what Doflamingo wanted to express. Doflamingo foolishly smiled, as he did not dare to be impudent in front of Kaido, who was stronger than him. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Kaido continued, "From now on, all sea stone produced in Wano will be handled by you. This market will be enough for you to profit handsomely." "Then I thank Lord Kaido for your appreciation." Doflamingo, being a clever man, did not intend to mention anything about Kaido. Securing the channel for sea stone produced in Wano was indeed a huge market for Doflamingo, just as Kaido had said. If managed properly, his wealth could reach new heights. For the sea stone of the entire world originated from Wano, and the fact that Kaido, who possessed the resources of Wano, was willing to hand it over, spoke volumes. Finally, Doflamingo said with a forced smile, "Mr. Kaido, this Monet has always been Kaido's assistant. I believe Kaido needs a competent assistant like Monet." "What?" Kaido instantly felt uneasy, as if it meant continuing to have Monet monitor him. Doflamingo had great trust in Monet. Since Kaido was to be taken away, Monet's usefulness would diminish unless she returned to Dressrosa. In that case, it would be better to continue staying by Kaido's side. At least this way, Doflamingo could still grasp a bit of information. Of course, whether or not he would be seen through by the Beast Kaido did not concern Doflamingo, as long as the goal was achieved, that was sufficient. Kaido looked at the woman Monet, and then at Doflamingo's silly grin, saying, "Alright, Doflamingo, use your influence to investigate someone named Huangmu, a nature-type user of the Sunsen fruit." "Understood, Mr. Kaido. I will handle this matter for you as soon as possible." Doflamingo agreed without a second thought. After all, Kaido had accepted his proposal, so it was unreasonable for him to disagree with Kaido's suggestion. Otherwise, he would not survive in Punk Hazard. 2 hours later, Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa. Torpol hurried over to Doflamingo, asking Doflamingo how did it go. Doflamingo raised his hand to interrupt Torpol's words and recounted what had happened on Punk Hazard. After listening, Torpol was quite surprised, but he trusted the decision of his master Doflamingo, who was destined to stand at the peak of power. How could the decisions made possibly be wrong? In Wano country, the pirates of the Beast Pirates had gathered in a spacious square preparing to welcome their Governor Kaido back. After all, their Governor Kaido had made quite a name for himself on this trip, making the Navy and the world government lose face and elevating the overall reputation of the Beast Pirates once again. Moreover, due to Kaido's recent policy changes, the people of Wano no longer harbored such hatred towards him. At the very least, Kaido's policies allowed them to have enough food to eat each day, along with many beneficial conditions, effectively giving them hope for a renewed life. This is because Kaido intended to turn Wano into his armed force, and the targeted oppression would ultimately belong to a kingdom where everyone could be a soldier. Therefore, Kaido had already calculated the favorable conditions that would arise as exploitation does not yield the same results as strategic means. This world is a world of force. As long as the force is strong enough, nothing is unmanageable. As a ship slowly descended from the sky under the control of flames, the pirates of the Beast Pirates erupted into cheers. "Governor Kaido! Governor Kaido! Governor Kaido! Our Beast Pirates are invincible." Standing at the back of the crowd, Kozuki Oden looked very dejected. His clan had completely lost everything in Wano. Now the person truly in control of Wano was the Beast Kaido. Even Kozuki Oden had to admit the impressive methods of the Beast Kaido. Considering the benefits for the people of Wano, this made them start to strongly support the Beast Kaido. This was the most terrifying aspect. During this time, Kozuki Oden had truly witnessed the changes in Wano. Of course, the members of the Beast Pirates still displayed their arrogant demeanor. It was merely that the Beast Kaido's methods were too brilliant. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the Beast Pirates to completely control Wano as they had before. Kaido, Enies, Robin, and others proceeded to disembark from the ship, while Queen Jack, Black Maria, Foz, Toki Runny, and Pejuan had all been waiting for quite a while. At that moment, Queen saw the irritating face of Kaido and shouted angrily, "Kaido, you bastard, why did you come back with Lord Kaido?" "Oh, it's Queen. Long time no see. Oh, I hope for your guidance in the future." Kaido's words appeared to be a greeting, but were actually mocking Queen. Upon hearing this, Queen's face turned as ugly as if he were constipated. Black Maria was filled with jealousy, seeing that after Lord Kaido went out, 4 more women had returned with him. Isn't this just a blatant competition for favor? 1 or 2 is fine, but with so many, Black Maria would also find it troublesome. Enel looked at these people full of battle intent, saying, "You all look quite capable. Let's have a spar later." "Kid, you're quite arrogant." Foz, smoking a cigarette, didn't plan to let this newcomer off easily. Kaido spoke loudly, "Everyone listen up." With Kaido's words, all the pirates of the Beast Pirates fell silent, waiting for their leader, Governor Kaido, to continue speaking. Kaido continued, "Enel, a nature-type user of the Rumble fruit, will be assigned to the Flying 6, becoming one of the 6 flying. Ajin Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 will be assigned to the True Combat team. Kaido and Monet will join Queen's research team. Robin, Nami, and Noki will be my secretaries, and you few will form a new specialized intelligence team." "Yes, Lord Kaido," everyone replied in unison. After assigning everyone, Kaido announced loudly, "Get ready for a grand celebration tonight." Roar, roar. Countless pirates of the Beast Pirates let out excited roars. The news of Kaido of the Beasts returning to Wano has also led the Navy and the world government to investigate this matter. They could be said to have breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Kaido of the Beasts continued to roam the seas, or the first half of the Grand Line, who knows how many more incidents he would cause. Kaido of the Beasts can still fly, which gives them a headache. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes and saying, "That guy Kaido finally returned to Wano. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. At least it can be peaceful for a while." Sengoku opened his eyes again, preparing to continue reviewing documents. After all, as the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he has many matters to attend to. Just as Sengoku picked up a document, the door was suddenly pushed open and a panting Navy soldier rushed in. The soldier gasped and reported, "Admiral Sengoku, there's serious trouble." "What is it? Why are you so flustered? Is Kaido of the Beasts causing trouble again?" Sengoku immediately thought, aside from Kaido, there hadn't been any other major incidents recently. The Navy soldier took deep breaths and continued, it's the red-haired pirates. They've destroyed our surveillance fleet, and according to estimates red-haired Shanks is about to meet Whitebeard. What? Now Sengoku couldn't sit still anymore. Kaido of the Beasts had just caused an incident, and now red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard were also starting to make moves. Sengoku stood up clenching his fists. After Kaido of the Beasts, now red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, which means the 4 emperors of the New World, are beginning to stir. Then our navy cannot continue to sit idly by. We must respond quickly, otherwise if we are caught off guard it will truly be troublesome. Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he asked, have the Gorosei been notified? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The Navy soldier responded respectfully. Sengoku waved his hand and said, notify all personnel at the headquarters to be ready for battle at any time. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. After the Navy soldier responded, he exited the Admiral's office. In the plaza of Marineford, the generals stood with the Navy soldiers. One of the vice admirals shouted, everyone, we don't know what will happen next. We must always be ready to mobilize. Roar. The Navy soldiers all drew their weapons and shouted loudly. The Navy hasn't been in a tense state of combat readiness for a long time. It can be said that due to the recent actions of pirates in the New World, the Navy must also prepare to respond. Not far away, Kizaru was trimming his nails, shaking his head helplessly, and saying, my leisurely time might be coming to an end. Admiral Kizaru, now is not the time to relax. We still don't know what red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard are planning. A nearby rear admiral appeared much more anxious as he responded. In the New World, in the waters where the Whitebeard pirates are located, the Moby Dick sailed across the sea. A pirate underling on the lookout saw a pirate ship approaching in the distance. After receiving the signal from the other side, he shouted, old man, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. It's the red-haired pirates they are requesting to meet. Sitting in the center of the ship, Whitebeard, who was hooked up to enforce, said, let them come. 2 minutes later, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates all said in unison, welcome Captain Red-haired Shanks. Marco reminded, young one, step back, you won't be able to handle it. As red-haired Shanks stepped onto the Moby Dick, the Conqueror's hockey, he emitted spread out invisibly. Many pirates on the Moby Dick began to faint one after another. Marco shook his head helplessly and said, it's still too late. Diamond Jozu looked at red-haired Shanks walking towards their father and whispered, what a powerful Conqueror's hockey. When red-haired Shanks reached in front of Whitebeard, he smiled and politely greeted, I'm really sorry. To come on board and show such dominance right away. Red-haired, you bastard, what do you want? Marco questioned red-haired Shanks with a deadpan expression. Red-haired Shanks turned his head and smiled in response. It's the 1st Division, Captain Marco. Do you want to come over to our side? Stop wasting time, red-haired. Marco clearly ignored red-haired Shanks' suggestion. Whitebeard looked calmly at red-haired Shanks and said, seeing your face reminds me of the scars you left on me in the past, and they still ache faintly. Everyone step down. I need to talk to him alone for a while. After Whitebeard issued the order, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates retreated, leaving space for father and red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks took a seat and poured himself a large bowl of wine, tossing the bottle over to Whitebeard. Whitebeard caught the wine thrown by red-haired and said slowly, the news of your duel with Mihawk is still fresh. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer people who can be called legends. Roger Garp, Sengoku, and now you've also made a name for yourself. Whitebeard sniffed the wine and said, is this wine produced from the West Blue? Yes. Red-haired Shanks nodded in response. Whitebeard, I've traveled the entire world, and the wine from my hometown in the West Blue is the only one that brings me nostalgia. Red-haired Shanks' tone suddenly became serious as he said, Whitebeard, you should know the purpose of my visit this time, right? What do you want me to do? Whitebeard raised the wine bottle and began to drink deeply in response. Red-haired Shanks stated directly the purpose of his visit. Tell Ace not to confront Blackbeard. The time is not right for them to meet yet. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's aura instantly surged. Seizing the opportunity, red-haired Shanks continued, Whitebeard, I'm not joking. I've experienced countless battles, and the scar on my left eye was left by that Blackbeard teach who is with you. After listening to what red-haired Shanks had to say, Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed heartily. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of the divisions all heard their father's laughter. Diamond Jozu said, Dad is laughing. Red-haired Shanks looked sharply at Whitebeard, drew his sword Griffin, and said solemnly, Whitebeard, the situation will become uncontrollable soon enough. There's nothing to fear. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood up and unsheathed his supreme blade, Songyun, swinging it towards red-haired Shanks. The weapons of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks clashed instantly. Upon impact, the clouds in the sky were forcefully split in two by a powerful surge of energy. Diamond Jozu looked at the sky in disbelief and said, Look, the sky has split in half. It seems they are fleeing. Flower Sword Vista also looked at the scene in the sky and responded. A young pirate grumbled, What did that bastard red-haired do to Dad? No need to panic. That bastard red-haired isn't the type to act foolishly, Marco reminded, still wearing a deadpan expression. On the side of the red-haired pirates, the officers represented by Beckman were all looking at the split clouds. Reikyu, munching on roasted meat, said, "Our captain and Whitebeard couldn't come to an agreement." The negotiation between red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard ended in a rather unhappy parting. In Wano country, Onigashima, Secretary Baowang hurried to Kaido's side and handed over a din mushy, reporting, "Lord Kaido, this is a call from the Yonko Big Mom. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Why is she suddenly calling me?" Kaido was somewhat puzzled about why Big Mom would contact him at this time. However, despite his confusion, Kaido still took the din mushy and answered, Moshi, this is Kaido." Maha. The laughter of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin came through the din mushy. "Kaido, we haven't been in touch for decades, have we? Recently you've been quite capable, haven't you? You've certainly made the Navy and the world government lose face. So what is it? You wouldn't call me for nothing. Kaido, how did you become someone so unlikable?" Big Mom's voice rose. "You still owe me a favor." "I know." Though Kaido was no longer the Beast Kaido he once was, he acknowledged this minor matter since he was already part of Kaido. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, surprised that this Beast Kaido had become so easy to talk to. However, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin wouldn't dwell on it. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin got straight to the point, saying, "Kaido, I know you've been investigating someone named Oharu, a nature-type Mafumofa fruit user. According to my information, that guy is quite a monster. What are your terms? Just say it." Kaido didn't waste any time. Regardless of how Big Mom knew he was investigating Oharu, since she had this information, it was clear she wanted something. Thus, Kaido felt there was no need for excessive talk. Maha. Kaido, your current personality is quite likable. If you were still like before, I would be a bit of a headache. Since you've said that, my condition is to have your subordinate Jean come to my side." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin directly stated her desired condition. Kaido frowned and retorted, "Old lady, do you think that's possible? Alright, there's no need for idle chatter. I'll send you a copy of the Rio Poneglyph. Well, I believe you understand its value well enough." Kaido was too lazy to engage in too much small talk with Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. As for the Rio Poneglyph, it held little value to Kaido. Its treasures of this world, or the ancient weapon Pluto, hidden underground in Wano, were not what Kaido valued. What Kaido valued above all was his absolute strength to crush everything. After Kaido proposed this condition, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin did not respond immediately, seemingly lost in thought. The air felt still, and on the side Baowang stood quietly. Time passed second by second, and after about 2 minutes Big Mom Charlotte Linlin finally spoke. Maha. Kaido, I agree to your condition. I remember to send me the copy of the Rio Poneglyph quickly." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin replied in a serious tone. It was clear that Big Mom Charlotte Linlin placed great importance on the copy of the Rio Poneglyph. Kaido said, "Alright, I will have Jack take care of delivering the copy to Wanakuni." Maha. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin responded with a smile. "I will be waiting for your subordinate's arrival, Kaido. But now you should tell me where Oharu is located and what information you have. You pay first, and I'll deliver. Once your subordinate Jack arrives in Wanakuni, and I see the copy of the Rio Poneglyph, I will naturally inform your subordinate Jack and have him relay it to you." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was not foolish and would not immediately divulge this information to Beast Kaido. After Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin hung up the phone, the royal guard beside him asked, "Lord Kaido, what if Big Mom doesn't provide you with any news?" Kaido chuckled and replied, "That old hag wouldn't call me if she intended to pull such a stupid stunt. It holds no meaning for her." Kaido paused for a moment before continuing, "If that old hag truly deceives me, I wouldn't hesitate to storm into Whole Cake Island and end her life." After all, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit ability can also provide vitality, though its effects may not be as exaggerated as the forest fruit. Of course, this is merely Kaido's speculation. Before long, the drought disaster Jack's mammoth sailed out of Wano country, heading towards the sea where the 4 Emperor Big Mom's pirate crew is based, Whole Cake Island. Accompanying drought disaster Jack were Jean Lamy and Cypher's head, both of whom were subordinates of Jack and members of the True Fight crew. 3 days later, drought disaster Jack's mammoth arrived at the territory of the 4 Emperor Big Mom's pirate crew, Whole Cake Island. As they had given prior notice, they were not obstructed upon their arrival. When drought disaster Jack, along with Jean Lamy and Cypher's head, met with the 4 Emperor Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Jean Lamy whispered, "Is this the 4 Emperor Big Mom, who is on par with Lord Kaido?" Drought disaster Jack voluntarily took out the print of the historical road sign and said, "Captain Charlotte Linlin, this is the historical road sign print that Lord Kaido asked me to bring to you." Maha. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin looked at the historical road sign print and smiled happily, saying, "Not bad, Kaido is very trustworthy." At this moment, Perispero stepped forward to take the historical road sign print from drought disaster Jack, while also handing Jack a document. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin then said, inside is the information that Kaido desires. All right, Captain Charlotte Lean, we shall take our leave now. Drought Disaster Jack did not wish to linger in Whole Cake Island for too long. Big Mom Charlotte Lin was indifferent as keeping Jack and his crew there served no purpose. Drought Disaster Jack opened the document in his hand, which contained the information about the person Kaido wanted, a man named Aramaki. After Jack and his crew left Cake Island, Big Mom Charlotte Linland's companion Perispero smiled and said, "Mama, we have profited from this deal with the historical road sign print, and we also have a copy of our own that totals to 2 copies. Maha. At this moment, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was very happy and said, "As long as we gather 4 copies of the historical road sign, then I will know the route to Raftel." Meanwhile, Kaido received a call from Jack learning about the location of the future Marine Admiral Aramaki. Kaido immediately instructed the Royal Guard to bring him a permanent record pointer and without hesitation transformed into his dragon form, flying out of Wano country. On the grassy ground of a small village island, Aramaki lay there basking in the sun as he had not eaten for an entire year. Aramaki, with a blade of grass in his mouth, said, "When will it be my turn to make an appearance in this world? I have great admiration for the Marine Admiral Akine's unwavering style. However, on a side note, it seems someone has been secretly investigating me during this time, and the party behind it is no simple matter. The force backing them is one of the 4 emperors. What a hassle. If it comes down to it, I might need to change my place of residence." Suddenly, a ferocious wind erupted around the island and dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The villagers in the area had never witnessed such an unusual weather phenomenon suddenly appearing. However, one person was different. That was Aramaki, who was not an ignorant villager. "Oh no, has someone targeting me come knocking? I should have known to leave here sooner." Aramaki realized that a fierce battle was unavoidable, but he was not afraid, confident in his own strength. At that moment, dragon heads and claws emerged from the dark clouds, a sight that utterly paralyzed all the villagers. Emerging from the clouds, Kaido locked onto Aramaki's figure and bellowed, "Found you, nature-type forest fruit user Aramaki. You are the 4 Emperor Kaido of the beasts." Aramaki's face darkened as he said, "With the 4 Emperor personally involved, it seems this time it may not end well for me." Aramaki was confident in his own strength, but facing a world-class powerhouse like the 4 Emperor Kaido, he didn't feel as secure. However, Aramaki did not believe he would be killed by Kaido of the beasts. At worst, he would end up injured after a fight, which would merely leave him feeling displeased. In his dragon form, Kaido spoke again, "You don't seem afraid that I could kill you." Aramaki spat out the grass from his mouth and said, "Although I am surprised that you, the 4 Emperor Kaido, have set your sights on me, I am not a weakling. Just perfect. I also want to test the strength of you, the 4 Emperor Kaido." Kaido smiled, knowing that this prey would not escape. Kaido exited his dragon form, maintaining his ordinary appearance as he wielded his kanabo to engage in a brawl with the barbarian. For Kaido wanted to personally test the strength of this barbarian. The barbarian was equally unyielding, constantly throwing punches in retaliation. In their battle, the barbarian showed no signs of weakness, arrogantly laughing as he said, "So this is the strength of Kaido, the Beast King of the 4 Emperors. I thought you would be much more formidable." The barbarian's arrogance stemmed from the realization after the fight that Kaido's strength was not superior to his own, essentially an even match. Kaido scoffed, "What has led you to the delusion that you can match me?" In an instant, Kaido tightened his grip on the kanabo, enveloping it with Conqueror's haki, and struck down directly onto the barbarian's arm. The barbarian let out a pained scream, forced to enter the elemental state of the Mori Mori no Mi to mitigate Kaido's relentless damage, yet Kaido's armed haki still enveloped his attack. Thus, Kaido's surprise attack caused pain to the arm that blocked it as the barbarian glared at Kaido and said, "Kaido, was that a Conqueror's haki attack just now? That truly is troublesome." The barbarian realized that Kaido's Conqueror's haki-wrapped attack was indeed a source of concern, but overall it wasn't too different from his own strength. The barbarian was confident in his own strength, believing that escaping would not be a problem at all. Kaido's expression gradually turned serious. The barbarian's strength was indeed formidable, no wonder he could become one of the Marine headquarters admirals in the future. However, even with admiral-level strength, Kaido regarded it as merely the initial stage of an emperor. His strength was likely comparable to his own when not utilizing Conqueror's haki, only referring to attack power. Kaido's greatest advantages lay in his physical strength, defensive capability, and recovery. Kaido swiftly summoned the power of the Azure Dragon within his form, transforming into that of a human-beast hybrid. Once in this form, Kaido's overall combat capability increased to another level. The barbarian widened his eyes in shock, saying, "I see. I had forgotten that you, Kaido of the Beasts, are a Zoan-type mythical beast. What you are using now is the Zoan-type human beast form. It seems you've decided to go all out." At the same time, the barbarian was not foolish upon seeing Kaido transform into his human beast form, and recalling the previous conqueror's Haki attack, he realized that Kaido's strength was indeed above his own. If he continued to battle Kaido, he would surely suffer. The barbarian did not wish to be beaten, so he had to quickly consider a retreat. Just as he was contemplating, Kaido's attack had already descended. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido gripped the kanabo tightly and struck it directly into the barbarian's chest, sending him flying over 100 meters. The barbarian rolled on the ground several times before barely stopping, but blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from his lips and quietly said, "Indeed very strong, your strength surpasses mine." Suddenly, the barbarian hurriedly raised his head, his entire being transforming into wood, rapidly merging with the earth. In the human beast form, Kaido brought down the kanabo fiercely towards the barbarian. Fall to the abyss. With the terrifying and overwhelming conqueror's haki-wrapped attack, he struck the tree that the barbarian had transformed into, instantly shattering it. The ground trembled under the immense impact. Amidst the shattered wood, a small sapling began to sprout rapidly, ultimately turning back into the barbarian's human form. The barbarian had not yet recovered, and still shaken, said, "That was close. If I had been just a bit slower, your attack would have hit me." "Kaido, your escape skills are quite commendable. The abilities of the Mori Mori no Mi are impressive." Kaido began to understand the capabilities of the Mori Mori no Mi. The barbarian swung his hands, transforming his fingers into branches that stretched and darted out. However, the next moment he was completely stunned by what he saw before him, questioning, "Kaido, why aren't you dodging? Do you look down on my attacks?" The barbarian was infuriated. Just how much did Kaido underestimate him to not dodge or evade his attacks? What the barbarian didn't know was that Kaido had intentionally chosen not to evade, wanting to personally test the absorption ability of the Mori Mori no Mi. "Since you dare to be this arrogant, don't blame me for taking you down, Kaido of the beasts." The barbarian controlled the branches he had inserted into Kaido's body. As the barbarian manipulated these branches, it seemed as though the life energy within Kaido was about to be absorbed. If it were not for Kaido's sufficiently robust body, he might have had a significant amount of life energy and moisture absorbed by the barbarian in an instant. However, due to Kaido's high physical strength, the barbarian could not absorb much in the short term. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn, Kaido of the beast, your body is really tough. But let's see how long you can hold out." After 2 seconds of increasing the absorption strength, the first surge of life energy was extracted from Kaido's body by the barbarian. Just as the barbarian prepared to continue the absorption, confirming that the Mori Mori no Mi could absorb life energy, Kaido would not give him the chance to keep absorbing his life energy. With a swing of the kanabo, he shattered all the branches. The barbarian stared intensely at Kaido and questioned, "Kaido of the beast, were you deliberately letting me absorb it just now? What exactly is your purpose?" Kaido rested the kanabo on his shoulder and said, "Of course it is to gain your full strength." "What? Kaido of the beasts, are you here to recruit me?" The barbarian was taken aback, realizing that Kaido had been trying to recruit him as a subordinate all along. What the barbarian did not know was that he had misinterpreted Kaido's intentions. The figure of Huangmu transformed into a great tree, speaking word by word, "Kaido, although you came to recruit me, my goal is not to become a pirate. Instead, I aim to be a figure like Marine Admiral Sakazuki." "Is that so?" Kaido scoffed coldly, taunting, "Then you have no chance, future Marine Admiral Greenbull." "You say in the future Marine Admiral." Huangmu was even more confused, wondering why this beast Kaido was so difficult to understand. Even if he had the desire to join the Marines, becoming an admiral was not an easy task. After all, the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters are all currently in position. Although Huangmu did not know what the beast Kaido intended, he was not a passive person and directly said, "Kaido, let me tell you, trying to capture me is utterly impossible. I'm not playing with you anymore. We are all on the same level. Even if your strength surpasses mine, it's only by a little." At this moment, Kaido's eyes began to spin rapidly, eventually transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Huangmu was taken aback upon seeing Kaido's blood-red, eerie eyes, questioning, "Kaido, what is going on with your eyes? Could it be that you are a dual devil fruit user?" "How could that be?" "Huangmu, it's over for you." Kaido's left eye emitted a strong red light as he prepared to unleash his purifying power. This was the purifying power refreshed after Kaido's Mangekyo evolved into the eternal, while the time power of his right eye was too powerful and had not refreshed. Huangmu clearly did not believe what the beast Kaido had said. Oh, what did he mean by "it's over"? What a joke. Huangmu mocked Kaido. "Stop with the scare tactics. Your strength may be able to defeat me, but to kill me, you're still far from it." There was something Huangmu did not say, which was that even in a heated confrontation, he was confident he could last for 3 to 4 hours, or even half a day. Just as Huangmu finished speaking, an invisible force enveloped him completely, rendering him unable to move or speak, causing his eyes to widen in terror. This was a fear of facing death. Huangmu did not understand why Kaido possessed such terrifying power. After releasing the purifying power of his left eye towards Huangmu, Kaido slowly said to counter this purifying power, one must either reach the six paths level or possess ocular power far beyond mind. Huangmu's entire being began to transform into pure energy, which flowed continuously into Kaido's body. In an instant, Kaido's body swelled up, then continued to inflate further before constantly retracting, yet his aura became increasingly terrifying. This was the true power of Kaido augmented by Huangmu's strength. Huangmu's physical strength, observation, haki, armament haki, and the abilities of the forest fruit all entered Kaido's body. The rapid increase in strength caused Kaido to unleash a terrifying roar, the fearsome conqueror's haki sweeping across the entire island, knocking out all creatures in the surrounding sea. This was the true merging of Kaido and Huangmu's combat power. Kaido looked at his arm, and with a thought it transformed into a branch. Kaido said calmly, "The strength of my body and all three types of haki have greatly improved. The notion that no one can simultaneously counter two emperor-level beings is broken here. Even without using the power of the Eternal Eye, battling two emperor-level beings is completely feasible, and defeating them is not out of the question." Just as Kaido was about to leave, the Eternal Eye in his eyes began to pulse, and after closing his eyes to analyze for a moment, he whispered, "The life force of the forest fruit has activated the Eternal Eye, but it seems a massive amount of life force is needed to advance to the Reincarnation Eye. When I return, I will study it slowly." Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and flew back to Wano, having absorbed Huangmu's power, and even the size and length of Kaido's blue dragon form increased by more than half. On the way back in Wano, Robin and Noki watched Nami transform into a pink dragon and found it very incredible. Robin commented, "Normally, it would be impossible for there to be two identical devil fruit powers in this world, but here we are." Nami transformed into a pink dragon clearly could not control this power yet. Not far away, Queen, puffing on a cigar, said unhappily, "That Vegapunk guy is really impressive. He actually created such a perfect artificial devil fruit replicating Kaido's abilities. It's just luck." The nearby Kaido did not want to admit that he was inferior to that scoundrel Vegapunk. Queen exhaled a puff of smoke, then added, "However, even if he has Kaido's dragon transformation ability, his power is still far from Lord Kaido. To put it accurately, it's simply incomparable. It's strange to say, I was in Punk Hazard Island for so long and didn't even know of this artificial devil fruit's existence. How did Lord Kaido find out?" Now, when Kaido thought about how Lord Kaido could slaughter his way into Punk Hazard and precisely find that artificial devil fruit, it honestly surprised him. Queen looked at Kaido as if he were an idiot, ridiculing, "Are you an idiot? That's Lord Kaido. Do you think you can judge him with common sense?" Queen. Kaido widened his eyes and confronted Queen. Nami, on the other hand, had exited her pink dragon form, lying on the ground panting. Robin analyzed. As expected, it was still too much of a strain, but at least it provided Nami with strong self-defense capabilities. "Yes. As long as Nami has self-defense capabilities, I feel very relieved," Noki responded with appreciation. The first half of the Grand Line. After hearing news of Ace, Yamato was extremely happy and excited, as it had been some time since they last met. During this time, Yamato had also taken on a subordinate. This subordinate incredulously asked, "Sister Yamato, do you know the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace?" "That's impressive. Of course, our relationship is quite strong," Yamato replied with a smile, wiping her nose. Moreover, the news of Ace's whereabouts meant that finding him was just around the corner. This subordinate was already bubbling with excitement as he was following the daughter of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. What status could compare to that? At that time, following Sister Yamato to the Beast's Pirates would surely grant him a position as an officer. Just thinking about this made this subordinate unable to contain his excitement. Yamato thought that her subordinate was so thrilled because he followed her, who embraced the ideals of Kozuki Oden. It could be said that both sides completely misunderstood each other's intentions. Yamato believed she was inspiring her subordinate through Kozuki Oden's ideals. However, this subordinate was more focused on the fact that Sister Yamato was the daughter of Kaido, the 4 emperors, and didn't care about a dead man like Kozuki Oden. Similarly, this subordinate was also impressed by Yamato's strength. In his eyes, she truly was the daughter of the great pirate Kaido. 2 days later, at Banana Island, in the first half of the Grand Line, the Blackbeard pirates were walking through the streets, and the village had already been raided clean by them. Blackbeard Teach swaggered ahead, laughing arrogantly, "Ha! Listen up, everyone, we're ready to make a big move. That Straw Hat Luffy is closest to us, so let's capture him and present him to the world government in exchange for a position as a warlord of the sea. This is fate." Van Augur responded with a ramble while carrying a sniper rifle. "Waihaha, Bias," said, raising his hands, "this is fantastic, Captain. We're one step closer to your plan." Rafik twirled his weapon and added, "I'm really looking forward to the upcoming events." Poison Q lazily lounged on horseback looking sickly. At that moment Ace, squatting on a rooftop, called out to Blackbeard Teach, "Hey, Teach, you've made me search hard for you." Blackbeard Teach turned around upon hearing someone call him, and upon seeing Ace he immediately smiled and opened his arms, asking Captain Ace, "It's been a long time. How about joining my pirate crew? I've already formulated a plan. Whitebeard's era is over. There's a kid named Straw Hat Luffy, and we can present him to the world government." Blackbeard Teach said excitedly. The more Ace heard, the angrier he became, coldly responding, "You're talking about Luffy. You know him?" Blackbeard Teach asked in confusion. Ace coldly replied, "Teach, that means I can't let you go. Luffy is my brother." "What?" Blackbeard Teach was also surprised to find out about the connection between Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Bang! Bang! Suddenly Ace's chest and forehead were pierced by 2 bullets, flames erupting and burning fiercely. These 2 bullets were the shots fired by Van Augur. Ace's body slowly healed, and he said, "There's an impolite guy here." Ace pointed his fingers at Van Augur and unleashed a barrage of flame attacks. Fire gun. Flames shot toward Van Augur one after another, and Van Augur kept running toward the left. Just as Ace finished speaking, Bias had already lifted a building to smash down on Ace. Seeing this, Ace flicked his right hand. Flame ring, flame pillar. A circular pillar of flames erupted from Ace, incinerating the building that Bias was about to throw. Blackbeard Teach staggered back several steps, loudly exclaiming, "Van Augur Basass, don't act recklessly. You are not his match." Fire fist. A massive fire fist smashed directly toward Blackbeard Teach and all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. "Oh!" Blackbeard Teach, who was first to bear the brunt, rolled several times on the ground, screaming in pain. Captain Rafik Basass, Van Augur, and Poison Q hurriedly ran to check on the condition of their captain. Blackbeard Teach gasped for air, standing up and saying, "You all back off." Blackbeard Teach was surrounded by black smoke, prompting Rafik Basass, Van Augur, and Poison Q to quickly retreat. As Bias ran, he said, "Captain Teach, it's about to get chaotic again." Blackbeard Teach, after unleashing the power of the dark fruit, laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha. Ace, your power is flames, right? Then my power is darkness. So Ace, see for yourself how terrifying my ability is." Ace frowned and questioned Teach, "Is this your reason for killing Thatch?" "Huh." Blackbeard Teach laughed, responding, "It's because this fruit chose me. I've been with the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years because I knew the chances of obtaining this fruit on Whitebeard's ship were higher. I also know that, Ace, you want to kill me. I broke the only ironclad rule on Whitebeard's ship, killing a crewmate. But fate is so marvelous. The appearance of this fruit signifies my ascent to the pinnacle of the world. Teach, no matter what you say today, is destined to end here." Ace said coldly throughout the conversation. Blackbeard Teach revealed an evil smile, saying, "Ha ha. Ace, I won't attack you just yet. To take a good look at the immense power of this devil fruit." As Blackbeard Teach unleashed the power of the dark fruit, the entire village was consumed. He laughed and said, "Ha ha. Ace, this is the power of my Logia-type dark fruit, just watch their fate." With the words of Blackbeard Teach, a large amount of wooden ruins burst forth from the black smoke, scattered in all directions. Just as Blackbeard Teach was wildly excited, several green flames appeared around him. Firefly, Fire Dharma. These green flames instantly exploded on Blackbeard Teach. "Alt!" Blackbeard Teach screamed in pain as Ace's flames engulfed him. The black smoke immediately rose up, swallowing the flames, while Blackbeard Teach gasped for air. Ace frowned and said, "Strange, since you are a Logia-type user, my attack should be easy to dodge, right?" "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard Teach stood up and replied with a smile, "That's where you're wrong. I cannot become an element, but my ability can absorb all damage, whether it's bullets, blades, flames, or lightning. I can absorb it all. The risk is that I must endure several times the pain. But compared to that cost, my dark fruit has another ability, which is dark water." Blackbeard Teach's right hand emitted black smoke as he shouted at Ace. "What?" Ace did not react in time. His entire body was drawn toward an invisible force. In the next moment, Ace's shoulder was grasped tightly by Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach laughed and said, "Ha ha. Ace, you must feel it. My dark fruit can grasp another thing." Could it be? Just as Ace was beginning to realize what was happening, he was struck hard in the stomach by a punch from Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach sent Ace flying into the ruins. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "I see now. You really have a troublesome ability. So as long as I don't get caught by you, I should be fine." Dark water. Blackbeard Teach activated the dark fruit's ability again. Ace's body was once again uncontrollably pulled in. In the process, Ace quickly gathered 2 fire guns and hurled them at Blackbeard Teach. The 2 fire guns struck Blackbeard Teach's chest, and despite the pain, he retaliated with a punch to Ace's neck. This once again sent Ace flying. Blackbeard Teach then quickly grabbed the 2 fire guns lodged in his chest and roared, "Damn it, are these fire guns?" Ace held his neck with his left hand, his face pale as he said, it feels like my bones are going to break. This clash left both of them injured. Blackbeard Teach laughed and said, "Ha, Captain Ace, you really are quite capable. However, you are destined to lose against my dark power." On a mountaintop Lafitte Van Augur basis and Poison Q watched the battle between Captain Blackbeard Teach and Fire Fist Ace. Van Augur commented, "Any Devil Fruit user whose power is sealed becomes extremely weak, but that Fire Fist Ace has a strong base combatability. It's no wonder he is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Wah! Basis raised his hands and laughed. In any case, Captain Teach will definitely defeat Fire Fist Ace. Boom, boom. The battle between Ace and Blackbeard Teach grew increasingly intense, with Ace covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Blackbeard Teach fared a little better, but was also becoming fatigued. Ace with a death-defying gaze said, "If I yield to power, then I am no man." Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Ace unleashed all the remaining power within him in a single burst as terrifying flames continuously gathered, forming a presence like a flaming sun. Blackbeard Teach looked at the attack Ace was gathering and mocked, "Ha! Ace, which is stronger, your sun or my darkness? Let us settle this once and for all." Blackbeard Teach also released and gathered the energy of the dark fruit, forming a dark smoke ball comparable to Ace's Flame Emperor. Blackbeard Teach chuckled regretfully, "Ha! What a pity. Ace, someone as powerful as you, but everything ends here." Ace, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, raised the great flame ring. Flame Emperor, and said, "Teach, I will send Whitebeard to the throne of Pirate King." "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard Teach replied mockingly, "Ace, let's see if you have the strength for that." Ace and Blackbeard Teach simultaneously unleashed their respective attacks. Flame Emperor, Dark Emperor. A colossal ball of flames collided with a massive cloud of dark smoke. The entire island shook violently. Ace had used his final strike, and he was unsure if he could defeat Blackbeard Teach. The villagers who had hidden far away were deeply shocked by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. This small island had been split in half. One side was engulfed in fiery flames, while the other was shrouded in dark smoke, both sides fiercely clashing. Not far from Bonero Island, a small boat carried Yamato, who witnessed the eruption of flames and darkness on the island. Yamato immediately sensed the danger and said, "This is bad. We must hurry. Ace is in danger." "All right, Yamato." The subordinate hurriedly controlled the boat to accelerate. As the darkness continuously devoured the flames, Ace finally collapsed, falling into a deep unconsciousness. Blackbeard Teach walked step by step towards the unconscious Fire Fist, Ace laughing, "Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, Captain Ace, I have no choice but to offer you to the world government since you happen to run into the muzzle of a gun. Captain Teach, be careful." From a distance, Bosch's shouted loudly, "What?" Blackbeard Teach was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Bosch's was warning him to be careful. In the next moment, a spiked club appeared above Blackbeard Teach's head and smashed down hard onto his forehead. After striking Blackbeard Teach away with the spiked club, Yamato roared angrily, "You bastard, stay away from Ace." Already exhausted, Blackbeard Teach rolled for several dozen meters before collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. Lafitte, Bosch's Van Oka, and Poison Q all rushed to Captain Teach's side to check on his condition. Yamato was also shaking the unconscious Ace, panicking, "Ace, wake up. Hurry and wake up, Ace, you're bleeding a lot." Yamato knew Ace was seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. At that moment, Yamato's little brother also ran over. Blackbeard Teach stood up again, seeing someone come to metal, revealing an evil grin, "Ha ha ha. It seems you also know Captain Ace. So who are you?" Yamato rested the spiked club on her shoulder and said loudly, "I am Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, destined to become a great person like Kozuki Oden." However, Blackbeard Teach and the others did not care about what Yamato said about becoming Kozuki Oden. They were more concerned about her being the daughter of the beast Kaido, which was no small matter. Van Oka said, "Captain Teach, the other party is the daughter of the 4 Emperor Kaido of the beasts, and there have been no rumors about Kaido having children, so this person might be Kaido's only child. Then isn't that a problem?" Bosch's also felt it was a bit difficult to handle, especially since there had been news about Kaido recently. Seeing this, Yamato hurriedly instructed her little brother, "You quickly take Ace away from here. Staying here will put you in danger from the battle." The little brother also knew he couldn't help and had to carry the unconscious Fire Fist Ace. The situation was unfavorable for them, and he replied, "Okay, Sister Yamato, you be careful too. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me." Yamato confidently replied. Yamato was merely worried that when the fighting started it would affect Ace. If her little brother took Ace away, she could fight with her full strength. Lafitte reminded Captain Teach, "They are trying to take Fire Fist Ace away. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and pursue them." Blackbeard Teach did not want the pigeon in his mouth to fly away. At that moment, as Lafitte opened his white wings on his back to chase after Fire Fist Ace, a wave of freezing air swept towards Lafitte, freezing half of his body. Lafitte's movements were interrupted. Blackbeard Teach was taken aback and quickly searched for the reason. Upon seeing Yamato's appearance, he exclaimed in shock, "What? If I'm not mistaken, your devil fruit ability is a mythical Zoan." Wehahaha. Bashes laughed. "No wonder you are the daughter of the beast Kaido. Even the devil fruit ability is a mythical Zoan. Oh, what do you think, Captain Teach?" Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach once again revealed an evil smile. Indeed, the ability of the Zoan mythical type is rarely seen and particularly rare. To be honest, Blackbeard Teach was tempted by the mythical Zoan ability that Yamato exhibited. Van Oka looked at the increasingly distant Fire Fist Ace and raised his sniper rifle to aim, saying, "No matter what, Fire Fist Ace must not be allowed to escape. You bastards don't even think about laying a hand on Ace." In her beast-human form, Yamato released her Conqueror's Haki. Van Oka, who was about to shoot, was disturbed by this wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing him to stop his actions as he was already affected. Blackbeard Teach's face darkened as he said Conqueror's Haki. But it's not surprising, after all, she is the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. Having Conqueror's Haki is normal. At this moment, Lafitte also broke free from the ice that had frozen half of his body and stood again beside Captain Blackbeard Teach. Yamato's peripheral vision glanced over, and seeing her little brother had safely taken Ace away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Retracting her gaze, she fixed her sharp eyes on Blackbeard Teach and his group, saying, "Although I don't know what feud exists between Ace and you, Ace is my friend, and I don't want to be your enemy." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach said with a sinister smile, "You really dare to say that? But since Captain Ace has escaped, you shall become our prey." Lafitte, with a pale face, expressionless, twirled his saber and said, "I wonder if Kaido of the Beasts will be restless after his daughter falls into our hands." Having already exhausted a lot of energy, Blackbeard Teach was not an idiot. He immediately instructed in a low voice, "Boys, I will control her later. You guys come and attack her." Lafitte, Bashes, Van Oka, and Poison Q all nodded in agreement. Indeed, their captain Blackbeard Teach had already expended a lot of energy defeating Fire Fist Ace, and his current state was very poor. If they continued to battle with Kaido's daughter, it might lead to their defeat, which was not impossible. Yamato took the initiative to attack first. Ice Bite of the Warrior. Freezing air shot from Yamato's mouth like a heated breath aimed at Blackbeard Teach and the others. Banero Island. Previously, it was a clash of flames and darkness. Now it has transformed into a collision of frost and darkness. Boom, boom. Blackbeard Teach directly led his 4 subordinates to besiege Yamato. Because in an unknown battle, Blackbeard Teach's stamina was no longer sufficient to sustain his fight against this woman. Even with the power of the Yami Nomi suppressing her devil fruit abilities, the earlier battle with Ace had drained him significantly. 5 hours later, Yamato lay unconscious on the ground, drenched in blood. Blackbeard Teach and his crew were not faring much better. They were on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for Poison Q continuously using his toxins to interfere and Van Oka sniping from a distance, defeating Yamato would not have been so easy. Bashes lay on the ground, paralyzed, with his left side broken by Yamato, frothing at the mouth. Poison Q was covered in frostbite, while Van Oka had his neck broken by Yamato, and his sniper rifle fell several meters away. Blackbeard Teach was also in a miserable state. Not only was his nose broken, but his left leg was also shattered by Yamato's kanabo. If it weren't for the Yami Nomi absorbing the damage, he wouldn't know if he would still be alive. However, the intense pain nearly drove Blackbeard Teach to madness. Fortunately, Lafitte seized the opportunity to land a heavy blow on Yamato. Otherwise, the entire Blackbeard pirates would likely have faced annihilation. Lafitte sat on the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, "Captain Teach, we almost got defeated completely." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach, spitting blood, still laughed arrogantly. "This means that fate is on my side. Damn, it hurts so much. My left leg and nose." The intense pain made Blackbeard Teach convulse and roll on the ground, screaming in agony. Despite his suffering, Blackbeard Teach did not forget the matter at hand and quickly reminded Lafitte, "Hurry and control that woman. If she wakes up, I'm done for." "All right, Captain Teach." Lafitte slowly stood up and walked towards the unconscious Yamato. To be honest, the entire Blackbeard pirates did not expect that Kaido the Beast's daughter would be so difficult to handle. After reaching Yamato's side, Lafitte licked his parched lips and said, "This is truly unexpected. Under normal circumstances, being Kaido's daughter, she should have had extensive combat experience. Yet she made such a low-level mistake, otherwise it would have been their total annihilation." Lafitte took out a pair of handcuffs and locked Yamato's hands. The scene shifted back to the moment when Blackbeard Teach and Yamato delivered their final blows. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach suddenly shouted, "Captain Ace, why are you here?" This distraction was evident, allowing Lafitte, who had been preparing to strike, to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, even now, Lafitte still felt that the Blackbeard pirates were lucky. Had this woman not been fooled at that time, they would have been the ones facing disaster. After Yamato was handcuffed, chains locked around her body. Blackbeard Teach dared not give her any opportunity to move. Who knows if Kaido the Beast finds out that they attacked his daughter, would he come knocking on their door? That's a serious issue. Lying on the ground enduring the severe pain, Blackbeard Teach muttered, Lafitte, take a moment to recover, then head to the Navy headquarters. We must transfer this woman as soon as possible, otherwise she will be a hot potato, highly disadvantageous for us. My only goal is to secure the position of Warlord of the Sea. This time Blackbeard Teach was nearly taken out with his crew, including himself, so he had to be more cautious. All right, Captain Teach. Lafitte nodded in response. Blackbeard Teach also wanted to seize Yamato's Mythical Zoan powers, but upon reflection, he realized that the value of Kaido the Beast's daughter far exceeded the benefits brought by the Mythical Zoan abilities. Bosch's Van Oka and Poison Q were all severely injured by this woman, and Blackbeard himself had a broken leg and nose. Only Lafitte's animal path abilities allowed him to fly, otherwise he would have faced a similar fate as the others. Meanwhile, on a small boat, Ace slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion, and said, Wasn't I fighting Blackbeard Teach? Why am I on the sea? Who are you? Fire Fist, Ace, you're awake. I'm Yamato's subordinate. This subordinate explained upon seeing that Fire Fist Ace had awakened. Ace began to realize something was amiss and questioned, Quickly tell me what exactly is going on. Hurry up. Okay. This subordinate was clearly intimidated by Ace's tone and quickly recounted the events to Fire Fist Ace. After listening, Ace slammed his fist against the deck, disregarding his injuries, and loudly commanded, Now return me to Banero Island immediately. But Yamato-san gave orders. This subordinate reminded him. Ace directly lifted his clothing and shouted again, Don't make me take action, do you understand? I understand. They'll head back now. This subordinate was terrified of Fire Fist Ace's actions. Although Ace was covered in injuries, he was not a match for him. Ace looked towards Banero Island with concern, saying, Yamato, you must be all right. If anything happens to you, I will truly be at fault. Now several hours had passed, and Ace hoped to catch up. Although Yamato was very strong, Blackbeard Teach was not simple either. Better safe than sorry. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the conference room, Bartholomew Kuma sat quietly in his chair. At that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo swaggered in hands in his pockets. After scanning the room, he chuckled, Fufufu, Bartholomew Kuma, you are quite punctual. What? Are you that eager about the world government's dispatch? Bartholomew Kuma did not respond to Doflamingo's inquiry, remaining lost in his thoughts. Doflamingo did not press further, as this was just how Bartholomew Kuma was. There were also two other Marine majors present. Doflamingo raised his hand and flicked his fingers. One of the Marine majors uncontrollably drew his sword and swung it at the other major. The targeted major quickly questioned, Hey, what are you doing? I don't know. My body is out of my control. The swinging major was very anxious, completely unaware of what was happening. His body moved without his consent. Fufufu, Doflamingo sneered, Does this count as a pre-meeting entertainment activity? At that moment, Vice Admiral Seiryu walked in from the entrance and remarked, Doflamingo, you still haven't learned your lesson enjoying such sneaky antics. Fufufu, Doflamingo greeted with a smile. Oh, isn't this Vice Admiral Seiryu? Long time no see. Soon after, Sengoku also entered and said, Stop it, Doflamingo. Since Admiral Sengoku has spoken, I certainly must give him face. Doflamingo waved his hand in response. With that, Doflamingo ceased his ability, and the controlled Marine major finally sighed in relief. Sengoku scolded, You two are truly embarrassing. Go back and reflect on your actions. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The two Marine majors hurriedly responded and exited the conference room, feeling utterly humiliated. Doflamingo sat back casually. I traveled a long way to hear a bunch of nonsense. If this meeting is just about these matters, I feel there is no need to attend. At this moment, another voice came from the entrance belonging to Dracula Mihawk. The others present showed expressions of surprise upon seeing him. Doflamingo incredulously said, Really? Even you came to attend this meeting? Mihawk casually approached and found a chair to sit down. Sengoku, rarely feeling pleased, said, It is indeed rare. I thought this gathering of the 7 Warlords of the Sea would not attract anyone, but the fact that the three of you are here shows cooperation with the world government and the Marines. This meeting is about the vacancy of a position among the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Regardless, this position must be filled. Regarding the vacancy among the 7 Warlords of the Sea, I can recommend someone. Just as Sengoku was about to finish his sentence, he was interrupted as a figure appeared by the window. This person was Lafitte. Sengoku, Seiryu, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and others turned their gazes toward Lafitte. Feeling the attention of so many people, Lafitte spun his cane and smiled. It is truly an honor to see so many big names here today. You are Lafitte, the security officer of the West Sea, right? Vice Admiral Seiryu finally recognized who this person was. Lafitte replied, Graciously indeed, that is me. I am currently also a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. I have come to recommend my captain Blackbeard Teach to become a warlord of the sea. Of course, our Blackbeard pirates will also present a gift that neither the Marines nor the world government can refuse. Sengoku, who initially intended to refuse, hesitated. What could be so enticing that even the Marines and the world government could not turn it down? After pondering for 2 seconds, Sengoku asked, "Tell me, what is it?" "You need to understand that your Captain Blackbeard currently lacks notoriety. It won't be easy for him to become a warlord of the sea." Vice Admiral through Mihawk Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma also grew curious about what could possibly be so bold. Lafitte stepped forward, twirling his cane as he said, "The gift we are presenting to the Marines and the world government is the daughter of the Yonko Kaido, as leverage for our captain to become a warlord of the sea." At this revelation, everyone present displayed expressions of disbelief. The daughter of Kaido. Especially Doflamingo, whose eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if sensing that something terrifying was about to unfold, causing chills to run down his spine. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged glances, understanding the seriousness of the matter. Sengoku said, "You can go back now. Whether or not he can become a warlord of the sea will naturally be reported later. If there is no report, that means there will be none. Thank you very much, then I will take my leave." After Lafitte finished speaking, he unfurled a pair of wings and flew out of the conference room. Once Lafitte left, Sengoku spoke, "This meeting ends here for now. You three may head back." As Sengoku finished speaking, Bartholomew Kuma said farewell. He then vanished from the conference room, utilizing his abilities. Mihawk stood up and walked out of the conference room, casually stating, "What a bore, a wasted trip." Meanwhile, Doflamingo remained in a daze. Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, "Doflamingo, what are you thinking?" "Nothing." Doflamingo stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked out of the conference room, all the while pondering whether he should immediately inform Kaido about this matter. In the Holy Land of Marioa, Sengoku arrived at the Five Elders' location. Izanbaron V. Nazashru, shouldering his katana, said sternly, "So it is that Marshal D. Teach has captured the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, seeking to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "Indeed, I have come to consult you on this matter as it concerns Kaido of the Beasts," Sengoku responded gravely in front of the 5 elders. Shepherd X10 Pit, leaning against the wall, remarked, "Moreover, that Blackbeard Teach intends to shift the wrath of Kaido of the Beasts upon us." "That is true." Topman Vachali, sitting on the sofa, added, "However, it is worth noting that we are not even aware of the existence of Kaido's daughter, which speaks volumes about how well Kaido has hidden her. Now the critical issue is whether we should allow that Blackbeard Teach to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Once that happens, a conflict with Kaido of the Beasts will be inevitable." Wano Country. Jigorosha Satan thought of Wano Country and said the main base of the Beasts pirates is in Wano, which has remained closed off from the outside world. Furthermore, Wano is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford to neglect it. As Jigorosha Satan mentioned this, the other 5 elders understood the implication. They had all considered this point, but it was Jigorosha Satan who brought it up first. Topman Vachali turned his gaze towards Sengoku and said seriously, "Sengoku, if we agree to make Blackbeard Teach one of the 7 warlords of the sea, we must maximize our gains once we acquire Kaido's daughter. Ideally, we should eliminate both the Beasts pirates and Kaido, ensuring that Wano does not fall into the hands of certain individuals in the future." Izanbaron V. Nazashuru tapped his katana against his shoulder, coldly stating, "Sengoku, if necessary, we must execute Kaido's daughter publicly." "I see. I understand now." Sengoku realized that this matter had escalated to a very serious level. The fact that the 5 elders had elevated this issue to the point of public execution indicated the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Sengoku also recognized that the 5 elders placed significant importance on Wano. Now that Wano was the territory of the Beasts pirates, sending troops to attack would require considerable military resources, and it was uncertain if they could conquer it. After all, Wano was naturally suited for defense. Thus, the purpose of publicly executing Kaido's daughter was to draw out Kaido and his pirate crew. However, Sengoku was also curious as to why the 5 elders seemed particularly concerned about Wano willing to resort to public execution in order to eliminate Kaido and secure a route through Wano. Topman Vachali reminded, "Sengoku, we must seize the opportunity. Of course, if Kaido does not come to rescue his daughter, we will continuously undermine his reputation." While walking back to Marineford, Sengoku contemplated that if he were to use force against the 4 emperors, he would prefer to target Whitebeard, as he understood him well and knew his weaknesses. The problem lay with Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku felt he did not have enough information on him. Furthermore, the recent turmoil caused by Kaido in the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line remained a mystery. Upon returning to Marineford, he would need to convene a high-level meeting, as this situation was of great importance. A day later, the news of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea spread across the entire world. When Ace saw the news of Teach becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the newspaper, his anger surged instantly, and the paper he held was burned to ashes. With veins bulging, Ace roared, "Teach, you bastard, I will not let you get away with this." He added, "Yamato, you must be safe. I will find a way to save you." Ace had not felt such rage in a long time. Blackbeard Teach not only killed Sachi, tarnishing their father's reputation, but now he had also made Yamato go missing. No matter the cost, Teach had to be killed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily with his arms spread wide. "Ha! The plan succeeded, and I've secured the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Finoka, responsible for lookout duty, said, "Captain Teach, a naval warship is approaching this island." He asked who was on board. Blackbeard Teach countered, as they had not yet handed over Kaido's daughter to the Navy. It was only natural for the Navy to come. Finoka replied, "2 Vice Admirals are leading the team, namely Vice Admiral Onihira and Vice Admiral Dauberman." Bosch's laughed, saying, "Those 2 Vice Admirals are quite famous among Vice Admirals, aren't they?" Lafitte twirled his cane and said, "It's possible that the Navy might pull off something big." Blackbeard Teach grinned a sinister smile and said, "Haha, isn't that perfect? After all, if nothing big happens, I won't have much to work with. Right, boys?" Bosch's Lafitte, Finoka, and Q all laughed in response, well aware of their captain's plans. Once the warship arrived, Onihira and Dauberman approached Blackbeard Teach together. Onihira, puffing on a cigar, asked, "Are you Blackbeard?" "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard Teach displayed an arrogant smile and replied, "Indeed, that is me." Dauberman inquired, "Where is Kaido's daughter?" Blackbeard Teach waved his hand, signaling Bosch's to bring Kaido's daughter forward. Bosch's then brought over a woman bound in sea stone handcuffs and chains. The military ship escorting Yamato sailed across the sea surface toward the advanced city. The ghost spider looked at the constantly stirring Yamato and warned, "Kaido's daughter, you need to understand your situation. You are merely a prisoner now, so it's best to behave, or you will suffer the consequences." What is this? Just a mere prisoner. I've been through this countless times already," Yamato retorted disdainfully. The ghost spider frowned and coldly said, "You really have a hard mouth. Enjoy your last moments in Advanced City." Meanwhile, a high-level meeting had already convened at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy were also called back to attend the meeting. The entire conference room was filled with the most important figures in the Navy: Marshal Sengoku, Chief Strategist Admiral Tsuru, and the Navy hero Garp, along with the 3 top admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Kizaru sat in his chair, casually filing his nails, and said with a smirk, "How terrifying. Are we really preparing to publicly execute Kaido's daughter? But isn't that a bit of an overreaction, eh? Admiral Palyasolino, we the Navy must firmly uphold justice and eliminate all pirates," Akainu responded coldly. In Akaino's view, as long as they were pirates, it didn't matter. The only goal was annihilation. Akiji scratched his head and lazily spoke, "What a hassle. Kaido's daughter." There was another point Akiji didn't voice. Nico Robin had gone to the Beast Pirates, which was very important, but he didn't intend to mention it in front of so many people. Garp sighed and said, "What a troublesome time. It feels like there is never a moment of peace." "There's no choice. This sea is just like that, which is why we need the Navy to maintain justice," Admiral Tsuru replied, understanding Garp's sentiments. Sengoku glanced at the 5 people present, all pillars of the Navy, and said solemnly, "Next, we are preparing to publicly execute Kaido's daughter Yamato. There is a high possibility that Kaido will come to rescue his daughter, but he may not, so we must also be prepared for war. Amir Kaido makes us go to such great lengths. Talk about losing face," Akainu scoffed, leaning back in his chair. Sengoku tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Regardless, our opponent is a Yonka-level figure along with his beast pirates. We cannot underestimate them. We must ensure an absolute victory in this war, allowing no accidents, and completely annihilate the beast pirates, including Kaido. At the same time, in light of the impending public execution, we must summon all warlords of the sea. Anyone who does not come will be directly dismissed. The title of Warlord of the Sea is not given for them to lounge around without contributing to the Navy and the world government." Kizaru, still filing his nails, asked, "Marshal Sengoku, normally, even if we capture Kaido's daughter, we wouldn't need to go this far, right? What exactly is the reason? After all, what we are doing is equivalent to forcibly breaking the balance of the 4 emperors in the New World." Sengoku took a slight breath and replied, "Wano country is a strategic target for the world government's future plans, and it's highly likely that Wano country is part of that plan, which is also Kaido's territory. Now do you all understand?" "I see," Akiji said thoughtfully, "but the thoughts of the 5 elders are a bit ambitious. Even if we eliminate the beast pirates, we might not be able to grasp Wano country, since the New World ultimately still belongs to the pirates. Kazan, your thoughts are completely unnecessary." Akainu, disapproving of Akiji's indecisiveness, said directly, "We are the Navy. As long as they are pirates, no matter the reason, they must be eliminated. This is a simple principle, oh, don't you understand? You shouldn't impose your extreme views on me." Aokiji shot back, not one to back down. Sakazuki, your thinking is still too extreme. Seeing that Akainu and Aokiji were about to clash, Sengoku quickly intervened, saying, "Alright, both of you, let's tone it down. Our task now is to publicly execute Kaido's daughter Yamato. Everyone should be prepared. The news will be announced to the world 1 week later with the official execution time set for half a month from now." At the moment the Navy headquarters was holding a high-level meeting, Doflamingo picked up the Den Den Mushi in his palace in Dressrosa and dialed Kaido. After much thought, Doflamingo decided to inform Kaido. First, he is still in a cooperative relationship with Kaido, and secondly, if Kaido were to fall, many of his plans would need to be reworked. It would become even more troublesome, so informing Kaido was also to see in advance how he would react. On Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido retracted the vines into his body, surrounded by dozens of dried corpses and a medium-sized Sea King corpse. After a few days, Kaido gradually figured out that what the eternal I needed to evolve into the Rinnegan was a specific kind of life force. It is not the kind of life force provided by Sea Kings, but rather a special life force factor found in humans. Of course, the life force of Sea Kings is vastly greater, but without the special life force factor needed for the Rinnegan evolution, it is uncertain if it is due to the pirate world being different from the Naruto world. Kaido absorbed more than 50 beings and discovered that the stronger the individual, the more special life force factors they could provide. At the same time, to provide the eternal I with the necessary special life force for evolution, the amount required is enormous. In simple terms, it requires the annihilation of nations, with ordinary humans needing at least hundreds of thousands to millions. At that moment, Kaido's Den Den Mushi rang. Upon answering, he said, "Moshi Moshi, this is Kaido." "Kaido-sama, this is Don Quixote Doflamingo. There is something very important I need to report to you." "What is it?" Kaido was somewhat surprised. Oh, what could be so important that Doflamingo would call it that? The only major events occurring at this time could be the Marine headquarters and the Seven Warlords versus the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo slowly reported over the Den Den Mushi. "Kaido-sama, please don't get excited when I tell you. There is a man named Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, who has defeated your daughter Yamato. Now your daughter Yamato is imprisoned and impelled down, and Blackbeard has thus become the new warlord of the sea. The most important thing is that the Marines plan to publicly execute your daughter Yamato, aiming to capture you and your beast pirates in one fell swoop." After Doflamingo finished speaking, he seemed to foresee the scene of Kaido of the beasts going into a rage. However, after several seconds passed, Kaido still showed no signs of anger or rage. This made Doflamingo puzzled. Why wasn't Kaido angry that his own daughter was captured and about to be publicly executed? Was it possible that Kaido was so enraged he was momentarily stunned and didn't react? That seemed plausible. Kaido was also taken aback, feeling that the script seemed off. Shouldn't Blackbeard be capturing Ace? How did he capture Yamato instead? Or did Yamato stumble into a trap? Kaido was deep in thought about the public execution of Yamato. It was a boring action, but if it were like the original story and gathered a large number of Marines absorbing their vitality, would bring my eternal I closer to the Rinnegan. Suddenly the corners of Kaido's mouth lifted. I was just thinking about how to gather a large amount of vitality, and now the Marines are delivering themselves to me. Prepare to become my prey. As for whether Yamato would be publicly executed, Kaido didn't care at all. Instead, he thought about if the Marine headquarters gathered a large number of soldiers, they would be perfect prey in his eyes. Moreover, those Marines were not ordinary people. They could also be considered elite soldiers. In that case, let's do something big and see if the Marines and the world government can withstand it. Doflamingo was still puzzled, wondering why Kaido had gone silent. So he cautiously asked, "Kaido-sama, are you alright? Joker, if any information about the celestial dragons appears on Sabaody Archipelago, inform me immediately." Kaido responded with an evil smile. Doflamingo's mind seemed to explode. Was he preparing to take action against the celestial dragons? This was big news. Thus Doflamingo also began to laugh madly, saying, "Fufufu. Rest assured, Kaido-sama, as soon as I receive accurate news about the celestial dragons on Sabaody, I will inform you at once." After Kaido hung up on Doflamingo, Doflamingo sat in his chair, staring blankly. He poured himself a glass of red wine and said with a lick of his lips, "Fufufu. People say I'm crazy, but that guy Kaido of the Beasts is the true madman. I wonder what Kaido will do once he captures a celestial dragon. But speaking of which, if both sides really start fighting, the beast pirates will be in grave danger. Perhaps capturing a celestial dragon is also to increase leverage. Forget it, why am I thinking so much? I'm a neutral party, I let them fight among themselves. I will just reap the benefits." Although earlier Doflamingo was very respectful when talking to Kaido, it was because Kaido was alive and could suppress him. If this war breaks out, the beast pirates would definitely suffer heavy losses. It's not impossible that Kaido might die in battle. Calling Kaido earlier was also to cover his bases in case Kaido survived. At least Doflamingo had shown his loyalty. Then Kaido would have no reason to come after him. Now it's all about watching how the situation unfolds before Kaido falls. Doflamingo would still continue to serve Kaido. After Kaido hung up on Doflamingo, he realized that Doflamingo was just a fair-weather friend. Now that he could suppress Doflamingo, that was why he was so respectful. What if he fell? The result is obvious. However, this situation has its pros and cons. In Kaido's view, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Shortly after, the Calamity of Flames brought Kozuki Hiyori to Kaido. The Calamity of Flames respectfully said, "Kaido-sama, I have brought Kozuki Hiyori to you." At this moment, Kozuki Hiyori felt very scared, not knowing why Kaido had suddenly summoned her. Kaido instructed Jean, "Go to Sabaody Archipelago and stay alert. Try not to be discovered. You will contact Doflamingo when the time comes. He will inform you of the location and information of the celestial dragons. Just capture them and bring them back without wasting time on the way." "What? I understand." Jean was shocked upon hearing this, but he didn't ask further why. Kaido-sama must have his reasons, so he just had to follow orders. Kaido then turned his gaze to Kozuki Hiyori and said indifferently, "Maria has given you to me until now, and I have yet to make a move on you. Now come over and serve me." There was one thing Kaido did not say, that was if he wanted to take down the Mink tribe, using Kozuki Hiyori as a breakthrough point would be quite effective. Because the Minks are a bunch of stubborn fools, special measures are required. First, control Kozuki Hiyori and use her to subdue the Mink tribe. Kozuki Hiyori knew that this day would come. It was only a matter of time, but she didn't expect it to happen at this moment. "Kaido-sama, I will serve you now." Kozuki Hiyori lowered her head and responded softly. In a new world on a certain sea, the elephant Lord Zo was walking on the ocean. At this moment, Kaido transformed into the form of a blue dragon, flew above Zo with Kozuki Hiyori. Kozuki Hiyori was in a limp state, having been thoroughly exhausted by Kaido for a whole day and night. The fact that she could still hold on was thanks to her decent physical condition. Otherwise, she would have collapsed from dizziness long ago. Kaido said, "Hiyori, do you remember what I told you?" "I understand, Lord Kaido. Now that I am your woman, I must certainly consider you." Kozuki Hiyori had come to terms with it. Since she had become Kaido's woman, she needed to maximize her benefits within this relationship. Thus, she would have to go along with Kaido in everything. At the very least, by relying on Kaido, she would be able to have more of a voice in Wano in the future. Kozuki Hiyori was well aware of these principles and knew how to please a man. Kaido withdrew from his blue dragon form and gently landed with Hiyori on the back of Zo. It seemed as if Zo sensed the arrival of a dangerous figure, and its massive body began to tremble. This scene left all the Mink tribe members very puzzled. Usually Zo did not behave so restlessly. It was daytime, and the one in charge was Inuarashi, who led the others to Kaido. When Inuarashi saw Kozuki Hiyori, he almost thought he was mistaken. He uncertainly asked, "Excuse me, are you Lady Hiyori?" "You are Inuarashi." "I am Kozuki Hiyori. You are referring to my mother," Hiyori replied. Inuarashi had a suspicion and asked, "Your name is Kozuki Hiyori. Could it be?" After this, Kozuki Hiyori explained to Inuarashi the events and circumstances that had transpired. When Inuarashi heard that the person beside Kozuki Hiyori was Kaido of the Beast, he was so frightened that he immediately drew his sword and questioned Kaido. "You are Kaido, the murderer of Lord Odin?" Inuarashi had already suspected that this person was Kaido of the Beasts. He had seen him before, but so many years had passed. Furthermore, being with Kozuki Hiyori made Inuarashi hesitant to judge easily. At the same time, the gunmen behind Inuarashi also drew their weapons, aiming at Kaido. Kozuki Hiyori quickly raised her hand to stop them. She was terrified that Kaido would kill Inuarashi and the others. After all, she knew the strength of Kaido. She said, "Inuarashi, you misunderstand. Let me explain." After nearly half an hour of explanation from Kozuki Hiyori, Inuarashi and the others finally had a rough understanding. However, Inuarashi still felt that something was off and couldn't quite put his finger on it. According to Kozuki Hiyori's explanation, the real villains were Korizumi Orochi and his associates, and Kaido had acted without knowledge, thereby committing the unintentional killing of Kozuki Odin. As a form of apology, Kaido had made Kozuki Hiyori his woman. Moreover, the true culprit Korizumi Orochi had been publicly executed by Kaido, restoring light to Wano, as Kozuki Hiyori explained to Inuarashi. What Inuarashi did not know was that at this moment his intelligence was completely being rubbed against the ground. Inuarashi said, "So, Lady Hiyori, do you wish for me and Nico Mamushi to come to your side as your guards?" "Yes, please. This is also one of my father's wishes," Kozuki Hiyori said, bowing to Inuarashi. In truth, Kozuki Hiyori was more concerned about securing benefits for herself, because she knew that Lord Kaido wanted to gain the strength of the Mink tribe. As a middleman, if she could handle this matter beautifully, Lord Kaido would surely like her even more. "I understand. I will speak to Nico Mamushi." Inuarashi had already effectively agreed in his heart. After all, regardless of anything, Kozuki Hiyori was the daughter of Lord Odin. Therefore, going to Lady Hiyori's side as a guard and helping her could also be considered as serving Lord Odin. Hearing that Inuarashi was willing, Kozuki Hiyori sighed in relief, fearing that Inuarashi would disagree. Throughout the entire process, Kaido felt no surprise as he viewed the Mink tribe as having adequate strength but lacking intelligence. At this moment, Kaido smiled and said that cat hiding in the shadows should come out. Staying hidden is no fun, you know. Inuarashi, Kozuki Hiyori, and the other Mink tribe members looked at Kaido with puzzled expressions. The smoking Nico Mamushi reluctantly walked over and said, as expected of Kaido of the beast, your perception is impressive. Meanwhile, Galette, who was hiding behind the gunman, had been curiously watching Kaido of the beasts. A few hours later, after both sides had officially familiarized themselves with each other, Galette mustered up the courage to ask curiously, Lord Kaido, you have always been referred to as a very brutal person. Why do you seem so amiable now? The other Mink tribe members also became curious. Kaido smiled and replied since Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi have become Hiyori's guards and Hiyori is my woman, you are all still my people. Why would I be fierce to you? How impressive. Galette jumped up and clung to Kaido, biting his arm. With Galette's bold actions, other Mink tribe members also grew bold, rushing to Kaido's side, filled with curiosity about his physique. Only Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi felt uncomfortable. After all, Kaido of the Beasts was the murderer of Lord Odin, even if the true culprit was Kurizumi Orochi. But it was an undeniable fact that Kaido had killed Lord Odin. Now they were working for Lady Hiyori, the daughter of Lord Odin. What they did not know was that Kaido had the Mink tribe completely under his control. An hour later, Kaido transformed into an enormous blue dragon, a scene that shocked the members of the Mink tribe. Inuarashi, Nico Mamushi, the gunman, and others followed Kozuki Hiyori as they returned to Wano with the historical text of Zoe also brought back by Kaido. This place was also raised under the flag of the Beast Pirates. On the open ground at the top of Ghost Island in Wano country, the cadres and elite members of the Beast Pirates were all gathered here, including the newcomers Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, along with the members of the gunner squad, while Yamato was absent, having been sent by Kaido to the Sabaody archipelago. The members of the Beast Pirates were already on the verge of getting into a dispute with the Fur tribe, including Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. Kaido's voice, laced with Conqueror's haki, resounded, everyone quiet down. Anyone who dares to speak out will be taught a lesson with a stick. The Fur tribe is now part of our Beast Pirates, do you understand? Understood, Lord Kaido. The pirates of the Beast Pirates responded respectfully. With Lord Kaido personally addressing them, how could they dare to speak out? They must be growing impatient. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were quite speechless. After all, they were the guards of Kozuki Odin. How had they ended up being treated as members of the Beast Pirates here? Kaido surveyed everyone present and announced, next, everyone will undergo training with me for a week of devil training. Lord Kaido is personally training us. The members of the Beast's Pirates were shocked, not expecting that Lord Kaido would take it upon himself to train them. Kaido signaled for everyone to quiet down and directly criticized, all of you from top to bottom are too weak. So if anyone cannot hold on, the consequence will be death. At Kaido's words, everyone present gasped in shock. In Kaido's eyes, these people still had some room for improvement. Enel, however, appeared indifferent. Since arriving in Wano, he had been undergoing training every day. Moreover, Enel had not only increased his physical strength, but had also begun to master the basics of armament haki. The conflict between the Fur tribe and the Beast Pirates was effectively quelled under Kaido's stern suppression. Drought Jack whispered, Brother Queen, why do I feel that Lord Kaido's aura seems even stronger? You're not alone in feeling that way. Oh, I feel it too. Queen also shared the same sentiment, sensing that Lord Kaido's latent power was immense. Queen continued to whisper, it's strange, Lord Kaido is already at the pinnacle of the world. Can his power still continue to rise? That would indeed be terrifying. Isn't that good? The stronger Lord Kaido becomes, the sooner our Beast Pirates will claim the title of Pirate King. To Drought Jack, it seemed simple and clear. The stronger Lord Kaido was, the better. In truth, both Queen and Jack were not mistaken. Even if Kaido deliberately restrained his aura, the terrifying energy within him would not disappear. With the combined powers of Kaido and the Green Bull, Kaido now truly stood at the pinnacle of the world. Among the crowd, Nami, Noki, Robin, Black Maria, Monet, and Kozuki Odin stood together. Robin analyzed, I didn't expect Lord Kaido to value the strength of the Beast's Pirates members so highly. The situation is different now. In the past, Lord Kaido would only allow his subordinates to enhance their strength through artificial devil fruit abilities. Black Maria explained, now it's changed. Just like this moment, he has personally decided to train his subordinates. What surprised me the most is that the Calamities and the Flying Six will all be involved. Without speaking, Monet cast her gaze over the cadres and members of the Beast's Pirates, noticing that their overall strength was indeed far superior to that of the Don Quixote family. No wonder the young master feels inferior when facing Kaido. There is reason behind it. Monet was witnessing the reality firsthand now. Moreover, let alone the highest combat power of the beast's pirates Kaido, whose strength far surpasses everyone else. However, Monet understood the young master's intentions in sending her to the beast's pirates. In short, she was there to be an undercover agent, and she didn't want to disappoint the young master. Noki said, Nami, I used to think the Fishman Arlong pirates were formidable, but now I realize how naive we were back then. Compared to the four emperors, the beast's pirates are simply incomparable. Indeed. Nami nodded in agreement, especially Lord Kaido. He gives off the feeling of an unshakable mountain standing tall and unyielding all along. During the subsequent training, Kaido was constantly exuding his conqueror's haki, testing the resilience of these individuals. If Kaido were to fully unleash his conqueror's haki, it would not only cause physical harm, but also allow for precise long-range strikes, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. Conqueror's haki grows with one's physical prowess, ambition, and strength. Even if Green Bull lacks Conqueror's haki after absorbing it, Kaido's Conqueror's haki has also improved. Kaido's primary focus was on Enel Jinbe, Queen Jack, Fusif, Tofu Pejuan, and Runny. These individuals had more room for improvement. Especially Enel. Even though he had only just begun to master armament haki, his strength was on par with Jack and Queen. The main reason for this was the destructive power brought by the Rumble fruit, and Enel was currently focusing on solidifying his foundation. As for Robin, Nami, Noki, Black, Maria, Monet, Hiyori, and Runny, Kaido had no particular expectations of their strength. However, if they wanted to participate in the devil training, Kaido would not stop them. In the first half of the Grand Line at the Sabaody Archipelago, a lawless area, St. Charlos of the Celestial Dragon sat upon a slave, kicking in frustration and cursing, "Damn slave, why are you so slow?" The kneeling masses around him all bowed their heads, and among the crowd a few supernovas also knelt. What happened next was that St. Charlos intended to make a nurse who was a married woman his 13th wife. The nurse's husband immediately rushed out shouting, "Please spare my wife." Bang! Bang! St. Charlos fired 2 shots in quick succession, irritated, saying, "Damn humans, how dare you stand before me?" At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed down the quiet street. Zoro was casually walking over, drinking, puzzled as to why everyone on this path was kneeling. Suddenly, Zoro noticed someone holding a fish tank staring blankly while wiping their nose. Zoro asked, "What's wrong? Are you lost? How dare you stand before me?" St. Charlos felt that his authority had been severely provoked by these damned humans. Just as he was about to shoot Zoro, a tall figure flew over and landed in front of Charlos, grabbing him. This person was Inti, who was on standby at the Sabaody Archipelago to capture the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons' suited guards were thrown into a panic. Not good, someone has attacked a Celestial Dragon. We need to alert the Marine Admiral immediately. This scene left the kneeling masses on both sides of the street dumbfounded. How dare someone attack a Celestial Dragon? Zoro widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at this person and said, "You are Inti, the one who fought against Mihawk in the East Blue. Is that guy the first of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates, Enies?" Capone Beej looked at the masked man with flames erupting from behind him with sharp eyes. Appo licked his lips and smiled, saying, "No wonder he's the second in command of the beast pirates. His aura is quite formidable. If even a subordinate emits such a strong aura, I can only imagine how powerful the 4 emperors themselves must be." Inti firmly gripped St. Charlos, addressing the trembling guards. "Go back and tell your master that capturing this celestial dragon is a gift from our Mr. Kaido to you." After speaking, Inti transformed into his hybrid form, flapping his toothless dragon wings, and flew away with Charlos. As Inti took the celestial dragon, chaos erupted at the scene. With the celestial dragon captured, the Marines and the world government would surely take action. "Captain Bonnie, something big has happened. This is the latest newspaper." A pirate rushed over holding a newspaper. Upon seeing the contents, Bonnie exclaimed, "What? The Marines are going to publicly execute Kaido's daughter. So that's why Eni captured a celestial dragon. Is this a war between the Marines and the 4 emperors?" More and more people are becoming aware of this news as the Marines are widely publicizing the public execution of Kaido's daughter. The incident of the celestial dragon being captured by Inti of the beast pirates rapidly spread throughout the Sabaody Archipelago. Hawkins, laying out tarot cards, calculated the Marines are going to execute Kaido's daughter publicly, which is why Kaido sent Eni to capture a celestial dragon. A confrontation between the Marines and the 4 emperors is now inevitable. On the other side, Trafalgar Law rubbed his temples in frustration, saying, "With this situation, we definitely can't go to the New World anytime soon. I wonder if the Marine Admiral will come to the Sabaody Archipelago." Drake was resting under a grove with his subordinates, but his expression was quite grim as he said, "I never thought the world would change so drastically in such a short time." The formal clash between the Marines and the 4 emperors is about to begin. In a tavern where the Kid pirates were located, Kid slammed the newspaper down on the table and asked with a smile, "Kira, what do you think about this matter?" Kira sitting beside him replied, "The trigger lies with Kaido's daughter Yamato, who is to be publicly executed by the Marines. Anti capturing a celestial dragon can only be Kaido's orders. If the beast pirates choose to intervene and the location is the Marine headquarters, it's highly likely that the beast pirates will be defeated." Ha ha ha, Kid laughed and said, "What you said, Kira, aligns with my thoughts. Just thinking about the combination of the Marine headquarters and the warlords of the sea gives me chills. I wonder how strong the overall might of the beast pirates is. But when the war begins, we will surely find out." The Straw Hat Pirates returned from the auction house now. One to the bar at Island 13. Shachi, smoking a cigarette, looked at the group of Straw Hat members and said, "Fortunately, the celestial dragon was captured and taken away. Otherwise, an admiral would have descended upon the Sabaody archipelago. For now, only a few rear admirals and vice admirals are clearing the area." An admiral? Are admirals that powerful? The current Straw Hat Luffy, who had not encountered an admiral like in the original story, had no idea of the admiral's strength. Idiot Luffy, admirals are the highest combat power of the Marines, Usopp reminded him with exasperation. Navigator Desire said, "Indeed, when ordinary pirates encounter an admiral, they basically have no way to escape. The Marines are going to take action against the 4 Emperors," Kaido Sanji said. "Kaido, that's the guy we encountered last time in the East Blue." Zoro replied, "The Enies who was with him is also here to capture that celestial dragon." Luffy fantasized about the battle scene and said, "This is quite interesting. I really want to witness such an exciting battle firsthand. That level of battle is still too far for you guys. Focus on improving your own strength." Rayleigh, sitting nearby and drinking with a smile, reminded them. The scene returns to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku slammed the table and shouted, "What did you say?" "Kaido sent Ember to the Sabaody archipelago to capture the celestial dragons." "How terrifying." "Marshal Sengoku, do you need me to go to the Sabaody archipelago to quell the riots?" Sitting nearby, Kizaru, while filing his nails, asked lewdly. Sengoku shook his head and said, "There's no need. The celestial dragons have been captured. It would be pointless for me to go. Just send a few rear admirals and captains to handle the riots." "Kizaru, I also have a task for you. Safely escort Roswald and his daughter back to Mary Geos. We cannot allow any mishaps to befall the celestial dragons." "Understood, old man," Kizaru responded slowly as he got up. This task was relatively simple and easy for Kizaru, so there was no need for combat. After Kizaru left the office, Sengoku rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "The public execution announcement has just been issued. Has Kaido's side already made their move? That means Kaido must have received the news in advance." Sengoku leaned back in his chair looking at the ceiling and murmured, "I hope the 5 elders are willing to help keep the Roswald family in check and not interfere with the Navy's public execution this time. To open the situation in the New World, it would be best to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, yet now we are targeting the Beast pirates. That said, Kaido is truly a madman daring to lay hands on the celestial dragons. No matter what this time, it certainly won't end well for you, Kaido." As news of the Navy's public execution of Kaido's daughter Yamato spread across the world, many people in various places became excited. The Navy was finally going to take action against the evil pirate. New World red-haired pirates. Beckman sat in a chair pouring a glass of wine for Shanks, who was smoking, and said, "War is inevitable. The Navy is going to publicly execute Kaido's daughter, while Kaido has sent Ember to capture the celestial dragons. Therefore, a clash between the two sides is unavoidable. At that time, it will be a matter of whether the Beast pirates directly attack the Navy headquarters or use various means to strike at the Navy and the world government, just like this attack on the celestial dragons." Shanks raised his glass, downing it in one gulp, and said seriously, "Others think the Navy is going to take action against the emperors, but the real trigger this time is Blackbeard Teach, who will defeat Kaido's daughter and deliver her to the world government in exchange for becoming a warlord of the sea. This is just the first step for that guy Blackbeard. I wonder what he will do next." Shanks asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke in response. Shanks shook his head and said, "Everything is inevitable now. We will observe the changes. If Kaido chooses a direct confrontation, the Beast pirates might ultimately collapse. Our task is to stabilize the situation in the New World and prevent it from becoming too chaotic." Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Marco shouted into the Den Mushi, "Wait, Ace, wait." However, the Den Mushi was still hung up by Ace, causing Marco great annoyance. After all, Ace had finally taken the initiative to contact them, and the call ended so abruptly. Marco said worriedly, "Dad, Ace said he wants to participate in this battle to rescue Kaido's daughter Yamato. From what Ace means, Yamato is his friend. That foolish kid." Whitebeard said, holding his head in his hands as he felt very troubled about this matter. After all, in a place like the Navy headquarters, anything could happen at any moment, and it would not be surprising if something went wrong. Diamond Jozu also quickly chimed in, "Dad, we can't let Ace take that risk. Mainly because of that bastard Teach. Bista felt deep hatred for the traitor Blackbeard Teach. If it weren't for that bastard killing Thatch, this series of events would not have occurred. As Bista spoke, the other division commanders also responded in agreement. They all loathed that damn traitor Blackbeard Teach. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates also believed they could not let Ace go alone into such a battlefield. It was far too perilous. The probability of an accident is extremely high. Whitebeard took a large swig from a jug of wine, and then laughed heartily. On this sea, those who harm my sons will never escape punishment, not even the Navy. You're absolutely right, old man. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates cheered in unison. This is their father. Unmatched in might. No matter who it is, a single punch will suffice. Aizu expressed his biggest concern, saying, Dad, but Ace has actively cut off contact with us. It may be impossible to stop him from rescuing Kaido's daughter, so the only option left is for us to go to the Navy headquarters and bring Ace back. The Navy will definitely not sit idly by. It's possible that in addition to dealing with the Beast Pirates, they will also target our Whitebeard Pirates. The 13th Division Captain Buffalo also expressed his opinion. Marco, with a deadpan expression, said, What are we afraid of? We are the Whitebeard Pirates. If the Navy dares to lay a hand on Ace, we will show them our strength. Marco was right. Diamond Jozu also agreed with what Marco said. The Whitebeard Pirates have never feared anyone on this sea, and do not need to fear anyone, for they themselves are one of the world's top pirate crews and forces. Whitebeard finished the wine in the jug and exhaled, saying, Boys, since that foolish kid, Ace, doesn't know better, let's go to the Navy headquarters and bring him back. We can give him a good lesson. Old man, you're right. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates responded, Well, go to the Navy headquarters to get Ace. If the Navy dares to make things difficult for us, we'll beat them to a pulp. In the New World, Big Mom Pirates Cake Island. Perispero, the eldest son of Big Mom Charlotte Lean, asked in confusion, Mom, why did you agree to help Kaido look after Wano? After all, this matter seems completely thankless to us. Perispero could not help but inquire after his mother finished her call with Kaido. Perispero thought that their Big Mom Pirates were engaging in a completely thankless task, but this decision was made by his mother. Big Mom Charlotte Lin furrowed her brow and questioned her eldest son. Perispero, are you trying to teach your mother how to do her job? Mom, I wouldn't dare. Perispero quickly lowered his head, indicating he would not offend his mother, as doing so was an extremely terrifying matter. Perispero dared not take that risk, knowing the consequences of offending his mother were too high to bear. Big Mom Charlotte Lin picked up a piece of cake and said, I wouldn't help Kaido reach those who are after Wano for no reason. If Kaido cannot return to the New World, then we will take over Wano's territory. If he can return to the New World, afterwards he must agree to provide me with a copy of the historical records. I won't be at a loss. Upon hearing this explanation from Big Mom Perispero, and Broly immediately understood. Perispero clarified, I see. So it seems that what Kaido said earlier is indeed the case. The main reason was that Perispero was too anxious earlier and had forgotten that his mother was already well acquainted with Kaido. Big Mom Charlotte Lin suddenly smiled happily and said, Mama. I really look forward to you awakening the powers of the three-eyed tribe Broly. At that time I will be able to grasp all the historical records. Mom, I will do my best, Broly respectfully responded. Broly also knew that her mother valued her special abilities as a member of the three-eyed tribe. After finishing her laughter, Big Mom Charlotte Lin fell into deep thought and said seriously, but on the other hand, why would that guy Kaido take such a huge risk to attack the Navy headquarters? Even if he can survive, the entire pirate crew will surely be shattered by the Navy. Or is it that Kaido is so confident he can defeat the Navy? Just the two old fellows Sengoku and Garp are enough to cause headaches. Big Mom Charlotte Lin could not help but think of Sengoku and Garp, as they were figures from the same era, and she certainly knew of their strengths. It is precisely for this reason that Big Mom Charlotte Lin does not have high hopes for Kaido's attack on the Navy headquarters. It's not that Kaido and his beast pirates are not strong enough, but rather that the Navy itself is extremely powerful and they are fighting on home turf. Just how many traps has the Navy set? These are all unknown. Perispero spoke again. Mom, I also don't believe that the beast pirates can defeat the Navy this time. After all, the Navy is mobilizing all its elite forces and top combatants, plus the 7 warlords of the sea. Kaido still has to save people, and the winning probability is at most 1 in 10. I feel that even if the Whitebeard Pirates put all their strength on the line, the probability of winning is probably around 20% at best. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. In a battle, the situation can change in an instant, and any outcome is possible. Even the Navy could potentially be defeated because Kaido has captured a celestial dragon. What he intends to do with the celestial dragon is still unknown. Big Mom Charlotte Lean Perispero and Broly all looked over to see that the newcomer was Katakuri, the highest achievement of the Charlotte family, the Chief of the Stars. Broly happily greeted, Brother Katakuri. Katakuri nodded in response. Big Mom Charlotte Lean after being momentarily stunned laughed and said, "Mama, mama, mama." It seems that Kaido has captured a celestial dragon, which makes this great war quite interesting. Perispero opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent, because what Katakuri said also seemed reasonable. Since Kaido had captured a celestial dragon, there would be much more room for maneuvering. Katakuri, not forgetting the main issue, reported, Mom Smoker and Kuroyasha have already set off with their respective teams to Wano and will be stationed in the waters surrounding Wano. Mama. Big Mom Charlotte Lin laughed happily. Great. I can trust my children to handle things. By the way, Katakuri, you will act as a mobile force to support them at any time. Understood, Mom. Katakuri did not question further and directly agreed to his mother's suggestion. Big Mom Charlotte Lin cast a fierce glance into the distance and murmured, Kaido, I hope you can deal a heavy blow to the Navy and not disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the castle of Onigashima in Wano, Kaido looked at the appearance of the celestial dragon Charlos and thought, isn't this the foolish celestial dragon Charlos? Always sniffling and being disgusting. Suddenly, Kaido's expression changed slightly as he looked at Jin, for in that moment, he sensed that Jin had undergone a transformation. When Yin Zhaojin caught sight of Mr. Kaido's gaze, he realized that Mr. Kaido had discovered his abilities. Thus Yin Zhaojin explained, Mr. Kaido, as you guessed, my no-tooth wyvern power has awakened. The moment I captured the celestial dragon, it felt as if a certain shackle within my heart had been shattered. Indeed, the celestial dragons have occupied your homeland, and the elevation of your mindset is one of the keys to awakening the devil fruit abilities. Mr. Kaido nodded in response and continued, when the body and mind grow to a level that matches the ability, awakening will occur. Come show me your awakened no-tooth wyvern ability. All right, Mr. Kaido. Yin Zhaojin had long been prepared to demonstrate his awakened devil fruit ability to Mr. Kaido. As Yin Zhaojin continuously transformed into his no-tooth wyvern beast form, a ring of red flames encircled him. This is... Seeing Yin Zhaojin's beast form, Mr. Kaido revealed a satisfied smile, saying, very good. Previously, when your ability had not yet awakened, you transformed into beast form with your hands becoming wings. Now that it has awakened, your racial wings can transform into no-tooth wyvern wings, and the flames still exist. Most importantly, your hands are free, allowing for a greater variety of attack methods. Your strength is also nearing the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Excellent. Once considered among the top tier of the three disasters, he has now directly stepped into the half-step Emperor level, already having 1 foot in the ranks of the elite. Yin Zhaojin clenched his fists in excitement, saying, Mr. Kaido, as long as my haki breaks through to the highest level, my strength will definitely reach that tier. Ha ha ha. Mr. Kaido laughed heartily, saying, even at the Emperor level, there are variations in strength. Jin, your road is still quite long, but there are not many in this world who can defeat you. For the first time, Yin Zhaojin heard Mr. Kaido mention the Emperor level, and he asked, Mr. Kaido, you must belong to the pinnacle of the Emperor level, right? In Yin Zhaojin's view, Mr. Kaido undoubtedly belonged to the absolute top of the Emperor level. In the past, Mr. Kaido had high defense and low attack. Even though his attack was low, his attacking power was still at the Emperor level. In beast form, his attacking power was also at the mid-Emperor level, which indeed fell short against the top-tier defensive power of the Emperor level. But now Mr. Kaido, all he wanted to say was that everything was fleeting and not worth fearing. Mr. Kaido laughed, haha, a mere Emperor level. Once the great battle begins, Jin, you will know my strength. I see. Then I look forward to witnessing your mighty prowess, Mr. Kaido. Yin Zhaojin was also very much looking forward to seeing Mr. Kaido's powerful figure dominating the battlefield. Mr. Kaido commanded, go and imprison that Charlos. We should maximize our benefits this time. Also organize our personnel. It's time for everyone to strike and show off our muscles. All right, Mr. Kaido. I will arrange it now. Yin Zhaojin respectfully responded before stepping out. Worldwide, the war between the Navy and the Beast Pirates was escalating rapidly. Some believed that Mr. Kaido of the Beast Pirates would not dare to appear, as that was the Navy headquarters and pirates venturing there would be doomed. Some others thought that Mr. Kaido of the Beast Pirates would indeed show up, as they understood the deterrent power the 4 emperors brought to the New World, believing he would definitely appear at the Navy headquarters. In Wano country, at the Onigashima training ground, Enel was battling against the Drought Jack. The two had been fighting for several hours and still had not determined a victor. After a bolt of lightning struck Drought Jack, Enel arrogantly said, you big fool, your speed is too slow. All I have to do is keep kite flying you, and sooner or later you'll lose to me. You little brat, just because you're fast doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If my fist hits you, you're dead. Drought Jack was extremely irritated. This brat Enel was nothing but a rogue relying solely on the speed granted by his Rumble fruit ability. Enel continued to boast, I have also mastered Busashoka Haki now. Don't think you can take me down with one punch. It would be easy for me to take you out. Damn it. Drought Jack was nearly exploding with rage. As a member of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, he was being toyed with by a newcomer, and his pride had long been shattered. The pirates of the Beast Pirates were discussing amongst themselves. Enel is truly powerful. He managed to suppress the big board Drought Jack and continually launched attacks. What are you thinking? That's the big board. Would it be so easy to be defeated? Didn't you see how long Jack has endured those injuries without falling? Watching from the sidelines, Fuzz commented with envy, how enviable. A Logia type, rumble fruit ability top tier Logia. Indeed, but what can we do? Jack is just too slow. Taimu directly dismissed Drought Jack's slow speed. Just as Taimu finished speaking, Runty rebutted. Taimu, you're not much better yourself. Speed is not your advantage either. Runty, are you looking for death? Taimu had a fiery temper and would not go easy on Runty. Runty shouted back, come on. Who's afraid of who? I'm not going to lose to you in a direct confrontation. Yen Zhaojin walked over and looked at everyone saying, are you all so idle? Mr. Kaido has commanded everyone to prepare and enter a state of combat readiness. As Yen Zhaojin appeared, Enel and Drought Jack also stopped their skirmish. After all, if the battle continued, a true victor must be determined, so it was a satisfactory outcome for both sides to call it a day. The terrifying 3-masted ship with Moonlight Moria displaying an excited expression chuckled he. Kaido, if you dare to show up in this war, I will certainly seek revenge against you as well as that detestable Straw Hat Kid. Originally, Moonlight Moria was thrilled at the thought of engaging in battle with the Beast Kaido. However, the memory of his recent defeat suddenly weighed heavily on his mind. It's one thing to be defeated by the Beast Kaido, who is now one of the 4 emperors, but the Straw Hat Kid. He is merely a greenhorn who just set sail, and the fact that Moonlight Moria lost to him is an enormous disgrace. Rear Admiral Shitaraisai stood before Moonlight Moria and said, Warlord Moonlight Moria, we are about to set off. Please do not delay us. You're so noisy, I got it. Moonlight Moria began to show signs of impatience, but despite his irritation, he did not escalate the conflict. Shitaraisai glanced at Moonlight Moria from the corner of his eye, wondering how a dignified warlord would be defeated by a newcomer. To be honest, at this moment, even Shitaraisai felt that the warlord Moonlight Moria lacked sufficient merit. Otherwise, how could he be defeated by a rookie pirate? It's important to note that the warlords of the sea are one of the 3 major forces in the world. Thus, their defeat would indirectly bring shame to the Navy and the world government. Recently, Crocodile was defeated, but at least he lost to the second-in-command of the Beast's Pirates Ember. On Fishman Island, Warlord Jinbei slowly opened his eyes and said to summon for the warlords of the sea. Although I really don't want to participate in this war, I must go to the Navy headquarters to avoid affecting Fishman Island's sigh. Jinbei sighed at the end, realizing that at such a critical moment he had to make a choice, and the Navy emphasized that failure to cooperate with this summon would result in the cancellation of his warlord status. Considering Fishman Island, Jinbei could only agree to this summon from the Navy. What Jinbei didn't know was that in the original story, when the Navy clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, he outright refused them and intervened, but this time was different. At the Dressrosa Palace, Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, with a cigar in his mouth, squinted his eyes and said to Don Quixote Doflamingo, Doflamingo, the time has come, we should set off. Fufufu Doflamingo opened his arms and smiled. Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, there's still time, why the hurry? Sit down and have a glass of red wine. Doflamingo, this is a mandatory summon, I hope you will cooperate, Fire Mountain reminded again. At such a critical moment, the warlords of the sea should cooperate with the Navy's operations rather than acting as if the Navy is begging them. Doflamingo immediately displayed a fierce gaze, warning. Fire Mountain, remember, the Navy has no right to command the warlords of the sea, understand? Fire Mountain was not to be trifled with, he directly countered, humph. But this summon was issued by the world government. Fufufu Doflamingo suddenly laughed again and said, Fire Mountain, I said we would set off a day later, don't make me angry enough to take action. In an instant, Doflamingo released his conqueror's haki, sweeping it towards Fire Mountain. An invisible wave swept over Fire Mountain, causing him to slightly sway and his expression to darken as he responded, Doflamingo, a day later, I hope you can set off with me on time. To be honest, although Fire Mountain was not afraid of Doflamingo, he knew he was not Doflamingo's match. Setting off a day later would be somewhat tight on time, but it should still be manageable. Fire Mountain also planned to report this matter to Admiral Sengoku. In the calm belt, the Amazon Lily. On the periphery, a military ship was anchored on the surface of the sea, led by Rear Admiral Weasel, while all the other Navy soldiers aboard had been petrified by the ability of the stone fruit. Weasel said to the Den Den Mushi with a meaningful tone, Boa Hancock, what a clever tactic, but if you do not cooperate with this summon, once we the Navy eliminate the Beast Pirates, it will be your Amazon Lily next. Weasel, didn't your Admiral tell you that no men are allowed to step into my Amazon Lily? Or are you looking to get yourself killed? Boa Hancock unceremoniously retorted. Weasel frowned upon hearing Boa Hancock's words and directly asked, "So regarding this summon, are you participating or not?" "Did I say I wouldn't participate?" Boa Hancock countered. Now Weasel was somewhat at a loss for words, but looking at the petrified Navy soldiers behind him, he quickly regained his composure and continued to press. "Boa Hancock, give me a specific time. There isn't much time left, and you must also undo the petrification on my subordinates. Just wait." After saying this, Boa Hancock hung up the call without paying any further attention to Weasel. After hanging up on Weasel, Hancock looked out at the sky and murmured, "Kaido, what kind of person are you? Not afraid of the celestial dragons? What will you do then?" The main reason Boa Hancock agreed to participate in this war was to see for herself the man Kaido who dared to capture celestial dragons and was unafraid of the so-called gods. She also wanted to witness how Kaido would act and deal with the celestial dragons during this war. These were the matters that concerned and interested her the most. Or rather, Boa Hancock wanted to see if Kaido could break the taboo curse. Advancing to the 6th level of the city Infinite Hell, Yamato was imprisoned in a deep cell, her body covered in wounds with her hands and feet shackled by high-purity seastone handcuffs. Meanwhile, mocking voices echoed around her. "Have you heard of this fool? She claims to be Kozuki Oden's daughter when she is clearly Kaido's. It's absolutely hilarious. The Navy is going to use her against the beast pirates, and after this war the balance of the 4 emperors in the New World will be officially shattered. What a pity we are locked up here, otherwise we could join the fray in the New World. Let's get this fight started. It would be best if the entire world descended into chaos. I hope Kaido of the Beast delivers a fatal blow to the Navy." Voices continued to ring out throughout Infinite Hell. Most of these voices were attacking Yamato, and there was no way around it. What she said was typical of a traitor. Even though these people were ruthless villains, they despised traitors, especially the betrayal of one's own child, which was utterly repulsive. However, different voices began to emerge. Is that Kaido of the Beast really one of the 4 emperors? What a failure. He can't even raise his own daughter properly. Exactly. Kaido of the Beast is a failure unworthy of the title of 4 emperor. Yamato was already numb. She had no idea how many times she had been attacked by these people's words over the past few days. From her initial anger and constant arguments, she had now completely fallen silent. Yamato had thought that going out to sea would be wonderful, but she never expected the world to be so cruel. One could say that life was worth nothing, especially after hearing about the various atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, which shattered her worldview. After all the pirates imprisoned in Infinite Hell had seen and heard it all, these individuals were not good people, each carrying the weight of countless innocent lives. At that moment, Magellan approached with his men, arriving at the door of the cell where Yamato was held, saying, "Get up." Yamato looked up at Magellan in a daze, not yet processing what was happening, when 2 people came over and lifted her up. Magellan spoke again. "Let's go. As Kaido's daughter, your fate ends here." "I won't die so easily," Yamato replied defiantly. No matter what, she would not lose her spirit. After all, she possessed the will of Kozuki Oden. Magellan glanced at Yamato, no longer wasting words, and directly took the elevator up to the 1st level. At the entrance of the 1st level, Commodore Gecko Moria and Commodore Doberman had already arrived. Magellan brought Yamato over, saying, "The person has been brought over. The handover process officially begins." After confirming that she was Kaido's daughter, Gecko Moria and Doberman began the official handover process with Magellan. After all, Kaido's daughter was of utmost importance, and there could be no mistakes in this process. Yamato was escorted onto the naval ship, heading to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Seeing the sunlight again, Yamato was momentarily dazed. Doberman, puffing on a cigar, said, "Cherish the last few hours of sunlight." "Kaido won't come to rescue me anyway," Yamato responded bluntly. "You guys are making such a big fuss, it's utterly pointless. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly, or else I will find a way to escape." "That's just what you think." Gecko Moria, also smoking, said, "In the New World, the beast pirates have already begun to mobilize. This battle is destined to happen, and Kaido will inevitably be eliminated by the Navy." "What?" Yamato was shocked. She had always believed that Kaido would not come to save her. If he did, she would genuinely panic. In the next second, Yamato shook her head in denial, saying, "It's impossible. Kaido would never come to rescue me. He would rather see me dead. Think whatever you want. The Navy's goal is singular: to eliminate the beast pirates." Gecko Moria did not care about what Yamato said. The Navy's objective has always been to eliminate the beast pirates, to solidify the Navy's dominance, and to instill fear in the pirates. Doberman exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "But it's quite strange you have a strong opinion about your father Kaido." "That's right, because he has made Wano a mess. It is precisely for this reason that I aspire to be a man like Kozuki Oden, to save Wano." Yamato remained steadfast in her belief of becoming like Kozuki Oden. Gecko Moria looked at Yamato as if she were an idiot, disdainfully, saying, "What a joke. Kaido has a daughter like you destined to fail. After all, pirates are nothing but trash." In Gecko Morius' view, Kaido of the beasts would surely fall in the future, and this daughter of his was simply a ticking time bomb. These garbage pirates only like to bully the weak. Yamato quietly replied, "Pirates are not trash." Kozuki Oden said that a man like Roger is a truly great man, someone who can lead the world. What did you say? Gecko Morius' anger flared at the mention of Roger being a great man, and he shouted, "Indeed, pirates are all damned." Wait, Gecko Moria, don't get angry. This woman still needs to be publicly executed, Doberman quickly reminded as he saw Gecko Moria reach for his sword. With Doberman's reminder, Gecko Moria calmed down a bit, saying, "A foolish woman. The Navy is the justice of the world, and the world government is the cornerstone of stability in the world." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kizaru leisurely sipped his coffee while leaning back in his chair. At that moment, a naval soldier rushed over, standing at attention and saluting, saying, "Admiral Kizaru, it's time for the assembly." "Is it time already?" Kizaru said slowly, reluctantly putting down his blanket. "How terrifying! The beast pirates have even disrupted my afternoon tea time." "Admiral Kizaru, please take this seriously. This battle is very important for us," the naval soldier said, fearing that Kizaru might not be focused. The Admiral was a key factor in their war. If the Admiral isn't serious, how can they fight against the beast pirates? Thus, seeing Kizaru so relaxed made the naval soldier anxious, otherwise he wouldn't be this tense. Kizaru showed a lewd expression and said, "If even you are this anxious, it just shows how terrifying the beast pirates are." Just as the naval soldier was about to say something else, Kizaru approached, patted his shoulder, and said, "Relax, you must believe in Admiral Sengoku's strategy." "I understand, Admiral Kizaru," the naval soldier replied respectfully. What else could he do? After all, Kizaru had said so, and he was merely a naval soldier. In short, in the war that might break out soon, he was just cannon fodder. Meanwhile, in Admiral Akiji's office, the floor was carpeted and Akiji lay on the carpet wearing an eye mask, completely relaxed and not feeling any tension from the impending battle. A naval soldier entered Akiji's office and reported, "Admiral Akiji, it's time to assemble. Please proceed to the meeting point." "Allah." Akiji slowly lifted his eye mask, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up, and said, "I got it, I'll be there shortly." "Okay, Admiral Akiji," the naval soldier replied before exiting Akiji's office. Akiji took a sip of water, donned his cloak over his shoulders, and strolled out of the office, greeting the naval soldiers in the corridor. On the other side, Admiral Akainu stood in front of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk, arms crossed, smoking a cigar. Sengoku said, "This is our battle plan, Akainu. In this battle, we must achieve a complete victory and show the world that the Navy can protect them even against the four emperors." "Understood. I'll start preparing right away," Akainu replied, adjusting his hat before turning to leave Sengoku's office. After Akainu left, Sengoku gazed out the window, knowing that gathering 100,000 elite Navy soldiers was to completely annihilate the beast pirates. Then the Navy could open a breakthrough to the new world, thereby instilling even greater trust in the people. On Sabaody Archipelago on Island 1, 3 large screens had been set up. At this moment, the screens displayed countless naval soldiers standing in the square of Marine headquarters in Marineford. This scene shocked the audience. When had they ever seen such a stunning formation? Only the Marine headquarters could muster this. So impressive is this, the power of the assembled Marine headquarters. Even the four emperors, the beast pirates, surely cannot contend with this. To the public, with such a large-scale assembly of Navy soldiers, how could the pirates possibly fight back? The current generation of supernovas were also watching the screens, but the Straw Hat Pirates were notably absent. Urich stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at the 3 large screens, saying, "The Navy truly has a strong hand. There must be at least around 100,000 of them, how terrifying." Standing not far from Urich, Capone Beach was smoking a cigar and said, "These are all elite Navy forces. I wonder how the beast pirates will break through this." However, since the Navy has mobilized such a formation, it suggests that the four emperors' power should not be underestimated, otherwise the Navy wouldn't be taking this so seriously. On the other side, Bonnie had a group of little brothers constantly bringing food to her, fearing that if the delivery was too slow, Bonnie would get angry, which would mean trouble for them. Bonnie shouted loudly, hurry up, bring me the food quickly." The members of Bonnie Pirates were also busily occupied. The supernova Drake had his gaze fixed on the big screen, analyzing softly. Even if the Navy completely eradicates the beast pirates, they will definitely incur losses and might even be outsmarted by Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Hawkins sat on a wooden crate, continuously shuffling tarot cards. As Hawkins kept calculating, he found that no matter how he calculated, he couldn't determine the probability of the beast pirates losing. Hawkins said in confusion, "It's strange, no matter how I calculate, the survival rate for Kaido is always 100%. Does that mean that in this war the beast pirates won't lose? Could it be that the four emperors are truly that powerful?" Trafalgar Law was also sitting on a wooden crate, glancing around and saying, Where did the Straw Hat Pirates go during this crucial moment? Could it be that they went to the New World in advance? That shouldn't be possible. In the end, Trafalgar Law dismissed his own speculation. Kid licked his lips excitedly, saying, "Let's get started. Let's see the power between the Navy and the Four Emperors, right, Killer?" "Yes, Kid. We can't miss this rare spectacle." Killer, who was beside him, was equally excited. Kid stared at the big screen with a cold and arrogant gaze, saying, "I will become an existence more troublesome than the Four Emperors in the future. Just wait. The one who ultimately acquires the great treasure will also be me, Kid." Riley and Xiachi sat on a tree watching the large screen. Xiachi took a drag from her cigarette and said, "Riley, those little brats have already gone to Dressrosa to rescue people. They've missed the best opportunity. Aren't you afraid something might happen to them?" "Young people should have their own adventures. Experiences will help them grow faster," Riley replied with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. Xiachi also laughed and added, "Indeed, let's wish those kids some good luck. After all, Dressrosa is not a good place." Marine Headquarters, Marineford Square. On the first line of defense, 6 pirates stood: the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsmen, Dracula, Mihawk, Bartholomew, Kuma, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, and Gecko Moria. The only one missing was the new warlord Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Next were the 100,000 elite marine soldiers, and the core forces, the rear admirals and vice admirals. On the execution platform, Yamato was kneeling with his knees bound, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku presided over the proceedings. On 3 chairs below sat the Marine Headquarters' strongest admirals, Akainu, Kizuru, and Fujitora, who were crucial to the outcome of this war. In the back of the camp, Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp and Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru were present. In this war, the Marines had resolved to achieve 100% victory with no room for even the slightest mishap, intending to show the world that mere pirates, even the 4 emperors, were inconsequential in the face of the Marines. Sengoku took out a Den Mushi and scanned the crowd, shouting, "The significance of today's public execution is to break the monopoly of pirates in the New World. Therefore, we are prepared to go to war with the beast pirates at all costs. This woman is the daughter of Kaido of the beasts, bearing the blood of evil. Since we have captured her, it is time to change the situation of the New World." As Sengoku finished speaking, the Marine soldiers shouted in unison, "Justice will prevail." At this moment, the Marines were filled with fervor. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku had said, they intended to break the pirates' monopoly in the New World. With his hands in his pockets, Doflamingo chuckled and asked, "Hee, are you really here to participate in this war, or just to be a spectator?" "I am merely compelled to participate in this war," Jinbei replied ambiguously. However, the seasoned Doflamingo immediately understood what Jinbei meant. He was just here to go through the motions. "What about you all? Are you planning to stay out of this war?" Doflamingo continued to inquire. "Doflamingo, why are you so concerned about this matter?" Gecko Moria retorted. Doflamingo mocked Gecko Moria. "A fool defeated by a rookie pirate, you have no right to speak." "What did you say?" "Doflamingo, you are seeking death." Gecko Moria snapped, furious at Doflamingo's words that exposed his wounds. Their quarrel caught the attention of Mihawk and Hancock. Only Bartholomew Kuma remained unresponsive, showing no reaction, like a dead man. Hancock disdainfully said, "A bunch of disgusting men, what a misfortune." Mihawk spoke coldly, "If you want to fight, please do it elsewhere. Do not do it next to me." Gecko Moria had no intention of continuing the argument with Doflamingo. Doflamingo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Hee, you fool." A Marine Rear Admiral raised his sword high and shouted, "Everyone, there are only 3 hours left. Justice will prevail." A chorus of 100,000 Marine soldiers erupted, shaking Marine Headquarters Marineford, and their roars could even be heard across the sea. At that moment, a Marine soldier rushed to the execution platform, anxiously reporting, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's bad. The gate of justice has been opened for some unknown reason." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this news, Sengoku immediately realized the beast pirates had arrived and were even able to break through the gate of justice. Alarms rang out across Marine Headquarters Marineford. Beep, 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 beep. As the alarms sounded, all Marines went on high alert. Smoke billowed from the sea, obscuring the Marines' vision. In the next moment, 40 ships flying the flag of the beast pirates appeared, each led by the main fighters and users, bringing 2/3 of the beast pirate strength, with 500 soldiers on each ship, totaling 20,000. Immediately, a Marine Rear Admiral shouted, "The beast pirates have appeared. Quickly search for the 4 Emperor Kaido of the beasts." However, many Marines with telescopes could not find any sign of the 4 Emperor Kaido. The 40 ships drew closer to Marine Headquarters Marineford as the pirates aboard the beast pirates shouted in excitement. Among the 3 admirals, Kizuru looked up in astonishment at the sky and exclaimed, "This is truly terrifying." A dark figure was approaching in the sky, and as it got closer, its island shape became visible. It appeared from an entirely unexpected direction. Kazan scratched his head, speaking with a sense of disbelief. Akainu frowned and said this ability resembles that of an outdated old fellow. Akainu, you must be referring to Shiki the Golden Lion. Kizaru, with a lewd expression, responded with a guess. General, he looked at the approaching island with a look of disbelief and said, with this going on, our plans will be rendered completely useless. Haha, Carp laughed heartily in response. Now this is getting interesting. But speaking of which, can that little brat Kaido really pull this off? This isn't the time for idle talk. The war has already begun. General, he reminded Carp. On the execution platform, Yamato knelt with wide eyes, unable to believe that the beast's pirates had arrived on the battlefield, exclaiming, my father Kaido actually dares to bring everyone to rescue me. Why, oi? At this moment, Yamato truly couldn't comprehend. Growing up in Wano, she knew the overall strength of the beast's pirates, and it seemed that her bastard father was betting everything on this. This was something Yamato had never imagined before, as in her eyes her father Kaido never cared about her life, otherwise he wouldn't have tormented her like that. This was Yamato's most intuitive feeling. Moreover, her father Kaido's actions in Wano were indeed wrong. When Jinbe finally saw the descending island, clearly he expressed his confusion and shock, saying, this is impressive. But why do I feel that the shape of that island resembles the layout of the bay? Indeed it does. How interesting. Doflamingo chuckled, hands in his pockets. Moria of the Moon, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze on the island that was about to descend, muttering, Kaido, this time I must defeat you. Just wait, I will turn you into the strongest zombie corpse. What Moria didn't realize was that deep down, he was actually afraid of the beast's Kaido, fearing another defeat when facing him again. However, once Moria thought about the support behind him, he became arrogant and said, I have 100,000 Navy soldiers behind me along with 3 admirals. Kaido, how are you going to attack? This time you're dead for sure. Moria couldn't believe that with so much power on his side, how could Kaido possibly contend? So Kaido was definitely doomed. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Hancock showed no signs of concern, and Bartholomew Kuma remained completely still. The 100,000 Navy soldiers began to feel fear creeping into their hearts because they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle of an island descending directly. Is this the might of the Yonko Kaido? No wonder the higher-ups in the Navy placed such importance on gathering all the elites to confront the Yonko beast's pirates. What they didn't know was that the island was being dragged by Kaido's flame clouds, otherwise it would have directly crashed into the naval headquarters at Marineford. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately ordered the 3 admirals, what are you waiting for? Hurry and stop that island from descending. Are you just going to watch it crash down? Kizaru remarked with a sly look, how terrifying. My devil fruit ability isn't suitable for destroying such a large island. Akainu, Akiji, you two handle it. Then let Akainu take the lead. Akiji suggested lazily, pushing Akainu, who was sitting in the middle. Akainu frowned, glancing at Akiji and Kizaru, and said, you two better not slack off once the war starts. After finishing, Akainu stood up, ready to stop the island from descending, because there was no time to waste talking with Akiji and Kizaru. If they kept talking, the island would crash down. Akainu's hands transformed into magma, and the terrifying magma surged up around him, but it had no effect on Akiji and Kizaru. Meteor volcano. Akainu raised his hands and continuously shot out terrifying magma fists toward the descending island. The Navy soldiers cheered excitedly. Great. Admiral Akainu has made his move. He will surely bring that island down. However, just as the Navy believed that Admiral Akainu's continuous magma fists could bring the island down, a figure appeared above, crackling with lightning. It was Enel. Enel smirked disdainfully and said, let me see just how strong the so-called Admiral of the Logia type really is compared to my Rumble fruit ability. Thunderstorm. As Enel unleashed the full extent of his Rumble fruit powers, countless lightning bolts struck down towards the flying magma fists. Boom, boom, boom. The magma and lightning clashed in the air, scattering magma that fell onto the Marineford square, instantly causing chaos. Sengoku immediately recalled the Rumble fruit ability of the Logia type, his expression darkening as he said, the beast's pirates have a Logia type Rumble fruit user. This is a power that can rival the 3 admirals. The destructive power brought by the top-tier Logia Rumble fruit will undoubtedly cause massive casualties for the Navy. Kizaru's sly face rarely showed a different expression as he exclaimed, how terrifying. The beast's pirates have a Logia type Rumble fruit user, just like me as a top-tier speedster. Akiji pondered deeply, Kizaru, that's a Logia type that can match your speed. Oh, what do you think about that? It's frightening. Kizaru responded, revealing a sly expression. In simpler terms, even an ordinary person who consumes the Rumble fruit could easily become a top-tier powerhouse. After the Red Dog's meteor volcano was thwarted by Enel, the entire island officially crashed into the Marine headquarters at Marineford Bay, which was originally a vast sea surface. Now the bay has turned into flat ground, rising even higher than Marineford Square, looking down on the Navy. The violent tremors caused at least tens of thousands of Navy soldiers to lose their footing, some even falling to the ground. Sengoku's face darkened as he said, "Damn it, the beast pirates have invaded the bay directly, completely disrupting the situation." Admiral Crane below also said with a headache, "That guy Kaido did this on purpose, otherwise that island wouldn't have fit so well into the bay, crashing directly into it." "Ha!" Garp laughed heartily, saying, "Kaido in my memory was still a reckless kid. I didn't expect him to have become cunning now, and the morale of the soldiers has also been hit. What a clever tactic." From the direction of the island a series of footsteps sounded and Kaido walked at the forefront chuckling, "Oh ho ho. Sengoku, your Navy's welcome ceremony is quite unique. Since you have made your move, it is my turn to strike." The Navy soldiers looked on as the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beast Pirates stood behind him with the 3 Calamities, the Flying Six, the Beast Masters, the Fur Tribe, and other main combat members along with 10,000 pirates behind them, and further back were 20,000 more pirates led by the true fighters and gift bearers. In total, the Beast Pirates have brought 30,000 pirates here, a force sufficient to contend with the Navy. Kaido. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku's expression was very grim as he said, "All Navy personnel pay attention. The opponent is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Although we have a numerical advantage, we cannot guarantee that we can defeat him. The one who might end up failing could very well be us." Awaken Marine Headquarters. The pirates of the Beast Pirates shouted in unison, their voices deafening. In the position of the 3 admirals, Aokiji slowly said, "We've really attracted a formidable group of guys. What good does it do to say anything now?" Akainu clearly maintained an unhappy opinion about Aokiji's words. Kizaru with a lewd expression said, "So terrifying. The Beast Pirates seem to make victory not so easy." On the side of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria's eyes turned crimson as he stared intensely at Kaido, gritting his teeth and saying, "Kaido." The appearance of Kaido reminded Moonlight Moria of a very unpleasant experience. It was because of Kaido that all of his crew were killed back then. This hatred can never be resolved. Boa Hancock, upon Kaido's appearance, had her gaze fixed on him, never looking away. He was a man who dared to openly strike against the celestial dragons. One could only wonder how he would cope with this war crisis after all the elite forces of the Navy had gathered here. Kaido also had an execution platform behind him. When the celestial dragon Charlos was brought to the execution platform, all the Navy present, including the Admiral, were left dumbfounded. What did they see? What did Kaido want to do? No way. Is this for real? Don Quixote Doflamingo looked incredulously at the celestial dragon being placed on Kaido's execution platform. Was he preparing to do the same thing as the Navy? Boa Hancock could not help but cover her mouth with both hands, staring in shock at Kaido. Moonlight Moria was also frightened by Kaido's actions. One could only imagine how crazy one had to be to do something like this. Shichibukai Jinbei was now starting to re-evaluate the governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido. Mihawk's gaze also changed. After all, to dare to do something like this represented more than just madness. Kizaru, with a shocked yet lewd expression, said, "So terrifying. If Kaido gets to do this, the impact on the world government will be unprecedented." Alala. Aokiji also frowned as he said, "If we're going to start a war with the Beast Pirates, then anything could happen." Damn Kaido. Akainu clenched his fists tightly. That damned Kaido dared to do this. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths, murmuring fiercely, "Wait, I must use magma to blast 2 big holes in Kaido." Kaido is setting the celestial dragon on the execution platform. You can guess what he intends to do. The Navy soldiers also stared wide-eyed, deeply shocked inside. Let alone everything here was being broadcasted on a screen, making Kaido's move an incredibly shocking blow to the Navy. The Navy publicly executed Kaido's daughter, while Kaido retaliated by executing a celestial dragon at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Celestial dragon Charlos, bruised and battered, knelt on the wooden platform, repeatedly begging for mercy. One could imagine that during this time celestial dragon Charlos had been tortured to the brink of collapse. Sengoku could not hold back and pointed at Kaido, loudly questioning, "Kaido, what do you want to do?" "Oh ho ho." Kaido laughed heartily, saying, "Sengoku, since your Navy dares to declare war on me, then I must return the favor. It's just a public execution of a celestial dragon in front of your Navy and the world. Aren't you the dogs of the celestial dragons? Then let me see if you have the ability to save them from my hands. Come on, Marines, show your ugly side in front of me. Only the victor deserves the right to speak. The victor controls everything, and only the victor embodies justice. You little ones today on this battlefield, just kill the Navy as much as you want. The more you kill, the more rewards you will receive." Roar. The entire Beast Pirates shouted in unison, their thunderous voices causing the 100,000 Navy to stagger back several steps. "Follow Governor Kaido, take the Marine headquarters, awaken Marines." The citizens of the Xianghua Islands were so shocked by the scene that they could hardly find the words to describe it. In a place like the Marine headquarters at Marineford, pirates are openly executing a celestial dragon in front of the Navy. It's hard to believe this is real. Is the world about to end? One brave citizen voiced their thoughts, but the fear in their voice was palpable, as it was truly terrifying. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was publicly executing a celestial dragon in front of the Navy. Some citizens, overwhelmed by fear, turned and fled, wanting to hide from the impending doom, terrified that the world would be destroyed in the next moment. However, the journalists present gathered their courage and continuously took photos of the screen. This was explosive global news. The Emperor Kaido of the 100 Beasts had smashed into an island at the Marine headquarters and was publicly executing a celestial dragon in front of the Navy. What if Kaido succeeded? The entire world would surely descend into chaos. Urki trembled and said, "This madman." No, madman is too mild a term to describe Kaido's insanity. Capone Beach, smoking a cigar, had his eyelids twitching and commented, whether or not Kaido can successfully execute the celestial dragon in front of the Navy, the outcome is that Kaido has done this. The supreme authority of the celestial dragons has already suffered a severe blow. What a terrifying man. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Joy Boy, taking big bites of pizza, exclaimed, "You're really capable. Kaido, if you succeed, I will personally come to see you no matter what. I will make sure to meet you in person." Apple laughed heartily, hands on his hips, saying, "Ha! If Governor Kaido can survive this, I plan to bring you all to side with this great man." "Yes, Captain Apu," responded his more than 10 pirate subordinates in unison. Drake's expression darkened significantly as he quietly said, "If that's the case, the Navy will have no choice but to change their combat strategy and become the proactive side, otherwise the celestial dragons will be executed. That would simply be..." Drake did not continue, as the implications were clear. Not only would the Navy's attempts to undermine the prestige of the Emperors fail, but they would also find themselves in a passive position in an instant. Hawkins kept his gaze fixed on the screen, shuffling his cards, and said, "Incredible. I've calculated it 3 times already, and the probability of that celestial dragon's death is 100%. Upon hearing this, everyone nearby was stunned, realizing that it meant Kaido of the 100 Beasts was likely to successfully execute the celestial dragon in front of the Navy. Ha ha ha. Eustace Kid gripped the small knife at his waist and laughed maniacally. "Hawkins, are you saying that the celestial dragon will definitely die? So Kaido will ultimately succeed in executing the celestial dragon? It's thrilling beyond measure." Hawkins' words also left the other supernovas stunned. It seemed that in this war the victor might be the Emperor Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Killer laughed along with Kid, saying, "Hee, this world is inherently mad, and if that's the case, let it become even crazier." Trafalgar Law lowered his hat over his eyes and slowly said, "Kaido of the 100 Beasts, what a strategy. He has turned the tables on the Navy. What should have been the passive side, the 100 Beast pirates, has now become the one in control." Honestly, in this moment, the supernovas present have begun to admire Kaido's audacity. Who would dare to do such a mad thing? They had never seen such madness before, but now they were witnessing Kaido's recklessness. On a tree, Rayleigh and Shaki, even though they had seen grand scenes before, were shaken by Kaido's actions. Shaki puffed on a cigarette and said, "Rayleigh, that guy Kaido intends to go all out against the Navy. The Navy won't spare any member of the 100 Beast pirates now. What a mad young man, but I like it. Let it all be madness, haha." Rayleigh laughed heartily while drinking. Although he may ultimately face death, Kaido has at least opened a forbidden door. The celestial dragon's unshakable status has been severely impacted. What if Kaido walks out of the Marine headquarters at Marineford alive? Shaki asked with a smile. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, chose not to continue discussing the matter with Shaki. Men dislike seeing their women admire other men. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford Square, Sengoku's lips twitched as he loudly questioned Kaido. "Kaido, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to plunge this world into chaos?" Boa Hancock covered her mouth with her hands, trembling in fear. Kaido did not just take action against the celestial dragons, he intended to publicly execute one in front of the Navy and the entire world. The celestial dragons have always been known as the gods of this world, with everyone being their slaves. Yet now Kaido of the 100 Beasts has shattered that curse and dared to execute a celestial dragon publicly. Hancock, who had always feared the celestial dragons, at this moment seemed less afraid, all because of the presence of Kaido of the 100 Beasts not far away. Kaido hefted his kanabo over his shoulder and leaped onto the execution platform for the celestial dragon, standing beside Sengoku, while Kaido stood next to the celestial dragon. He stepped on the celestial dragon's head and loudly declared once again, "Listen carefully, everyone in the world. Who can now be called the king of these seas? Is it the reckless youths of the worst generation just starting out? Or the warlords of the sea skillfully navigating these waters? Is it one of the emperors of the sea?" Doflamingo began to laugh, wildly saying, "Fufufu. Mr. Kaido's words are exactly to my taste, absolutely fantastic. Just as it is." The greatest battle for hegemony in history is about to begin. Doflamingo, are you perhaps a subordinate of Kaido? Moonlight Moria, already in a state of fear, retorted directly after hearing Doflamingo's words. Fufufu, Doflamingo chuckled in response. Fool, you're destined to be eliminated by the times. What did you say, Doflamingo? Moonlight Moria turned around, fists clenched, facing Doflamingo. Jinbei shook his head helplessly and muttered, "I'm truly dragged into the mire now." Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly, "Kaido, he is very confident." His words caused the surrounding warlords to turn and look at him. On the Navy side, chaos was beginning to ensue. Kaido's public execution of the Celestial Dragons and his domineering declaration had completely shattered the morale of most soldiers. As the unrest grew, the state of the Navy soldiers became increasingly unstable. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, knew that if this continued, their soldiers would surely lose without a fight. They must rally their spirits, or there would be no way to fight this battle. Just as Sengoku was about to speak to stabilize the troops, below, Akainu was the first to speak. "You fools, the enemy is merely a bunch of pirates. We're fighting on our home turf. What is there to fear? Moreover, I will personally slay Kaido here." Akainu's declaration calmed the soldiers' unrest as the general still held a high status and faith in their eyes. Gahaha. Kaido laughed to the heavens, his voice echoing throughout Marineford, declaring, "Akainu, your magma is only fit for lighting birthday candles." In the Marine headquarters, Kaido of the Beasts remained invincible. Akainu, humiliated by such mockery, had never been subjected to this kind of disgrace. Today he must eliminate Kaido. How terrifying. Kaido of the Beasts. Kizaru scratched his head with a lewd expression and said, "We haven't even started fighting yet, and our morale is already being suppressed by the enemy. This won't do." Akiji looked at Kizaru and asked, "Are you going to strike, Kizaru?" Kizaru slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, lewdly saying, "The Celestial Dragons are about to be publicly executed by the enemy. Don't we have to become the attackers? Then let me test Kaido's strength first." With that, Kizaru transformed into light, disappearing from the spot. When Kizaru reappeared, he was already above the beast pirates, lewdly saying, "Kaido of the Beasts, I can't let you continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise people might think our navy is incapable." "It's Admiral Kizaru," Robin said, looking up at the figure that had appeared in an instant. Fuzz Smoking said, "Kizaru is going to make a move against Governor Kaido. We must stop him, or people will think our beast pirates have no one left." "Let me deal with that, Kizaru." Enel, surrounded by lightning, stepped forward. Kizaru crossed his arms, activating his Pika Pika no Mi abilities. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless laser beams shot towards Kaido, the blinding light enveloping the entire sky above the beast pirates. Thunder explode. Enel also gathered countless lightning rays, directing them towards Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama. Boom, boom. The lasers and lightning clashed violently in midair as Enel's powerful Kinbunchika haki allowed him to accurately target Kizaru's incoming attacks. The Navy soldiers, witnessing their Admiral Kizaru's attack being intercepted, all showed shocked expressions. Is this the power of a Goro Goro no Mi user? Even Admiral Kizaru's attack could be intercepted. While executing his attack, Kizaru lewdly said, "Just like me, a top-tier Logia user, but the strength may not be the same." In Kizaru's view, even if the Devil Fruit abilities belong to the top-tier Logia category, the strength could still vary. Just as Kizaru was about to continue his assault, a figure suddenly appeared on his left side, forcing Kizaru to interrupt his attack and defend. Kizaru lewdly said, "It's you, the first calamity of the beast pirates, Flame Calamity Jin." The figure that appeared swiftly to Kizaru's left was indeed Flame Calamity Jin. "Kizaru, how could I let you disturb our Mr. Kaido?" Jin kicked towards Kizaru. Kizaru raised his hand to block Jin's attack. Bang! After feeling the force of Jin's attack, Kizaru revealed a lewd expression and said, "How terrifying. The first calamity of the beast pirates, Flame Calamity Jin. Get down, Kizaru." Jin exerted more force, kicking Kizaru down from the air. Boom! Kizaru was sent crashing into a wall, causing it to collapse, dust flying everywhere. The Navy soldiers who witnessed this scene were all shocked, saying, "This can't be real." Admiral Kizaru was knocked away. Naval soldiers were deeply anxious about Admiral Kizaru, who had just been sent flying through the air. Yet in the next instant he reappeared before them unscathed, a streak of blinding light. Seeing that Admiral Kizaru was unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief and said, "It's such a relief that you're safe, Admiral Kizaru." Kizaru tilted his head with a sly grin, gazing up at King Enel, the Scourge of Flame, hovering midair, and remarked, "It seems it won't be so easy to strike straight at the heart of the dragon." Pirates of the Beast's pirates roared in unison, "Charge! Wipe out the Marines!" Meanwhile, Marines shouted back in fierce reply, "Counterattack! Annihilate the Beast's pirates!" Marines swiftly launched their own coordinated counteroffensive. Indeed, the moment Kizaru and King Enel clashed, full-scale war erupted across Marine headquarters at Marineford. Clashing steel, roaring gunfire, and thunderous explosions reverberating ceaselessly. Under the command of Jack the Drought, Enel Fazi Tashigi Page 1, Inuarashi Nekomamushi, and the 10 Wild Ones, the Beast Pirates surged forward into brutal close-quarters combat against the Marines. Jack the Drought bellowed furiously, "Charge! Eradicate the Marines completely." Meanwhile, the outer flanks saw the true raiders and the gifters leading 20,000 Beast Pirates in simultaneous assaults on both sides of Marine headquarters at Marineford. Maria the Black, Lucci, Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Monet, Carrot Brook, and Hiyori, among other women, did not join the front lines. Instead, they stood guard around the execution platform where Kaido presided. Their mission was to intercept any Marine forces attempting to breach the perimeter, ensuring no interference with the public execution of the world nobles. Meanwhile, Kaido dispatched Queen Kaku, Jabber Mr. Tubon Clay, and others on a covert operation. Their orders were to infiltrate the Marines' power chamber from behind, sabotage its systems, and intercept Commodore Tsuru to prevent the pacifistas from entering the battlefield, ideally capturing them intact. After all, these robotic replicas of Bartholomew Kuma were formidable weapons in their own right. Kaido stood atop the head of the world noble Charles, his gaze calm and unwavering over the battlefield. His decision to deploy the Beast Pirates here serving not only strategic ends, but also as a rigorous field exercise for his crew. This very battlefield was an ideal proving ground. Even should the Beast's Pirates falter against the Marines, Kaido remained utterly unconcerned. For in the end, he would inevitably step in to settle the matter. This arena teemed with Marines whose life force would nourish him, allowing him to let hope bloom among them before crushing it utterly. As for fallen Marines, if not left too long, their bodies remained viable sources of vitality for Kaido's Mera Nomi abilities. In time, Kaido would show the Marines true hell, and the terrifying reality of absolute invincible might, the Suzaku-style Azure Dragon manifestation. On the Marine side, Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals had already led their troops into battle to halt the Beast Pirates' advance. The Beast Pirates fought not to rescue anyone, but solely to slaughter. Garp's cold voice cut through the chaos. Full assault. Break through at all costs and rescue the world nobles. Now the Marines were no longer defending. They charged forward in desperate rescue while the Beast Pirates assumed the role of defenders. Elsewhere, the 7 warlords of the sea watched on. Don Quixote Doflamingo stood with hands in his pockets, chuckling softly, "Fufufu. The Marines have chosen to storm the Beast Pirates' lines themselves. I see no reason to intervene." His intent was clear: to avoid offending Kaido. After all, theirs was a partnership, however uneasy. What of the other warlords? Truth be told, Doflamingo preferred they stay out of it. If their presence drew the Beast Pirates, fire retreat would be the only option, or else face direct confrontation. Yet retreating would invite relentless pursuit by the Marines like persistent flies. Ultimately, Doflamingo wished to offend neither side, least of all Kaido. As for the Marines, ambiguity would suffice. Jinbe responded plainly, "I have no intention to fight, unless absolutely forced to do so." "Nor do I," declared Boa Hancock, echoing Jinbe's stance without hesitation. Of the 6 warlords present, 3 immediately declared their refusal to engage, opting instead to observe. This left Moria visibly unsettled. Dracul Mihawk remained impassive, utterly unmoved. And Bartholomew Kuma, he was now little more than a mindless weapon of war. Mihawk spoke calmly. "In the end, I shall face Kaido, to test the strength of the creature hailed as the strongest being across sea, land, and sky. That is all." His meaning was plain. He sought only to measure the gulf between himself and Kaido, not to wage a fatal duel. Nor would Mihawk ever serve the Marines' cause. Thus Moria found himself stranded, the most awkward figure of all. He muttered bitterly under his breath, "Damn it." Moria burned to charge Kaido and exact vengeance, yet the others refused to act. That left him utterly humiliated, alone against Kaido. Boom. Crash. Thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly across the battlefield. Jack the Drought led the charge, transforming into his mammoth form and rampaging through Marine ranks with devastating force. Fazi Tashigi and Page 1 followed suit, activating their ancient Zoan powers in unison. Enel unleashed his Goro Goro Nomi abilities, bombarding Marines with wide area lightning strikes. Unlike the others, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi did not indiscriminately slaughter. They each singled out a Marine Vice Admiral for personal combat. Tashigi gripped the hilt of her sword Shigure and dashed toward Tashigi of the Beast's Pirates, murmuring, "That man is Tashigi, one of the 6 stars of the sky." Tashigi noticed the woman rushing toward him and sneered, "A mere officer without even a commissioned rank dares challenge me. How utterly presumptuous." In the next instant, a plume of white smoke materialized before him, blocking his Triceratops charge. only to be violently hurled aside. Tashigi cried out urgently, "Vice Admiral Smoker, watch out." After being knocked away, Smog wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I never expected to be hit as a man of smoke. You are a natural type ability user, aren't you? It seems you are not as impressive as I thought," replied Seiryu in his Triceratops beast form with a dismissive tone. Upon hearing this, Smog's expression turned grim, realizing that the 6 sons of the beast pirates were not to be underestimated. Smog commanded loudly, "Dasky, fall back." "Understood," Dasky replied, knowing she couldn't stay there any longer without affecting Commander Smog's battle. Shymus beast form of the Triceratops gradually shrank, finally transforming into his human beast form, saying, "Since you are so confident, let's see if you can still be this confident later." Not far away, Tina noticed Smog's situation and said with concern that idiot Smog is actually going to face Seiryu, who has a bounty of 472 million. With that, Tina left the surrounding pirates and rushed towards Smog's direction. Seiryu continuously swung his sword to attack Smog, who was struggling to defend himself. After noticing the unique nature of his opponent's weapon, Seiryu said, "Kid, your weapon is imbued with sea stone. We are much more familiar with the aura of sea stone than you are." With a sudden increase in the intensity of his attacks, Seiryu kicked Smog away due to his momentary lapse in defense. Shermu's right leg pushed off the ground, accelerating towards Smog. However, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, forcing Seiryu to halt his attack. Seeing that the person blocking him was a female Navy officer, Smog irritably said, "Tina, who told you to meddle? This guy is my opponent. Idiot, stop overestimating yourself. You are not his match right now. Oh, let's work together against him," Tina criticized Smog while taking a drag from her cigarette. Although Smog's face showed displeasure, he did not refuse Tina's suggestion, as teaming up with her against Seiryu was indeed a viable strategy. Boring antics, Seiryu scoffed as he believed that even with more people the outcome would remain unchanged. Bang, bang. While Seiryu dealt with both Smog and Tina, Phosphor was also intercepted by someone on the other side. Phosphor looked at the person blocking his path and said, "So it's you, Major Wussmouse. Who are you? How can you use the 6 styles so proficiently in battle?" Wussmouse questioned, standing in front of Phosphor. Phosphor smirked and replied, "Who am I? Hee hee, you don't need to know that, Major Wussmouse. Since you came to block me, let me see your strength." Gladly. Wussmouse was also eager to see how powerful Phosphor from the Beast Pirates really was. Soru. In the next moment, both Phosphor and Wussmouse used the 6-style Soru for a high-speed duel. Peggy 1, Inuarashi, and Nikomushi were also blocked by 3 other majors. They could not allow these pirates to massacre the Navy soldiers any longer. The majors had to personally intervene to stop the cadres of the Beast Pirates. Meanwhile, the 10 fierce warriors were also confronted by a giant major as the core forces of both factions began their battles. The remaining forces were engaged in combat with Navy soldiers and pirates clashing fiercely. Kizaru stood with his hands in his pockets looking relaxed when suddenly a figure appeared above him. Enel arrogantly said, "So you are the Marine Admiral Kizaru. I want to see whose devil fruit ability is stronger, yours or mine." How terrifying. The Beast Pirates, Enel the user of the Rumble fruit, Kizaru responded nonchalantly. "But why are you picking on me specifically? Then let's play a bit." "Play. Don't get too cocky." Enel raised his hand, gathering lightning to strike down at Kizaru. "Yasakani no Magatama." Kizaru raised his finger and effortlessly fired a laser to deflect Enel's attack. The next moment, both of them vanished from sight, moving so fast that even a captain would struggle to follow. Bang, bang. The clash of light and lightning erupted continuously, but their fight had moved to the outskirts. If it were among the crowd, it would cause massive casualties. Enel went all out with his aggressive attack. Meanwhile, Kizaru also realized that his Pika fruit ability, facing Enel's Rumble fruit, did not yield any significant advantage. It could be said that it was an evenly matched ability duel. Kizaru remarked, as expected of the Rumble fruit. "Quite impressive. Your observation hockey is commendable, but it seems your armament hockey is just at the beginner level. Such a level of armament hockey could not harm me at all, kid." As an admiral, Kizaru's keen insight allowed him to discern Enel's strengths and weaknesses within such a short exchange. This Rumble fruit user, Enel, had average basic combat strength. However, his mastery of observation hockey was quite proficient, while his armament hockey was still at the beginner stage, posing no real threat. His overall strength primarily stemmed from the damage dealt by the Rumble fruit. Having seen through Enel's strengths and weaknesses, Kizaru leisurely began to clash his Pika fruit ability with Enel's Rumble fruit ability. Indeed, Enel's strength had surpassed that of a major, but he posed no real threat to Kizaru. Even if Enel was slow to react, he realized the issue. This yellow monkey wasn't even taking their fight seriously. Enel did his utmost, but the Rumble fruit ability could not overwhelm Kizaru's Pika fruit ability. Boom. The mammoth-like Jack the Drought charged relentlessly at the Navy soldiers. Oh, a large group of Navy soldiers was sent flying by Jack the Drought. Damn it, we can't stop him. The Navy soldiers used various blades and bullets, but they were completely ineffective against Jack the Drought. Jack the Drought scoffed, saying, "These tickling toys are utterly useless against me." Suddenly, a laser beam pierced through Jack the Drought's body. Bang! The pirates of the Beast Pirates shouted in worry, "Lord Jack, are you all right?" Jack the Drought in pain couldn't help but bleed from the corner of his mouth, roaring, "Bastard, who did that?" After searching around, Jack the Drought saw Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, smoke rising from his mouth, and said, "It's you. Bartholomew Kuma, since you want to seek death, then I shall grant you that wish." Jack the Drought exited his mammoth form. Bartholomew Kuma did not respond, nor could he, as he was now a complete, thoughtless cyborg. Great. The Warlord of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, has joined the battle. Seeing Kuma attack Jack the Drought, the Navy soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. This was equivalent to them significantly reducing their pressure, otherwise Jack the Drought's relentless charges would have caused them massive casualties. On the side of Moonlight Moria, seeing Bartholomew Kuma take action, he finally dared to move. Down below the execution platform, Akainu and Akiji were still seated. Akainu looked at the fighting Kizuru and could tell that Kizuru wasn't truly putting in effort, merely exchanging blows with the devil fruit abilities. Akainu, with a very grim expression, said, "Kaido, we must not allow the public execution of the celestial dragon to succeed. Otherwise, even if we execute Kaido's daughter, we still won't be able to recover our lost reputation." Akiji pondered how this war should proceed and simply gave a perfunctory answer to Akainu. To this, Akainu couldn't be bothered to say much. After so many years as colleagues, he already understood Akiji and Kizaru's personalities. Akainu slowly stood up from his chair. He had to take action, or else with the passage of time the Navy's reputation would be completely lost. Akainu leaped down, directly locking his gaze on Kaido and charging forward. Great. Admiral Akainu is also taking action. Justice will prevail. Seeing Admiral Akainu also move, the Navy soldiers became even more confident, believing that they would definitely be able to eliminate the Beast Pirates. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned tightly. To be honest, Kaido's strategy was completely unexpected for Sengoku. According to the plan, they were supposed to set a trap for the Beast Pirates to fall into, thereby eliminating them all in one go. Now the significance of publicly executing Kaido's daughter had plummeted. It meant that they were now in a position where they had to rescue the celestial dragons, making the Navy the aggressive side. Moreover, looking at the Beast Pirates' combat style, it didn't seem like they were here to rescue anyone. They were purely here to kill the Navy. Sengoku had to question this point. The most troubling aspect for Sengoku was that the originally aggressive side had now become the passive side. Yamato, kneeling nearby, couldn't help but say, "Father seems to have changed." What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately became suspicious and alert. Yamato shook his head, saying, "I can't quite put it into words." Meanwhile, in the location of Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, Garp scratched his ear and said, "That kid kind of can't hold back and has started to make a move." "That's for sure. Who told that guy Kaido to be so bold as to publicly execute the celestial dragon?" Vice Admiral Tsuru understood why Akainu couldn't sit still. At this moment, a Navy soldier ran up to Fleet Admiral Sengoku to report. "Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is still one transponder snail that hasn't been found." What are you all doing?" A bunch of useless fools dropping the ball at a critical moment. Sengoku, already extremely irritated, truly jumped up to hit someone upon hearing this bad news. If this is how the war goes, will the Navy still need to protect the stability of the world? The Navy soldiers were also frightened by Sengoku's furious outburst. Sengoku knew that getting angry was futile, so he ordered, "What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and find the other transponder snail. Do you want to make the Navy embarrass itself in front of the whole world?" "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." The Navy soldiers hurriedly turned and left after receiving the order. Sengoku continued to glare at the battlefield, and upon seeing Kaido's arrogant smile, his expression darkened even further. After Akainu launched his attack, all the pirates along the way were utterly unable to withstand his might. Akainu roared, "You damned pirates, get out of my way." With a terrifying punch of lava, all the pirates in his path were instantly swallowed by the magma. Quick, get out of the way. We can't confront Admiral Akainu." Seeing this, the pirates of the Beast Pirates continuously scattered to the sides, for Akainu's magma fruit abilities were far too terrifying. Just touching it meant death. Dealing with the Admiral could only be left to the captains. They were simply unable to confront the Admiral. Akainu, amidst his running charge, taunted loudly, "You bunch of useless scum from the Beast Pirates dare to run rampant here at Marine Headquarters Marineford. You should at least know your limits." With that, another fist of magma smashed down towards the pirates of the Beast Pirates. Boom. instantly causing casualties among over 100 pirates from the beast pirates. Suddenly, Akainu was struck by a blade that pierced his shoulder and magma began to ooze from the wound, continuously healing itself. Akainu had sensed the impending danger with his observation haki and evaded the attack. Turning his head with a grim expression, he saw the fiery Enti behind him and remarked, "It's you. Enti, I know I should call you a member of the Lunaria tribe, but do you really think you can stop me?" Despite finding Eni troublesome, Akainu did not believe that this mere Enti could hinder him. "My target is Kaido of the 100 Beasts." Enti responded fearlessly, "Whether I can stop you will only be revealed in battle." After saying this, Enti activated the awakening ability of the Toothless Wyvern, transforming the wings on his back into those of a toothless wyvern, while flames engulfed his entire body. Eventually, he transformed into a hybrid form of a fire-winged dragon, the terrifying heat causing the ground around them to melt. Seeing this, Akainu frowned and said, "I see. Your ancient species ability has awakened. You've even harnessed the power of flames. But my power is magma." Akainu too was enveloped in magma, melting the ground beneath him. At this moment, both Akainu and Enti exuded an incomparably terrifying heat. Watching the battlefield, Sengoku murmured, "It seems that Enti is indeed the most troublesome existence aside from Kaido of the 100 Beasts." As the fleet Admiral, Sengoku had seen many powerful individuals, so upon witnessing the aura emanating from Eni, he realized that Eni was indeed a formidable opponent. It seems the rumors from some time ago about being able to fight evenly with Mihawk are indeed true. What Sengoku did not know was that Enies' ancient species ability, the Toothless Wyvern, had only recently awakened, thus his strength had taken another small leap, officially stepping closer to the level of a Yonko. Mihawk, observing from the sidelines, had already noticed that Enti's strength was even more formidable than before. Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, licked his lips and chuckled. "Fufufu, an exciting battle is about to unfold." Doflamingo was not interested in who would win, he was more intrigued by how chaotic the war could become. He also exchanged glances with Monet, whom he had arranged to work under Kaido. After all, at this stage, Doflamingo still did not wish to offend Kaido, so he allowed Monet to continue working under him. The pirates of the Beast Pirates and the Navy soldiers all distanced themselves from the battlefield where Enti and Akainu were engaged. Because if they got too close, they might be caught in the crossfire. After all, the temperature around those two was extremely high. Kaido felt rejuvenated seeing Enti use his new form, as this technique of being engulfed in flames was likely learned from him. Enies' current power was already very close to the level of a Yonko, indicating that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, making it not so easy for Akainu to defeat him now. Meanwhile, some Navy personnel managed to break through, but they were intercepted by Black Maria, Runny, Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Galette, and Monet. Akainu raised his right hand, transforming it into a magma fist aimed at Enti. Great fire. Facing the approaching magma fist, Enti chose not to take it heed, but instead forcefully flapped his wings, using the thrust to glide along the edge of the magma fist and charge at Akainu. Seeing this, Akainu had to halt his magma fist attack and turn to respond to Enies' ambush. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Enti and Akainu's fists collided. The speed of their punches increased dramatically. Akainu was slightly taken aback. This Enti could actually clash with his magma fist, indicating he had some skill. Ultimately, their fists collided completely. Bang! Akainu was pushed back 2 meters while Eni was forced back 14 meters. At this moment, the difference in strength was evident, but Akainu did not inflict any harm on Eni, as Eni was fully enveloped in flames and haki. Enti taunted, "Akainu, if you want to deal with Kaido, you'll have to get past me first." Akainu, with magma dripping from his body, disdainfully replied, "Today all of you from the Beast Pirates will die." Enti flapped his wings and launched himself at Akainu, not intending to continue clashing Heiden, as facing Akainu's magma required more haki and flames to withstand, which was too taxing. Therefore, Enti planned to adopt a speed-based strategy against Akainu. Akainu too noticed this and activated his observation haki. Meanwhile, Queen, along with Kaido's subordinates, successfully sabotaged the Navy's power room and casually seized a transponder snail. Queen quietly inquired, "Are we heading back to the battlefield now, or should we hide?" "Of course we should return to the battlefield," Akin answered without hesitation. In Akin's view, only by joining the battle could he truly experience combat. Queen, puffing on a cigar, instructed, "Kaido, you 3 go back to Governor Kaido. It's safest there. Akin and I will join the battle." "I agree." Kaido nodded, not hesitating to agree. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 also had no objections, as being near Governor Kaido was indeed the safest option. After tossing the transponder snail to Mr. 3, Queen turned with Akin and rushed towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kaido, Mr. 2, and Mr. Three were also maneuvering to approach the location of Governor Kaido, as Queen did not dare waste any time knowing that Governor Kaido was closely monitoring the battlefield. At this moment, the Navy finally tracked down the last location of the visual transponder snail. A naval soldier reported from below the execution platform, reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the last visual transponder snail is with one of Kaido's subordinates, and we cannot get close at all. A bunch of useless fools, Sengoku replied through gritted teeth. Sengoku saw Mr. 3 beside Kaido holding the visual transponder snail, meaning that Kaido had completely taken over the situation. After all their efforts, the Navy's public execution of Kaido's daughter lost nearly all significance. It seemed that everything they had done had become a stage built for the beast pirates, allowing them to publicly execute celestial dragons and slap the Navy and world government in the face in front of the entire world. Sengoku could already imagine how various factions outside would perceive this scene, and the status of the celestial dragons would plummet at this moment. They were publicly executed in front of the Navy, and do you think the authority of the world government wouldn't suffer? It has already greatly diminished. The only remedy now is to completely annihilate the beast pirates. As for whether the celestial dragons can be rescued, it doesn't matter, then the losses can be minimized. Originally, the plan was to shut down all 3 visual transponder snails, and then Sengoku would personally issue orders to fully eliminate the beast pirates without focusing on rescuing the celestial dragons. However, now that one visual transponder snail has been captured by the beast pirates, Sengoku no longer dared to issue commands lightly, as it would be equivalent to announcing to the world that they would not care about the fate of the celestial dragons, putting them in a passive position. Sengoku's reluctance to issue commands casually transformed what should have been a full-scale rescue by the beast pirates into a desperate rescue by the Navy. And the beast pirates were directly killing their Navy without any intention of rescue. This was the most troublesome aspect for Sengoku. Not only had the advantage of fighting on their home turf turned into a battle on the enemy's turf, but Kaido had also taken the initiative. When did Sengoku experience such a significant decision-making failure? This bastard Kaido had never been this cunning before. Now that he is clever, it's one thing, but he is also audacious and insane, truly a madman, while their Navy was completely outsmarted. What Sengoku did not know was that Kaido was aware of the original story, otherwise Sengoku wouldn't suspect that there were traitors within their Navy. How else could it seem like Kaido knew all their battle strategies? Now there is only one way left: to use brute force to completely eliminate the beast pirates. Although this method will result in significantly higher casualties than anticipated, it is the only option they have. While all their schemes have been seen through, the situation has become so passive. Now they can only rely on brute force to eradicate the beast pirates. Sengoku believed that with all their combat strength committed, they could certainly defeat the beast pirates. Sengoku looked down at Aokiji, who was still seated, and ordered Aokiji freeze the surrounding seas completely. We will not give the pirates any way to retreat. Understood, Aokiji replied from the Admiral's chair. Now that Kizaru and Akainu had already launched their attacks, he too would need to engage, as remaining here no longer held much significance. Aokiji could see that the beast pirates were not here to rescue anyone, and instead they seemed to be here specifically to massacre the Navy. Rather, it was the Navy that appeared to be the ones attempting a rescue. Aokiji slowly stood up, and his movement immediately caught the attention of the powerful individuals present. Now that 2 of the 3 admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, were already in action, Aokiji's movement signified that all 3 admirals were now engaged. On Kizaru's side, he was clashing with Eniru, not taking it seriously at all. Eniru was aware of this, but being able to hold Kizaru back was already a significant achievement. Additionally, the most intense battle was taking place between the 2 of them, Fire Disaster and Akainu, with no one else in sight, as they both emitted terrifying heat that made it impossible for anyone to approach. Admiral Aokiji is also in action. Let's go. Eliminate the beast pirates, justice will prevail. The naval soldiers were continuously motivating themselves. They could not afford to lose this war. If they did, the Navy's reputation would be utterly shattered. Aokiji leaped into the air, his hands spread wide, and a chilling frost emanated from his body. Ice Age. As Aokiji unleashed his technique, 2 ice pillars shot out from his hands, striking the surfaces of the sea to either side. The instant the ice pillars struck the ocean, both sides were instantly frozen, and the temperature around them dropped sharply from over 30 degrees to below 0. Only the locations of Fire Disaster and Akainu remained hot. Our escape route has been frozen. Some of the beast pirates noticed that their ships and the surrounding seas had been encased in ice. Queen shouted loudly, "You fools, what are you retreating for? Can't you see that our Governor Kaido is still calm? Hurry and kill the enemies." "Yes, Lord Queen." The beast pirates quickly regained their composure. Lord Queen was right. They still needed Governor Kaido to hold the line. There was no need to fear the Navy at all. At that moment, Gecko Moria leaped in front of Queen arrogantly, saying, He Queen, I have my eyes on your body. Huh, what are you talking about, you bastard? Queen felt that Gecko Moria might be an idiot for daring to approach him. Come forth, zombie soldiers. Gecko Moria waved his hand, summoning a large number of zombie soldiers, all of whom were deceased naval soldiers and beast pirates. Queen did not waste time and immediately transformed into his Brachiosaurus form, charging directly at Gecko Moria. On the surface of the sea, heading towards the marine headquarters at Marineford, a military ship sailed swiftly, carrying the Straw Hat Pirates along with Ace Ivankov and various criminals, including Buggy. Ace sighed in exasperation, saying, "Luffy, you fool. You always act recklessly, and this time is no different. Earlier in Impel Down, we nearly lost our lives." Straw Hat Luffy chuckled in response. "Ace, having come this far on our journey, there's no turning back now." Sigh. Ace understood Luffy's nature. Honestly, this time, he had truly dragged Luffy and their companions into a perilous situation. And Blackbeard teach that scoundrel, I have no idea what he's doing in Impel Down. If it weren't for the time constraints, Ace would definitely not let that scoundrel Blackbeard get away. Ace looked solemnly at Luffy and his companions, saying, "I apologize, everyone. It's all because of me that my brother brought you all into such great danger. I'm sorry." There. Who told Luffy to be our captain? Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Usopp, Brook, Chopper, and Desire all felt a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Ivankov said seriously, "The Marine headquarters has gathered a large number of powerful fighters. Even a moment of carelessness could lead to death. I will rescue Yamato." Ace clenched his fists, flames bursting forth. The Marines may have stronger fighters than him, but Ace would not back down. Straw Hat Luffy laughed. I'm also very much looking forward to the upcoming battle." 6 minutes later, Ivankov announced, "We can see the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Everything nearby has been frozen over, which means this is the work of Admiral Akiji. No one else could do this. Help. Why did I come to this place with you guys?" Buggy was feeling extremely distressed. It was such a tragic situation. After barely escaping Impel Down, he now had to go to Marine headquarters. It's as if they want him to live longer. Zoro said seriously, "So we can see Dracula Mihawk again." Green Algae Head, don't act impulsively this time. You're still not a match for Mihawk. Sanji felt he needed to remind Zoro, otherwise it would be just like last time when he challenged Mihawk, and the outcome was predictable. "TCH, Zoro responded with a click of his tongue. "I know that without you telling me." At that moment, Frankie suggested, "Luffy, wait until we advance a bit further. I can use the coup d'event to directly cross over the ice and reach the center of the battlefield." "Really? Frankie, that's fantastic." Luffy exclaimed with great happiness, as this would save them a considerable amount of time. Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder, saying, "Luffy, you have a very reliable group of companions." Of course. My companions are incredibly powerful." Straw Hat Luffy has immense trust in his companions. As the ship approached the icy surface, Frankie stood at the stern readying the coup d'event. Frankie shouted, "Super. Use all the cola. Fire. Coup d'event." With a bang, as the coup d'event fired, the entire ship was propelled forward, soaring towards the center of the battlefield. What's that? Why is a military ship flying over? Could it be a Marine's backup? The pirates of the Beast Pirates were puzzled. In fact, even the Marines were equally puzzled. They had no idea there was such a development. Kaido glanced over, and with his observation haki, he was slightly taken aback. How is it that Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and the others are also here? It's understandable that Fire Fist Ace came to rescue Yamato, as they are friends, but what's up with the Straw Hat Pirates? Forget it, Kaido couldn't be bothered. His goals had never changed. As for who came, as long as they didn't interfere, Kaido wouldn't care. Once the ship fully landed on the island, everyone could see who was on board. Yamato on the execution platform widened his eyes in disbelief, saying, "Ace, why are you here too? It's very dangerous here. Hurry and leave." Ace stood at the bow of the ship, responding loudly, "What nonsense are you saying? Because of me you ended up like this. How could I possibly ignore you?" A Marine major exclaimed in surprise. "They are the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, along with the newcomer Straw Hat Luffy Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army, and a group of criminals from Impel Down. Why are they appearing on this battlefield?" Sengoku's mouth twitched, veins bulged at his temples, and he shouted into the den mushi, "Everyone listen up." As Sengoku shouted, all the Marines turned their attention to him. The pirates of the Beast Pirates also became alert. The defeated Gecko Moria lay on the ground, glaring hatefully at the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku continued loudly, "Now the suddenly appearing Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger, and the one next to him, Straw Hat Luffy, is the son of Dragon. These two are sworn brothers. Now I am issuing a kill order. No matter the cost, we must eliminate these two individuals." "Understood." Sengoku didn't elaborate further, but his words had already left everyone present in shock. The son of Pirate King Roger and the son of Dragon. Is the information supposed to be this explosive? The Marines and pirates alike looked at Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy with disbelief. Behind the execution platform, Carp couldn't help but smack his head, muttering, "Ace Luffy, you too." Admiral Crane comforted him, saying, "Carp, you must understand Sengoku's intention. Our Navy's situation has become quite passive now." "I know, but..." Carp wanted to say something more, but ultimately chose to remain silent. His position did not allow him to do otherwise. Everything that followed depended on the fates of Ace and Luffy themselves. At this moment, Sengoku also looked toward Carp's position. He knew that his actions would make things very difficult for Carp, but the Navy had to make a thrilling and inspiring move. Sengoku was aware that his earlier actions risked defending Carp, yet he had reasons for doing so. Sengoku pulled out a special Den Mushi from his pocket, the one used to contact the Gorosei. He needed sufficient justification to call for their assistance. Beep beep beep. The Den Mushi got connected. At this stage of the war, even if victory was possible, it would not be easy. So upon seeing Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy jump into action, Sengoku immediately thought of a strategy to involve the Gorosei in the fray, pushing them to help the Navy suppress the pirates. Thus, Sengoku took the high risk of offending Carp by exposing the identities of Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. What Sengoku didn't know was that Kaido didn't care about any schemes for him. This stage was merely about training troops, with the real harvest to come later. On the side of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the pirate Jinbei looked at Fire Fist Ace in disbelief and said, "Brother Ace, you actually came to a place like this?" Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, licked his lips and laughed. This is getting interesting. The son of the pirate king Fire Fist Ace and the son of Dracula Mihawk Straw Hat Luffy. What is Sengoku's intention? Doflamingo could roughly guess what Sengoku was planning, but the specific details remained elusive. A bunch of boring men. Boa Hancock began to grow a bit impatient. If it weren't for the ongoing situation at Marine headquarters in Marineford, she would have left right away. Moreover, Boa Hancock wanted to talk to Kaido, but currently had no opportunity. Thus, Boa Hancock seemed even less inclined to stay at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Hawkeye Mihawk turned his gaze toward Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro, whispering, "This battlefield is still too early for you young ones." Meanwhile, Akainu, who was fighting against Enies, shifted his focus to Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, coldly stating, "All of you with sinful bloodlines will not escape from Marine headquarters today. Akainu, face your opponent properly." Entia's fist enveloped in flames, and Haki slammed towards Akainu's head. Just as the fist was about to strike Akainu's head, he had already sidestepped to avoid Entia's attack, ridiculing, "Enei, do you think you can hit me with a sneak attack? That's laughable." The Navy soldiers shouted loudly, "Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and the Revolutionary Army Ivankov must not be spared. Kill them. Eradicate the pirates, justice will prevail." However, the Beast Pirates showed no interest in these individuals, as their commander Kaido had ordered them to slaughter the Navy, ignoring everything else. Fire Fist Ace, the Straw Hat Pirates, and Ivankov's crew all jumped off their ships and charged toward the execution platform. The core strength of the Navy all rushed to assault the defenses of the Beast Pirates, allowing the Straw Hats and the others to easily break through the Navy's lines. This sudden turn put the Navy in a passive position, forcing several commanders and lieutenant commanders to fall back, or else they would truly be breached and their dignity would be utterly lost. Kaido watched as the Straw Hats rampaged and couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Is this the butterfly effect?" Meanwhile, in the plaza of Marineford, Akiji scratched his head and helplessly said, "Oh dear, I can't let you just charge in like this." Akiji prepared to intervene and stop Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Currently, most of the Navy's forces were attacking the Beast Pirates to rescue the Celestial Dragons. This had weakened the Navy's defenses significantly, and Fire Fist Ace's Logia-type Mera no Mi would cause large-scale destruction upon arrival. If not stopped, the consequences would be dire. After Akiji stepped forward, the Navy soldiers seemed to have found their backbone. "Great. Admiral Akiji has arrived. You pirates are doomed." In the eyes of the Navy soldiers, with Admiral Akiji stepping forward, Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, Ivankov, and the others were destined to meet their end. Sanji, with a worried expression, said, "Luffy, this is bad." "It's Admiral Akiji. This is really troublesome," Ivankov said, though he wasn't afraid. He knew that admirals were very troublesome existences. Ace raised his hand to shield Luffy and the others, saying, "Luffy, let me handle Akiji. You all keep moving forward, don't delay the rescue of Yamato." Ace understood. Luffy, seeing the resolute gaze of Ace, understood his meaning and responded firmly. Akiji raised his hand, half of his body turning to ice, and said, "Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Akiji, I've been wanting to test your skills for a long time." Ace's body was also engulfed in intense flames. Burning white. Mirror flame. Akiji launched a massive ice bird while Ace unleashed a torrent of flames. Ice and fire collided instantaneously. Boom. As the powers of the two Logia-type devil fruits clashed, a vast cloud of smoke erupted. The shockwaves from the collision blew away the surrounding Navy soldiers. Akiji's ice just disappeared when it came into contact. Is this the strength of the captain on the Whitebeard pirate's ship? Unbelievable, Akiji's attack actually had no effect. Damn it, is there really no way for us to defeat the pirates today? In that moment, some Navy soldiers couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. In the holy land of Mary Geos, within the conference room, where the five elders convene, Izambaron v. Najareo sternly stated, "A call just came in requesting reinforcements regarding this. What do you think?" Shepherd X. Peter expressed his discontent with the Navy's efficiency, stating, "They are becoming increasingly incompetent, unable to handle even this matter properly. They have concentrated all of the Navy's strongest forces, even summoning the 7 warlords of the sea, yet they can't deal with the beast pirates and still need to request reinforcements." Topman Vacheli, sitting on the sofa with his hands crossed under his chin, remarked, "However, Kaido does indeed have the audacity to openly execute a celestial dragon. Additionally, Portgas D, Ace and Monkey D, Luffy are both potential threats now appearing at the Navy headquarters. It is indeed a prime opportunity for annihilation." Marcus Matt stood to respond. "However, even if that's the case, if the Navy has deployed all their strongest forces and still needs our world government's support, it is somewhat difficult to justify." Jagor Lucius Satan, also seated on the sofa with his cane, said, "However, the celestial dragon cannot truly be executed by Kaido, otherwise our reputation would suffer a grave blow. Therefore, the request for reinforcements from Sengoku can be considered." Topman Vacheli nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it can be considered." Izambaron v. Najareo said, "Since that's the case, let Steel Bone Kong take 2 CP agents to provide support. If even this fails, then we should consider restructuring the Navy system. We would need to rethink the Navy structure." Roger's Blood, Portgas D, Ace and the son of Monkey D, Dragon Monkey D, Luffy, if we can capture them, they will be crucial tools for dealing with Whitebeard and Dragon in the future. The risk is high, but the potential rewards are substantial. Agreed. 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 The 5 elders collectively approved this decision, allowing Steel Bone Kong to lead 2 CP agents to support the Navy headquarters. Surely they cannot let the 5 elders personally intervene in the support, right? With the Navy gathering such strength, how would it look if they needed the 5 elders to step in? Wouldn't it suggest that the world government has already weakened? Moreover, it is just the beast pirates and a bunch of younglings. If that's the case, and the 5 elders need to join the battlefield, then the world government has no right to govern the world. One must know that the new world does not only contain the beast pirates, there are also 3 other emperor-level pirate crews. In addition to these top-tier pirate crews, there are many silver-tier crews and hidden old demers. If these individuals witness the world government's weakened state, they will likely be unable to resist seizing a piece of the world government's flesh the next moment. The purpose of targeting the beast pirates this time is also to open a breach in Wano country. Unexpectedly, the situation has developed to the point where even the 5 elders cannot control how the next phase will unfold. In the Marine headquarters battlefield at Marineford, Sengoku Maru led a group of pacifists preparing to enter the battlefield. At this juncture, they must accelerate their pace, breaking through the beast pirates' defenses to rescue the celestial dragons. They cannot allow Kaido to successfully execute the celestial dragons. If he succeeds, what kind of tremendous upheaval will the world face? Sengoku cannot predict or control it. What is that? Why are there a bunch of guys who look exactly like Bartholomew Kuma? The pirates of the beast pirates expressed their confusion while looking at the pacifists. Ivan Cav, who was dealing with Bartholomew Kuma, was also shocked and directly questioned the giant bear. "Kuma, tell me what is going on here." Fufufu Don Quixote da Flamingo casually strolled over with his hands in his pockets and said, "I told you Bartholomew Kuma has completely lost consciousness now. Although I don't know what kind of deal he made with the world government. However, without a doubt, these human weapons and pacifists are the products of Bartholomew Kuma's transaction with the world government." "Damn." Ivan Cav clenched his fists displeased and said, "I have no idea what you are doing, Kuma. Didn't you used to despise the world government the most? Why are you doing such things?" This was the point that Ivan Cav could not comprehend. What kind of deal did Bartholomew Kuma make with the world government? Fufufu Don Quixote da Flamingo continued to laugh. However, the emergence of these pacifists has indeed enhanced the combat strength of the Navy and the world government. "Don't say that anymore." Ivan Cav still wanted to awaken Bartholomew Kuma and loudly demanded, "Kuma, you bastard, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, I'll beat you until you do." On the other side, Quinn, smoking a cigar, looked at the group of pacifists appearing in the rear and said, "They finally showed up. The human weapons of the world government referred to by Governor Kaido, the pacifists. Jack, you continue to kill the Navy. Oh, I will handle those pacifists." I must get a few prototypes back for research. All right, Brother Quinn. Jack the Calamity had no objections to this. He was originally more inclined to kill the Navy. Constantly slaughtering the Navy excited Jack immensely. As for fighting those machines, forget it. Jack had no interest in that. Leaving it to Brother Quinn was the most suitable option. In another place where light and thunder clashed, the yellow monkey said with a lewd grin, "How terrifying. Sengoku Maru has brought the pacifists into action. Thunderbolt boy, I've played with you long enough. Let's call it a day." "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Enel was taken aback, quite displeased with the yellow monkey's tone. Enraged, Enru unleashed the full force of his lightning power. 200 million volts of thunder god. "I will make you understand the consequences of underestimating me." Enru's body swelled, becoming gigantic as the terrifying power of lightning forced the surrounding navy and pirates to retreat. The yellow monkey with a lewd expression exclaimed in shock, "So terrifying. No wonder it's the top Logia-type thunder fruit gathering such terrifying power of lightning. This is the consequence of underestimating me." After unleashing his strongest move, Enru became confident, feeling annoyed as the yellow monkey had been toying with him throughout the fight. "Admiral Yellow Monkey, now you know how powerful our Lord Enru is." The beast pirates cheered in excitement as they witnessed Enru's display of divine power. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers looked at Admiral Yellow Monkey with great concern. "Are you all idiots?" shouted Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, taking a drag from his cigarette. "That is our Navy's top combat strength. How could he possibly be defeated by an officer of the Four Emperors?" Many Navy soldiers began to react to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's reprimand. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is right. That is, our Admiral absolutely cannot lose to an officer of the Four Emperors. The Admiral was their strongest faith. How could he possibly lose to a pirate? It's absolutely impossible. Seeing these fools finally wake up, Ghost Spider scolded. "Your psychological resilience is seriously inadequate. How can you eliminate pirates?" Enru's figure vanished in an instant, appearing above Yellow Monkey as terrifying lightning struck down. "So terrifying. The top Logia-type thunder fruit," commented Yellow Monkey, maintaining a calm and lewd expression. Enru's thunder fruit ability is indeed powerful, but it does not make Yellow Monkey feel challenged. After all, Enru relies on a top Logia type, and Yellow Monkey's own Goro Goro no Mi ability is also a top Logia type. Then I should take this a bit more seriously. Otherwise, people might misunderstand that I can't handle an officer of the Four Emperors. Yellow Monkey slowly replied with a lewd expression. Hearing this, Enru was infuriated, feeling completely belittled. Just as the giant-bodied thunder god Enru was about to strike Yellow Monkey, he was dodged by Yellow Monkey at the last moment. "What? Why can't the speed of my thunder fruit ability keep up with yours?" Enru was shocked. Clearly, just a moment ago, they were evenly matched in speed. How could it suddenly not keep up with Yellow Monkey's speed? Lightspeed kick. Yellow Monkey's figure flashed, appearing on Enru's left side, and kicked out. Enru was sent flying by the kick. Yellow Monkey landed slowly with his hands in his pockets, lewdly saying, "Kid, you didn't think that just because you have a top Logia type like me, you also possess my strength, did you? Understand this, I am an Admiral of the Navy." Enru burst out from the rubble, still crackling with terrifying lightning, questioning, "Tell me, how is it possible? How could your speed suddenly surpass mine? So terrifying." Yellow Monkey continued to display a lewd expression as he said, "My Goro Goro no Mi ability isn't faster than your thunder fruit ability. It's that I foresaw the future and anticipated your movements." Future sight of Kinbunshika Haki. Enru finally understood what was happening. He recalled his training with Yamato, who had told him that a top user of Kinbunshika Haki could briefly see the future. In other words, Yellow Monkey had used his ability to briefly see the future to react in advance, which is why Enru felt that Yellow Monkey's speed was faster than his. Yellow Monkey raised a hand lewdly and said, "So kid, do you still think you have the strength to fight me?" At this point, Yellow Monkey was too lazy to continue fighting Enru. After all, they had already exchanged so many blows. If he continued fighting, this esteemed Admiral of the Navy might be questioned about his strength. Although Yellow Monkey was taking it easy, he still cared about his reputation. Enru slowly withdrew from his thunder god form, bluntly stating, "I am not your opponent." Enru's admission of defeat was quite decisive. In the past, he would never have admitted defeat, but after being trained by Kaido, Enru understood that knowing when to yield is the mark of a wise man. So terrifying. Such a swift admission of defeat is quite unexpected for me. Yellow Monkey also did not expect Enru to concede so readily, as this guy was known to be quite arrogant. Otherwise, Yellow Monkey wouldn't be surprised by Enru's concession. Nico Robin approached Governor Kaido and said, "Lord Kaido, we are subtly starting to fall into a disadvantage. Drought Jack Fuzzfroth and other members are being held up by the Vice Admirals, and Jin is being suppressed by Admiral Akainu. Currently, he hasn't been defeated, but Enru is also unable to defeat Yellow Monkey, while Queen is intercepting the pacifists. What? You think we might lose to the Navy?" Kaido asked with a smile. Nico Robin shook her head and said, "Not at all. After all, having you here is our greatest confidence." Kaido replied, "If you want to join the battle, go ahead. Just be careful." "Understood, Lord Kaido." Nico Robin respectfully replied. If Nico Robin, Nami, Noki, Black Maria Yamato, and Monet joined the battlefield, they could indeed cause some trouble for the Navy. The Green Pheasant also began to suppress the fiery fist of Ace. Observing the situation, Akainu whispered, "The two bastards Kizaru and Akiji have finally started to take things seriously. Otherwise, as a Marine Admiral, how could one possibly fail to suppress figures of the rank of officers and captains? If they truly couldn't, the Navy would have no place in these seas." Even against a second-in-command like Ember, Akainu was confident he could suppress him, let alone Kizaru and Akiji, who were not even a match for the second-in-command. Ember mocked Akainu. "It seems the Navy is not all that impressive. Relish your moment of pride while you can, as soon you won't have anything to be proud of." Akainu raised his magma fist and aimed at Ember, smashing it down. Facing the magma fist of Akainu, Ember crossed his arms, shielding his head with flames and haki. Bang! In an instant, Ember was sent reeling back over 20 meters before he barely managed to stop. Ember's face darkened as he thought to himself that he could no longer continue fighting Akainu. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Akainu's strength was indeed above his own. If he continued to clash, he and Ember couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be injured, as the destructive power of the magma fruit was indeed astonishing. During the battle, Ember had to be mindful of the devastation caused by the magma fruit's abilities. Indeed, to defeat these admirals, he needed the assistance of Kaido. Akainu began to taunt, "As a member of the Lunaria clan, you're born a sinner. To have lived this long, you should be grateful to heaven and earth, yet you still dare to show your face. Kaido will surely change this world," Ember replied, resolutely unaffected by Akainu's words. Akainu was taken aback by this remark, and then sneered, "Kaido can change the world. There is a limit to arrogance. Today, none of you beasts from the 100 Beasts Pirates will escape the Navy headquarters. There's no point in talking more." Ember didn't want to waste too much time with Akainu, as arguing with him was meaningless. The only way to prove oneself was through action. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong was making his way from Mary Geo's to the Marine headquarters at Marineford without pause. He never anticipated that Sengoku would personally call the Gorosei for reinforcements. Normally, the Navy would have sufficient strength to deal with the 100 Beasts Pirates, yet now they needed him for support, indicating that something had occurred beyond Sengoku's control. At Marineford, on an island in the bay, Kaido checked the time and noted that an hour had already passed. With a smile, Kaido raised his voice, "Navy, I have given you an hour. Since you have yet to rescue the celestial dragons, their lives will come to an end here." This sudden turn of events caught the Navy off guard. Wasn't there still 2 hours left? Why was Kaido going to execute the celestial dragons early? Kizaru's eyes showed a lewd gleam as he said, "How terrifying. This could be troublesome." Alas, Akiji lamented, "The initiative has truly been seized by Kaido." Akainu's eyelids twitched, roaring, "That bastard Kaido really dares to execute the celestial dragons." The Navy soldiers were at a loss. Sengoku shouted back, "Kaido, there are still 2 hours until the execution." "Huh?" Kaido mocked in response to Sengoku's inquiry. "Sengoku, are you an idiot? I never said when I would execute the celestial dragons. It's just that you idiots can't even save a celestial dragon. Since that's the case, then let the celestial dragons die." Wait. Sengoku was on the verge of losing his mind. Clearly this was their home ground, yet Kaido had them completely under his control. Sengoku continued to question Kaido, "Let go of the celestial dragons, and I can release your daughter." Sengoku truly couldn't allow the celestial dragons to die at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, especially in front of the world broadcast live. If that happened, the Navy would be permanently branded with a mark of shame. Akainu immediately abandoned Ember, turning to charge towards Kaido's direction. He absolutely could not allow Kaido to kill the celestial dragons. The implications were too vast. Ember's gaze was exceptionally firm as he declared, "Kaido, I won't let anyone disturb you." Ember flapped his wings and chased after Akainu, determined not to let him interfere with Kaido's execution of the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were successfully executed, the reputation of the 100 Beast Pirates would instantly rise to another level. Kneeling at Kaido's feet, Charlos could no longer hold on and begged, "Kaido-sama, please don't kill me. I have great wealth, many women, all kinds, I can give them all to you. Just spare me, I don't want to die." In the face of death, Charlos finally realized what true fear was. This scene of Charlos begging was broadcast by the Den Den Mushi, including everything he said, which was transmitted verbatim to everyone present. Is that really a celestial dragon? Why does it feel like he's nothing special? Finally, some Navy soldiers couldn't help but voice their doubts, as the celestial dragons had long been crowned with divine titles. Now the celestial dragon was so humble before Kaido that they questioned whether Charlos truly needed to be rescued. Sengoku's face darkened. That bastard celestial dragon was making things impossible for the Navy. They were risking everything to save him. What a complete disgrace. Kaido slowly raised the spiked club in his hand, mocking. Useless Navy, I will give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, my spiked club will officially fall and crush the head of the celestial dragon. In an instant, Sengoku's eyes widened as he shouted, What are you all doing? Hurry up and stop Kaido. Do you want him to kill the celestial dragon right in front of us? Sengoku was furious that after such a long battle, only Akainu was truly putting in effort. Kizaru was completely slacking off and Akiji was only slightly engaged, but still holding back a lot. As the Marshal, Sengoku could see everything. If the Admirals were at this level, there would be no need to suppress the seas. The pirates would wipe out the Navy first. How terrifying, Kizaru said with a lewd expression, still in shock. It seems I can no longer continue to be leisurely. Akiji looked at Fire Fist Ace and said, Oh dear, it seems he'll let you go this time, but I will deal with you later. Ace, feeling a sense of relief, thought to himself, so the Navy has times when they are afraid too. He could already sense the pressure Akiji brought, but this was good. He needed to use this time to rescue Yamato. If this opportunity was lost, there might never be another chance, especially since he and Luffy were now key targets for the Navy, which meant their time was even more pressing. Every second counted. Akainu was trying to shake off the flames of the disaster, but to no avail. Facing the flying flames, defeating them was the only option. Otherwise breaking through that line of defense was extremely difficult. The flames knew they were not as strong as Akainu, but could easily keep him occupied. The Navy's vice admirals were also being held back by the Beast Pirates officers. However, Kizaru, after defeating Enel, arrived above Kaido, saying lewdly, How terrifying. As an admiral of the Navy, I can't allow you to kill the celestial dragon. Kizaru began to cross his hands, gathering the power of the glint fruit. Yada no Kagami. Countless laser beams shot towards Kaido. Governor Kaido. The pirates of the Beast Pirates began to panic as Kizaru breached their defenses. Enel crawled up from the ruins, looking displeased at Kizaru, who was launching an attack. Kaido smiled wickedly just as the flames flew over. Blocking in front of Kizaru's Yada no Kagami attack. Bang! Bang! Kizaru's Yada no Kagami attacks all struck the body of the flames, and Kizaru's stun said, Flame disaster. At this moment, the flames were enveloped in intense fire, withstanding Kizaru's attacks completely. How is this possible? Kizaru's attack was completely taken hidden. The Navy soldiers were shocked to see that the flame disaster could withstand Admiral Kizaru's attack without injury. In the next moment, they saw Admiral Akainu had already rushed to Kaido. Great! Admiral Akainu is going to succeed. The Navy soldiers immediately erupted in excitement. They finally had the chance to confront Kaido directly. A victory was within reach. Black Maria, Nami, Robin, and other women all became extremely tense, including the Beast Pirates. However, there was one exception, someone who was continuously arranged by Kaido to stand by. Akainu raised his magma fist, roaring, I've got him. Just as Akainu's magma fist was less than a meter away from Kaido. Akainu, you're done for. Kaido instantly grabbed a celestial dragon and held him in front of himself. What? Akainu wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. That bastard Kaido was so despicable and shameless, using a celestial dragon as a human shield. An astonishing scene unfolded. Akainu's magma fist pierced through the chest of the celestial dragon Charlos. And one more thing, Akainu's brief foresight with observation haki seemed to have no effect. This was the most terrifying part, otherwise this scene would not have occurred. The royalists took out a Den Den Mushi snapping photos, while the image Den Den Mushi broadcasted this scene to the outside world. The people of Sabaody Archipelago were also left dumbfounded. The Navy personally killed a celestial dragon. Even if it wasn't Akainu's intention, the fact was that it had happened, and no one could change what had already occurred. At Marine headquarters at the battlefield of Marineford, Akainu couldn't help but take several steps back. Did he just kill a celestial dragon himself? Akainu had realized that trouble was about to come down upon him. Doflamingo spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. Fufufu. This scene is truly spectacular. Governor Kaido is quite the strategist. If Admiral Akainu personally killed a celestial dragon, what would those guys in Mariewa do next? Celestial dragon is dead. Doflamingo could already envision a splendid scene. Boa Hancock murmured, the celestial dragon is really dead. Even though she had known earlier that the celestial dragon would ultimately be killed, now that it had actually happened, Boa Hancock still felt this scene was surreal, as if it weren't real. But the reality she was seeing was telling her that this scene was indeed real. Roar! The members of the Beast Pirates were all ecstatic. Governor Kaido had achieved a monumental victory. They had completely outmaneuvered the Navy, who were not even a match for Governor Kaido. The Navy soldiers did not know what to do. They had put all their efforts into rescuing the celestial dragon, yet the celestial dragon still died, killed by Admiral Akainu. For the Navy, this was a tremendous humiliation. From the start of the battle until now, they had been thoroughly defeated, their strategy completely controlled by Kaido. Sengoku stared incredulously at the celestial dragon, whose chest was pierced by the magma fist still burning from the magma. The veins on his temples throbbed. In this moment Sengoku was exceptionally furious. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Did Admiral Akainu just personally kill a celestial dragon? A naval lieutenant asked in confusion. Though he witnessed the scene with his own eyes, he couldn't discern its truth in that instant. A nearby naval captain remarked, "It's true, Admiral Akainu fell for Kaido's scheme. It wasn't intentional on his part." That's right. Admiral Akainu was indeed tricked by Kaido. The pirates are truly despicable, and we must not let him off the hook. A naval lieutenant shouted loudly. They were not incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. It was precisely because they understood that Admiral Akainu was innocent and had fallen victim to Kaido's plot. How terrifying. "My comrade," Kizaru said with a lewd and strange expression, "that was a close call. Otherwise it would have been me who killed the celestial dragon just now. Thankfully the celestial dragon is finally dead. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to take action easily." Kizaru also knew that regardless of intent, personally killing a celestial dragon was an unchangeable fact. Even for him, it wouldn't bode well with the Holy Land Mariewa. But there was no way to continue idly passing the days. However, with Akainu taking the blame, it could be considered a blessing for this comrade. After all, it was uncertain how the five elders planned to deal with this, but they would surely wait until the war was over. Speaking of which, that Kaido fellow is quite malicious. Akainu has always wanted to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral, and this time it seems his chances are dashed. In the shadows, it probably isn't a big deal since he is an admiral with top-tier combat strength, but to be exposed before the whole world, that's a different matter. Kazan, with one hand in his pocket, scratched his head and said, "Oh dear, isn't it too much?" Admiral Akainu's observation, Haki couldn't sense it in advance. Forget it. For some reason, even Kazan himself didn't notice that he seemed to let out a sigh of relief deep in his heart. After all, Akainu aimed for the position of Fleet Admiral. Kazan, although disinterested in the position, didn't want Akainu to take it because Akainu was too aggressive. Now that such an incident has occurred, the possibility of Akainu continuing to vie for the Fleet Admiral position is slim, especially since Kaido resorted to schemes and definitely won't let this go. To salvage the situation, the goal must be to completely annihilate Kaido and the beast pirates in this war. Rear Admiral Tsuru shook her head helplessly and said, "We were supposed to take the initiative, but we were completely toyed with by Kaido. I also made a mistake. Next we must win this war to completely recover our losses." Carp exclaimed, saying, "Is Kaido really that clever? It's completely unexpected." In Carp's view, the celestial dragons, such foolish idiots, dying is no great loss. The supernovas watching from Sabaody Archipelago also had strange expressions. Admiral Akainu accidentally killing a celestial dragon. This must be the first time in 800 years. However, it also further illustrates Kaido's terror. Having manipulated the Navy to this extent, the Navy that initiated the war hasn't gained a single advantage. The horror of this is beyond imagination. On the execution platform, Sengoku truly wanted to rush up and punch Akainu, feeling that he had been badly tricked by Kaido. As the party involved, Akainu looked at the celestial dragon he had killed with his own hands, feeling very regretful deep down, but the deed was done and regret was useless. Akainu said coldly, "You really played me well, Kaido." "Hee." Kaido responded sarcastically with a smirk. "Akainu, I look forward to your tomorrow." At the same time, while all the naval soldiers were in shock, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy had already secretly made their way to the bottom of the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace whispered, "Luffy, this is a good opportunity. While the Navy is still unresponsive, let's rescue Yamato." "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing," Straw Hat Luffy nodded in response. Fire Fist Ace then said seriously, "Luffy, let's act according to plan." In the next moment, Straw Hat Luffy grabbed Ace's arm with one hand, while his other arm instantly stretched to grab the edge of the execution platform. Sengoku was startled by the sudden hand, and thought, "Whose hand is that?" Then he saw Straw Hat Luffy dragging Fire Fist Ace into his view. Sengoku widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "What? It's you two brats." Sengoku instantly sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, Kaido's scheme led Akainu to personally kill a celestial dragon, leaving the Navy in shock, forgetting about Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku began to activate his devil fruit powers, roaring, "However, as long as I'm here, you will not rescue Kaido's daughter." If Kaido's daughter were rescued, the Navy's face would be thoroughly rubbed into the dirt. At that time, no amount of excuses would make up for the serious mistakes committed by the Navy. Once Sengoku transformed into the Buddha form, his tall and shining body instantly attracted the gaze of all Navy and pirate present. What is happening? Is that Admiral Sengoku using his powers? No, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy have appeared on the execution platform. What? This is bad. In an instant, the Navy soldiers who witnessed this scene were all startled, feeling utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the pirates of the Beast Pirates began to laugh. This is not good. Kizaru said with a lewd expression. The Navy is suffering consecutive defeats. This is going to be troublesome. Carp clapped his hands to his head, muttering, Luffy, Ace. You too. Yamato kneeling looked at Ace, and Luffy, tears of emotion streaming down her face. The giant Buddha form of Sengoku raised its right hand and declared, As long as I am here, how could you two young kids possibly rescue the executioner? Buddha shockwave. Sengoku did not hold back in his attack. Given the gravity of the situation, he couldn't afford to worry about his reputation anymore. This war could not afford to be lost. Flame network. Ace quickly activated the abilities of the burn fruit, creating a circle of flames as a protective barrier to resist Sengoku's attack. Boom. However, facing Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, Ace's flame network shattered and dispersed in less than 2 seconds. Simultaneously, Ace, Luffy, and Yamato were struck by the powerful shockwave. This is troublesome. How did he unlock it? Sengoku saw that the sea stone handcuffs on Kaido's daughter had been released. What Sengoku did not know was that Luffy had used a special key made by Frankie to unlock the sea stone handcuffs. Ace, Luffy, and Yamato all spat out blood, with Luffy in the worst condition, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The entire execution platform also collapsed under Sengoku's Buddha shockwave. Sengoku quickly ordered, Stop dawdling. Hurry and arrest these guys. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, his subordinates responded promptly. After regrouping, Ace lifted Luffy and Yamato from the rubble, preparing to make their escape. The Straw Hat Pirates smiled at each other, with Sanji saying, That's great. Luffy is okay. Yeah, I was really worried just now, Usopp said, still trying to comprehend the terrifying attack from Admiral Sengoku. Zoro reminded, This isn't the time for us to be dazed, we must hurry up and assist Luffy. You're right. Frankie clapped his hands in agreement. Brook drew his sword and shouted, Everyone, let's charge in and help Luffy. Brook was the first to run out, followed closely by the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ivankov, who was dealing with Bartholomew Kuma, also wore a satisfied smile, knowing that Luffy and his brother Ace had finally succeeded. Jinbe also smiled quietly, saying, As expected of Mr. Ace. The moment Yamato was rescued, a large amount of naval fire was drawn, causing the Beast's pirates to feel the pressure suddenly ease. In this brief moment, Yamato returned to Kaido's side. Protecting Mr. Kaido was also Yamato's duty. The Beast's pirates were all extremely excited, with one pirate loudly taunting, You foolish Marines daring to declare war on us, this is your fate. Now you know we're powerful, right? Exactly. Just as Governor Kaido said, these Marines are just a bunch of useless trash. The mocking continued unabated, showing no signs of stopping, which made the Marines' faces turn as dark as charcoal. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong, who had rushed from Mariawa, frowned at the chaotic scene of the Marine headquarters at Marineford. The appearance of Steelbone Kong drew the attention of everyone present. Steelbone Kong, the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief has come to support us. We must eliminate the Beast's pirates. Justice will prevail. Not a single pirate shall be spared, shouted a Navy major. Hancock looked at the old man who had just arrived and exclaimed in surprise, Is that man really the Commander-in-Chief, Steelbone Kong? The former Marine Admiral, I never expected him to come here in person. Hancock realized that if even the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong had come in person, then this battle would not end until a clear victor was declared. Hee Doflamingo said, licking his lips with his hands in his pockets. I wonder what Mr. Kaido will do. After all, the power disparity has already become apparent. After Steelbone Kong's appearance, Doflamingo was also curious about how Mr. Kaido would respond to the current situation. In the beginning, the Marines had the upper hand in strategy, but in the end, the outcome still depended on Kaido. As long as Kaido did not fall, this war would likely not cease. Now Doflamingo was just curious about what Kaido would do. Kapu was initially a bit happy that his grandson Luffy and Ace were safe, but upon seeing Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong appear, his expression darkened. The serious Vice Admiral Tsuru said, We must join the battle for the victory of the Marines. After waiting for a long time, Sengoku also exited his Buddha form upon seeing Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong arrive. However, the Marines were still blocking Ace, Luffy, Yamato, and the others. Steelbone Kong approached Sengoku and looked at Kaido of the Beasts, saying meaningfully, I never expected the little brat from the Rocks Pirates to grow to this extent, giving the Marines such a headache. I'm sorry, this is my oversight, Sengoku admitted, acknowledging his strategic missteps, as it was a fact, after all, he was the Marine Admiral. Steelbone Kong replied, Sengoku, this is not your fault. The Marines must ensure the peace of the entire sea, and it's impossible to cover every aspect. There will always be oversights. The morale of the Marines surged, especially with Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong supporting them. Kill. Eliminate the Beast's pirates, slay Fire Fist, Ace, and Straw Hat Luffy. Retreat, counterattack, annihilate the trash Marines. The Beast's pirates showed no signs of backing down. This is terrifying. Kizaru with a lewd grin said, He'll continue looking for that Enel kid, might as well fish in troubled waters. He really didn't want to face Kaido, unsure of what tricks Kaido might still have up his sleeve. After the addition of Admiral Steelbone Kong and 2 CP agents, Sengoku rearranged the battle plan, rendering the original strategy completely obsolete. After all the celestial dragons have died and Kaido's daughter, who was to be executed, has been rescued, now our navy must go all out to achieve victory in this war. Sengoku apologized to Admiral Steelbone Kong, saying, "I'm sorry, Admiral Kong, for having you come all this way in person. I only realized how dire the situation had become after arriving on the scene." Admiral Steelbone scanned the entire battlefield and then looked towards the beast pirates, responding to Sengoku, "We cannot afford any more defeats in this war, Admiral." "Yes, so I must trouble you to join us in the attack on Kaido," Sengoku said in a very serious tone. At this point, the only way to restore lost prestige is to completely annihilate the beast pirates. It can be said that this war was originally meant to enhance the Navy's prestige, but now it has completely deviated from its intended course. The Navy's prestige has been utterly crushed by Kaido and the beast pirates. On Kaido's side, Ember approached respectfully and said, "Mr. Kaido, that old man is the former fleet admiral of the Navy, the current commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong. With that, the enemy's top combat power far exceeds ours. Should we continue to fight, or should we retreat?" Ember proposed this because after fighting against Admiral Akainu, he realized that none of the Navy's top combat power admirals were to be underestimated, with even Akainu being stronger than him. Moreover, there are 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters, and besides Mr. Kaido, Ember himself is the strongest in combat power among the beast pirates. Even if the main force can hold their ground, the situation with the top combat powers is different. We also have to consider the Yeto-act Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong, and the so-called Navy hero Garp. Originally, Ember looked down on the Navy's strength, but after the outbreak of war, he found that the Navy's power far surpassed that of the beast pirates. Even if he could stall one admiral, Queen Jack and Eneru would not be able to hold off an admiral by themselves, which means Mr. Kaido would have to face multiple top Navy combat powers alone. The danger would increase many-fold. That's why Ember suggested at this moment that Mr. Kaido consider retreating, since Yamato has already been rescued, and they have publicly executed the celestial dragons successfully. It essentially means that they have succeeded in their mission, and there is no need to continue a bloody struggle with the Navy, leading to massive casualties. Among the members of the beast pirates, some shared Ember's thoughts. For instance, Nico Robin and others thought the same way. Since the strategic mission has succeeded, they could consider retreating. If the war continues to escalate, the beast pirates would undoubtedly suffer large-scale casualties, and upon returning to the New World, they would surely attract the attention of other ambitious individuals. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed uproariously, saying, "All members of the beast pirates, listen up. This war will continue until victory is achieved. These pathetic Navy scum, I will make them surrender." Kaido's rousing words to the beast pirates were a tremendous insult to the Navy. "Bastard, how dare you insult us like this?" The Navy soldiers were all infuriated, feeling completely belittled. Kizaru said with a smirk, "How frightening. I was planning to just kill time with that thunderclap, Eneru, but it seems I have to take this more seriously now. It should have always been this way." Akiji responded as he walked up beside Kizaru. Akainu was already furious beyond measure, roaring, "I will personally take down that bastard Kaido." Admirals like Fujitora Raijin and others glared angrily at Kaido. If they do not defeat Kaido today, their navy would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, unable to wash it away. Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Garp marched forward from the rear of the navy. Garp became serious and said, "It has been a long time since I've fought myself." "Garp, don't mess up this time," Sengoku responded with equal seriousness. Steelbone Kong said, "At this age, I still have to accompany the young navy in high-intensity battles. And that guy Kaido, instead of thinking of a way to escape, plans to defeat the navy. What a pipe dream." Kaido's ability to gain such an advantage can be considered a tactical success. Now planning to confront the Navy heathen is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. The Navy has stood for 800 years and does not rely solely on the world government. Moreover, the Navy's top combat power consists of 3 admirals and a fleet admiral, enough to leave many envious. Do they really think that just leading a crew of 4 emperors can stand against the Navy? In terms of direct confrontation, neither Sengoku nor Garp would believe the Navy would lose. If they can't even handle 1 beast pirate's crew, they might as well not exist in these waters. Jack the Drought was the first to shout, "We follow Governor Kaido to eliminate the Navy." Lord Jack is right. The pirates of the beast pirates shouted in unison, "We follow Governor Kaido to eliminate the Navy." Nico Robin watched Kaido with concern, not understanding why they had to fight the Navy to the death, as it brought no benefits for Kaido and the beast pirates. Kaido instructed Ember beside him, saying, "Ember, lead the beast pirates to retreat to the rear. I will handle these Navy myself." I will make them understand what true divine power is. Yinzai Jin stared in disbelief at Mr. Kaido, saying, Mr. Kaido, are you planning to face them alone? Kaido raised his kanabo and stepped forward, stating, Jin, do as I say. Yinzai Jin no longer questioned the reason, since Mr. Kaido ordered him to lead the beast's pirates' retreat, he would follow Mr. Kaido's instructions. Transforming into a toothless wyvern, Yinzai Jin flew into the air and shouted, Everyone listen, Mr. Kaido has given the order for all members of the beast's pirates to retreat. He intends to confront the Navy himself. The Navy was completely stunned. There should be limits to their contempt. What? Is that true, father? Yamato stared incredulously at his father Kaido, unable to comprehend why Kaido would do such a thing. Ace also looked at Kaido in disbelief, as did the Straw Hat Pirates and others. After all, Kaido's actions were too shocking. He was going to face all the Navy alone. Black Maria excitedly said, As expected of Lord Kaido, you are becoming more and more fascinating to me. Lord Kaido, isn't what he's doing a bit too dangerous? Nami asked with concern. Runny remarked, What are you afraid of? Lord Kaido needs to face some hardship. That would be interesting. In any case, we should retreat quickly. Lord Kaido has given the order. You're right. Robin also agreed with No Kigo, stating that given the current situation, they could only act according to Lord Kaido's command. Monet glanced at Beast Kaido out of the corner of her eye, surprised that the man was so domineering, daring to face so many Navy soldiers alone. Enel let out a sigh, saying, This is really annoying. I haven't had enough fun fighting yet. Fusef praised, as expected of my loyal Lord Kaido. Of course, our Lord Kaido is unbeatable. Taimu also greatly admired Governor Kaido, believing that even the Navy could do nothing against him, because the Navy lacked the strength. Pejawin kicked a Navy soldier away, laughing. Now I can see Lord Kaido display his might. Drought Jack ruthlessly cut down several Navy soldiers, saying, If it weren't for Lord Kaido's orders, I would have killed all you useless Navy scum. Kaido's subordinate Kaiche was so scared he stuttered. Help, help, Lord Kaido is too terrifying, I'm scared to death. Help. Shut up, Kaiche, you idiot. Quinn was almost speechless, needing to give Kaiche a proper lesson. Otherwise, Kaiche might cause trouble. Quinn didn't want to experience that he had successfully gathered 3 pacifists and needed to study them well when he returned. Now that Lord Kaido was about to take action himself, Quinn was also looking forward to it. Boa Hancock's eyes sparkled as she gazed incredulously at the beast Kaido, who dared to take on the celestial dragons, whispering, What kind of person are you? Completely unafraid of any risk. Fufufu Doflamingo was also impressed by Kaido's dominance, regardless of whether he could win. Just this fearless aura was enough to earn his admiration, laughing. In this war, the Navy probably won't be able to keep Mr. Kaido. In Doflamingo's view, since Kaido dared to boast, he must have the ability to leave the Navy headquarters. Jinbei shook his head helplessly, saying, As long as Ace and the others are safe, I don't want to be dragged into this vortex. Hawkeye Mihawk also rarely showed an expectant expression, saying, Let me witness whether the beast Kaido can accomplish this feat. To dare to say he would face all the Navy alone, he must be very confident in his own strength. Hawkeye Mihawk also wanted to see the strength of beast Kaido. Smoker Tina and other mid-level Navy officers looked very grim. Sengoku shouted loudly, All personnel below the rank of Rear Admiral, go intercept the beast's pirates. Do not let them escape. Leave Kaido to the Admirals and us old men. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The mid-ranking officers, led by the likes of Gecko Moria Squirrel and Fire Fist, responded in unison. Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, said lewdly, Admiral Sengoku, dealing with someone like Kaido should be left to us 3 admirals. If you all join in, won't it make it seem like the Navy has no one? Sengoku was a bit surprised Kizaru, who liked to fish in troubled waters, could actually say such a thing. Akiji also chimed in, That's right. Mr. Carp, although Kaido is strong, it's not like all 3 of us admirals are no match for him, right? Haha. Carp laughed heartily, replying, It seems so. Then let's have the 3 of them work together against Kaido. Sengoku and Carp had no objections. After all, those were the Navy's 3 highest combat powers. If they couldn't defeat the Yonko Kaido together, then the Navy might as well disband. Akainu, with a fierce tone, said, Let me deal with Kaido first. I don't think he can be stronger than me. In Akaina's view, his strength would not be at a disadvantage against any Yonko. This was Akaina's confidence. How terrifying. Sakazuki. Kizaru looked at Akainu with a lewd expression. Akiji glanced at Akainu from the corner of his eye, not saying much. If Akainu wanted to fight alone, let him go. This scene left Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Carp feeling quite speechless. Steelbone Kong said, They are still the same as before. Yes, Commander Kong, Sengoku replied helplessly. Kaido maintained a faint smile, watching Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Carp, the 3 admirals. Did they think his strength was still at the level of an emperor? Soon they would understand what true hell was. Kaido would continuously enhance his power, gradually overwhelming them. and instilling fear in the Navy. He tightened his grip on the kanabo, his eyes flashing with a red light as his conqueror's haki enveloped him. Thunderclap of the 8 trigrams. In an instant, Kaido's figure vanished from the spot, and the next moment he appeared before Kizaru wielding his kanabo. What? Kizaru did not expect Kaido to strike first, and at such incredible speed. He quickly armed his haki to protect his head. Bang! When Kizaru felt the force of Kaido's kanabo penetrating towards him, he was stunned. Without time to think, Kizaru was sent flying hundreds of meters by Kaido. The structures of Marine Headquarters Marineford collapsed in large sections. Boom. Mr. Kizaru. No way. Mr. Kizaru was instantly knocked away by the Emperor Kaido. The Marines witnessed this scene and panicked. Kaido's speed was so immense that besides the flying Kizaru, only 6 others could barely perceive his presence: Steelbone Kong, Sengoku Garp, Akainu Akiji, and Mihawk. Mihawk spoke in disbelief. His speed is incredible, extremely fast. Amid the ruins, Kizaru spat out blood, gasping for breath, and muttered, "What just happened? Why is Kaido's strength so overwhelming?" Kaido's attack had already surpassed Kizaru's calculations. Lord Kaido is indeed mighty and imposing. The pirates of the Beast Pirates cheered excitedly. Yamato gazed at Kaido's figure, sensing that his combat power seemed to have grown even stronger. What no one knew was that even without using his devil fruit abilities, Kaido's innate power combined with haki could subdue even the strongest. This was the overwhelming force of Kaido amplified by the power of the ancient mythical creature. Tina, almost burning her fingers on the cigarette, remarked, "It's the first time I've seen Admiral Kizaru being knocked away and not standing up immediately." After all, the opponent is one of the 4 emperors, a top existence among pirates. Smoker's expression was also grim, realizing Kaido's strength was truly formidable. Akaina's gaze was fixed on Kaido, his eyelids twitching as he gritted his teeth, saying, "That bastard Kaido." Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and reappeared on the battlefield, but with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he said weakly, "How terrifying. Kaido, I have forgotten how long it has been since I was hurt." "Hehehe," Kaido laughed as he smashed the head of his kanabo into the ground, saying, "Aren't you high-ranking Marines planning to team up against me? If you underestimate me, the next outcome will be catastrophic." "Don't be so arrogant, Kaido. Let me have a go at you." Akainu flung off his cloak and charged at Kaido. Kaido looked at Steelbone Kong, Sengoku Garp, Akiji, and others with a cold smile, saying, "Since you all dare to be so arrogant, then." Kaido clapped his hands, instantly activating the power of his Zoan fruit. Flower Tree Realm descends. Countless trees grew from the ground, centering around Kaido. What is that? How does Kaido have such abilities? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Karp's face darkened as he said, "This is bad. Kaido's target is aimed at the soldiers." However, even with Karp's warning, it was still too late. The massive branches spread throughout the plaza of Marine Headquarters Marineford. Marines were constantly cutting the branches, yet many were pierced by the branches, causing their bodies to rapidly wither away. Moreover, it didn't stop there. These withering Marines were completely absorbed, their life force turned into factors injected into Kaido's body. Sengoku shouted loudly, "Quick, stop Kaido." Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Garp, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong all rushed towards Kaido. They couldn't let Kaido continue his rampage, otherwise the casualties among the Marines would reach unprecedented levels. Drought Jack gasped in disbelief, saying, "Is this really our Governor Kaido?" It turns out Governor Kaido has a second devil fruit ability. Yeah. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known that Governor Kaido had a second devil fruit ability. Queen was equally shocked. Queen continued, "Normally, it is impossible for one person to possess 2 devil fruit abilities, yet Governor Kaido is able to do it." "What nonsense are you talking about? That's our Lord Kaido. There's nothing he can't accomplish." Black Maria gave the highest praise. Yamato's eyes shone brightly as he said, "Mr. Kaido is a person who possesses the power to change the world. Great Fire. Ice Time Capsule. 8 Span Jewels. Great Buddha Shockwave. Iron Fist. Shockwave. Steel Bone Penetration." The combined attacks of Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Sengoku Garp, and Steelbone Kong all landed on Kaido. Boom. With the concentrated assault of the 6, the entire ground instantly collapsed. Akiji frowned and said, "We didn't hit Kaido." As Akiji's words fell, Kaido's body transformed into a pile of shattered trees. Kaido continued to increase his power, devouring the life force factors of these Marines, absorbing as much as he could. This was the true purpose of his visit to Marine Headquarters, not simply to fight these Marines. He directed all the absorbed life force factors towards his right eye, needing an enormous amount of life energy to evolve both of his eyes into the reincarnation eye. Thus, Kaido decided to first evolve his right eye into the eternal eye before the reincarnation eye. The cries of the Navy soldiers pierced through the nerves of Sengoku, who realized that he could not allow Kaido to continue his slaughter otherwise the losses could be truly unimaginable. At this moment Aokiji hastily reminded Marshal Sengoku tell them not to pursue the beast pirates any longer, find a way to retreat, and prevent Kaido from continuing his rampage. Sengoku nodded in agreement and shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat. Do not engage with the pirates any further, preserving our lives is our priority." Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong pondered differently from Sengoku, and the others contemplating how the elders would deal with a dual devil fruit user like Kaido. Of course, capturing Kaido on the spot would be the best outcome, but the worst-case scenario also needed to be considered. Countless branches continued to spread, and only Navy personnel with the rank of Major or above could barely cope with these numerous branches. However, the situation was fraught with danger, with the risk of death looming at any moment. Only those with at least the strength of a rear admiral could truly resist. This was because Kaido needed to control a vast number of branches to absorb the Navy, otherwise even a vice admiral would still be insufficient against him. Garp sprinted forward, swinging his fist at the branches with a powerful iron punch. Boom! Instantly, a large number of branches were destroyed by the force of Garp's iron fist. Garp would not stand by and watch the Navy soldiers be ruthlessly slaughtered by Kaido. He had to find a way to save them. Among those present, the giant vice admiral was also a key target for Kaido, as such a massive figure should logically possess a greater life force. This was Kaido's assumption. Only by absorbing the giant vice admiral could he truly understand what was going on. Sengoku transformed into the Buddha form, leaping to directly smash down at Kaido. Enough is enough, Kaido. Buddha shockwave. Facing Sengoku's descending Buddha shockwave, Kaido raised his kanabo to block it. Boom. The terrifying Buddha shockwave struck Kaido, but the fearsome energy was split and dissipated by the haki infused within the kanabo. What? Sengoku frowned at the sight, unable to believe that his attack in Buddha form was so easily neutralized by Kaido. This scene was truly unexpected for Sengoku. Yada no Kagami. Following this, Kizaru's attack descended from the sky towards Kaido. Having just blocked Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, Kaido immediately gripped the kanabo tightly and swung it at the descending Yada no Kagami. Bang! 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 A powerful gust of wind intercepted Kizaru's Yada no Kagami midair. Before Kaido had a chance to catch his breath, he felt a wave of heat rapidly approaching from behind. Hellhound! Akainu had gathered a magma fist that was now crashing down towards Kaido's head. Kaido hurriedly turned around to face the continuous attacks from Sengoku, Kizaru, and then Akainu. With no time to adjust, he had no choice but to defend. His right hand was instantly covered with haki to shield himself. Boom! When Akainu's Hellhound magma fist struck Kaido's arm, he frowned and murmured, "What?" The intensity of this haki was astonishingly high. It easily blocked my magma fist. Kaido transmitted a level of haki intensity that Akainu had never encountered before, surpassing even Garp's. What Akainu didn't know was that this was a combination of two Emperor-level haki intensities from Kaido and the Beast Pirate's Green Bull, who was at least on the verge of becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse. Including the previous incident where Akainu accidentally killed a celestial dragon without noticing, it was also due to Kaido using observation haki to nullify Akainu's ability to foresee the future. Ice Sphere. Aokiji shot out two ice pillars from midair, sweeping towards Kaido. Akainu hurriedly retreated, muttering, "That bastard Aokiji, is he trying to freeze me too?" Kaido also knew he couldn't dodge Aokiji's attack this time unless he unleashed tremendous power. After being struck by Aokiji's ice sphere, he was frozen in place. A second later, Kaido broke free from the ice. Garp instantly appeared before Kaido, gripping his head with one hand and channeling all his strength into it. Undersea drop. Boom. Kaido was smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit as he vanished from everyone's sight. After facing off against Sengoku, Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Garp, Kaido had officially fallen into a disadvantageous position. Great! Vice Admiral Garp has successfully subdued the Yonko Kaido. The Navy soldiers were thrilled at this sight, finally managing to suppress the Yonko Kaido, otherwise they would have been on edge the entire time. However, what the Navy soldiers did not know was that their nightmare was just beginning. Drought Jack saw this scene and anxiously said, "Not good, Governor Kaido has been knocked underground. We must go save him quickly." The other beast pirates shared the same concern. After all, their Governor Kaido was facing so many Navy experts alone, it was only natural for him to struggle. Black Maria, Kozuki, Odin, Robin, Nami, Noki, and other women cast worried glances towards the location where Lord Kaido had fallen underground. Yenzai Jin interjected, "Wait, you all shouldn't act rashly, Mr. Kaido is not so easily defeated." Yenzai Jin believed that Mr. Kaido would not fall so easily. Yamato, who was escaping with Ace, had not expected that her father Kaido would be so powerful. Oh, honestly, it was her first time witnessing it. Beside her, Ace also expressed admiration, saying, "Yamato, your father Kaido is truly strong. No wonder he can be mentioned in the same breath as Dad." The Straw Hat crew, including Luffy and Zoro, were all greatly shocked by the strength of the Emperor Kaido. Luffy clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "I will definitely become stronger. Only by defeating these people can I become the Pirate King." Kapu kept his gaze fixed on Kaido, who had been sent underground by him. Although Kaido was out of sight, Kapu still warned, "We must not let our guard down. That guy Kaido is not so simple." As soon as Kapu finished speaking, a terrifying energy rapidly emanated from the ground. Aokiji shouted loudly, "Mr. Kapu, be careful." Heat breath. A fierce blaze erupted from the ground, engulfing Kapu completely. "Kapu!" Sengoku shouted anxiously. The Navy soldiers were equally worried, shouting Vice Admiral Kapu. Following that, a massive dragon head spouted fire from the ground, and a gigantic azure dragon over 1,000 meters long appeared in the square of the Marine headquarters Marineford. Tina widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Is that a dragon?" "Yes. If nothing goes wrong, that dragon is Kaido." Smoker's expression was equally grave as he responded. The Pirates of the Beast's pirates were all excitedly shouting, "Governor Kaido is mighty and powerful, defeating the Navy." Fuzz admired, as expected of Governor Kaido. He has taken continuous attacks from those few people and remains unscathed. Kaido opened his dragon mouth and mocked, "Is this the best you can do when you all join forces? You disappoint me, a bunch of useless Navy." Steelbone Kong's aged face grew increasingly wrinkled as he said, "What is going on? How could Kaido's strength be so formidable? Moreover, even the Navy and the world government's intelligence system didn't know." Kapu got up from the ground, smoke still rising from his body. He was also suffering from the heat breath attack. Kapu said seriously, "Kaido's strength has surpassed even Roger's. To put it plainly, he is already above rocks." "What? Kapu, are you kidding? Above rocks?" Sengoku was nearly stunned, as Rocks was the strongest person Sengoku had ever encountered. Even Whitebeard was slightly weaker than Rocks. Now Kapu is saying Kaido's strength is already above Rocks. Sengoku's expression darkened as he said, "This is bad. We must eliminate Kaido, or the Navy and the world government will face trouble in the future." "I never expected such a person to emerge." Sigh. Steelbone Kong shook his head helplessly. He was already very old. Even if his strength remained, his stamina could not keep up. Thus, the future era must rely on the young. He considered himself retired from the previous era, and now Sengoku was in charge, but Sengoku was also nearing retirement age. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "This is simply a tremendous humiliation. Even with all 5 of our top admirals and generals working together, we can't take down Kaido. It's laughable. How can we suppress the seas now? How terrifying." Azure Dragon Kaido. Kizaru was also very upset. Previously, Kizaru thought Kaido was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this formidable. Aokiji looked at the Azure Dragon Kaido in the sky with a very serious expression and said, "This is the first time I've felt such immense pressure. It's truly impressive." The 4 Emperors Kaido. The strongest creature in land, sea, and air, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The title of the strongest in the world should be changed, and Whitebeard is also old. Haha, Kapu laughed heartily. "Aokiji, you brat, are you saying I'm old?" "I didn't say that." Aokiji immediately sensed something was wrong. Akainu raised his hands, transforming into magma, and roared, "You guys are wasting time talking. Hurry up and attack Kaido." Meteor Volcano. Magma punches continuously erupted from Akaina's hands, sweeping toward Azure Dragon Kaido. Kaido calmly watched the magma punches soaring toward him, and his massive dragon body began to rotate. Tornado. The dragon body spun like a top, generating several massive tornadoes. As the tornadoes formed, the entire Marine headquarters square was immediately engulfed in a vortex of wind. All of Akaina's magma meteor volcano attacks were shattered by Kaido's tornado. TCH. Bastard. Akainu clicked his tongue. He knew it wouldn't be that easy to hurt Kaido. He was just really irritated. Hawkeye Mihawk, carrying the supreme great black sword knight, said indifferently, "Kaido's strength is above mine." Fufufu Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed and said, "It seems we have all underestimated Kaido's strength." At the same time, Doflamingo was also saying this to himself, realizing how fortunate he was not to have offended Kaido, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he would die. Queen trembled with excitement and said, "Our Governor Kaido has such immense strength. He's simply too cool." Of course. Black Maria appeared very proud. Several Navy soldiers couldn't help but kneel in fear and asked, "Can we really defeat Kaido?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course we can." Another Navy soldier believed that even if Kaido was strong, they still had the 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Kapu and the Commander Kong. Steelbone Kong reminded everyone, "Here is a battle-hardened strong warrior. I trust you don't need me to elaborate. To defeat Kaido, we must not fight Unknown, but directly surround him and attack." Kizaru's lewd expression changed as he shouted, "Kaido's attack is coming." The Azure Dragon Kaido, hovering in the sky, opened his mouth and the heat rapidly increased. Heat breath. The dragon's mouth unleashed a heat breath that could reach several kilometers with immense power, capable of instantly vaporizing a mountain. The expression on Kingsley's face darkened as he hurriedly said, "This is bad." Kaido's attack is aimed at the Justice Building. A powerful wave of heat continuously erupted from Kaido's mouth, surging over the heads of the Navy personnel. It directly struck the Justice Building, a landmark of the Marine headquarters, completely piercing through it. Steelbone Kong sighed and said, "At my age of over 80, it seems I will have to take action seriously." Commander Kong, although Kaido is powerful, it shouldn't require your direct involvement. The few of us are enough. Kizaru turned his head with a sly smile and responded. Sengoku helplessly said, "If we need the commander to join in, it's truly a dereliction of duty for us Marines." Cap's expression changed as he said, "Kaido has new movements." Kong, Sengoku, Akainu, Shinji, and Kizaru all looked towards Kaido. Kaido's dragon form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into his human beast form. Shinji remarked, "I see. Kaido has transformed into his human beast form, meaning he is ready to unleash his true power. Allowing a pirate to be so arrogant on our territory is a disgrace to the Marines." Akainu was quite displeased, as this was the Marine headquarters. Being trampled by a pirate like Kaido had made Akainu exceedingly unhappy. On the beast pirate side, Quinn immediately lit a cigarette for himself and arrogantly said, "Governor Kaido is about to show his true strength. Those damn Marines will suffer now." "Brother Quinn is right," said the Drought Disaster Jack in response. In the past, whenever Governor Kaido utilized his human beast form, it signified that he was entering a true combat state, representing the unleashing of his genuine strength. This was also the consensus among the Six Powers and the barbarian overlords. However, they did not know that Kaido had yet to reveal his full strength. Kaido smirked and said disdainfully, "Marines, come. Let me enjoy myself to the fullest. Don't let me down. I completely underestimated you." Shinji scratched his head helplessly. Akainu wasted no time and charged directly at Kaido. Bang! Bang! Akainu's fist slammed against Kaido's kanabo. After blocking all of Akainu's punches, Kaido taunted, "Is your strength only at this level, Akainu? Lower 3 realms, Indra's fall." Kaido swung his kanabo enveloped in a fierce conqueror's haki, directly smashing it onto Akainu's head. Boom! After taking a heavy blow, Akainu's eyes instantly rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ultimately, he was heavily smashed into the ground by Kaido. Boom! Ice Age! Shinji slapped the ground with his left hand, unleashing intense cold that rushed towards Kaido, preventing him from continuing to attack Akainu. Otherwise, Akainu could truly face an accident. Just as Kingsley's freezing energy approached Kaido, it was blocked 1 meter away from him. What? Shinji was taken aback. His freezing ability had not even touched Kaido before being halted. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Such formidable haki." Kaido. Kingsley's understanding of Kaido grew clearer, very strong, exceedingly strong. A bright light flashed before Kaido's eyes, simultaneously carrying away Akainu. However, Kaido did not stop. Instead, he activated the powers of the forest fruit, causing it to grow wildly underground, devouring the life force of the Marine soldiers. The screams of the Marine soldiers echoed again. Various howls of despair filled the air. Countless branches spread across the square of Marine headquarters Marineford. The Marine majors and lieutenant commanders hurriedly hacked at the branches to protect the soldiers. However, many soldiers were pierced by the branches, losing their life force. At this moment, the disaster calamity, Jin shouted loudly, "Cadres, follow me. Stop the Marines, don't let them escape." Although Jin did not know what Governor Kaido was planning by using the branches to devour the Marine soldiers, he naturally had to cooperate since Kaido wished to do so. As Jin charged forward, Quinjack, Enelfa, Shiki, and Pagawan, along with the 10 colossal barbarian overlords and the true fighters, all surged into the fray. Vice Admiral Tsuru was continually organizing the Marines to fend off the massive branches, while also strategizing to counter the beast pirates' cadre sneak attacks. There was no choice. Sengoku, Carp, and Commander Kong, along with the 3 admirals, had all gone to deal with Kaido. Kizaru successfully brought Akainu out. Akainu's eyes gradually returned to normal from their previous rolling back, and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he angrily exclaimed, "That bastard Kaido dared to strike me with such fierce conqueror's haki." Commander Kong said seriously, "We need to work together to deal with Kaido. If we combine our strengths, taking down Kaido is not an issue. I know you 3 as admirals prefer to fight alone due to your pride, but this is a critical time." Commander Kong is right. Sengoku added, "Akainu, Shinji, Kizaru, you cannot defeat Kaido on your own." Akainu's head was still ringing. If it weren't for his formidable physical constitution, that last blow from Kaido would have left him incapacitated. In his dragon-human form, Kaido calmly scanned Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, Shinji, and Kizaru, a smile slowly rising at the corners of his mouth as he gripped his kanabo enveloped in Conqueror's haki, and said, Well then, let's start with you. Steelbone Kong. Kaido pressed his right foot against the ground, and in an instant he charged towards Steelbone Kong. Boom, boom. The sounds of intense fighting and explosions echoed as Kaido focused entirely on attacking Steelbone Kong, the oldest among them. As for Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, Chingji, and Kizuru, they would be dealt with later. Since Steelbone Kong dared to jump in at his age, he deserved a good lesson. On the Xianghua Island, the last large screen was playing. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and commented, "That kid Kaido back in the day has become so powerful now, and the Navy probably can't hold him anymore." Yes, he fought against the former Admiral Steelbone Kong alone, the current Admiral Sengoku, and the three highest combat powers of the Navy, along with the special Vice Admiral Carp. Although he was at a disadvantage, his counterattacks were quite fierce. Beside them, Shuki took a puff of her cigarette and responded. After exhaling the smoke, Shuki continued, "This feat is worthy of being recorded in history. After all, no one has accomplished it before. I just wonder how Kaido's strength reached this level. But then again, I remember Kaido should be over 55 years old by now, right? That should be the case." Rayleigh was also unsure about Kaido's exact age. The supernovas in the crowd were constantly having their understanding refreshed by Kaido's strength. Urage trembled as he said, "This is beyond exaggeration. Is this the combat power of one of the four emperors in the New World? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it was real." "Bastard." Capone Beej, smoking a cigar, said with a grim expression, "Just the strength of any one of the admirals is unattainable, and I never expected Kaido to be even more terrifying." At this moment, Capone Beg's mind had already formed an idea. After entering the New World, he must join the forces of the four emperors' pirate crews. Xiao Alaponi kept eating pizza, mumbling, "Bartholomew Kuma, the warlord of the sea, why did you become like that?" Scurrying deep inside, Scratchman Apu murmured in fear, "Damn it, the four emperors are simply unshakable existences." Drake was already contemplating how to join the Beast's pirates after entering the New World in order to help the Navy internally dismantle the Beast's pirates, as Kaido was too dangerous. Hawkins slowly said while shuffling his tarot cards, "For Emperor Kaido, mortality rate 0. "Hawkins, you mean for Emperor Kaido won't die at the Navy headquarters, right?" Beside him, Trafalgar Law retorted. "Oomph." Kid stubbornly replied, "What if the four emperors are strong? Sooner or later, I will take them all down." Killer said nothing, his gaze fixed on the large screen. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Mink tribes, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, led the charge, constantly sabotaging the Navy's ships, preventing them from landing. On the other side, Yamato led the charge, relentlessly suppressing the Navy's vice admirals, while Kaido created large branches piercing through the bodies of Navy soldiers. The Navy fell into a disadvantageous position, firmly suppressed by the Beast's pirates, as their top combat force was single-handedly held back by Kaido. On the battlefield where Kaido was located, the intense battle rendered the entire area a no man's land. Steelbone Kong was bloodied all over. Being older, he was simply unable to cope with Kaido's fierce attacks. In his Buddha form, Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, Kaido only attacking Admiral Steelbone Kong. However, that guy Kaido is also not lightly injured." Carp responded in a very serious tone. Even if Kaido was strong, what could he do? This was facing Admiral Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Carp himself, along with Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. The only headache was that Kaido was solely targeting Steelbone Kong. At that moment, Kizuru slyly said, "It seems that Gecko Moria and the others are about to be unable to withstand Yamato. Let me go support them." "Wait a minute." Akainu just said to wait to focus on attacking Kaido together, but Kizuru had already transformed into a beam of light and flew away, leaving Akainu speechless. Akiji enviously murmured, "Oh dear, Kizuru doesn't have to face the monster Kaido. It's really enviable." Just as Kizuru left, Akainu and Akiji were distracted. Kaido launched a new round of attacks on Steelbone Kong in an instant. Great Force of Thunder, 8 trigrams. One of the four kings named techniques, wrapping his conqueror's haki around an iron rod. He gripped it with both hands and struck at incredible speed, a reinforced version of Thunder, 8 trigrams, causing a massive mushroom cloud upon hitting the opponent. Crack! The bones of Steelbone Kong shattered upon being struck, and his gaze gradually lost focus. Bastard Buddha shockwave. Damn it, Iron Fist charge. Sengoku and Carp launched a pincer attack on Kaido. Kaido protected his head with his left hand and was knocked back several meters. Carp quickly picked up Steelbone Kong and retreated. Sengoku glared at Akainu and Akiji, shouting, "Akainu, Akiji, can you two stop daydreaming in the middle of the battle?" Akainu's temples bulged with rage while Akiji looked helpless, blaming that bastard Kizaru for running away at a critical moment. Carp shook Steelbone Kong's body and asked, "Are you all right, Admiral Kong?" However, Steelbone Kong was already in a state of unconsciousness. After being shaken for 3 to 4 seconds, he slowly regained consciousness and immediately couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sengoku said with concern. Admiral Kong, you need to rest. Leave Kaido to us, or that bastard Kaido will only focus on attacking you. Alright, otherwise this old bone of mine might really be finished here. Steelbone Kong didn't put on airs. He was in severe pain all over now. In fact, Sengoku and Carp were also a bit fatigued as they too were getting older, just not as old as Steelbone Kong. Akainu said with a dark face, that monster Kaido, after receiving our attacks, is recovering from his injuries at an astonishing speed. Without anyone noticing Kaido's right eye had begun to stir. This was because Kaido had infused a massive amount of life force particles into his right eye, all aimed at evolving his eternal eye into the reincarnation eye. Moreover, it was still continuously absorbing, and the signals from the right eye were becoming increasingly evident. Help! I don't want to die. A Navy soldier screamed in agony, only to be devoured by branches. This scene was continuously unfolding in the plaza of the Marine headquarters Marineford. Akiji glanced at the large-scale casualties among the Navy soldiers and murmured, I have to admit Kaido's use of his double devil fruit abilities is formidable. While battling us, he can also command so many branches against the soldiers. What good does it do to say such things? Our main task now is to kill Kaido. As long as we can eliminate the pirate, sacrifices are inevitable. Akainu thought differently to him. As long as they could kill Kaido, the number of sacrifices didn't matter. The opinions of Akainu and Akiji clashed once more. Akainu pointed at Kaido and shouted, Kaido, don't be so arrogant. Today this place will be your grave. Soon I will break through your haki with my magma fist and create a gaping hole in your stomach. Kaido coldly responded to Akainu's words, saying, Red Dog, in the end it's just that your strength isn't enough. You are nothing but a weakling. Being ridiculed by Kaido, Akainu's expression turned as dark as coal, and Akiji was not much better off either. While mocking Akainu, Kaido included Akiji as well. Akainu stepped forward and said seriously, You all step back. I am preparing to use the true power of the magma fruit against Kaido. Wait, Sakazuki, are you planning to use the awakened power of the Logia here? This is the Marine headquarters Marineford. Akiji immediately sensed that something was amiss. As a fellow user of a Logia devil fruit, Akiji, being an awakened one himself, understood what using that power would entail. The problem was this was the Marine headquarters Marineford, a symbol of justice. Was Akainu planning to turn this place into a magma hell? Sengoku and Garp, although not users of Logia powers, knew very well what kind of power Akainu was referring to. Seeing Akainu's actions, Kaido surmised that Akainu intended to use the awakened power of the Logia, as the forest fruit was also a Logia. Moreover, using the awakened power of the Logia would quickly impact and permanently alter the surrounding environment. In the original work, Punk Hazard Island underwent such a transformation after a Tindi battle between Akainu and Akiji, ultimately turning into an island of ice and fire. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed and said, Red Dog, since that's the case, let me see the true power of the magma fruit. Just wait. Akainu was no longer concerned about anything else. He now just wanted to kill Kaido. Akiji hurriedly shouted, Akainu, you are insane. You can't sacrifice the Marine headquarters Marineford just for victory. Sengoku raised his hand to signal and said, Akiji, we should fall back and let Akainu fight Kaido. If the situation goes awry, we will intervene together to rescue. Akiji nodded helplessly. Garp also picked up Steelbone Kong and retreated alongside Sengoku. After all, if they stayed in place, they would undoubtedly be affected by Akainu's awakened magma fruit ability, which was inherently a widespread attack. The ground around them continued to transform into magma, and Akainu morphed into a magma giant, stating, To be honest, Kaido, your strength exceeds my expectations, but today you must die here. How audacious! You dare to challenge me, unknown. Kaido disdainfully responded, Then I will play with you properly. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, his body began to rapidly expand, ultimately transforming into a blue dragon coiling in the air. A torrent of fierce flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, enveloping its body. Flame Dragon's Great Torch. A massive fire dragon formed around him, and anything that came into contact with the flames would instantly melt. Using the Flame Dragon's Great Torch, Kaido shifted from his blue dragon form to a fire dragon form, increasing in both size and length several times. A magma giant and an enormous fire dragon confronted each other in an instant. The terrifying heat wave swept through the entire Marine headquarters Marineford, overwhelming countless individuals. What is that? It's like the end of the world. Admiral Akainu has turned into a magma giant, while the Yonko Kaido has transformed into a fire dragon that fills the skies above Marineford. The Navy personnel were all stunned by the scene before them. It was too shocking, and only after witnessing it firsthand did they realize what true terror was. The members of the Beast's pirates were exultant, shouting, Lord Kaido, magnificent and imposing, destroy the Navy, the Beast's pirates will surely win. Even the officers were all smiling, knowing that their Governor Kaido radiated a power stronger than that of the so-called Admiral Akainu. It was obvious that the Navy was doomed. Fufufu. Doflamingo, watching from the edge of the battlefield, couldn't help but laugh maniacally, saying, "This is just wonderful, what a splendid spectacle." The Marine headquarters Marineford is the center of the battlefield, who will ultimately claim victory. Boa Hancock was fixated on Kaido of the Beasts, as if she wanted to see through him completely. The massive fire dragon coiled in the air exerted an overwhelming pressure on the Navy. Even Enies magma giant seemed insignificant in comparison to the fire dragon. The terrifying heat continuously spread throughout the Marine headquarters Marineford, making both the Navy and the pirates feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Akiji did not want the Marine soldiers to perish from the heat, so he declared, "Ice Age." With Akiji at the center, the freezing power instantly expanded, encasing the ground where Kaido and Akainu were located in ice, shielding them from the terrifying heat wave. Akainu looked at the swirling fire dragon in the sky and grimly stated, "Kaido, I didn't expect you to pull off such a move." There was also the fact that Akainu did not want to admit, which was that the aura emitted by Kaido was significantly stronger than his, making it very difficult for Akainu to save face. No matter what, he had to take down this arrogant guy Kaido. Transforming into a magma giant, Akainu raised his hands, and his magma fists lunged toward the fire dragon Kaido like snakes. In his fire dragon form, Kaido's eyes flashed with red light as he wrapped himself in Conqueror's haki and charged at Akainu. The collision between the fire dragon Kaido and the magma giant Akainu erupted, causing the entire Marine headquarters Marineford to shake once again. The fighting Akainu also sensed a very serious problem. Kaido's haki was too strong, completely preventing Akainu from breaking through Kaido's defenses, especially since Kaido was enveloped in a massive flame. Akainu had already used his strongest lethal moves, and if he still couldn't handle Kaido, it would mean he had lost. Kaido continued to suppress Akainu. Kizura shook his head while watching the two fighters, saying, "No, Akainu is simply not a match for Kaido. This kid Kaido truly has a set of skills able to elevate his haki to such a powerful level that even I am impressed. Let's not talk about that anymore. We should find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Kaido soon," Sengoku reminded in response. Currently, their primary mission was to defeat Kaido. Everything else could be discussed later. There was no other way. The threat posed by Kaido was simply too great and terrifying. Carp also understood Sengoku's concerns and agreed with his suggestion, thinking to himself that no matter what, Kaido must not be allowed to return to the New World. If they missed this opportunity to deal with Kaido, there would be no such chance again, as the New World belonged to the pirates, especially places like Wano, where even the world government could not intervene. Kaido's fire dragon form completely bound Enies magma giant like a python constricting its prey. Kaido increased the binding force and taunted, "Red Dog, your power is not that impressive. Beg for mercy, and maybe you'll spare your dog life. Damn Kaido, I will kill you." Akainu had never faced such severe humiliation. Today, no matter the cost, he had to bury Kaido here at Marine headquarters. Kaido continued to increase the pressure while squeezing Akainu, who was also under immense strain, gritting his teeth and roaring in pain. "Kaido, even if your haki is far stronger than mine in terms of flame, heat, my magma power is above your flames." In truth, after clashing with Kaido, Akainu realized that his strength was far inferior to Kaido's, but he was incredibly unwilling to accept this. As a man who aspired to become the Admiral of the Marines and eliminate all pirates in the world, being publicly suppressed by a pirate was something Akainu could not accept. "Ha ha," Kaido mocked. "You fool, you really think I have used my full strength?" Akainu was taken aback, unable to comprehend what Kaido meant. He had already used such powerful strength, yet he had not exerted himself completely. There should be a limit to joking around. At the same time, deep within Akainu's heart, fear began to creep in, though he was still unaware of it. And Kaido's words shocked all who heard them. Kaido, who was already so powerful, had not even used his true strength. This was simply terrifying. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. The strongest move of the fire dragon form, using the head of the fire dragon wrapped in Conqueror's haki to crash into the opponent with formidable impact, creating a violent explosion upon impact. Boom. The head of the fire dragon wrapped in Conqueror's haki crashed violently into Akainu. Akainu attempted to resist, but at the moment he touched Kaido's rising dragon Flame, Baguai's eyes instantly rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, losing consciousness. He could not even withstand Kaido's rising dragon. Boom, boom. The entire ground cracked apart, and the buildings of Marine headquarters collapsed. The magma giant dissipated, revealing the blood-soaked General Akainu. The Marine soldiers witnessed this scene and began to mentally collapse. "General Akainu, has he been defeated by the Yonko Kaido? That is our Navy's highest combat power. Damn it, can the Yonko Beast Kaido really not be defeated?" On the Beast Pirate side, Jack the Drought shouted excitedly, "Did you see that? This is our Governor Kaido, the future Pirate King." "That's right, our Governor Kaido is indeed the future Pirate King. Kaido's overwhelming combat power deeply impressed them. Their admiration had reached a level that could no longer be described as mere admiration. How terrifying! Beast Kaido. Kizaru, far away from the battlefield, felt his scalp tingle as he saw Akainu being taken out by Kaido. Such a terrifying attack. If it were to fall on him, he would not fare any better than Akainu. He would either die or be severely injured. Nico Robin gazed at the fire dragon spiraling in the sky, the scene of it annihilating Admiral Akainu still replaying vividly in her mind. Beside her, Nami smiled and said, "Robin, we don't need to worry at all. With Kaido around, there's no one here at Marine Headquarters Marineford who can harm us." Nico Robin responded with a smile as well. Enel, who was attacking Admiral Kizaru alongside Inferno Mach, "You're definitely going to lose, Yellow Monkey." "How frightening," Kizaru replied with a slightly shocked and lewd expression. However, this reaction greatly annoyed Enel. As he launched his attack, Inferno said, "Enel, focus on the battle. The opponent is an admiral. If you get distracted, you might expose a flaw." "I know," Enel grumbled, but he took Inferno's words to heart and continued to gather the power of the rumble fruit to strike Kizaru. At that moment, Kaido, hovering in the air, began to dissolve the fire dragon and transformed back into his human beast form. The Marines all breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. The immense presence of the fire dragon Kaido had placed them under constant pressure. Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji immediately furrowed their brows, speculating about Kaido's next move. With Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong severely injured and Akainu also heavily wounded and unconscious, they figured it would take some time before he woke up. However, when Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji caught sight of Kaido's eyes, they all displayed expressions of confusion. Aokiji asked in bewilderment, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Garp, have Kaido's eyes turned blood red? Is this also a power of the devil fruit?" "I'm not sure, I can't determine that for now," Sengoku shook his head in response. Garp's expression was equally strange as he said, "If it is a power of the devil fruit, doesn't that mean Kaido possesses the abilities of 3 devil fruits?" Garp gasped at his own words, and Sengoku and Aokiji reacted similarly. The idea of possessing 2 devil fruit powers is already terrifying, as no one in this world has ever broken the curse of consuming a second devil fruit. Now Kaido has broken that rule, and now he might possess a 3rd devil fruit power. If that were true, then Kaido is no longer just a monster. Aokiji, feeling a headache coming on, said, "In the face of such a situation, it would be a lie to say I'm not afraid." Previously, Aokiji would never have said such a thing, as his confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. However, this moment marked a change brought about by Kaido's overwhelming power. Garp took a deep breath and, looking at Kaido's figure, said sternly, "No matter what, we must defeat Kaido, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Sengoku's already aged face grew even more haggard. He had thought this war was a sure victory, but never expected it to reach this point. The Marines have lost all face. Kaido, with his eternal eye activated, twisted his neck and said with a wicked smile, "Marines, open your eyes and see the true gap in our strength." As Kaido finished speaking, layers of golden skeletal armor began to stack upon each other. It was the Susanoo. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, especially the Marines, who were left with nothing but deep-seated fear, their minds already branded with the notion that Kaido of the 100 Beasts is an invincible existence. A Marine major's pupils dilated as he looked at the colossal golden-armored warrior. "What is that? A golden-armored warrior hundreds of meters tall. It's over. The Yonko Kaido possesses such power." Another Marine major was equally perplexed. Kizaru felt a chill run down his spine and said, "No way. Does Kaido really have such abilities and power?" Enel, Quinn, Jack Black, Maria, Phosphor, Steed, Runny, Page 1, and the others were unaware that their Governor Kaido had such capabilities. And now all of them, including the entire 100 Beasts Pirates crew, were becoming increasingly excited, as he is their Governor Kaido. The stronger Governor Kaido becomes, the more confidence they gain, as it signifies that under Governor Kaido's leadership, the 100 Beasts Pirates can reach the level of the world's strongest forces. The colossal, fully formed Susanoo occupied a vast area of the Marine Headquarters Marineford Square. Even giant Vice Admirals seemed like infants before the fully formed Susanoo. Sengoku, looking ashen, said, "Perhaps choosing to provoke Kaido of the 100 Beasts was a grave mistake." As the naval leader in this war, Sengoku understood he bore significant responsibility. "Sengoku, you shouldn't blame yourself, instead think about how to deal with that colossal golden-armored monster." Garp was not feeling any better than Sengoku. By now the Marine casualties had already exceeded half, and most of these had been killed and absorbed by Kaido. This was what Garp hated most about Kaido. Aokiji looked up at the fully formed Susanoo towering at 300 meters and said, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Garp, the other 3 Yonko, white-beard, red-haired Big Mom, shouldn't be as terrifying as Kaido, right? If they are." Aokiji did not continue, as that thought was too absurd. If all the Yonko were that powerful, what would the Marines even do? They would be wiped out by the pirates. It wasn't impossible. Garp immediately denied impossible. If the other three were that strong, the world situation would have changed long ago. But it is strange, how did Kaido achieve such power? It's not impossible, we had no idea Kaido had such strength beforehand. Perhaps the other three also have hidden abilities. Sengoku responded, uttering words even he found hard to believe. The fully formed Susanoo, towering at a height of 500 meters, lifted its foot. With a thud, a deep footprint was left behind, and the entire Marine headquarters at Marineford seemed to shake slightly. Aokiji, his muscles tense, shouted, Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Carp, Kaido is about to make his move. Oh, it's like hell. Carp's expression darkened significantly. At over 70 years old, it was the first time he felt such a chilling sensation. Facing rocks was incredibly difficult, but it did not evoke this sense of helplessness. The heart of Gecko Moria raced in fear as he said, is that really Kaido of the 100 Beasts? The power is even more terrifying than the fire dragon just now. What kind of monster is this? We need to prepare ourselves mentally, or we might lose this war. Beside him, the weasel, after retreating behind a table, responded with a grim expression. Even if we lose, the Navy cannot bow down, we must maintain our morale. Exactly. Fire Fist Ace, despite being deeply frightened by the enormous Susanoo, felt that his sense of justice forbade him from voicing his fear. The officers and pirates of the Beast Pirates were all loudly cheering. Their governor Kaido was simply too formidable. At the Marines' headquarters in Marineford, Kaido could also storm in and out, leaving the Navy with no chance to retaliate. Sengoku's pupils contracted, his brows furrowed as he watched the fully formed Susanoo slowly draw its katana, saying, what does Kaido intend to do? From the crystal at the forehead of the fully formed Susanoo, the beast-human hybrid Kaido turned his eternal eye, and after drawing the Susanoo's katana, said, the power of all things. In the next moment, the Susanoo's katana swung out. Sengoku, Carp, and Aokiji all displayed expressions of horror as the attack was aimed at Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. A sound of breaking air erupted. With the fully formed Susanoo at the center, a line in front had been cut away, meaning that at this moment the square of Marine headquarters Marineford had been cleaved nearly in two, with only the ground beneath still barely holding together. By the time everyone reacted, Kaido's attack had already concluded. Sengoku, Carp, and Aokiji gaped at the grim state of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who had been cleaved in two by the sword, energy blood flowing everywhere. Carp exploded in rage, shouting, you actually killed Fleet Admiral Kong. I will not let you go even if it costs me my life, Kaido. Sengoku and Aokiji were equally stunned. Fleet Admiral Kong had fallen. The recently awakened Akainu was already drenched in cold sweat. If he faced such a powerful Kaido, the only outcome would be death. Watching from the sidelines, the pirate Jinbei said in disbelief, the commander-in-chief of the world government Steelbone Kong was actually killed in public. Now even the world government can't sit still. Fufufu Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed with open arms, excited. This is too interesting. Let it all descend into chaos. In this dull world, celestial dragons of Marie, while how much longer can you continue to sit on your thrones? Doflamingo could already imagine the expressions on the five elders' faces when they received the news of Steelbone Kong's demise. It would certainly be quite a spectacle, and they would undoubtedly feel fear towards Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Sitting on the ground, Gecko Moria, defeated by Queen, looked in terror at the towering 500-meter tall golden armored giant Kaido. At this moment, he had no thoughts of revenge, only overwhelming fear. Boa Hancock covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Kaido at the forehead crystal of the fully formed Susanoo, whispering, that man is so powerful, no wonder he is unafraid to kill celestial dragons. He might truly break the existing world order. Dracul Mihawk also felt a storm brewing in his heart. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he had been deeply impressed by the golden armored warriors. Black Maria gazed at Kaido with admiration, saying, Lord Kaido is so captivating, so powerful, that I can't help but want to fight you for 18 rounds. Enel swallowed hard. He had made up his mind that he would not dare show any arrogance in front of Lord Kaido in the future, or he would not even know how he died. Fuzzfufa trembled, saying, world government, do you see this? I should thank you for abandoning me back then, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to fight alongside Lord Kaido. Peggy Wan nudged her sister Runty's arm, quietly reminding, sister, you need to be more proactive in the future, or I fear we might lose our status. No need to tell me, I know Runty had already thought of it. After returning to Wano, she needed to find a way to get close to Lord Kaido, or she wouldn't know when he would take the initiative. Queen slapped Kaido's head, laughing, see, this is our Lord Kaido. Damn it, Queen, don't slap my head. Kaido retorted angrily, yet he had already decided that he would never betray Kaido. Disaster Jack roared in excitement, Brother Jin, Lord Kaido will definitely become the Pirate King. Calamity Jin had always been very confident in Mr. Kaido, believing he could change the world, and he was now witnessing this moment. Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh and Shaki stared in utter disbelief, not at the fall of Fleet Admiral Kazuru, but at Kaido's overwhelming power. Shaki turned to Rayleigh beside her and asked, Rayleigh, if Kaido's strength is truly this formidable, could the other three emperors possibly stand against his might? Times change. No one can foresee what the future holds. Rayleigh admitted he could no longer fathom how this world would evolve, after all he had long since retired. Before the massive viewing screen, reporters snapped photographs incessantly while diligently documenting the unfolding event. This news would undoubtedly shake the entire world. It would trigger profound global repercussions and upheaval. The supernovas stood utterly dumbfounded, witnessing Kaido's current power had struck them with genuine dread and instilled deep-seated fear of entering the new world. For entering the new world meant confronting a monster like Kaido, the beast pirate, where even 100 lives would not suffice. Eustace Kid's breath quickened as he declared, Killer, I must claim the title of Pirate King, and that means facing Kaido the Beast. Though harsh, it is the truth. Killer too harbored grave doubts about their future. Could such a monstrous being truly be defeated? He could conceive no plausible reason for Kaido's defeat. Not when even the elite forces of the Marine headquarters at Marineford assembled in overwhelming numbers had failed utterly to lay a finger on him. A single Admiral alone would be more than enough to overwhelm them, let alone the rest. Capone Beej's face darkened as he murmured, It seems that once this war ends, Kaido the Beast will instantly eclipse Whitebeard in renown, ascending to the very apex of all pirates. Damn it, I've heard rumors that Doflamingo secretly collaborated with Kaido the Beast. The thought now filled Trafalgar Law with profound unease. If he ever moved against Doflamingo, Kaido's interference would mean certain annihilation. Elsewhere, Drake's expression was equally grim. With the Marines now crumbling, such a monster could not be slain by conventional means. Upon entering the new world, he would need to infiltrate the Beast Pirates' ranks without delay. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The remaining Marines stood pale and hollow-eyed while the Beast Pirates roared with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Monkey D. Luffy, suddenly uncharacteristically subdued, spoke with quiet despondency, Can I truly defeat Kaido and become the Pirate King? Even Luffy, the ever-confident Straw Hat, found himself gripped by doubt upon witnessing the chasm-like gulf between their powers. Zoro shouted, Luffy, are you giving up already? No, I won't give up. I will become the Pirate King. Spurred by Zoro's words, Luffy instantly regained his resolve. No matter how insurmountable the foe, surrender was never an option. Ace 2 stood deeply shaken and perplexed. If Kaido possessed such staggering power, why had his father continued to occupy the throne of the world's strongest man? This question gnawed at Ace. Was Kaido concealing some deeper scheme or long-term design? Yamato scoffed bitterly, Damn it. Father has been hiding his true strength far too well, not only wielding multiple devil fruit powers, but possessing such terrifying might. She now seriously questioned whether the father she knew, the one she saw every day, was even the real man at all. Garp launched himself into the air, his fist wreathed in Heisho-infused haki aimed directly at the crystal embedded in Kaido's fully manifested Susanu's forehead. He bellowed, Kaido, die for me, you wretch. Haki-infused iron fist impact. This strike embodied Garp's absolute peak, a final vengeful blow for Fleet Admiral Kizaru refusing to let his sacrifice go unavenged. His fist cleaved the air with a thunderous shriek. Boom. Yet when it struck the armored crystal, only a spiderweb crack, less than a meter wide, splintered across its surface. The dense coating of armament haki absorbed the brunt of Garp's assault. My full power strike. Garp froze in disbelief. His utmost effort had barely sparked a flicker of resistance. Boom. In that stunned instant, Susanu's colossal fist slammed into Garp's body. He streaked across the sky like a falling meteor before crashing violently into the earth, carving a vast crater into the ground. A billowing plume of smoke rose 100 meters high. Admiral Garp! Admiral Garp! Admiral Garp! Marine soldiers cried out in frantic alarm. Akiji rushed toward the impact site, while Sengoku gazed upward at Kaido, perched within the crystal of the fully manifested Susanu's brow, and whispered incredulous that attack. Garp held nothing back. And yet, it had no effect. A chill crept down Sengoku's spine. If Garp could not breach Kaido's defense, then neither could he. Akainu strode to Sengoku's side and spoke grimly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, regardless of cost, we must eliminate Kaido today. If we fail now, we may never have another chance. I know, Sengoku replied solemnly. Meanwhile, Akiji lifted Garp's unconscious form and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Then Kaido's voice, magnified by Conqueror's haki, boomed across the ruins, Do you truly believe this is the extent of my power? At those words, shock paralyzed every onlooker, including Akainu himself, whose heart seemed to skip a beat mid-declaration. In his human beast azure dragon form, Kaido exhaled a torrent of incandescent flame, swiftly engulfing the entire Susanu. Flame Susanu, Great Torch. By channeling the Azure Dragon's infernal power into the fully manifested Susanoo, he forged the Flame Susanoo Great Torch, a devastating fusion of Dragon Fire and Divine Construct. The Warring States nearly had his eyes bulge out in shock as he exclaimed, "Is Kaido's strength truly limitless? Why can he still enhance his power again?" Warring States was on the verge of collapse. The Steelbone Air Commander had already sacrificed himself. Must they lose more top naval forces? If that were the case, their navy would truly be crippled and they might never rise again. Most of the surviving navy personnel had already succumbed to despair. Facing the Beast Kaido, they saw only a dead end. Because the square of Marineford was still under attack by numerous branches. The Yellow Monkey, fighting against the Flame Calamity, said with a sly grin, "How terrifying. This is truly a troublesome situation." Even the Yellow Monkey, who enjoyed stirring the waters, felt the severity of the situation. Meanwhile, the five elders Izambaron v. Nejiru and Jaegerusha Satan were hastily heading to Marine Headquarters Marineford. Jaegerusha Satan gazed in shock at the towering flame-armored giant that appeared at Marine Headquarters Marineford and exclaimed, "What is that? How could Kaido possess such power? I don't know, we must hurry or the navy will be in trouble. I didn't expect things to escalate to this point." Izambaron v. Nejiru also responded with a furrowed brow. In the eyes of the five elders, this was supposed to be a sure victory. They even allowed Steelbone Air to provide support, yet it turned out like this, leaving them very annoyed. The navy was becoming increasingly ineffective, but the power of Beast Kaido also left the five elders feeling alarmed. In a word, he was strong, extraordinarily strong. The Ice Age. The Blue Pheasant unleashed his freezing power to attempt to freeze Kaido, but the freezing force was dissolved as soon as it touched the flame-armored giant. Just as Kaido prepared to attack the Blue Pheasant, he sensed two Admiral-level auras rapidly approaching and slowly shifted his gaze, spotting two of the five elders. "Hep." Kaido smirked disdainfully as he said, "Are you not able to sit still?" Izambaron v. Nejiru and Jaegerusha Satan instantly appeared at Marine Headquarters Marineford. "Who are those two?" The pirate hunter Jinbe gasped in disbelief. "The five elders. I didn't expect them to be alerted too." Boa Hancock furrowed her brow. "Were those two old men really the five elders?" "Pho." Doflamingo sat down, laughing maniacally. "How will this war end? As a neutral party, I am witnessing this historic moment." Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze locked onto Izambaron v. Nejiru. He could feel that this old man was a formidable swordsman. The world government truly had hidden talents. Admiral Ghost Spider raised his sword and shouted, "We have not yet lost to the pirates. We still have the world government behind us. Justice will prevail." The arrival of the two five elders gave the navy a renewed sense of confidence. They had not completely lost to the beast pirates and still had a chance to turn the tide. Many navy personnel had never seen the five elders since joining the navy, but that did not mean they had not heard of their names. They were truly the most top-tier figures in the world. Hiding in the back, Kobe trembled and said, "Are those two old gentlemen the five elders? Help! When will this war ever end?" At that moment, Kobe was nearly scared to death. The war was still ongoing, and with high-ranking officials continuously appearing, there was no end in sight. Nico Robin felt a bit nervous as she said, "The five elders are here. I wonder if the world government will continue to send reinforcements." "Don't be afraid, we have Lord Kaido who is invincible," Nami responded confidently. There was no other way. Lord Kaido was just too powerful, completely invincible throughout. Black Maria and the others showed no signs of fear. As long as their Lord Kaido was standing, they would not feel afraid. The Yellow Monkey left the Flame Calamity and Enel, approaching the five elders respectfully, and said, "Lord Nejiru, Lord Satan, I didn't expect you two to come in person. If we hadn't come, were you planning to make the navy completely defeated?" Izambaron v. Nejiru asked coldly. Enel, seeing the furious Flame Calamity, asked, "Brother Calamity, do you have a grudge against those two old men?" "A grudge of annihilation," the Flame Calamity replied without evasion. Enel gasped, "Annihilation grudge." That was indeed a deep-seated blood feud. Doberman shouted, "Rally your spirits. We must eliminate the beast pirates today, even if it costs us our lives. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail." The morale of the navy, which had already been depleted, rose once more. Warring States, Carp the Blue Pheasant, and Akainu all approached the five elders. When they retreated to the side of the five elders, the body of Steelbone Air, split in half, was immediately pierced by two branches, devouring his life force. Jaegerusha Satan scanned the surroundings and sternly criticized Warring States, Carp, Akainu the Blue Pheasant, and the Yellow Monkey, saying, "Look at you all. You gathered the navy's top strength, yet you still can't defeat Kaido, and Steelbone Air is dead. Lord Satan, you can't blame us for this. Didn't you see how strong Kaido is? We truly are no match for him." The Yellow Monkey immediately expressed that it wasn't their lack of effort, but rather that their opponent was too strong for them. Jaegerusha Satan and Izambaron v. Nejiru Both looked again at the towering 500-meter flame-armored giant, where Kaido stood with arms crossed looking at them mockingly. This caused Izambaron v Nejiru and Jaegeruja Satan to darken their expressions. Izambaron v Nejiru whispered, Kaido's strength has exceeded the standard it might have surpassed. Wait. Jaegeruja Satan immediately stopped Izambaron v Nejiru from continuing. That person is the god of the world government for 800 years. How could one mention his name in front of these mortals? Behind the buildings of Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Blackbeard Teach arrived here with his crew. When the Blackbeard pirates saw the battlefield situation, they were dumbfounded, especially Blackbeard Teach, who was completely stunned. Blackbeard Teach gasped fearfully, saying, Damn it, how did Kaido of the Beast obtain the abilities of 3 devil fruits? Teach thought he was the only special one, but that bastard Kaido was even more special than him, and his power was so exaggerated. How was he supposed to deal with that? Beside him, Seiryu of the Rain, smoking a cigar, asked in shock, Teach, is that monster Kaido's multiple devil fruit abilities the same as yours? Ha ha, Blackbeard Teach nervously laughed in his heart, responding, It should be right. In fact, he wanted to say, how is it the same? That kind of power from Kaido. Blackbeard himself didn't think he could reach it, a monster among monsters. The tyrant asked, Captain Teach, should we still hunt devil fruit users? Are you seeking death? Didn't you see so many dangerous figures on the field, especially Kaido? Let's retreat first. Although Blackbeard Teach knew that saying this would make him lose face as captain. But what is face compared to life? Preserving one's life must come first. Blackbeard Teach certainly did not want to meet his end here at Marine Headquarters Marineford. Lafitte twirled his blade and said, Indeed. Even the Gorosei have been stirred, and we will likely be caught in the vortex once we join in. As the Blackbeard pirates were chatting, on the battlefield an even more intense battle had erupted with 2 Gorosei, leading Sengoku Garp Akainu Akiji, and Kazuru, a total of 7 people besieging Kaido. Boom. The intensity of the battle was so great that it was nearing the point of demolishing the entire Marine Headquarters Marineford. The pressure on the Beast Pirates had also decreased significantly, mainly because Yamato and Enel no longer had to deal with Kazuru and turned to face the Rear Admiral. Even though the Navy still had the numerical advantage, they were continuously being pushed back because, excluding the Admirals, the Rear Admirals were the strongest fighting force. Moreover, countless branches were continuously ambushing them, devouring the life force of the Navy soldiers. Now, the number of remaining Navy personnel was less than 4,000, making it clear how massive this consumption was, while the Beast Pirates had also lost around 1,000, leaving about 2,000. This was mainly because Kaido was controlling the Forest Fruit ability, constantly attacking the Navy, while the Rear Admirals and Commodores were all being restrained by the officers of the Beast Pirates. And the Navy's top combatants had all gone to besiege Kaido, indirectly splitting the battlefield into 2 sides, with the Navy having the Chief of Staff Crane constantly directing, otherwise they would have been defeated long ago. Doflamingo showed an evil smile looking at the most intense battle scene, and said, Fufufu, if it weren't for this war, I wouldn't have seen that those 2 old guys from the Gorosei are actually Mythical Zoan users. Their combat power is still so formidable, interesting. Indeed, Jinbei rarely responded to Doflamingo, as what Doflamingo said was not wrong. The combat power of the Gorosei was completely on par with the Admirals. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes sparkled with light as he said, If it weren't for our opposing positions, I would really want to duel with that swordsman Gorosei, Izambaron v. Nasu Sholong. TCH Celestial Dragon, Boa Hancock muttered displeasedly. Dragging his injured body, Moonlight Moria looked at Kaido, who was fighting, and said with reluctance and fear, Why is Kaido not at a disadvantage against those 7? Defense. Kaido's defense is too strong, Jinbei stated his opinion, responding, The gigantic Golden Flame Armored Warrior's defensive power is extraordinary. Even if a hole is broken, it is immediately repaired. Fufufu, Doflamingo laughed maniacally, saying, Navy World Government, what will you do? If you can't take down Kaido in this war, then the consequences will be quite spectacular. The complete form of Susanoo, infused with the power of the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon, became increasingly powerful and indestructible. This scene was also broadcasted by the Loyalist holding the Den Den Mushi. Kaido's powerful figure like a war god deeply shocked everyone. Boom. A complete form of Susanoo's omnipotent power swept toward the sea. The entire sea ahead was directly split in half by this terrifying sword energy, stretching for thousands of meters and unable to heal for a long time. Izambaron v. Nasu Sholong gasped heavily, looking at the sea split in half behind him, feeling his scalp go numb, and said, Damn it, if I am hit by this attack, I won't die, but will be crippled. Jaegeru Lucia Satan's face was exceptionally dark as he said, Today we must eliminate Kaido, otherwise the world government will have trouble in the future. Sengoku Garp Akainu Akiji and Kazuru also had faces that were not much better. How could so many of them be unable to take down a single Kaido of the Beast? To be honest, this was not just embarrassing, or it made the Navy seem incompetent. At this moment, Kaido, who was situated at the forehead crystal of the complete form of Susanoo, also showed a weary expression, quietly saying, "These 7 world-class combatants joining forces really puts on considerable pressure. If any one of these people were taken out, they would be enough to contend with an Emperor level. It seems my power has surpassed a level beyond the Emperor level." Through this battle, Kaido also gained a clear understanding of his own strength. A single Emperor-level opponent posed no threat to him anymore. Kaido continued his old tactics, focusing his attacks on a single target. Previously it was on Steelbone Kong, but now Steelbone Kong had already fallen. Now the one being targeted by Kaido throughout the battle was the current Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku was also in a dire situation. Whenever he attempted to retreat, Kaido would relentlessly pursue him, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. Kaido barely paid attention to the attacks from others. When it came to Susanoo, it merely consumed energy for repairs. For Kaido, this energy expenditure was a trivial matter. Aokiji, while attacking, helplessly remarked, "Alas, my Ice Fruit ability is completely countered by Kaido's powers." Aokiji was feeling quite helpless as the massive golden armored giant was engulfed in intense flames, rendering Aokiji's freezing abilities ineffective. Akainu roared, "Stop with the useless chatter. No matter the cost, we must kill Kaido." Kizaru, looking both lewd and fearful, said, "Kaido is fixated on attacking Marshal Sengoku. It could end up the same way as Steelbone Kong." Kizaru felt quite lucky in a way. At least he wasn't being targeted by Kaido. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't dare continue fighting Kaido. Self-preservation was the priority. One undeniable fact was that Kaido's combat power was on a whole different level compared to theirs. They were once hailed as the pinnacle of power in these seas, but now in comparison to Kaido, Kizaru felt ashamed to still call themselves the top combatants of these waters. What constitutes a pinnacle of power should be a monster like Kaido. Meteor Volcano. Akainu targeted the back of the fully formed Susanoo and launched a barrage of magma volcanic attacks, determined not to let Kaido continue his rampage. Boom, boom, boom. Kaido ignored Akainu's meteor volcanic attacks and continued to focus on Sengoku as the Susanoo's fiery fist came crashing down. In response to Kaido's renewed assault, Sengoku in his Buddha form also retaliated. Buddha Impact Wave. Boom. Sengoku's Buddha Impact Wave countered, but after just a second of withstanding it, he was unable to hold back as Kaido's Susanoo's fiery fist smashed through. The enormous fist came crashing down towards Sengoku. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was Garp, who positioned himself in front of Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Garp's silhouette, feeling a wave of emotion. This old friend. Boom. The Susanoo's fiery fist directly smashed Garp into the ground, cracking the earth like a spider web for hundreds of meters. Kaido would not show mercy just because Garp was trying to shield Sengoku from the attack. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly shouted, "Kizaru, hurry and save Garp." "Understood," Kizaru replied with a lewd yet serious expression, instantly transforming into a beam of light and flying towards where Garp had fallen. Kaido swung another Susanoo's fiery fist towards Sengoku, enveloped with Conqueror's Haki. Izambaron V. Neza Howling seized the opportunity, stepping on the moonwalk to hover in the air right in front of Susanoo's crystal forehead. Gripping his katana tightly, he unleashed a massive flying slash. Faced with the swiftly approaching flying slash, Kaido remained calm, just as Izambaron V. Neza Howling's flying slash was about to hit the crystal where Kaido was located. A wave of invisible force rebounded Izambaron V. Neza Howling's flying slash back at him. What? Caught off guard, Izambaron V. Neza Howling clearly did not react in time and watched helplessly as his own attack smashed into him. Boom. Struck by his own attack, Izambaron V. Neza Howling spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted downwards. Kaido smirked disdainfully and said, "My Susanoo is hiding a divine artifact, a mirror. It just consumes a bit of my energy." The flying Izambaron V. Neza Howling left Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jagoroja Satan in shock. Sengoku, on the other hand, maintained his Buddha form, preparing to withstand Kaido's attack, as he had believed that Izambaron V. Neza Howling's attack would be effective. However, it still had no effect, and instead they discovered another of Kaido's trump cards, which only deepened their despair. In the next moment, Sengoku in his Buddha form took a solid hit from a fully formed Susanoo's fiery fist. Bang! Sengoku in his Buddha form was violently smashed into the ground by Kaido, suffering a heavy blow and reverting from Buddha form. Great fire! Akainu leaped up and unleashed a massive magma fist, striking the back of the fully formed Susanoo. He increased his strength, successfully penetrating the flames and opening a breach in the Susanoo's armor. However, the result was only a breach. It did not break Kaido's fully formed Susanoo, as it quickly restored itself. Kaido was already plotting to eliminate that old geezer first, since both Sengoku and Garp were over 70 and still dared to be so active. Kaido felt it was his duty to teach these two old men a lesson about the harshness of society. Jaegerozha Satan exclaimed angrily, "This is simply a great humiliation for the world government. Other matters can be set aside. Kaido must die." Izambaron v. Nazahaolang stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from his face, and responded. Kizaru returned to the scene, carrying Garp. In this round of fighting, Kaido directly gained the upper hand, overpowering the 5 elders and the Navy's top combatants.